Mortal Realm tiers from 1st to 9th rank, then Hotian, Xiantian Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, and Land Immortal. 5 years. You know what I have gone through in these 5 years. When Chu He finally saw the simulator bind successfully, tears slid uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. He recalled the moment he crossed over, thrilled beyond measure. After awakening the simulator, he had been so delighted he could hardly contain himself, certain that he would soon become invincible, with a righteous saintess on his left and a demonic maiden on his right. Instead, the binding lasted 5 full years. Chu He thought of those years and felt utterly miserable. Having arrived in this world in a physical body with no family or allies, he had nearly starved to death. In the end, he survived for 5 years by begging in the city, and just as he was lamenting his fate, the simulator's cold voice sounded. The simulator said its internal memory energy was unusually powerful, so the binding process took a long time. He could rest assured that it would never disappoint him. Chu He let out a helpless sigh and asked what functions it had. The simulator replied that it was a supreme simulation system containing countless paths of the Tao and capable of simulating innumerable futures. Once a simulation was started, it could randomly draw a golden finger as the simulation talent, including treasures, systems, old masters, special physiques, and more. When the simulator finished its introduction, Chu He was stunned. He asked how many 9s were in the number of simulation attempts. By then he could hardly wait. He told the system to begin a simulation, and the simulator insisted that he first draw his golden finger. A blue page instantly appeared before Chu He, visible only to him. At its center was a great roulette wheel with a clickable button in the middle. Chu He immediately understood the button's purpose. Excited, he raised a finger and pressed it gently. In an instant, the roulette wheel began to spin at high speed and draw at random. The simulator announced that he had obtained the golden finger, 1 dead soldier a day. Chu He was startled, but felt it was still rather good, especially since he was powerless at the moment. Overjoyed Chu He felt the long wait had not been wasted. He immediately told the simulator to show its worth and begin the simulation. The simulation began. On the first day, the moment it started, he felt a special energy awaken within him, telling him that he could summon 1 dead soldier each day. He looked left and right, and seeing no one nearby, moved his mind to summon a dead soldier. In the blink of an eye, a burly man appeared before him out of thin air. The man wore armor and carried a long spear. The moment he saw Chu He, he knelt at once and declared himself his subordinate. Chu He was filled with delight. At last, after so many years of begging, he could finally enjoy himself. But then he frowned. Seeing the dead soldier's gear, he quickly led him into hiding. After all, he was in the city of Nanfeng, part of the Dasan dynasty, and armor, without registration, was illegal there. It could bring ruin upon 9 generations, though he hardly had 9 to begin with. As time passed, and night fell, he successfully summoned a second dead soldier. After half a day together, he roughly understood their combat strength, about that of 2 ordinary adult men. They could not match 10 opponents alone, but because they feared nothing, they could easily handle 3 or 4. Still, Chu He knew he could not rush. Long before, when he had been begging, he had seen masters who could leap across roofs and fly over eaves. He decided to leave and find a place to grow slowly. Under the cover of night, he led his 2 dead soldiers and secretly slipped out of the city. The next day at dawn, He led his 2 dead soldiers toward a place called Chuanqing, far to the north of Dasan, and often harassed by the northern Hu. That remoteness made it the perfect place for him to develop. Within Dashuan, disasters never ceased and refugees swarmed everywhere. The emperor could scarcely keep up, let alone the frontier. As for the northern Hu, they would at most raid for spoils, so there was little real danger. With 2 dead soldiers protecting him, He felt at ease and for the moment did not need to worry about food. When they were summoned, they came with armor, spears, and dry rations. A month later, He arrived in Quanqing with 30 dead soldiers behind him. Now he began to consider how to grow. Their carried rations were nearly gone after all. Even dead soldiers had to eat. He could not simply watch them starve in the house. Through the dead soldiers scouting he learned that Quanqing was divided into 3 forces. The first was the official side of the Dasan dynasty, led by the city Lord Li Kuanqian, who commanded 3,000 garrison troops. His 3,000-man captains were all 4th-rank martial artists, and Li Kuanqian himself was a 5th-rank martial artist. The other 2 were the Wang clan and the Su clan. Though neither maintained an army, each had 300 to 400 guards, along with a number of formidable martial experts from the Jianghu. After some thought, he led his 30 dead soldiers toward the Wang clan. Soon he reached the gate of the Wang family estate. Before he could even explain, the gate guard shouted that enemies had attacked. Chu He froze, wondering where the supposed attack was coming from. Only after looking back at the 30 sturdy dead soldiers behind him did he realize the misunderstanding. He hurriedly called out that they were there to seek refuge. At that moment, a middle-aged man came out with dozens of people behind him, sternly asking who dared act so arrogantly at the Wang family gate. Chu He hurried forward and gave the man an ingratiating smile, saying it was all a misunderstanding. He explained that he had brought his brothers to seek refuge with the Wang clan. After sizing them up, the man asked whether they intended to join the Wang family. Chu He quickly nodded and said they were refugees who had fled from the northern Hu, begging for shelter. The man glanced at the dead soldiers behind him and waved a hand saying that although none of them were formal martial artists, they were all robust and capable. He introduced himself as Wang Xingshan, the steward in charge of the guard force, and told them to follow him. He sent the others away, then led Chu He and the dead soldiers to the estate behind the Wang family residence. From that day on, they would be the Wang family's guards. Since Chu He was their leader, he would be put in charge and made the squad captain. As for wages, each person would receive 500 cash a month paid at the end of the month. Chu He quickly thanked Wang Xingshan and promised they would serve loyally whenever called upon. After arranging everything, Wang Xingshan left the estate. Once he was gone, Chu He led the dead soldiers to a few secluded rooms in the manor and settled in. He could not help marveling that wealthy households were different. One estate alone covered dozens of mu. As he walked around, he found that there were already more than 300 guards here. Though these guards were not as strong as the dead soldiers, each of them was tall and robust, so their arrival caused little stir. In the second month, he summoned 30 more people. This time he sent them one after another to the Su clan to become guards there. After a month of living together, the Wang clan had gradually lowered its guard around them, and when they went out to handle errands, they would even take Chu He and the others along. Not long ago, Wang Xingshan had even told them to work hard, saying that if they did well, they would be rewarded with martial arts manuals. The moment you heard that you could learn martial arts, you immediately grew excited. Martial arts. This trip has paid off. I'm going to become a true expert one day. Though you suspected Wang Xingshan might be dangling an empty promise, you did not care. At worst, you could wait a few more years. Then, even if it meant relying on the sheer number of deaths, you would drown the Wang family in force and seize it for yourself. Not long after, one night, Wang Xingshan sneaked into the estate where you lived and found you furtively. He rested a hand on your shoulder and smiled faintly. Xiao Chu want a wife. As long as you say the word, I'll bring her to you. At that, you instinctively became wary. What is this guy up to? Being so kind, bringing me a wife. Seeing your guarded expression, he sighed and spoke calmly. Xiao Chu, trust me. I won't harm you. In fact, this should count as me asking for your help. A couple of days ago, a young woman came looking for him to seek refuge. Her father had once had dealings with him, but their family had since fallen into decline. He sighed. I never expected times to change so much. Her father is already dead, and worried that she would be left alone, he asked her to come find me. You looked at Wang Xingshan in confusion. If she came to seek shelter, couldn't you simply take her into the household as a maid? Wang Xingshan shook his head. That would not do. She is the daughter of an old friend. How could I make her serve as a maid? Besides, though I share the Wang surname, I am not of the main line, and I have no way to assign her a proper position. Seeing that you still seemed reluctant, he leaned close to your ear and said slowly, marry her, and I will give you the martial art I practice. How about it? At those words, you agreed at once. Brother Wang, I've long wanted to start a family. Martial arts are secondary. When do we hold the wedding? Seeing your instant change of attitude, Wang Xingshan could not help but look down on you a little. Fine. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow I'll have her sent over. After saying that, Wang Xingshan left the estate. You, however, began to wonder whether he had some hidden scheme. Why choose you out of so many people? Still, the thought of getting martial arts ahead of time made it all worthwhile. A day later, right after you finished eating, Wang Xingshan brought a young girl into the courtyard. The moment you saw her, you froze. Damn, she's beautiful. Though she wore plain hemp clothes, her skin was remarkably fair, her soft black hair fell down her back, and she looked heartbreakingly fragile. Ahem. Xiao Chu, this is the person I brought for you. Her name is Li Meng. Get along well, he said. He turned to the girl named Li Meng and said earnestly, from now on you will be the wife of brother Chu He. That will also be my way of giving your father an explanation. Then he pulled you aside, took a martial manual from his robes, and handed it to you. This is the martial art I practice called Iron Mountain Fist. Although it is nothing remarkable in the martial world, if you train diligently for 10 or 8 years, you can still barely enter the ranks. After explaining everything, he smiled faintly. Xiao Chu, these next few days are your honeymoon. I'll give you 3 days off. Go keep Li Meng company. You cupped your hands and said, Brother Wang, thank you. Wang Xingshan smiled lightly and left the courtyard, giving you and Li Meng time alone. At that moment, you looked at the nervous Li Meng, and the two of you stared at each other in awkward silence. Damn, I was only thinking about martial arts. What am I supposed to do with this girl? After all, in your previous life, you had been single for 18 years and had never even touched a girl's hand. Now that you were suddenly married, you felt completely unprepared. Before you could say anything, she dropped to her knees. Husband, please don't drive me away. I can do anything. You quickly stepped forward and helped her up. I never said I wanted to drive you away. Your name is Li Meng, so from now on I'll call you Xiao Meng. Just call me Chu He. Li Meng lowered her head, too afraid to meet your eyes. Husband, Uncle Wang has already married me to you. How could I address you by your name alone? You shrugged it off. We've only just met. You can call me Brother Chu if you want. At last, Li Meng raised her head. All right, Brother Chu. I'll serve you properly from now on. Please don't drive me away. You smiled at her. Don't worry. You're so beautiful. I can't bear to let you leave. Then you led her into the room and helped her tidy up the luggage she had brought. Xiao Meng, I have something to do and need to go out for a while. Rest first. If you get hungry, there's food in the cabinet. Li Meng nodded and lowered her head. Got it, Brother Chu. Come back soon. After arranging, Li Meng Yu went to the Deathsworn's courtyard, gathered them together, and began studying Iron Mountain Fist with them. To be honest, though you were not sure how powerful Iron Mountain Fist truly was, the notes on martial realms were very useful to you. First, if a beginner could produce 100 gene of force with one hand, they had crossed the threshold of cultivation. That was the level of the ordinary unranked. Aside from training, only those born with extraordinary strength or people hardened by battlefield slaughter could possess such power. Looking at your more than 30 Deathsworn, you estimated that they were all at the unranked level now, stronger than ordinary men, but not yet first-rank fighters. To reach first rank, one had to cultivate martial arts and raise the strength of both arms to 200 gene. Speed and perception would also improve. A second-rank fighter needed their whole body strength to flow together, allowing one arm alone to unleash 400 gene of force with a massive increase in speed as well. Each rank after that increased strength by another 200 gene. By 9th rank, one would possess 1800 gene of brute force with speed like a cheetah, or even faster. On the battlefield, such a person could stand against 1,000, or even take a general's head from within an army. To break through into the postnatal stage, one would need a profound martial art capable of cultivating true chi. After practicing Iron Mountain Fist for a while, you realized you might simply not be made for martial cultivation. No, it must be that I'm too exhausted. I spent years begging, so my body needs time to recover. You waved a hand and handed the manual to the Deathsworn, letting them practice it themselves. You then returned to your own courtyard, preparing for your wedding night. As the saying goes, fate is heaven's gift. I can't exactly let a girl become a widow in all but name. The moment you stepped into the room, you saw Li Meng lying quietly on the bed, motionless, looking at you. You walked slowly to the bedside and gave her a gentle smile. The night passed quietly, and the next morning you woke to an empty bed and rose at once. A clear, pleasant voice came from the kitchen. Brother Chu, you're awake. I've already made breakfast. Come eat while it's hot. At that moment, you suddenly felt that the life in your simulation was going far too smoothly. In the novels I used to read, people in simulations were always dying all the time. How did I end up living such a happy and peaceful life? In the days that followed, you truly settled into a shamelessly comfortable life. Besides practicing martial arts, your daily routine was leading the Deathsworn on patrol, and life was exceedingly pleasant. If not for the fact that a new Deathsworn appeared every day, you might have forgotten entirely that this was only a simulation. The second year arrived, and the Deathsworn you had summoned had already grown to more than 300. Half of them had joined the Wong family, and now roughly 1/3 of the Wong family guard force belonged to your Deathsworn. The rest were divided in two and sent into the Su family and the City Lord's manor. Beyond that, the Deathsworn's martial training had all made progress. 20 of them had already reached first rank and were living in the courtyard near yours, secretly guarding your safety. As for you, whether because of talent or because years of begging had left your body undernourished, your martial arts had still barely improved. Your strength was even less than that of a newly summoned Deathsworn. In the third year, your Death Warriors had already reached over 700. Among them, 50 had broken through to the first-grade warrior realm, and 2 with exceptional talent had even reached the second-grade warrior level. Watching your forces grow stronger, you couldn't help but feel pleased. Hold on, persist a few more years, and we can find a place to rule as king, living like a local tyrant. However, you had originally planned to keep laying low, but once you gained power, you realized that being a subordinate was too stifling. How could it compare to being the master? In the fourth year, your Death Warriors increased by over 300, reaching a total of over 1,000. These newly added warriors had, through various channels, infiltrated the Su family, the Wong family, and the City Lord's mansion. Meanwhile, under the careful guidance of several second-grade Death Warriors, you finally broke through to the first-grade realm, able to unleash 200 gene of force with a single arm. In the fifth year, your Death Warrior force grew even stronger and larger. There were over 900 unranked Death Warriors, over 500 first-grade warriors, 59 second-grade warriors, and 1 third-grade warrior. You contentedly calculated your current strength. Although your top-tier combat power was inferior to the 3 major forces, you had sheer numbers on your side. Excluding the City Lord's mansion, you felt you could already contend with the Su and Wong families. Just as you were about to continue practicing martial arts in the courtyard, urgent footsteps sounded from outside. Chu, something terrible has happened. Looking at the person entering the courtyard, it was the steward Wang Xingshan. Brother Wang, what's wrong? He hurried to your side and said, Northern who? The Northern who are attacking. You looked at Wang Xingshan in confusion. Northern who? Aren't they always raiding nearby? Wang Xingshan shook his head. This time is different. They seem to be launching a full-scale invasion of our Dashan. According to the City Lord's mansion, the Northern who have brought 50,000 troops. You know the city's defenders number only 3,000, and even with the over 10,000 Jinbei army stationed at Tianyang Pass nearby, that's barely over 10,000 in total. Hearing this, you quickly asked, Brother Wang, what should we do? Wang Xingshan sighed. The Patriarch has instructed, as long as the Green Mountain remains, there's no shortage of firewood. Besides the northern who are still a distance away. You should pack up now and in a couple of days take the brothers and leave. You nodded. Alright, I'll notify everyone right away. After Wang Xingshan left, you immediately contacted the death warriors scattered in various places. After all, these were your own forces. If you left, they had to come along. Through messages relayed by your death warriors, you learned that the Su family was also gathering their assets, preparing to flee south. The only thing that worried you now were the death warriors in the city lord's mansion. After all, you had the most spies there, over 700 in total. But the very next day you realized you had overthought it because the city lord Li Kuanxian had already taken his 3,000 men and fled south ahead of time. You cursed inwardly. Damn it, that bastard. He acts like a tyrant in peacetime, but runs faster than anyone when enemies come. Meanwhile, your wife Li Meng had packed her luggage and came to your side. Husband, people are panicking lately, saying the northern who are about to attack. Let's hurry and leave. You nodded to her. Don't worry, Steward Wang has arranged everything. We'll leave as soon as it gets dark. After comforting Li Meng, you returned to your room alone. You opened the cabinet drawer, took out a scroll of a map, and spread it flat on the table. This was a map you had deliberately purchased a few days ago, accurately depicting the various cities of Dashan and the surrounding dynasties. It could be said that Dashan was truly a land surrounded by enemies on all sides. To the north were the harassing northern, who to the south the Qi state eyed it greedily, and to the east was the predatory state of Zhou. Only to the west was a country with a complex internal situation named Lu, where various feudal lords constantly fought among themselves. You carefully examined the map. Your current location, Quan City, was in the far north, slightly west. This area was not the main activity range of the northern, so there had always been only over 10,000 Jinbei troops stationed here. But unexpectedly the northern, who chose to attack, through Quan City. After thinking for a moment, you decided that once the evacuation was halfway, you would have your death warriors gradually gather around you, and then together head to the Lu territory. Time passed, and darkness quickly fell. You received the evacuation order from Wang Xingshan. The reason for evacuating at night was mainly that the Wang family feared the city lord's mansion would not allow them to leave and would force them to stay and defend the city. But they absolutely had no idea that Li Kuanxian had already fled with his 3,000 men, not even leaving a single defender. Half an hour later you left the city without any obstruction, and the Wang family members also noticed this. After all, even at night, there shouldn't be no one guarding the city. They had originally planned to sneak away, but now with no worries they fled as fast as they could. On the road you also encountered the Su family's group. They had coincidentally thought of the same plan as the Wang family. The two family heads discussed and reached a temporary alliance, deciding to travel together as more people meant more security. Moreover, even if they settled in a new city, they would be squeezed out by local forces. So temporary cooperation was beneficial to all. You turned back to look at the mighty procession and couldn't help but sigh. The Wang and Su families together have nearly 2,000 people, truly worthy of great families. Even fleeing is done in such grand scale, one might think they're going to war. However, within this group of over 2,000, nearly a third were old, weak women and children. Apart from a few dozen martial arts experts, the rest were members of the guard. Of course, within this guard, most were now your death warriors. Nearly 800 in total. At this point, you began to ponder how to break away from the group. After all, you had been eating the Wang family's food for years. They certainly wouldn't be willing to let you and your people leave. Although you had many people on your side, you knew that the Wang and Su families each had dozens of martial artists, and their strongest were 4th-grade warriors. Along the way, you kept thinking about how to escape. 10 days later, you arrived at Jishui City. You had a deep memory of the city as it had been a necessary stop when you traveled from Nanfeng City to Quan City. Jishui City was also the largest city in the area. Although it couldn't compare to Quan City, it had everything one could need. Inns, restaurants, all available. The Wang and Su families' convoy hadn't rested in a major city for 10 days, so there had long been many complaints. You were certain they would stop here to rest and stay overnight. Sure enough, upon arriving in the city, Wang Xingshan announced that they would rest here. However, due to insufficient inns in the city, most of the guard would have to spend the night outside the city. For a moment, the guards looked at each other, none wanting to spend the night outside. Seeing such a rare opportunity, you immediately stepped forward. Brother Wang, I'll go. He glanced at you and gave you a look, silently signaling you not to stick your neck out. Seeing this, you suddenly felt that Wang Xingshan was actually quite kind. Besides giving you a wife, he also cared about your well-being. However, your goal was precisely to go outside the city. You could only appreciate his goodwill. Brother Wang, what's sleeping outside the city for one night? It's nothing. With that, you shouted to the crowd, who's willing to camp outside with me? Raise your hand and come to my side. I'm willing to go. Me too. And me? Me too. In an instant, many death warriors raised their hands and slowly moved toward you. Of course, among them were some honest people who also agreed to stay outside. Meanwhile, the Su family's guard, like yours, led by their death warriors, all went to camp outside the city. As the sky gradually darkened, the guards camping outside began to rest one after another. You lay in your tent, counting the time bit by bit. It's so late now, those people from the Su and Wang families are probably indulging in pleasure inside the city. You immediately issued orders for your death warriors to begin operations. You took a tally of the forces stationed outside the city, 1,000 guards, and among them 800 were your own loyal death warriors. A cold sneer curled on your lips. 800 is enough. With 800 we strike first, and strike hard. With a single command your death warriors descended upon the sleeping guards, slaughtering them all before they could even stir. You felt no ripple of emotion. Your departure would inevitably alert some, and you couldn't risk them reporting it. To safeguard your own life, you had to eliminate every possible threat. Besides, it's just a simulation. They're still alive and well in the real world. Without a shred of guilt, you led your 800 death warriors and galloped toward the state of Lu without looking back. As for Li Qianxian's 700 death warriors, there was nothing you could do. His men were too numerous and uniformly managed, impossible to extract so easily. Fortunately, the death warriors who had broken through to the third rank along with most of the second rank ones were under your command. As for the death warriors left with Li Qianxian, you considered them a hidden card, perhaps useful one day. After leaving the Wang family, 3 months of hard travel brought you to the border. You studied the map, confirming you could reach the state of Lu before nightfall. Your gaze settled on a small city within Lu named Luyang. Though called a city, it was little more than an oversized town. The state of Lu was fractured with warlords carving out territories. Among them, King Yong was the weakest, holding only 12 cities. To bluff and expand his influence, he had renamed 6 larger towns to cities, claiming to rule over 18. Luyang City housed merely 1,000 garrison soldiers and a few minor factions, and it was not too far from your position. This is the place. With the target set, you dispersed your death warriors, instructing them to enter Luyang City in the state of Lu one by one. Half a month later, you finally stepped into Luyang City. Together with your death warriors, you sat in a tavern and gorged yourself. The long journey had left you utterly exhausted. Thankfully, this world isn't as strict as the ancient times of my world. No identification needed to enter the city. That saved me a lot of trouble. After eating your fill, you began to plan your survival. At your command, the death warriors gathered every piece of information about Luyang City. Among the reports, you spotted a gang called the Wild Dog Gang. The Wild Dog Gang extorted protection money from street vendors, forced women into prostitution, and served as hired thugs. They numbered over 100, and their leader was a first-rank martial artist. You immediately assembled your death warriors in the city and marched toward the Wild Dog Gang's headquarters. As dusk fell, the gang members were inside, drinking and feasting. Chief, I think we should raise the protection fee next month. Yeah, Chief. The brothers only get meat once every few days. It's too miserable. At the head seat, a bald, burly man downed his drink in one gulp and slammed his palm on the table. You fools. Have you no idea what steady profit means? Eating meat once every few days and still not satisfied. Do you know how many people outside envy you? The men lowered their heads in silence under his reprimand. With a thunderous crash, the sound of a collapsing wall rang through the ears of the Wild Dog Gang. What was that? They scrambled to their feet and turned toward the main entrance. It was you leading a swarm of death warriors as you burst in. The Wild Dog Gang's chief paled and was about to rage at you. But a third-rank death warrior rushed forward, blade streaking down toward him. He tried to raise his weapon to block, but the death warrior's sword had already descended from above his head. He twisted his body in a flash, barely dodging the blow to his head. Yet his body wasn't quick enough to evade entirely. With a thud, an arm fell to the ground. Who the hell are you? The chief collapsed in agony, glanced at you, and realizing you were the leader, crawled desperately toward you. Brother, we've never met, no grudges, no enmity. If I've offended you in any way, please show mercy. You snorted coldly. Do I need a reason to kill you? Hearing this, the chief froze for a moment, then burst into tears. Please, spare my life, and all the silver in the Wild Dog Gang is yours. Watching his pathetic state, a smirk tugged at your lips. If I kill you, the silver is still mine. With that, you drew the long sword from a death warrior's waist and thrust it into him. With a wet sound, the Wild Dog Gang chief met his end. The death warriors you brought also moved, wiping out the entire gang root and branch. The Wild Dog Gang was nothing but a rabble. In moments, they were all eliminated. You toured the headquarters and began making arrangements. With over 800 death warriors, there weren't enough rooms. Fortunately, they obeyed your every command, without question, caring little for personal space. They could squeeze in. After cramming a dozen or so death warriors into each house, everyone was finally settled. You then renamed the Wild Dog Gang to the Heaven-Shattering Gang. The various powers in Luyang City were not particularly surprised. To them, the Wild Dog Gang was a minor faction and power changes were common. Just as before, the Wild Dog Gang had itself wiped out a gang called the Black Tiger Gang before taking over this territory. 6th year, you had fully secured your foothold in Luyang City. During this time, you placed the newly summoned death warriors as spies in every faction within the city. Inside the Heaven-Shattering Gang, your wife, Li Meng, massaged your shoulders. Chugo, maybe I should find you a younger one. You're too strong. I want a sister to share the burden. You looked up at her. Xiaoming, what's going on in that head of yours? Do you think your husband is that kind of man? Shallow. Utterly shallow. But then you changed your tone, smiling gently. Xiaoming, you make the decisions at home. If one isn't enough, 2 or 3 would also do. They can help share the housework. Li Ming froze, then playfully punched her shoulder lightly. Chu Ge, you're so bad. You reached out and laughed, stroking her hair. Time flew. A month passed in no time. Apart from enjoying life, you still worked hard at martial arts training. After all, when the simulation ended, you would return to the real world. You just didn't know what rewards you would receive back home. But you felt your talent was too poor. Since breaking through to the first rank, your physical strength had grown painfully slowly. Too slow, you muttered to yourself. The death warriors I summoned in the first 2 years have all broken through to the first rank, and many are already second or third rank. You began to wonder if your martial art was too mediocre. When you read novels in your past life, the protagonists always practiced techniques like the 18 dragons subduing palms or the 90 manual. But you were only training in a common Iron Mountain fist. You realized you couldn't continue such an easy life. What if the system's reward turned out to be your cultivation level? That would be a huge loss. A few days later, you assembled all the death warriors. You considered overthrowing the city lord and taking his place, then looting some stronger martial arts manuals. According to your investigation, the city lord's mansion had only about 1,000 men, mostly ordinary soldiers with no martial arts skills. Only a centurion was a second-rank martial artist. As for the city lord, his name was Lu Wuda, a third-rank martial artist. Most importantly, Lu Wuda had no connections higher up, which was why he remained stuck in this small city. You judged that even if he died, King Yong might not bother you. After an incense stick's worth of deliberation, you made up your mind to strike against Lu Wuda. He's dead anyway. As long as I send someone to pledge loyalty and offer a few benefits, it should be fine. You counted your death warriors, 5 third rank, over 80 second rank, and more than 1,000 first rank and unranked. You could crush them effortlessly. After nightfall, you sat in the great hall of the Exploding Heaven Gang. Meanwhile, all the death warriors under your command had already surrounded the city lord's mansion. Half an hour later, you received news that Lu Wuda and his 1,000-man commander had been slain by the death warriors, and you had successfully brought over 1,000 of their soldiers under your control. Moreover, 2 martial arts manuals were found on their persons, one named Eagle Claw Technique and the other Iron Hand Technique. Led by the death warriors, you unhesitatingly took up residence in the city lord's mansion. The first thing you did upon settling in was to gather all the silver and gold. After counting, you found 200 taels of gold and 5,000 taels of silver. At that moment, you couldn't help but sigh. This fellow really has money. But he's also a fool. He never thought to use it to curry favor. What's the use of hoarding riches? Then you packed everything up and arranged for death warriors to deliver it all to Yong's city as a tribute to Prince Yong. You had already prepared an excuse. The city lord's mansion had been destroyed by bandits, and you had led your men to slay those outlaws. A month later, the death warriors returned with news. Prince Yong had officially accepted you and appointed you as the new city lord of Liang, bestowing upon you a martial art called Tiger Slaying Saber Technique. You opened the manual and saw that it was another external technique, quite ordinary. You sighed helplessly. Oh, when will I ever obtain those powerful arts that can cultivate true chi? But as you looked at the Tiger Slaying Saber Technique, the Eagle Claw Technique, and the Iron Hand Technique, you decided to practice them diligently. You could start with external arts, and once your strength grew, you could seek out better techniques. In the 7th year, after relentless effort, you finally broke through to the 2nd grade martial artist level. During this time, your progress in the Tiger Slaying Saber Technique was quite impressive. Daily practice with the blades strengthened your body. That year, Li Ming also took 2 concubines for you. In the 8th year, your death warriors numbered over 2,000. Of course, if you counted the 700 from the Dasan dynasty, it was nearly 3,000. Just as you were developing steadily, your death warriors brought news. Over the past month, many strangers had appeared in Liang City. According to the death warriors' observations, these people were all martial artists with fairly high cultivation levels. Sitting in the city lord's mansion, you began to worry about your safety. How could so many experts suddenly come to a small city like Liang? Could they be after me? Before you could think further, a death warrior entered and said, "Master, 2 men are outside. They claim to be sent by Prince Yong and wish to see you." You immediately stood up from your chair. Prince Yong's men. Could the recent influx of experts be related to him? After pondering for a moment, you went to the front of the city lord's mansion's grand hall. As you approached, you saw 2 men, one stout, one lean, staring at you with serious expressions. "Are you the city lord here?" You hurried forward and bowed slightly. "I am Chu He, city lord of Liang. May I ask what urgent matter brings you to my city?" As you spoke, you looked them over, sensing the aura they exuded. Their cultivation levels were certainly not low. The lean man stepped forward, produced a token, and handed it to you. "We are Prince Yong's men. I am Wang Er, and he is Li Da. From now on, you must cooperate with all our actions." He then took out a portrait and gave it to you. This man is named Wei Feng, a 9th grade expert. He is said to be living in seclusion in Liang. The prince and various factions all want to recruit him. You are to make arrangements immediately to find news of this man. Understood. You took the portrait and nodded quickly. Rest assured I will see to it at once. Please go to the guest quarters and rest." Wang Er and Li Da exchanged glances and gave a faint hum in acknowledgement. Soon after you summoned your soldiers and began an open search for Wei Feng, a ninth-grade expert. Even Prince Yong wants to recruit him, you thought enviously. I wonder how long it will take me to reach the ninth grade. At that moment in a blacksmith shop in Liang, a rugged-faced man was rhythmically swinging his hammer, working on a glowing red piece of iron. A young woman of about 16 walked slowly in through the door. "Father, it's time to eat." She carried a bowl filled with a large portion of rice, a few green vegetables, and 2 slices of pork belly. The rugged man set down his hammer, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and walked over to her, taking the bowl of food. "Warner, why did you come again? Didn't I tell you to just leave the food on the stove? I'll come eat it myself." The girl named Warner pouted immediately. "Father, you always lie to me. Every time you say that the food gets cold, you have to eat it all right in front of me." The rugged man gave a helpless smile, then picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. After nightfall, he glanced at the small room beside him where his daughter slept, and his heart grew increasingly troubled. Alas, it's getting more and more unsettled. Now all these princes are searching for my whereabouts. I can't hide any longer. He looked at his daughter's small room and made up his mind. Even if I have to wade into this muddy water, I cannot let Warner fall into danger. After a moment's thought, he headed for your city lord's mansion. Moving swiftly along the way, he disturbed no one. Not even the death warriors at your gate noticed anything. With a soft thud, he leaped from the rooftop into your room. You were alone. Startled by the sound, you immediately woke. "Who?" You were about to call for the death warriors when you saw a rugged man staring at you intently. Feeling his sharp gaze and the slightly dangerous aura he exuded, you abandoned the thought of resistance. This man's cultivation is definitely not something the death warriors can contend with. Just then, looking at his face, you felt a strange familiarity. Before you could speak, he sat down on a chair in your room. "I am Wei Feng. You should know who I am, right?" The moment you heard his name, you were shocked. "Wei Feng? So many people are looking for him, and he comes to me. Could he be planning to attack me?" But then you shook your head. "No. If he wanted to harm me, why would he bother talking so much?" Wei Feng watched your flustered expression and said calmly, "Don't worry. I came because I have a favor to ask of you. I know your master is Prince Yong. I can accept his recruitment. I think that would be a good thing for you as well. But I have one condition that you must fulfill. Otherwise, the first person I kill will be you." Upon hearing this, you quickly put on a smile. "Elder, please just tell me what you need. I will do my utmost." Wei Feng sighed and began to speak. "I have a daughter. Her name is Wei Warner, and she lives in the blacksmith shop in the city. After I leave, you must take good care of her and not let her suffer the slightest grievance. If she asks about me, tell her that I've gone to a faraway place and may not return for a long time." You saw the reluctant look in Wei Feng's eyes and cupped your hands. "Elder Wei, rest assured. As long as I am in this city, Miss Warner will live well." He nodded to you, then took a small booklet from his bosom and handed it to you. "I can see you are a martial artist. I won't ask for your help for nothing. This is the martial art I practice called light cloud steps. When mastered to its peak, your movement speed will be so fast that no one can catch up unless a Xiantian expert intervenes." You quickly extended both hands to receive the light cloud steps. "Elder Wei, please wait a moment. I will go inform Prince Yong's men." With that, you gave him a slight bow and walked out of the room. After leaving the room, you found Wang Er and Li Da and brought them to your own chamber. When the three met, Wei Feng unhesitatingly accepted their recruitment. Early the next morning, they set off together, heading toward Yong City. Before leaving, Wang Er patted your shoulder and told you that you had done well, and he would report to the Yong King to grant you a reward. After they departed, you looked at the light cloud steps technique in your hand and immediately ordered your death warriors to copy it. Then all began to practice. To fulfill your promise, you went to the blacksmith shop that Wei Feng had mentioned and found a little girl named Warner. The moment she saw you, she knelt down before you. "Your humble servant Wei Warner pays respects to the city lord." You immediately stepped forward and helped her up. Of course, this was Wei Feng's daughter. If he saw this, he would think you were bullying her. Looking at the frail Wei Warner, you said calmly, "Rise. I came here about your father." The moment she heard the word father, she became agitated. "Father, has something happened to him?" You quickly waved your hand. "No, it's just that he has some matters to attend to recently, so he asked me to tell you that he might be gone for a long time." After hearing your words, Wei Warner stood frozen, as if she had lost her soul. You cleared your throat and said to her again, "Your father asked me to take care of you before he left. Why don't you come back to the city lord's mansion with me?" She shook her head. "No need. I just want to stay at home. I'll wait for father to return." Seeing this, you nodded and took out a bag of silver, pressing it into her hands. As she tried to refuse, you quickly said, "This is all from your father. Don't say no." With that, you turned and left the blacksmith shop. But after you left, dozens of death warriors had already taken up residence around the blacksmith shop to protect her daily safety. 1 month later, the Yong King sent someone to bring you a reward. Because you acted swiftly and helped him recruit Wei Feng, he specially transferred 1,000 suits of armor to you and allowed you to recruit soldiers on your own. In the 9th year you received news that the Northern Hu launched a massive invasion against the Dashun dynasty, forcing Dashun to cede territory and sue for peace. And during this time the state of Lu was also unstable. The reigning emperor died and several feudal princes and kings began an all-out war, each vying for the supreme throne. The young king also joined the Great War. Meanwhile, due to simmering popular resentment, several places within Lu had already rebelled, declaring themselves independent rulers. However, because your city Liang was relatively small and not a strategic battleground, it was temporarily spared from the flames of war. You sighed helplessly. I finally settled down, and now I have to be dragged into this conflict. By now Liang was completely under your control, and you were reluctant to easily leave your domain. Besides, even with over 2,000 death warriors, they still needed to eat. You decided that unless absolutely necessary, it was better to wait and observe for a while longer. In the 10th year, due to the internal chaos in Lu, the people were reduced to destitution and famine spread everywhere. Countless refugees fled towards cities not yet fully ravaged by war. Among them, a large number of refugees flowed into your Liang. At first you paid no heed to the refugees entering the city. After all, you had no intention of playing the saint and feeding them. But that way Wanner was very kind-hearted, cooking her own grain into porridge and distributing it to them. Helpless, afraid she might starve, you had to go several times to provide her with grain. Standing at the door of the blacksmith shop, watching her ladle out porridge spoon by spoon, you said flatly, "There are so many refugees, you can't save them all." Her ladle paused for a moment, then she continued serving porridge to an emaciated refugee. "City Lord, I know. But you gave me so much grain and I can't finish it all anyway. It's fine to share a little with them." Seeing this, you stopped trying to persuade her. After all, you only needed to ensure she stayed alive and well. In the days that followed, apart from cultivating the light cloud steppes, you occasionally visited Wei Wanner. Although your current realm was still at the 2nd grade, your movement speed was already no less than that of an ordinary 3rd grade martial artist. As time passed, the time you spent with Wei Wanner grew longer. Gradually, you realized that you had developed a special feeling toward her. Over these days, Wei Wanner's kindness and innocence deeply moved you. Even though she could have lived a better life relying on you, the city lord, she still chose to help those who had nothing to eat. Watching her laboriously distributing porridge, you decided to open your own granaries and set up a porridge stall outside the city lord's mansion as a way to accumulate some virtue and hope for a better golden finger in the next simulation. In the 11th year, to defend Liang City, you launched a massive recruitment drive, increasing the city's soldiers to over 3,000. Adding your own 3,000 death warriors, the total was over 6,000. Among them, there were 10 death warriors of the 5th grade, 80 of the 4th grade, 200 of the 3rd grade, 800 of the 2nd grade, and 1,600 of the 1st grade. In terms of combat power, these death warriors alone could withstand an army of 30,000. Moreover, Liang was only a small city. With the power in your hands, you felt that even if some feudal prince sent troops to attack, you could definitely hold the city. While you were practicing, as usual, a death warrior entered the courtyard to report. "Master, there is someone outside seeking you, saying he has important matters to discuss." You nodded. "Bring him in." You were a little puzzled. Who could it be? And what important matters? What major affairs could you possibly have? Before long, a middle-aged man with a weathered face was brought before you by the death warrior. The moment he saw you, he became excited. "The court is unjust, and the people of the world are suffering. Now there is City Lord Chu, who distributes porridge and grain. Truly a great benefactor." You immediately interrupted him. All right. Who are you? Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush." The middle-aged man coughed, straightened his clothes, and bowed respectfully to you. "Your humble servant Liang Zitao pays respects to City Lord." He sighed and then spoke slowly. "I was originally a scholar who failed the imperial examinations repeatedly. Now in Lu, feudal lords have risen everywhere, treacherous ministers hold sway, and the people are destitute. But, City Lord Chu, you are wise and righteous with a compassionate heart for the people. You have a city land and the love of the populace. Why not raise the banner of righteousness and lead the people to overthrow this realm? I am willing to become your strategist, and upon the corpse of Lu build a powerful nation." After hearing his words, your heart suddenly trembled. Good heavens, this man has a death wish. He wants me to do such a dangerous job, utterly disregarding my life. You snorted coldly and flicked your sleeves. "Do not speak of this again. I am a subordinate of the young king. How could I commit such treason?" Before you could drive him out, 2 more death warriors entered the courtyard. Reporting to master, someone outside the city killed a large white snake and took out a sizable stone from its belly. On that stone was written, "Lu shall perish, Chu shall rise." Hearing the death warriors report, your mind buzzed. Damn it, I've been set up. You turned around and saw Liang Zitao looking at you with an apologetic expression. You didn't need to guess. He had definitely arranged this. "City Lord Chu, now that things have come to this, do you still have any other retreat? Not to mention others, even the young king alone will not tolerate you." You let out a long sigh, staring at Liang Zitao, wishing you could tear him to pieces. "Alas, you have truly ruined me." After a moment of silence, you finally nodded. "Since there is no turning back, then I, the emperor, shall rise to the occasion." Subsequently, you formally accepted Liang Zitao into your ranks and mustered all the refugees. The men were all conscripted into the army, totaling over 20,000. As for the elderly women and children, you assigned them to logistics responsible for production. Although the sudden addition of 20,000 men seemed substantial, their combat effectiveness was greatly compromised. After all, a group of people who couldn't even fill their stomachs were hardly fit for battle. 3 days later, after consulting with Liang Zitao and the others, you decided to strike first while others were still unprepared. You set your sights on Lushui City, which lay at the crossroads of Lu Beihu and Dasan. If one day you failed, you could escape to Beihu or Dasan. At noon, you dispatched over 1,000 death warriors, 2,000 soldiers, and 10,000 newly recruited soldiers, totaling 13,000 men, with Liang Zitao as military advisor, and they marched swiftly toward Lushui City. You believed the city lord of Lushui City would never expect your sudden attack, and Liang Zitao should easily crush them. Moreover, among those 1,000 death warriors, many had reached the 3rd or 4th rank of martial artists. A month later, the death warriors sent back news that Lushui City had been successfully captured. The city lord hadn't even had time to organize his soldiers and surrendered after half a day of resistance. After accepting the surrender, all the soldiers in Lushui City were incorporated, totaling over 8,000 men. At the same time, news of your rebellion spread. The first to be most furious was King Yong. After all, you were his subordinate, and now you had captured another, even larger city under his control. Not long ago, you received an order brought by King Yong's envoy demanding that you submit and beg for forgiveness and go to Yongcheng to be punished. In response, you snorted coldly and immediately ordered the envoy to leave. Since you had already rebelled, you had no intention of walking into the tiger's mouth. After some more time, your influence in Lushui City was fully consolidated. Because the internal turmoil in Lu was too severe, King Yong was now overwhelmed and had no extra energy to deal with you. In the 12th year, you finally broke through to the 3rd rank of martial artist. At the same time, your light cloud steps became more proficient. In terms of pure speed, you were already no weaker than many 5th rank martial artists. That same year, Li Meng gave birth to a son for you. Holding the child in your arms, you began to name him. After a moment's thought, you named him Chu Wangfu, hoping his birth would bring you good fortune. In the 13th year, the death warriors under your command had grown to over 4,000. Among them, 2 had reached the 6th rank of martial artist, 120 were 5th rank, and 3,000 were from 1st to 4th rank. The only pity was that over 700 death warriors were still in Dasan territory. In the 14th year, your light cloud steps became even more proficient. However, you discovered that when executing the tiger breaking saber technique, it affected your speed during combat. You decided to spend most of your training time on iron hand skill and eagle claw skill. At this point, under your governance, Yeyang City and Lushui City were as solid as iron. Your regular army alone had expanded to 50,000 men. When you proclaimed kings, princes, generals, and ministers, are they born to their station, many high-ranked martial artists came to join you. The strongest 2 had even reached the 8th rank. Within just 2 months, you successively annexed 4 nearby cities, becoming a powerful warlord. In Yongqing, a man with fierce eyes kicked a servant in front of him, flying. Damn it! Damn it! He shouted at an old man nearby. That dog of a servant surnamed Chu actually dares to betray me. From a mere city lord to growing to this level. If I had known, I would have spared no effort to kill him earlier. The old man shook his head and said slowly, My lord, what's done is done, a regret is useless. That Chu He only took advantage because no one dealt with him. The best course now is to first stabilize King Huailin and let him and King Qing fight like dogs. Then we can find time to deal with that Chu He. King Yong sat back in his chair, gripping his teacup tightly. Let that dog of a servant surnamed Chu be arrogant a while longer. When the time comes, I'll make sure he has no place to be buried. In the 15th year, King Huailin and King Qing engaged in full-scale battle. And King Yong finally freed up his hand, sending 50,000 troops to attack you, and with various logistics personnel, it was claimed to be 200,000 troops. You looked at the dense army outside the city and sighed. Alas, if only I had a golden finger to summon ancient Chinese generals. I'm truly not good at leading troops in battle. But fortunately, with people like Liang Zitao commanding plus your death warriors, it was still manageable. After giving all the orders, you began seclusion to break through to the 4th rank of martial artist. A few months later, King Yong was furious. Because things hadn't developed according to his expectations. He had imagined you only had 2 small cities, at most 20 or 30,000 men, completely unable to resist his 50,000 troops. But unexpectedly, your army was exceptionally formidable, with many martial artist death warriors. He clenched his fists, a ruthless glint in his eyes. It's time to ask that one to act. In the 16th year, just as you were about to break through to the 4th rank, a terrifying sword Qi suddenly chopped in from outside, splitting the entire house with one strike. Damn! Sensing the powerful sword Qi, you immediately turned and fled. This sword Qi is so terrifying, could it be? An expert at the Hotian realm. At once, death warriors around you appeared to cover your retreat. A pitch-black figure slowly emerged and charged at your death warriors. With just a few sword chis, your several 6th-rank death warriors were already deprived of life. In the blink of an eye, another sword chi came splitting you in two. Before dying, you heard him muttering something. This time I've acted, I no longer owe that guy anything. You died. Simulation over. Please choose the gains from this simulation from the following options. Option 1, 3rd rank martial artist about to break through to 4th rank. Option 2, 5,632 death warriors. Note, all death warriors ranks are those achieved in the host simulation. Option 3, all memories from the simulation world and insights into various martial arts. After looking at the 3 options, Chu He unhesitatingly ruled out options 1 and 3. System, I choose option 2. As Chu He confirmed this simulation's gains, a blue light slowly appeared before him, then instantly drilled into his brow. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling a new space in his mind, and inside that space were those 5,000 plus death warriors. Among them, over 300 were above the 5th rank and 30 had reached the 6th rank. With a single thought, he could summon the death warriors at any time. Not bad, this is good. From now on I can summon however many I need whenever I want. Chu He willed it, and a white light flashed beside him. When the light faded, 8 6th-rank death warriors appeared before him. Subordinates pay respects to master. Chu He nodded. Rise. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a gurgle sound coming from his stomach. Almost forgot I haven't begged for food today. Chu He looked at the death warriors before him and immediately ordered them to go find some food and money. Of course, as for where the money would come from, that depended on which unlucky person would run into his death warriors. After the 8 death warriors left Chu, he summoned a few more and had them hide nearby to protect him. A moment later, the death warriors Chu He had sent out returned, bringing him plenty of food, fine wine, and meat, allowing him to feast heartily. While eating, Chu He began to summarize the simulation. That black-clad man at the end, if I'm not wrong, was sent by that King Yong. Daring to kill me in the simulation, I've remembered you. With that, Chu He took out a small notebook from his pocket, flipped 2 pages, and began recording. You're on my list, just wait. After writing King Yong's name, Chu He opened the simulator again, ready to continue simulating. System, draw a golden finger and start the simulation. With a ding, the familiar screen appeared and the golden finger began to draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden finger, the Myriad Worlds Martial Arts Manual. The Myriad Worlds Martial Arts Manual? What is this thing? Skeptical of the golden finger, Chu He began his second simulation. Ding, simulation started. Year 1, you officially began your second simulation. With a thought, you immediately immersed your mind into your consciousness. At least the death warriors are still here. Just then you discovered an additional blue light cluster within your mind. What is this? You began to touch the blue light cluster with your mind. In an instant, the blue light cluster transformed into a book with the title Myriad Worlds Martial Arts Manual. At the same time, a stream of memories flowed in. According to the memories introduction, this Myriad Worlds Martial Arts Manual contained all the top-tier martial arts from countless worlds. Every time you broke through a realm, you could randomly unlock one martial art. Not bad, just what I needed. In the last simulation, I was troubled by the lack of good martial arts. Now they come to me. However, since you currently had no cultivation realm, you could not unlock any martial arts for now. After pondering for a moment, you decided to be more cautious this time. Let the death warriors handle everything. You could no longer stay in the spotlight. As for Lu State, you temporarily decided not to go there since it would soon be embroiled in war, which was not suitable for your development. Year 2, relying on the death warriors, you opened an escort agency within Nanfeng City, named the Huwei Escort Bureau, to earn money. After all, martial arts training required many supplements such as medicinal herbs and various meats. Year 3, you finally broke through to the 1st rank, becoming a martial artist once again. You immersed your mind and took out the Myriad Worlds Martial Arts Manual. Finally broke through. I wonder what the first martial art I unlock will be. Hopefully it's the Duga 9 swords or the 18 dragons subduing palms. As you spoke, you opened the Myriad Worlds Martial Arts Manual and countless words slowly emerged from the book. On the first page, 4 large characters were written, BCS Sword Art. Wait. Are you kidding me? You want me to practice this? You didn't believe it and turned to the second page, which read, to master the divine art, one must first castrate oneself. You were speechless. You never expected that after finally reaching the 1st rank you would unlock such a martial art. I'll just cultivate diligently and reach the 2nd rank soon, then unlock another martial art. But just then, as you looked at the death warrior beside you, a sudden idea struck you. Since the death warriors have no use for that thing anyway, they might as well practice the BCS sword art together. Year 4, all 5,000 death warriors under your command had completed castration and successfully cultivated the BCS sword art. It must be said that the BCS sword art was truly powerful. In just 1 year, the combat effectiveness of the death warriors had at least doubled. Moreover, 3 death warriors had even reached the 7th rank. In the current Nanfeng City, your Huwei Escort Bureau had become a considerable force. Apart from the 3 major families, the Gao Xia and Tian families, who employed 9th rank guardians, you looked down on the rest. Of course, to prevent being decapitated like in the last simulation, the current master of the Chu He Escort Bureau was an 8th-rank death warrior, while in the eyes of outsiders you were merely an ordinary young clerk in the escort agency. Year 5, as the escort agency's business grew larger, the money you earned increased. Since you couldn't practice the Bixia sword art, you could only collect various martial arts to cultivate. The only thing that pained you was that during this simulation the death warriors had become expendable supplies. Over the years of escort missions you had lost several dozen death warriors. Year 6, you successfully broke through to the 2nd rank, and the Myriad World's martial arts manual unlocked a palm technique called the Xianming Divine Palm. The Xianming Divine Palm contained a yin cold energy that could be cultivated to the Xiantian realm. When mastered, a single palm strike could shatter the opponent's heart meridian, driving the yin cold force deep into the bone marrow. After unlocking it, you immediately began to cultivate it. Your death warriors were no exception. They all started practicing the Xianming Divine Palm as well. Year 6, no fewer than 10 death warriors under your command had reached the 8th rank, and those who had reached the 7th rank numbered over 100, with none of the remaining death warriors being below the 3rd rank. You felt that at this rate, within a few years, you would be able to avenge the life and death grudge from the last simulation. Year 7, you attained minor mastery of the Xianming Divine Palm and successfully reached the 3rd rank. After breaking through, you unlocked a lightness skill called Zonian Ladder. Year 8, among your death warriors, someone finally broke through to the 9th rank. From then on, the Chu He Escort Bureau became the most powerful force in Nanfeng City. The escort agency's business also expanded from within Dasan State to several neighboring countries. Year 9, you heard a familiar name from the death warriors, Wang Xingshan. It turned out that a few years earlier the frontier city of Quansheng had been invaded by the Beihu. Just like the first simulation, they had all left Quansheng. You just hadn't expected them to come to Nanfeng City. In addition, you received news that the emperor of Lu State had died, and the various feudal lords and princes had fallen into a period of self-governance. Year 10, your Zonian ladder became increasingly proficient. In terms of speed alone, you were already no weaker than 5th-rank martial artists. As for the progress of the Xianming Divine Palm, it was slower, only able to bully opponents of the same rank. At this moment, you stretched your back. I've been in the escort agency for too long. It's time to go out and stretch my legs. After bringing a few death warriors, you headed towards the Lichuan courtyard in the city. I've been cultivating hard for 10 years. What's wrong with enjoying myself a little? Only after entering the simulation did you clearly realize that sometimes simply lying low wasn't always possible. After all, the you in the simulation world was also flesh and blood, unable to endlessly execute the task of cultivation like a robot. Thus you stayed in the Lichuan courtyard for 3 consecutive months before reluctantly leaving. 10 years later you broke through to the 9th rank. The reason you could cultivate so quickly was largely thanks to the I Ching gene unlocked by the Myriad World's martial arts manual when you broke through to the 4th rank. Besides the I Ching gene, you had also unlocked martial arts such as I Yang Finger, Finjing Quoga Hand Wuing Leg, Longxiang Finger, and Huagamian Palm. Relying on these many powerful martial arts, you were confident that even against ordinary Xiantian martial artists you could fight and win. All the death warriors under your command had broken through to the Hotian realm, and over 100 of them had even reached the Xiantian realm. Moreover, not long ago you had sent several dozen Xiantian realm death warriors to Lu State, where they killed Yong Wang. According to the information sent back by the death warriors, there was also a Xiantian realm expert beside him who was killed together. You estimated that the Xiantian expert might have been the one who killed you in the previous simulation. After Yong Wang's death, you directly had the death warriors take over his power, preparing to control the entire Lu State. Currently, the strongest individuals in the world were Xiantian martial artists. As for Zhongshe, they were old masters who never emerged. With the combat power of several dozen Xiantian death warriors, all opposition in Lu State had vanished. Year 21, you used the same method to take control of Dasan State. At this point, you felt that you could finally enjoy life. As the saying goes, the emperor's throne rotates. This year, it comes to my house. You directly deposed the emperor of Dasan and proclaimed yourself emperor with the national title Daxia. After becoming the emperor of Daxia, you immediately began selecting beauties to expand your harem. Year 22, you annexed Lu State, becoming the most powerful nation in the world. At the same time, you successfully broke through to the Hotian realm and unlocked the Biming Divine Art. Year 23, you established the Eastern Depot and the embroidered uniform guard to monitor the realm. At the same time, you dispatched great armies and death warriors to launch a war of annihilation against Dazhou. 3 years later, Dazhou was destroyed, and you began to rest and recuperate. In this full-scale war against Dazhou, your death warriors also suffered losses, with only a little over 4,000 remaining. However, there was also good news. All death warriors had broken through to the Xiantian realm, and 2 had even become Zhongshe. Year 27, 5 of your concubines in the harem became pregnant, giving you 3 daughters and 2 sons. You named your children. The 3 daughters were Chu Yunyao, Chu Yunming, and Chu Yunxi. As for your eldest son, the first prince, you named him Chu Yunlong, and the second prince Chu Yunfei. In the 28th year, you once again raised your armies and marched against the states of Qi and the northern Hu. You resolved to emulate your illustrious ancestor to unify all nations under one rule, standardizing scripts and chariot tracks. Meanwhile, you did not neglect your martial arts. With the full support of your nation, your progress was swift. You even established an imperial medical academy, commissioning them to brew medicinal baths for you. In the 29th year, you instituted the imperial examination system to select talents for your great xia. You were keenly aware that while you could conquer the realm, governing it required the wisdom of capable men. Recalling the administrative structure of the Ming dynasty, you established the 6 ministries, allowing the bureaucracy to function autonomously, while you reserved your involvement for matters of paramount importance. In the 30th year following the council of your ministers, you appointed Chu Yunlong as the crown prince. That same year, the states of Qi and the northern Hu were decisively conquered, and the realm was fully unified. Another decade passed. You had reached the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm, and upon your breakthrough, you also unlocked the wind god leg technique. At this moment, you felt your life was complete. Even if you never broke through again, you were already the strongest person under heaven. Not to mention, you commanded thousands of Grandmaster and Xiantian realm assassins. In the 41st year, you broke through to the Grandmaster realm and unlocked the cloud-parting palm. Upon this breakthrough, you felt your life force surge with vitality. Despite being in your 60s, you appeared as youthful as you had in your 20s. Your 5 senses were especially sharpened, though every rustle of grass and every movement of a tree was within your perception. In the 42nd year, you couldn't shake the feeling that everything had been too smooth. The world couldn't be as simple as you had imagined. No, there must be undiscovered places in this world. Just like the ancient times of my past life, there might be other nations beyond, and even stronger individuals. At this thought, you immediately assembled an expeditionary force to explore beyond the borders of your dynasty. In the 43rd year, you hit a bottleneck in your cultivation. Just like many of your assassins, all of you stuck at the Grandmaster realm. Feeling your inner power stagnate, you turned your focus to practicing the cloud-parting palm and wind god leg. Meanwhile, within Great Xia, your crown prince, Chu Yunlong, now 16, officially began to govern on your behalf. For unknown reasons, your second son, Chu Yunfei, harbored resentment towards the eldest. He began to form factions within the court, scheming to usurp the position of crown prince. 3 years later, secluded deep within the palace, you practiced the cloud-parting palm. With a single strike, the air before you seemed to compress, shooting forward with immense force. With a thunderous boom, a large boulder over 100 meters away was shattered by your palm. Excellent. To have such destructive power from this distance is remarkable. You estimated that the striking power of this palm was comparable to a grenade from the technological era. I wonder just how strong I'd become if I broke through to the Great Grandmaster realm. It's said that beyond the Great Grandmaster realm lie the land immortals, who can even soar through the skies. Who knows if that's true? In the 47th year, the army you had sent to explore the outside world returned. Their return was a catastrophic sight. Of the 30,000 who had set out, fewer than 3,000 came back. Nevertheless, they brought back intelligence of utmost importance. According to their surveys, to the west and north of Great Xia stretched endless seas. To the east lay a desolate, uninhabited desert. They had marched through the sands for an entire year without reaching the end, and were forced to turn back. To the south, however, lay boundless mountain ranges. Initially, their journey was smooth. Aside from the difficult terrain, there were no other obstacles. But a year ago, wild beasts began to appear, ambushing the troops. The deeper they went, the more numerous the beasts became. Packs of tigers and leopards began to inflict casualties. Eventually, they encountered colossal beasts never seen before, standing several times taller than ordinary tigers, with hides impervious to blades and spears. You frowned. From what they described, those things, they almost sound like the soul beasts and magical beasts from those novels from my past life. Could it be that I've transmigrated into a fantasy world? The thought that you might be in a Xianxiao world filled you with excitement. After all, in such novels, there was always the chance for immortality. While martial arts extended one's lifespan, even a great grandmaster only lived 100-odd years more than a common man. Even breaking through to the legendary land, immortal realm, wouldn't add many more years. In the 48th year, you gathered 1,000 grandmaster assassins and dispatched them to continue exploring the mountains beyond. Meanwhile, you entered seclusion, determined to find a way to break through to the great grandmaster realm. In the 49th year, you took out all the martial arts techniques unlocked by the Myriad Realms Martial Arts Manual and began to study them. You suspected that your inability to break through was due to the limitations of these techniques. You decided to synthesize the best of them and create a new martial art. After all, martial arts were originally created by humans. If others could do it, so could you. A month later, you presented your newly developed technique and summoned a death warrior to practice it. A wisp of green smoke rose from the warrior's head. With a sputter, he collapsed. Your first attempt at creating a technique had failed. You shook your head, stored away the corpse, and immersed yourself in research once more. Before entering seclusion, you had officially abdicated the throne to Chu Yunlong. 5 years later, you finally succeeded in creating a new cultivation method. It combined the internal energy of the I Ching Jing with the true Qi of the profound nether divine palm and the bone-melting soft palm. You named it the heavenly nether art. With both you and your death warriors practicing this new art, you finally broke through to the great Grandmaster realm. The Myriad Realms Martial Arts Manual also unlocked a new technique, the Frost Heaven Fist. Wind God Leg, Cloud Parting Palm, Frost Heaven Fist. This is leading me towards the three-phase return to origin palm. You clenched your fist, and a sharp crack echoed from your palm. With a gentle tap of your toe, you effortlessly soared dozens of meters into the sky, but just as quickly you descended back to the ground. So this is the great Grandmaster realm. Powerful, incredibly powerful. You felt you could now take on 100 of your former Grandmaster self. It's been 6 or 7 years. I wonder how my death warriors are faring. There's been no word from them. That's the one drawback of the warrior space. I can summon them at will, but I can't recall them if they're too far away. In the 55th year, most of your death warriors had reached the great Grandmaster realm. Just as you were about to continue your cultivation, the warriors you had sent out long ago finally returned. And they brought back something entirely unexpected. You stared in shock at the tiger corpse before you, which measured 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. You stepped forward to examine the remains. Though it resembled a tiger, you fell into deep contemplation at the sight of its meter-long fangs and the sharp, sword-like bone at the tip of its tail. This creature is certainly no ordinary beast. According to the returning warriors, aside from its immense size, the giant tiger also possessed tremendous strength and speed. It took them months of siege, nearly half their casualties, to finally slay it. Good heavens, 1,000 warriors and half of them died to kill it. You remembered that all these warriors had trained in powerful arts like the profound nether divine palm and the wind god leg. Even at your current great Grandmaster level, you weren't confident you could take down 500 of them. You immediately ordered the giant tiger's corpse to be moved to the deepest part of the palace, intending to dissect it and uncover its secrets. The next day, your entire courtyard was bathed in blood. The stench of the tiger's gore permeated the entire palace. You stood with a sword dissecting the beast. What is this? You sliced open its body cavity and retrieved a yellow bead from within. The instant you held the bead, you felt a refreshing sensation, as if a mysterious energy was flowing from it into your body. Could this be a beast core or a demonic pill like in those Xinxiao novels? You stared at the bead in your hand, your heart racing with excitement. This thing should be edible, right? Maybe it could even help me break through to the legendary land, immortal realm. But just as you were about to take a bite, you hesitated. What if there are side effects? After mulling it over, you ordered a death warrior to consume it. Even though this was a simulation, safety was paramount. A mere bead wasn't worth the risk. You watched the death warrior swallow the bead with your own eyes, but he showed no reaction, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary pearl. Moments later, however, the death warrior's face flushed crimson, and scorching heat surged through his entire body. In an instant, billows of white vapor erupted from the death warrior's body, finally taking effect. With a crisp crack, the death warrior's skin began to split open, even his sinews and blood vessels glowing red-hot from the fiery energy. Whoa, that's fierce. You secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't eat it, otherwise I'd be in agony. It's only because he's a death warrior that he shows no outward reaction. As time passed, surging waves of true Qi emerged from within the death warrior, beginning to repair his damaged skin. Before long, his body was fully restored, and his internal true Qi had grown several times stronger, reaching the pinnacle of a Grandmaster. Not bad. It seems this thing is indeed edible. But the effect is too intense. Anyone with weak willpower would probably die from the pain before enduring it. You glanced at the enormous tiger's corpse and ordered the death warrior to dismember it. You figured that its flesh and blood must contain some energy, and eating it would surely bring benefits. A few months later, you dispatched another 1,000 death warriors to explore the mountain range to the south. You felt that if you could cross that range, there would surely be an entirely new world beyond. In the 56th year, you continued your cultivation. You retrieved the Wind God Leg, Frost Sky Fist, and Cloud Dispelling Palm, intending to fuse them together and learn a more powerful martial art. In the 57th year, Chu Yunlong's son was born, your first grandson. You named him Chu Wangya, hoping he would bring you good luck so that you could break through to the realm of earthly immortal. In the 58th year, while you were studying martial arts, a voice resounded throughout the imperial palace. I am an immortal master. Emperor of this land, come out and kneel and welcome. You hurried out of your chamber and summoned the death warriors. Immortal master, could this world be a cultivation world? You arrived at the main hall of the palace, where all the civil and military officials were kneeling on the ground. Looking up, you saw an old Taoist with an immortal air, flying on a sword, hovering dozens of meters above. He cleared his throat and spoke calmly to those below. I am Qingfeng Taoist. I have descended into the mortal world to enlighten the people and bring peace to all. Though his voice was not loud, it possessed a strange power that made every word crystal clear to everyone. As he spoke, he sheathed his flying sword and slowly descended from the sky. Your son, Chu Yunlong's face darkened. He looked at the prostrate officials and roared, "Stand up, all of you. You are all ministers of my Chu family. When did I ever permit you to kneel to him?" The officials glanced at him and rose shakily from the ground. "Second Commander, draw your blade and kill him for me." The moment the words left his mouth, a Hotian realm embroidered uniform guard stepped forward and charged at Qingfeng Daoist. Humph, stubborn and unenlightened. Qingfeng Daoist extended his finger and made a gentle flick. "Go!" With a boom, a fireball emerged from his fingertip, shooting toward the sword-wielding commander. He failed to dodge and was struck by the fireball, his body engulfed in flames. Seeing this, you became more certain that this man's cultivation system was the true path of this world. With a thought, you summoned all 3,000 remaining death warriors who charged at Qingfeng Daoist. The sudden appearance of so many warriors startled him. "Did you not see my power just now? How dare you show disrespect to this immortal master?" The death warriors showed no reaction, unleashing various martial arts against him. In an instant, countless techniques. Profound nether, divine palm, frost sky, fist, dissolving bone, palm, wind, god, leg, all struck at him. Qingfeng Daoist's expression changed, and he immediately summoned his flying sword, preparing to flee. "Just wait. Offend this immortal master, and when I return, I will slaughter every last one of you." As he flew away, all 3,000 death warriors extended their fingers and unleashed the dragon elephant finger. In an instant, countless streams of true chi shot from their fingertips like machine guns, raining down on Qingfeng Daoist. "Mortal, how dare you!" With a sharp clang, a golden barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping Qingfeng Daoist. The finger chi from the dragon elephant finger was all blocked upon contact with the barrier. However, because he was maintaining the barrier, Qingfeng Daoist could not escape and could only defend. You couldn't help but marvel. Good heavens, the dragon elephant finger shot by these death warriors could rival a machine gun from the age of technology. And he can still withstand it. This only strengthened your resolve to keep him here. Before long, the golden barrier around Qingfeng Daoist began to fade. You immediately ordered the death warriors to take him alive. On your instruction, the dragon elephant finger was aimed away from his vital spots, continuing to strike him. With a thud, the golden barrier vanished, and Qingfeng Daoist, struck by the finger chi, fell from the air. Instantly, a swarm of death warriors surrounded and subdued him. In the dungeon, you looked at the bound Qingfeng Daoist and sneered. "An immortal master is nothing special after all. Speak. Who are you, and what is it that you cultivate?" He struggled against his bonds and spouted arrogant words. "Mortal, release this immortal master at once. If you don't, I will tear out your soul when I get out." You rubbed your ear and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, it seems you still haven't faced reality." With a wave of your hand, several death warriors stepped forward and began applying torture. "Up. Mortal, I'll kill you." You gave a cold laugh. "Still have the strength to curse. That means we haven't beaten you hard enough." You then ordered the death warriors to apply every kind of cruel punishment. The rack, the peppercorn water, the pulling of fingernails. Until you reached the point of castration, he could bear no more. Stop. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." Hearing him yield, you had the death warriors put away their instruments. "Speak. Where do you come from? What forces are behind you? What cultivation method do you practice? And what is your current realm?" He let out a long sigh before speaking slowly. "My original name is Wang Ergu. I was taken in by the Yufeng sect, but because I couldn't break through to Foundation establishment, I was expelled. Not long ago, I encountered a wind spirit fruit in a mountain range. I picked and devoured it, breaking through to Foundation establishment. But a demon beast chased me, and by accident, I triggered a teleportation array, ending up here. I've lived here for a while and found that spiritual energy is scarce, and there are no immortal sects. In the terms of my world, this is a grotto heaven with depleted chi. So I thought I'd come here, play the immortal master, and enjoy the pleasures of the mortal world." After hearing his story, all your doubts were resolved. "So this is a cultivation world. That giant tiger must have been a Foundation establishment beast as well. That means I can cultivate too." You turned to him again and said, "Hand over your cultivation method, spirit stones and pills." He stared at you in shock, surprised that you even knew about spirit stones and pills. Then he shook his head. "I don't have any. When I was being chased, I lost everything except that spiritual sword. Besides, to cultivate a technique, one must have a spiritual root. Among 10,000 ordinary people, maybe not even one has a spiritual root." You kicked him. "Whether I have a spiritual root is my business. But if you don't tell me, I can't guarantee your safety." With that, you had a death warrior step forward to record the cultivation method he dictated. Seeing the death warrior approach, he reluctantly recited the cultivation technique and spells. "By the way, how do you test for a spiritual root?" Hearing your sudden question, he shook his head. "To test a spiritual root, you need a golden core cultivator, or at least a testing stone." The next day, you looked at the technique Wang Ergu had revealed, the Qingfeng Ju, and fell into inner conflict. After all, you had no way to know if he was lying. If the technique was flawed, you might suffer a chi deviation. Moreover, you had no idea whether you possessed a spiritual root or whether practicing this technique would be of any use. After thinking it over, you decided to first have the death warriors practice the clear wind art. To prevent Wang Ergu from playing tricks, You only had 10 Death Warriors practice it. But the only problem was that you didn't know whether the Death Warriors had spiritual roots. A year later, the 10 Death Warriors showed no signs of progress, and you thought it might be because they lacked spiritual roots. However, the Death Warriors' bodies also suffered no side effects, which completely reassured you, so you ordered all the Death Warriors to start practicing. I don't believe that out of 3,000 Death Warriors, not one has a spiritual root. In the 60th year, all the Death Warriors still showed no movement. During this time, you specially interrogated Wang Ergu, wondering if it was because of poor talent that they couldn't sense the spirit stones. But after his explanation, you understood that even with the worst talent, one could sense spiritual energy within a month. Even if the spiritual energy in Daxia was scarce, it wouldn't hinder a cultivator from sensing it. Sai, it seems none of these Death Warriors have spiritual roots. What a pity. Helpless, you could only start cultivating yourself since the Death Warriors had practiced for so long, proving the safety of the technique. Just as you were practicing the clear wind art, the Death Warrior you had sent to explore the outside world finally returned. But this time the situation was grim. Out of 1,000 Death Warriors, only 80 returned. According to their report, it was the same as before. They went deep into the mountains encountering beasts, and then demonic beasts, everything the same. Until they entered a valley, they were suddenly attacked by numerous demonic beasts, each extremely powerful. The Death Warriors could only scatter in panic and bring back the news. However, it wasn't all for nothing, because as soon as they entered that valley, they felt refreshed, as if nourished by something. You rested your chin on your hand, and began to ponder the Death Warriors' encounter. Could it be that the Death Warriors stumbled upon a place where spirit herbs grow or treasures are stored? The more you thought, the more likely it seemed. No, this place must hold a chance opportunity. I must obtain it. You roughly estimated that Wang Ergu was at the Foundation Establishment early stage, though newly broken, through still Foundation Establishment early. It took all your Master and Grandmaster Death Warriors combined to capture him alive. It seems that cultivation is indeed stronger than martial arts. If I could break through to the Land Immortal Realm, I might be comparable to Foundation Establishment late stage. It seems I must first find a way to break through, and then go to that valley to seek the opportunity. You immediately ordered that all medicinal herbs and opportunities in the country be gathered. You and the Death Warriors took medicinal baths, and you ordered them all to go into seclusion and begin cultivating. 20 years later, just as you were making a full sprint to break through a bottleneck, a terrifying figure descended upon this world. He, an unclaimed mortal, cave heaven. What a blessing from the heavens. Although they are all mortals with such a large number, my soul banner will greatly increase in power. Saying that, he flew toward the nearest city. A few months later, inside the palace, you received news that a demon was wreaking havoc in Daxia, able to fly through the air, leaving a trail of blood wherever it went. You immediately sent 1,000 Death Warriors to capture him. By now, all the Death Warriors had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. You thought 1,000 Grandmasters should be enough to catch him. In your view, this was just another cultivator who had stumbled into Daxia. If you could capture him, you might obtain some treasures to aid your cultivation, or perhaps gain a way to practice immortality. In the 81st year, all the Death Warriors you sent were killed. The cultivator had already slaughtered half of Daxia, and now stood outside the palace. You frowned slightly. It seems this person's strength is above Wang Ergu's. This is not good. Just as you were debating whether to fight with the remaining 2,000 Death Warriors, or flee, a dark cloud spread from the horizon, covering the entire palace. Mortals, come into my soul banner. A black-robed cultivator flew through the air, ascending to a height of 100 meters. He held a black banner from which countless black mists poured out. Instantly, anyone who touched the black mist had their souls extracted. Damn, isn't this the most common 10,000 soul banner from cultivation novels? In moments, the entire palace was a river of blood. Only you and the Death Warriors, relying on thick, true chi, barely resisted. The black-robed cultivator cast his gaze upon you, shaking his head with amusement. What a waste of fine bodies. If the corpse refining sect were here, they'd have several thousand iron-armored corpses. With that, he waved his soul banner, and tens of thousands of soul bodies surged out, charging at you. The black-robed cultivator smiled slightly, watching you struggle. You found that physical attacks had no effect on these soul bodies, that only true chi could resist. So you and the Death Warriors had to consume your true chi, fighting countless soul bodies. When your true chi was nearly exhausted, you looked up at the black-robed man in the sky and shouted, "Who are you? Dare to give your name." He chuckled, "And you are not worthy of knowing my name." At that moment, your true chi was completely drained, and countless soul bodies swarmed over, gradually devouring you. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose the reward from this simulation from the following options. Option 1, Grandmaster Realm, about to break through to Land Immortal Realm. Option 2, all martial arts unlocked from the 10,000 World Martial Arts book. Option 3, all memories from the simulation world, as well as insights into various martial arts. Chu He looked at the three options. Instead of choosing immediately, he first took out a small notebook and wrote down the identity of the black-robed man. After putting away the notebook, he formally looked at the simulation options. First, exclude option 3. What use is memory? Now strength is what matters. As for option 2, I will definitely cultivate immortality in the future. Martial arts can be set aside. Maybe next time the golden finger will give me a heavenly spiritual root. System, I choose option 1, Grandmaster cultivation. As soon as he spoke, a powerful force surged from within Chu He. In a single breath, Chu He transformed from an ordinary person into the supreme martial arts master of this world. Comfortable. Chu He stretched his arms, feeling more refreshed than ever. With my current cultivation, as long as I don't encounter a cultivator, I am the strongest person in this world. In a short while, Chu He had the Death Warriors take control of the entire city, while he himself settled into the largest courtyard within the city. Some people were dissatisfied, but after Chu He revealed his Grandmaster realm, all opposition vanished. Now lying on a soft bed, Chu He looked at the simulator and began his third simulation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden finger, the check-in system. System. Chu He stared in shock at the new golden finger. He hadn't expected to use another system inside the simulator. Without further ado, let's simulate. In the first year, as soon as you entered the simulation world, you began studying the check-in system. After a while, you finally understood the use of the check-in system. The system you had drawn allowed you to check in once a year and draw items from all the worlds of the universe. From gold, silver, and jade used by ordinary people to cultivation techniques and spirit stones used by cultivators, even to immortal herbs and soul bones from the fantasy world, all could be obtained through check-in. However, the quality of the draw was highly related to the location. The more important the place, the higher the chance of drawing good items. You thought about it. Right now you were in an ordinary city, so there probably wasn't anything good. You decided to go to the capital of Dasan to check in. After 7 days of travel, you finally arrived at the imperial city of Dasan. You had to admit the speed of a Grandmaster was truly fast. If you had ridden a horse, it would have taken at least half a month. Apart from not being able to fly and lacking spells, you felt you were no different from a cultivator. You thought you were much stronger than Chi refining stage cultivators, only slightly inferior to foundation establishment cultivators because you lacked spells. After arriving at the imperial city with a few swift leaps, you reached the depths of the palace. Without hesitation, you initiated the check-in with the system. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 18 Cavalry of Yinyun Grandmaster Peak. With their combined formation, they can unleash power comparable to a land immortal. Seeing the reward, you were neither too satisfied nor disappointed. After all, the 18 Cavalry of Yinyun were renowned, and each of them was a Grandmaster. The most important thing was that these 18 individuals could even unleash the might of a land immortal. I wonder if the 18 Cavalry of Yinyun could match that black-robed cultivator from before. With a thought from you, the space around you twisted. In the blink of an eye, the 18 appeared before you, kneeling on one knee. We pay our respects to the master. You nodded lightly. Rise. Just then it suddenly occurred to you. I wonder if these 18 have spiritual roots. If I had chosen memory last time, I could have let them try cultivating the clear wind art. After summoning the 18 Cavalry of Yinyun, you immediately led them toward the kingdom of Lu, planning to check in at the Lu Imperial City next time. After obtaining several more rewards, you could head to the southern mountain range and see if you could find the valley from the previous simulation. In the second year, you stood atop the Lu Imperial Palace as the check-in system's cooldown refreshed. System check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Tang Sect hidden weapons beneath Xiantian unstoppable by hidden weapons. You frowned, quite dissatisfied with this reward. What nonsense. I'm already a Grandmaster. What use are hidden weapons? You reached out, and the reward appeared in your hand. A blue-covered book with the words Tang Sect hidden weapons on it. Opening at the first page, read. The first rule of Tang Sect hidden weapons: once you confirm the opponent is an enemy and deserves death, strike first, attacking when they are unprepared. Seeing this, you suddenly became excited. Not bad, not bad. I like these words. It seems I should start saying deserves death often from now on. Then you finished reading the entire book of Tang Sect hidden weapons and found it was just an ordinary martial art. Of course, many of the sayings within were quite good, quite suitable for you to find excuses to kill people later. In the third year, you arrived at the Northern Hu and initiated the check-in again. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 million spirit stones. You were stunned for a moment. What? Spirit stones? 1 million. Suddenly you felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky, since you hadn't held much hope for this check-in. But immediately after, you were troubled. 1 million spirit stones. I can't even use them. You took out a spirit stone to study it, but found it had no effect on your martial arts cultivation. With no choice, you stored all the spirit stones in the system space. In the fourth year, with eager anticipation, you initiated the check-in at the Imperial Palace of Qi. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the high-grade magical artifact Red Lotus Sword. A magical artifact? You were a bit confused. Why have the last two rewards all been for cultivators? Could it be encouraging me to cultivate immortality? But I don't even have a spiritual root and no cultivation technique either. How can I cultivate? You now felt the helplessness of having a treasure mountain, but not knowing how to use it. In the 5th year, you continued to check in at the Imperial Palace of Great Zhou. Kuan, go bless me. This time you must give me a spiritual root. System check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 boxes of instant noodles. Damn it, system, are you messing with me? Can't you give me something useful? Staring at the 100 boxes of instant noodles in the system space, you couldn't put into words how speechless you felt. Anyone would think you couldn't even afford food. In the 6th year, under the guidance of the 18 Cavalry of Yinyun, over 5,000 death warriors all broke through. Half of them broke through to the Xiantian realm, while the remaining half hovered between the 9th grade and Hotian realms, ready to break through at any moment. Not long ago, you led the death warriors and the 18 Cavalry of Yinyun into the southern mountain range, preparing to check in. As you ventured deeper into the mountains, you encountered more and more wild beasts. But that was not enough. You felt you should at least encounter a demon beast before checking in. Places with demon beasts and places without were surely different, and the check-in rewards would definitely be more reliable. After more than a month of traveling, you finally encountered a demon beast over 10 meters long and 5 to 6 meters tall. It had a dinosaur-like head, a body like an ox, and was covered in scales. You did not disturb it, and quietly initiated the check-in with the system. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4th grade pill, the Foundation Establishment pill. When taken by a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, it greatly increases the probability of Foundation establishment. At this moment, you didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. Although what you obtained were all related to cultivation, you simply couldn't cultivate at the moment. With no choice, you retreated and found a large cave nearby to start settling down. With the efforts of over 5,000 death warriors, a small wooden village was quickly built. Just as you were about to go into seclusion to cultivate, you suddenly remembered that there was still an old acquaintance in the kingdom of Lu whom you hadn't dealt with. You directly dispatched 10 death warriors at the Xiantian realm to send Prince Yong on his way peacefully. While you practiced, the death warriors also began exploring the mountain range, searching for the valley you encountered in the previous simulation. In the 7th year, through the check-in, you obtained 10,000 bottles of liquor. Just as you were about to sigh, the death warriors finally brought you good news. That miraculous valley had finally been discovered by them. Without any hesitation, you immediately followed the death warriors there. Even before entering the valley, just at its periphery, you felt something different. As if you had returned from the city to the countryside, the air was exceptionally fresh. You looked from afar and saw that the plants inside the valley were several times larger than those outside. Over a dozen bizarre demon beasts were lying by a lake, looking utterly content. You cast your gaze upon that lake, feeling that the water was very unusual, and suspected that the spiritual energy might be emanating from it. Looking at the dozen demon beasts, you recalled that in the previous simulation, over 1,000 death warriors couldn't deal with them. Even with your current strength, it would be difficult. You slowly retreated, since you had found the place you could come again after breaking through. In the 8th year, you arrived at the valley's periphery and initiated a new check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the body forging method Immovable Vajra. When perfected, it grants immunity to all spells, indestructibility, and a punch strength of 1 million G. Hearing this check-in reward, a look of surprise couldn't help but appear on your face. This is good. Although it's not as good as directly giving me a spiritual root, it can still greatly increase my strength. Especially since this body forging method doesn't require a spiritual root, the death warriors and the 18 Cavalry of Yinyun can also practice it. Growing more excited, you directly handed the Immovable Vajra to the death warriors and instructed them to cultivate it. When perfected, a punch can reach 1 million gene. Even golden core cultivators probably can't achieve that. Although you didn't know what 1 million gene meant, you remembered that a certain divine king's weapon had only weighed 108,000 gene. In the 9th year, you and all your subordinates had cultivated the Immovable Vajra. Just at the initial stage, you could already feel the power of this body forging method. First, all the bones in your body became more than twice as hard as before. Then your physical strength also broke through, reaching nearly 30,000 gene. Of course, the greatest improvement was among the 18 Cavalry of Yinyun. By now, you had led them to the edge of the valley, preparing for the final check-in. That's right. You felt your current strength was sufficient to handle these dozen demon beasts. System check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10,000 tons of hand grenades. Holy shit, 10,000 tons, grenades. You swallowed hard. A single grenade might not be powerful, but if 100 tons of grenades detonated together, it could absolutely level an entire mountain. However, you had no intention of using them for now. The destructive force was simply too great. If it damaged this valley, the loss would outweigh the gain. Gazing at the demonic beasts not far away, you gave the order, and the Yinyun 18 riders charged forward with 5,000 suicide soldiers. In an instant, thunderous rumbles echoed through the valley, all of it the vibrations from the soldiers' charge. The demonic beasts below, startled by the sheer number of people, froze for a moment. But only briefly. They quickly snapped back to their senses and began snarling at the soldiers trying to roar the invaders back. The Yin 18 riders led the vanguard, darting forward in a few swift strides and striking at the largest demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the suicide soldiers behind them formed groups of 100 encircling and slaughtering the relatively smaller ones. Watching the battle in the valley, your heart remained as steady as Mount Tai, with the Yin 18 riders, whose power rivaled that of terrestrial immortals. Leading the charge, the demonic beasts were swiftly slain one by one. Before long, the stench of blood filled the entire valley. You had lost a few dozen suicide soldiers, but most of them were unharmed. After confirming there was no remaining danger, you finally emerged and strode toward the lake at the heart of the valley. The closer you drew to the lake, the more you felt a refreshing clarity wash over you. When you finally reached the shore, you couldn't resist bending down to examine it closely. A man's sixth sense told you that something was hidden beneath this lake. With a wave of your hand, you immediately ordered several suicide soldiers to dive in and explore the depths. You rubbed your chin thoughtfully. According to the typical plot in novels, when you encounter a spiritual lake like this, there ought to be some treasure at the bottom. After an entire day had passed, the soldiers finally swam back up from the depths. According to their report, there was a cavern at the bottom of the lake, its walls engraved with strange runes of unknown purpose. Hearing that there was no danger, you decided to bring the Yin 18 riders and see it for yourself. Who knows, maybe it recorded some peerless martial art or cultivation technique. Several hours later, you finally swam down to the bottom of the lake and arrived at the cavern the soldiers had described. The moment you entered, you saw the floor covered in densely packed ruins. This place is quite spacious. You looked around. The cavern was enormous, easily big enough to house an entire palace. As for the runes, though they looked mysterious, you couldn't recognize a single one. You pondered for a moment, then drew your sword. How about a blood bond to claim it? Just as you were about to cut your own finger, you paused, then grabbed one of the suicide soldiers and slashed his finger instead. Drip, drip. The blood fell onto the runes drop by drop. At that very moment, you noticed that the blood left by the soldier was being absorbed by the runes. It worked. But before you could celebrate, the runes flashed with a white light and forced the soldier's blood back out. Huh, why did it spit it out? Not to its taste. You immediately swapped in. Another soldier cut his finger and dripped his blood onto the runes. Before long, his blood was also expelled by the runes. How can this be? It doesn't make sense. Afterward, you had every single soldier try it one by one, and even tried it yourself in the end, but nothing worked. Just then a thought struck you. The spirit stones in your system space. Could it be that this thing doesn't absorb blood at all, but spirit stones instead? With a thought, you immediately retrieved several thousand spirit stones. In an instant, the runes covering the ground erupted in a blinding radiance, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy from the stones. Before long, the spirit stones you had taken out were completely drained, reduced to dull and lifeless rocks. Just as I thought, it really does need spirit stones. Without hesitation, you retrieved another few thousand spirit stones from your system space and let the runes absorb them. Not long after, a thunderous boom echoed through the cavern. To your astonishment, the runes on the ground suddenly lifted into the air and began swirling ceaselessly around the cavern. While you were still frozen in shock, a beam of golden light shot forth and enveloped you and the soldiers. At that moment, you felt as though you were flying, everything around you growing increasingly blurred until you quickly lost consciousness. Hey, mortal, wake up. Are you still alive or not? Startled by the sudden voice, you snapped your eyes open and leapt to your feet. Where's this place? And who are you? You looked at the woman before you, dressed in green robes with the youthful face of a 16 or 17-year-old, her long hair falling straight down past her thighs. She smiled softly and said calmly, "Well, now I was the one asking questions, but you've turned it around on me." After hearing her words, you suddenly remembered. Wait, she called me immortal just now. Could she be a cultivator? Seeing that you were still dazed, she cleared her throat lightly and began to explain. My name is Chu He. I was just finishing my training in the Tainan mountain range when I unexpectedly found a teleportation array here. By the way, how did a mortal like you manage to use a teleportation array? Tainan mountain range. You were certain you'd never heard of that place before. Could it be that I've been teleported to the cultivation world? You studied the woman named Chu He and felt she seemed like a decent person, so you decided to tell her your story. Good heavens. So you mean to say you came from a mortal grotto heaven devoid of spiritual energy? I never thought I'd encounter someone from a grotto heaven. I'm so lucky. I've only heard the elders speak of grotto heavens before, but I've never actually seen one. I can't believe I met you today. So, you can't go back now. What are you going to do? You fell silent for a moment, then shook your head at her. I don't know. I'll just take it one step at a time. Chu He studied you for a while, then said excitedly, how about you become my servant? I don't have a servant yet, and I'm a disciple of the Tianshui sect. I can give you some longevity-enhancing pills in the future. How about it? Hearing Chu He's offer, you agreed immediately. This would be a perfect chance to see what a cultivation sect was really like. And if you ever awakened a spiritual root in the future, you'd know how to survive in the cultivation world. Alright then, what should I call you? Master or Her face flushed slightly red. Don't call me master. That sounds awful. Just call me Sister E from now on. You nodded. Thank you, Sister E. Song Yi looked at you with delight, then pulled a small pouch from her robes. She chanted a spell and produced a piece of red cloth from within. You immediately realized, this must be the legendary storage pouch used by cultivators. Under Song Yi's incantation, the red carpet instantly expanded and floated in midair. This is my flying treasure. Let's go. With that, she brought you aboard the red carpet. As you flew through the air, she began educating you about the cultivation world. The Tianshui sect was located in what was known as the Dajin cultivation realm, which was home to over 100 sects of all sizes. Among them, the Blood Fiend Pavilion, the Wind Rider sect, the Corpse Refining sect, and the Tianshui sect were the four mightiest, known as the four great sects of Dajin. Each sect was guarded by a nascent soul elder. As for Song Yi, she had just recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage, which was why she had gone out to train and encountered you. Within the Tianshui sect, anyone who broke through to foundation establishment became an inner disciple and was permitted to choose a personal servant to help maintain their cave dwelling and attend to their needs. Listening to Song Yi's explanation, a thought suddenly struck you. Wind Rider sect. In the last simulation that Wang Ergu was from the Wind Rider sect. Regardless, at least I've managed to infiltrate a cultivation sect this time. As long as I can check in and obtain a spiritual root, I can begin proper cultivation. A month later, you finally reached your destination. You looked up at the towering mountains, your heart filled with awe. Even the main gate of the Tianshui sect alone was several hundred meters tall. Song Yi, noticing your stunned expression, couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth slightly. This is my sect. My cave dwelling is further inside. Let's go. It wasn't until you arrived at Song Yi's cave dwelling that your overwhelmed expression finally relaxed. You had originally imagined that a cultivation sect would be like those described in the novels of your past life, just a mountain with some buildings built on it. But upon arriving at the Tianshui sect, you finally saw just how vast it truly was. You could say that the entire mountain range belonged to the Tianshui sect. Within the mountains, magnificent jade pavilions rose into the sky, like a celestial palace with countless birds and beasts being used as mounts by the disciples. Even Song Yi's cave dwelling alone was larger than the entire imperial palace. It was divided into cultivation zones, spiritual field planting zones, mount training zones, and finally, the living quarters. However, these dwellings were mostly for the servants' use, as cultivators above the foundation establishment stage typically meditate instead of sleep. After giving you instructions, Song Yi went into seclusion to consolidate her cultivation. Since she had just broken through to foundation establishment, she had no mounts or spirit fields to tend. Her duties were merely cleaning and tending to the spiritual plants. Before her seclusion, she tested your spiritual roots to see if you could cultivate. Regrettably, the spirit testing stone showed no reaction. She could only give you a bottle of pills meant for mortal warriors to enhance their blood and chi. You immediately returned to your quarters and began cultivating the immovable Wisdom King art with her pills. In the 10th year after months here, you gradually learned about the various cultivation sects and methods. The only pity was that you yourself could not cultivate. You opened the check-in system feeling anxious, thinking, I've made it to a cultivation sect now. System, please give me a spiritual root. Brother Cohen, bless me, let me check in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the cultivation art 5 wheels art. A common art, yet suitable for all spiritual roots. You let out a long sigh. Sigh, why still no spiritual root? You suddenly remembered that the Death Warriors lacked spiritual roots, but the Yin Yun 18 Riders had yet to be tested. You immediately summoned the Yin Yun 18 Riders and had them begin cultivating the 5 wheels art. It's a pity I can't use the spirit testing stone myself, or I'd know right now if they have spiritual roots. In the following days, whenever Song Yi went into seclusion, you would release the Yin Yun 18 Riders to cultivate. But with so many Death Warriors, you feared discovery, so you could only practice the immovable Wisdom King art alone. A month later, an unexpected joy finally arrived. The Yin Yun 18 Riders all successfully cultivated and officially entered the first level of Qi refining. Furthermore, all 18 possessed both wind and fire spiritual roots. While you were thrilled, Song Yi brought you good news. Haha, little Chu, I've been accepted as a disciple by a Golden Core Elder. Impressive, right? You hurried forward and flattered. Congratulations, Sister E. With your extraordinary talent, being noticed by a Golden Core Elder was only a matter of time. She gave a proud hum, and then said, now that I've been in the inner sect for a while, it's time to find a mount of my own. While I'm away, you must take good care of the place. With that, she pulled a bottle of pills from her storage pouch and handed it to you. You may not be able to cultivate, but your martial arts realm is quite high. Without spells, even foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't be your match. This is bone forging pill used by body cultivators to temper their physique. Take one every 7 days. Don't overdo it, or the energy will be too much for you to refine. You nodded. I understand, Sister E. Go ahead without worry. After watching her leave, you opened the bottle of pills. Song Yi is actually pretty kind for a cultivator to care so much about a mortal like me. Once you confirmed she was gone, you rushed back to your room, summoned the Yin 18 riders, and began their training. You recalled that within your system space, there were 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even after using some last time, there were still 990 left, enough for the Yin 18 riders to cultivate slowly. In the 11th year, you continued your check-in and obtained a high-grade magic tool, the Soul Summoning Bell. When activated with spiritual power, it can disturb the mind and strike directly at the soul. Meanwhile, Song Yi returned accompanied by a small pure white wolf cub. Your daily life became busier. Previously, you only had to clean, but now you were also responsible for feeding the little wolf. But soon you became happy about it. The cub usually ate demon beast meat, and you would secretly save some for yourself, using it to temper your bones and muscles while cultivating the immovable Wisdom King art. At that moment in the alchemy room at the back of the sect, Song Yi was discussing a personal matter with her master Li Yunji. Master, I must break this engagement. This Wang Fan from the Wang family, I've never even met him. The engagement was arranged by my parents when I was a child. I refused to marry him. Besides, he's just a mortal. Li Yunji stroked his beard and chuckled. If you want to break it off, then break it off. It's just a foundation establishment family, nothing to worry about. Moreover, you're a genius who broke through to foundation establishment in your early 20s. You have the potential for nascent soul in the future. How could you be held back by a mere mortal? Meanwhile, in the Wang family residence in Suifeng City, a young man was relentlessly pounding the wall in front of him. Why? Why can't I cultivate? Am I doomed to be immortal for my entire life? In the 12th year, your immovable Wisdom King art advanced again, granting you a physical strength of 1000 gene. The Yin 18 riders, however, progressed slower due to their hidden cultivation schedule, only reaching the 2nd level of Qi refining. While you were feeding the little white wolf, Song Yi approached. Little Chu, I'm going out for a stroll in a few days. Would you like to come? You were taken aback. Going out? Why bring me along? I'm fine staying here. But seeing her expectant eyes, your heart softened, and you nodded. 3 days later, sitting on the flying boat, and seeing over 100 people around you, felt a sense of impending doom. What the hell? I thought we were just going out for a stroll. Why are there so many people? They're not planning a war and sending me as cannon fodder, are they, eh? You looked at Song Yi, whose face was filled with excitement, as if about to do something momentous. Sister Yi, can you tell me what we're actually going to do? Song Yi's expression turned serious, and she said calmly, to break an engagement. The moment you heard those words, your mind went on high alert, as if a defensive protocol had been triggered. You quickly asked, Sister Yi, whose engagement are you breaking? She sighed, and then told you about the betrothal she'd had since childhood. After listening, you found the story eerily familiar. An arrangement made in childhood, then the woman breaking it off. Sister Yi, is this fiancé Wang Fan someone who has never been able to cultivate? Or is he someone who could cultivate before, but somehow mysteriously lost his power? Song Yi tilted her head, looking at you in confusion. What do you mean mysteriously lost his power? He's been immortal his whole life. Without spiritual roots, he naturally cannot cultivate. Hearing this, you finally relaxed. Good. As long as he's not a cheat, I don't want to offend any cheaters. After a month of travel, you arrived at a city called Suifeng City. You couldn't help but marvel, cultivation is really convenient. A month of flying, and we're here. I would have had to walk for at least half a year with my lightness skills. After entering the city, you all disembarked from the flying boat. After asking around, you easily found the Wang family mansion. At that point, you cleared your throat and stepped forward. Since everyone in the group was a cultivator, and you were the only mortal, the task of announcing your arrival fell to you. People of the Wang family, we are disciples of Tianshui sect. Our lady is the direct disciple of a golden core elder, Song Yi. Come out and greet us. Before long, the head of the Wang family, Wang Zhan, emerged and welcomed you into the great hall. Haha, this must be my niece. It's been so many years, and I see you've already become a foundation establishment cultivator. Song Yi smiled lightly. Uncle Wang, it was just luck, nothing worth mentioning. As the two were conversing, a youthful yet resolute voice suddenly cut through. Father, did you need me? You turned toward the source of the voice and saw a black-haired youth walking in from outside the hall. Wang Zhan stood up joyfully. Fanner, you're here. Come, let me introduce you. This is Song Yi, your Uncle Song's daughter. You two were even betrothed as children. Do you remember? Wang Fan was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Song Yi beside him. I remember. Seeing that the conversation was turning to her, Song Yi took over the topic. By the way, the reason I came today is to ask Uncle Wang for a favor. Wang Zhan laughed heartily. Niece Song, just say whatever it is. After all, we're one family. Upon hearing this, Song Yi looked at him firmly. I came to the Wang family for only one thing. I want to annul the engagement with Wang Fan. For a moment, everyone present fell silent. Only Wang Fan clenched his fists, his eyes locked onto Song Yi. Niece Song, is this your idea, or your grandfather's? Song Yi spoke calmly. My own marriage, of course, is decided by me. Wang Fan and I have never even met. I don't want to marry him. As for my father and grandfather, I will tell them when I return. Moreover, I am now an inner disciple of Tianshui sect, and my master has agreed to the annulment. Wang Zhan let out a muffled snort and the pressure of his foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation surged toward Song Yi. Just then 2 mid-stage foundation establishment elder stewards stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Song Yi and completely blocking his pressure. Patriarch Wang Jr.'s sister Song is a genius within our sect with hopes of reaching nascent soul in the future. Please mind your attitude. Wang Zhan looked at Song Yi with unwillingness, then slumped back into his chair as if deflated. It is our Wang family that has overreached. Since Ms. Song wants to annul the engagement from now on, we have no connection. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Wang Fan's voice suddenly rang out. I disagree. He looked at Song Yi, then at his father. Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by parents and matched by matchmakers. How can you annul it on your own whim? Saying you've never met me and don't want to marry me, those are just excuses. In my opinion, you simply look down on me, Wang Fan, for being a mortal who cannot cultivate. Song Yi frowned and said angrily, you're talking nonsense. To me, whether mortal or cultivator, if I don't like them, I won't be with them. But if I do like someone, even if he's a mortal, I will still be with him. Hearing this, Wang Fan stared straight at her, his eyes carrying only 5 words. Do you think I believe that? Seeing Wang Fan's disbelief, Song Yi, for some inexplicable reason, was suddenly compelled to walk toward you. Just as you were thoroughly enjoying the drama, you watched helplessly as Song Yi approached you. Before you could react, a pair of crimson lips pressed against yours. What the hell? I'm just here to watch the show. Feeling the lingering warmth and breath on your lips, your heart began to race uncontrollably. This feeling, it's actually not bad. Adulterers. Before you could savor the moment, Wang Fan cursed at you both. No wonder you wanted to break off the engagement. You found a pretty boy. You slut. Song Yi slowly pushed you away and looked at Wang Fan with contempt. I actually felt sorry for you when I broke off the engagement. But now I see my decision was absolutely right. Just because you can't cultivate, does that mean you have to give up on yourself, eh? Chu He is also a mortal, but he trains day and night to become stronger. Even as a mortal now, his strength can contend with foundation establishment cultivators to some extent. Unlike you good-for-nothing waste. Hearing this, Wang Fan's eyes turned red. Shut up. What right do you have to call me a waste? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't bully a young man in poverty. Today you look down on me, tomorrow I will make you all look up to me. Saying this, he turned his gaze to the disciples of Tianshui's sect, as if choosing an opponent. Finally, he fixed his eyes on you. Chu He, right? Do you dare to make a 3-year pact with me? 3 years from now, I will go to Tianshui's sect to find you. I will prove to everyone that I, Wang Fan, am no waste. With that, he furiously wrote a declaration of battle, pressed his handprint on it, and threw it directly at you. At this moment, you were utterly bewildered, completely unable to grasp the situation. What do you mean? I was just here to join the fun. What does this have to do with me? And why does a 3-year pact even come into play? Do you think you're the Flame Emperor? Just as you were about to say something, Song Yi came before you and patted your shoulder. Could we accept this challenge? I hope you won't regret it. After all, if you lose, your reputation as a useless waste will spread across half of Great Jin. Watching one issuing the challenge and the other accepting it, the person involved stood there in utter confusion. Hey, does no one care about my feelings here? Just as you were about to voice your thoughts, you saw the hostility between the two sides was already thick enough to ignite at any moment. Forget it, in the end, he's just a mortal like me. Nothing to be afraid of. Looking at the battle declaration in your hand, you could only nod helplessly. Then, under Wang Fan's hateful glare, you slowly left the place. Not long after you left, Wang Fan ran dejectedly to the back mountain and lay on the ground in frustration. Why? Why does everyone bully me? Just because I can't cultivate? Why do my clansmen look down on me, and why does my fiancé break off the engagement? Why what? Suddenly, an icy voice came from his ring. Poor boy, it seems you need some help. Several days later, you were on a flying boat about to return to the sect. Suddenly a voice sounded. The sign-in system's cooldown had refreshed again, and you immediately signed in. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 strike / a divine grade martial art. Only 1 strike, but when mastered to the peak, it can move the power of heaven and earth. Divine grade martial art. You immediately took out the manual and began studying it. After all, this was the first time you had ever heard of a martial art being divine grade. After a short while, you were stunned. The cultivation method of this art was incredibly simple. Just circulate the inner energy technique of 1 strike / and then swing the blade. Every 10,000 swings stored a trace of blade chi within the body. After accumulating 1,000,000 swings of blade chi, one could even split a mountain several thousand meters tall with a single slash. Holy crap, is this still a martial art? Are you sure this isn't a spell? Of course, the art had only one drawback. Once all the stored blade chi was expended, you had to start accumulating from scratch. For others, this might be nothing more than a powerful trump card. But for you, it was over 5,000 trump cards. After all, you had over 5,000 death warriors. Unconsciously, you began to grin foolishly. You started to imagine 5,000 death warriors all cultivating 1 strike / simultaneously. If each stored tens of millions of blade chi, even a nascent soul ancestor would be in for a rough time. You looked around. All the disciples were meditating with eyes closed, cultivating. So competitive, so incredibly competitive. Even in the immortal cultivation world, there's still this competitive, not even resting on the flying boat. With a thought, you secretly summoned the Death Warriors, all appearing in the forest 100 meters below. Only a few dozen remained in the Death Warrior space. To cultivate one strike/one needed ample time and space. Tianshui sect was not an option, so the Death Warriors would have to work hard on their own outside. Half a month later, just as you were about to return to the sect, you suddenly came to your senses. Right, the 18 Yin Riders. They can cultivate now. Why keep them wasting time in the summoning space? With another thought, you summoned the 18 Yin Riders from the forest 100 meters below, preparing to let them enter Tianshui sect to cultivate properly. As the vast mountain ranges and numerous palaces came into view, you finally returned to Tianshui sect. But after returning to the sect, your life was never peaceful again. The accompanying disciples had spread the news of Song Yi liking you and kissing you throughout the entire sect. In an instant, you became the public enemy of the entire sect. At this moment, within the main hall of the sect, Song Yi was being interrogated by a group of elders. Foolish, you are utterly foolish. He is merely your attendant immortal. What difference is there between him and Wang Fan, to whom you called off the engagement? Indeed, senior sister Song, mortals live but 100 years. Your union will lead to no good end. Senior sister Song, you are still young and prone to impulse. Matters of the heart are beyond your grasp. Trust us. Let that attendant go to the mortal world. Listening to the elders' admonitions, she recalled how her grandfather had urged her to marry in the same manner, which only made Song Yi more rebellious. No, I refuse. Whom I love is my own affair. I beg, master, and all the elders to grant your blessing. With that, she turned and flew toward her own cave dwelling. Within the hall, Li Yunji sighed helplessly. Alas, what a foolish child. The elders exchanged glances and began to console him, urging him to see reason. Old Li, do not be so pessimistic. That lad is after all merely a mortal. Indeed. Senior sister Song will surely form her golden core, living at least 500 years. If she forms her nascent soul, her lifespan will stretch to 1,000 years. A mortal, no matter how long-lived, cannot exceed a century. Exactly. A child's impulsive whim will not affect her cultivation. At most, after a few decades, when that mortal named Chu He dies, all will be resolved. Hearing this, Li Yunji could only nod. I slash again. At that moment, you were practicing the one/strike. Since you had nothing else to do, it was good to hone a hidden card. After all, the Yin 18 riders had now entered the Tianshui sect, but they could not always remain by your side to protect you. Thus, you decided to strengthen your own abilities. The only two things that left you uneasy in your heart were these. One was the 3-year agreement. Though Wang Fan was merely a mortal, recalling that the person who had once made a 3-year pact had become the Flame Emperor, you always sensed a lurking danger. What if Wang Fan also encountered an old master? The other matter was your relationship with Song Yi. Some bastard had spread the news of the broken engagement throughout the sect, spawning several versions. Some said you had stolen her away for love, calling off the engagement together with Song Yi. Others said you were the guardian knight, making the 3-year pact with Wang Fan for Song Yi's sake. Even more absurdly, some claimed that Wang Fan did not like women but liked you, and that the 3-year agreement was made because you disliked anyone weaker than yourself. Every time you went to collect supplies and heard these rumors, you felt as if the sky was falling. As you sighed, a familiar voice came from behind. Little Chu, why are you practicing blade techniques? I recall you were a body-tempering martial artist before. Turning around, you saw Song Yi approaching. You sheathed your long blade and gave a slight bow. Sister Yi, why have you come? She snorted coldly. Can I come here? This is your residence, but it's also part of my cave dwelling. Well, of course you can. Seeing you at a loss, she revealed a smile. Alright, I'm here to help you. Don't you have a 3-year agreement? You are representing me in that fight, so naturally, I can't let you lose. Wang Fan is from a cultivation family. He might possess some magical treasures, or other martial artists might impart their power to him. As she spoke, Song Yi took out her storage pouch and produced the corpse of a tens of meter-long demon beast. This is a lion turtle tortoise of the 2nd stage late phase, a great tonic even for cultivators. You stepped forward and examined the corpse closely. It was far larger than the demon beast you had slain before. You smiled at her. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Such a huge demon beast carcass will last me half a year. By the way, won't such a large beast rot and spoil if left for so long? Isn't that wasteful? Song Yi shook her head. Don't worry. This is a 2nd stage demon beast. The spiritual energy inside can keep the body from decaying for at least 3 years. Hearing her explanation, you felt reassured. In the days that followed, with the nourishment of the lion turtle tortoise's flesh and blood, you made rapid progress. The greatest advancement was in the immovable Wisdom King. You could now unleash a colossal force of 150,000 gene. As for the realm of the earthly immortal, you always felt you were just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. In the 13th year, the Yin 18 riders successively broke through to the 4th layer of Qi refining. Since you could not cultivate yourself, you handed over all the previous magical artifacts to them. Meanwhile, the death warriors you had dispatched earlier had settled down in a mortal city, each having stored up 3 to 400,000 blade chi of the one/strike. It could be said that every death warrior from dawn to dusk did nothing but chop. As you watched the mount you had just fed for Song Yi, a doubt arose in your mind. Is this thing really a mount? Why hasn't it grown at all after so long? You opened the check-in system and looked at the cooldown that had just refreshed, anticipation stirring in your heart. System bro, please give me a spiritual root. I truly want to cultivate. After offering a silent prayer, you immediately began the check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 foundation establishment pills. Seeing the reward, you suddenly wondered if the check-in would ever grant a spiritual root. Alas, I suppose I'll just have to focus on breaking through to the earthly, immortal realm the old-fashioned way. In the following days you grew even more diligent, spending every waking moment in cultivation. As for miscellaneous chores, Song Yi took them over, claiming it was to ensure your victory in the 3-year agreement. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Tainan mountain range, Wang Fan was killing a first-stage mid-phase demon beast with a single sword strike. Master, my 9-kill sword art has reached minor success. I can now slay first-stage late-phase demon beasts. A white ethereal figure slowly emerged beside Wang Fan. I'm not bad. Your progress is swift, far exceeding my expectations. Now focus all your efforts on cultivation. Once you break through to the 9th layer of Qi refining, I will refine foundation establishment pills for you to reach the foundation establishment stage. Then you can ascend to the Tianshui sect and slap those people in the face. 3 years, from a mortal to a foundation establishment cultivator. I wonder if your former fiancé will regret it. A smile appeared on Wang Fan's face. It's all thanks to you, Master. Without you I would be nothing. Master, rest assured. Once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I will definitely forge the finest and most suitable body for you. Seeing Wang Fan's resolute gaze, the ethereal figure was filled with gratification. In the 14th year you checked in again and obtained 10,000 fasting pills. 10,000 fasting pills sounded like a lot, but they were not of great use to you, so you handed them all over to the Yin 18 riders. Meanwhile, thanks to the countless spirit stones, all 18 riders had broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refining. At this rate, they would all reach the 9th layer within 3 years. With the aid of foundation establishment pills, all 18 riders could break through to the foundation establishment stage. As time passed, you felt you were touching the threshold of a breakthrough, so you went into seclusion. Half a year later, the true Qi within your body flowed from your dantian throughout your entire body, then began to interact with the surrounding spiritual energy. At that moment, you felt as if you had merged with the world around you, sensing everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Even the ants a few meters below were clearly presented in your mind. With a resounding boom, all the true Qi burst forth, and then fused into every inch of your flesh and blood. At the same time, you noticed that the immovable Wisdom King activated automatically, rapidly increasing your physical strength until it neared 300 gene. Finally broke through. It wasn't easy. You channeled the true Qi to the soles of your feet, and with a single step you stood suspended in midair. You also realized that you could draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish your own true Qi. Just as you were rejoicing, a graceful figure descended and landed before you. Standing in midair, little Chu, you broke through. Seeing the shock in Song Yi's eyes, you nodded proudly. Luck, mere luck. She rolled her eyes and snorted, don't be smug. Even foundation establishment cultivators cannot fly in midair, yet you, a mere mortal, have achieved this feat. You gave an awkward smile and slowly explained to her, this is no match for a foundation establishment cultivator. Although I can fly through the air, the speed is far inferior to controlling objects with flight, and it consumes true Qi too quickly. It can probably only last for a few hours. Song Yi couldn't help but nod. That's true. If martial arts were stronger than cultivation, not so many people would choose to cultivate immortality. By the way, this is what you call the land immortal realm, isn't it? Quite vivid. If not encountering cultivators in the eyes of mortals, it can be considered a god. At this moment, Song Yi took out a storage pouch and produced a spirit blade, handing it to you. This blade is for you. How can a blade practitioner be without a good blade? Although it can't be activated with spiritual energy, the material of this blade can still enhance your strength a little. You immediately reached out and took the blade. Then I won't stand on ceremony. You looked at Song Yi, feeling that she was too good to you, not at all like a cultivator to a servant. You suddenly recalled the kiss she gave you during the engagement cancellation. Could it be? She's fallen for me. But in an instant you shook your head. Impossible, that was just a momentary impulse. I'm overthinking. Then you picked up the blade she gave you and began to accumulate blade Qi. The 15th year, the 18 cavalry of Yinyan all broke through to the 8th layer of Qi, refining their cultivation speed, only increasing. At the same time, you took a leave to go out and recalled all the death warriors into the death warrior space. After all, the 3-year agreement was approaching and you needed to be fully prepared. You were afraid that Wang Fan might be a cheater. If he had murderous intent, you needed to have the means to protect yourself. When you were at the foot of the mountain you had tested it. Each death warrior had accumulated over 1,000,000 strands of blade chi. Out of curiosity, one death warrior demonstrated the one-slash strike with 1,000,000 blade chi. With a single slash, the 100-meter-tall mountain before you was split in two. As you were stunned by this, the blade chi went on to cleave through several more large mountains behind it. Holy crap, that's strong. You suddenly felt that your land immortal realm wasn't so impressive anymore. After all, even you at your current level could only split one mountain with all your might. Due to cultivation, you had little time to practice the one-slash strike, so now you only had over 100,000 blade chi stored in your body. But that's fine. After all, your realm won't disappear. With the death warriors around, I don't need to spend so much time practicing the one-slash strike. In your view, even if you train to the same level as the death warriors, it would only add one more slash. With over 5,000 death warriors, that's over 5,000 slashes. You don't need this one. After returning to the sect, you began to waiting for the person named Wang Fan to come and fulfill the 3-year agreement. In your opinion, there were only two possibilities. The first was that he wouldn't dare to come. After all, he was just a mortal back then, not even a martial artist. But if he really did come, then he must have encountered some opportunity, or an old grandfather like Minter, absolutely not to be underestimated. 2 months later, a voice filled with resentment came from outside the sect. Wang Fan of the Wang family has come to fulfill the 3-year agreement. Hearing this voice, the entire sect became excited. Who? Wang Fan. The one who made the 3-year agreement with Senior Sister Song's attendant. That's right, it's him. I didn't think he'd actually come. What guts. You don't know he came here for love. It's said that Wang Fan doesn't like women, he likes that Chu He. Otherwise, why wouldn't he make the agreement with Senior Sister Song? For a time, the whole sect was abuzz with gossip. At this moment, led by Song Yi, you had arrived at the sect square. In one corner of the square stood a tall and straight young man. He held a blood-red longsword and pointed it at you and Song Yi. Song Yi, Chu He, I'm here. The shame of that day, I'll make you pay it all back. Soon the viewing stands around the square were filled with disciples and elders. After all, cultivation was boring, and since there was finally some drama, no one minded coming to watch. Seeing this, you immediately leaped and flew onto the square. The surrounding people exclaimed upon seeing this, flying through the air. Could this man be a golden core cultivator? Wasn't it said that Chu He is just a servant, that he can't cultivate immortality? At this moment, a golden core elder frowned and slowly said, no, he is immortal. If I'm not mistaken, he has broken through to the mortal martial arts realm of land immortal. It is said that breaking through to this realm allows one to use true chi to communicate with heaven and earth, fly through the air for a short time, and even rival a foundation establishment cultivator in strength. Hearing the golden core elder's explanation, everyone's doubts were resolved. On the square, you looked at Wang Fan opposite you, extremely vigilant, because you sensed a dangerous aura from him. Strangely enough, you felt that you were just there to watch the fun back, then never expecting to be dragged into this pointless 3-year agreement. Just then Wang Fan stomped his right foot, shattering the ground before him, and with it came his aura of the early foundation establishment stage. This is a foundation establishment cultivator. Wasn't it said that Wang Fan was a mortal who couldn't cultivate? Right? How did he suddenly become a foundation establishment cultivator? Could he have broken through from mortal to foundation establishment in 3 years? Impossible. He must have been hiding his cultivation. You know, even Senior Sister Song Yi, who has been cultivating since childhood, took over 10 years to break through to foundation establishment. Hearing the various opinions in the arena, Wang Fan couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. Today is the day Wang Fan washes away his shame. Let's fight. After roaring, he sprinted forward and swung a punch at you. Seeing this, you calmly extended your own fist and punched straight back at him. With a loud clang, Wang Fan was sent flying by your punch, crashing into the cliffside. Now it was your turn to be puzzled. Isn't he a cultivator? Why doesn't he use magic techniques and instead throws a punch? After a moment, Wang Fan climbed out of the mountainside and returned to the square. Master, how can this man's physical strength be so great? He's just a mortal. With my current physique, even a second-rank demon beast might not be able to knock me back with one blow. A familiar voice appeared in Wang Fan's mind. This child is a mortal at the land immortal realm, probably practicing body tempering techniques. It's understandable that you can't match him in physical strength. But don't worry, use magic techniques, he won't be able to withstand them. Hearing this, Wang Fan finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at you with determined eyes. Not bad, you are worthy to be my opponent. My 3 years of effort have not been wasted. He picked up the blood-red spirit sword, infused it with spiritual energy, and continuously formed hand seals. 9 killing sword art first form. Blood kill. In an instant, the spirit sword turned completely red, a bloodthirsty aura covered the blade, and a sword beam dozens of meters long burst forth, stabbing toward you. You saw the fierce sword chi coming and felt a chill in your heart. Just as the sword chi was about to reach you, you rapidly circulated the true chi in your body, pushing the immovable Wisdom King to its limit, and a faint light instantly enveloped your body. You let out a loud shout, held the blade with both hands, and used the blade body to block the sword chi. With a loud clang, the powerful impact forced you back several steps your feet, leaving 2 deep grooves on the ground. Seeing that his attack missed, Wang Fan's eyes grew more vicious, and he began forming seals again. 9 Killing Sword, Art Second Form. Shadow Kill. Blood shadows flickered around his spirit sword, and dozens of even more powerful sword chi swept toward you. Damn, do you have to go this far? It's not some blood feud, is it necessary? You sensed the power of this technique and dared not take it head on. Quickly executing your martial arts movement techniques, you darted across the square like a ghost. Good thing I've practiced Shadowless Leg and Wind God Leg, otherwise I couldn't dodge so many sword chi. Watching from below, Song Yi couldn't help but feel nervous. The combat power Wang Fan displayed put even her under great pressure, let alone you, who was just a mortal. As the tides of battle shifted on the field, you exchanged blows with Wang Fan in a fierce back and forth. Of course it was mostly him attacking while you dodged. You there, surnamed Chu. Do you dare face me head on? Hiding and skulking about. What kind of skill is that? Watching Wang Fan fume in frustration, you grew even calmer. This is called strategy. Do you even know what strategy means? As the saying goes, advance when the enemy retreats, pursue when the enemy flees. You clearly lack any education. Hearing your mocking words, Wang Fan's fury burned even hotter. Silence. Ninefold Slaughter Sword, Art, Third Form. Break Kill. In an instant, the dozens of sword energies surrounding you were withdrawn, converging entirely upon the blood-red spiritual sword in his hand. The blood-red spiritual sword blazed with crimson light, countless razor-sharp sword energies coiling around it, as if ready to devour any living soul at any moment. Wang Fan let out a thunderous roar and swung his sword down upon you with vicious force. For a moment, even the air itself seemed to split apart under that strike, emitting a piercing shriek. After unleashing this sword strike, Wang Fan's body seemed drained, trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding elders and disciples were all utterly astonished. An attack of this magnitude, surely it requires at least the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment to unleash. Wang Fan not only broke through to Foundation Establishment in just 3 years, but he can unleash such formidable sword energy. Indeed, I fear Chu He is done for. His life might very well be lost here. Song Yi saw Wang Fan's sword energy surging toward you, and immediately flew over ready to intercept it on your behalf. But at that very moment, you let out a cold sneer at Wang Fan. Today I'll show you. We'll see whose energy is stronger, your sword energy or my blade aura. With that, you drew the spiritual blade Song Yi had given you, gripping it with both hands, and poured all the accumulated blade aura, tens of thousands of strikes worth, into the blade itself. In an instant, a magnificent and overwhelming blade aura erupted from the spiritual blade, surging forth like a furious dragon to meet Wang Fan's sword energy head-on. The blade aura and sword energy collided violently mid-air, unleashing a deafening explosion. Light radiated in every direction as if a new day had dawned upon the battlefield. The surrounding Chi Refining and Foundation Establishment disciples were all blasted backward by the shockwave, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Wang Fan's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. He never imagined that a mere mortal like you could unleash such a powerful blade aura evenly matched against his sword energy. Seizing the moment of his distraction, you tapped your foot lightly and shot toward him like a ghost, ready to defeat him while he was weakened. You swung your spiritual blade, its light flashing as you struck toward his vital lower regions. How dare you! Wang Fan snapped back to his senses, hurriedly raising his sword to defend, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Gradually his spiritual energy began to wane. The elders watching were also shocked by your performance. They never expected you to possess such profound strength. Song Yi stood off to the side, her eyes filled with relief and delight. She believed you would surely win this battle. Wang Fan retreated in utter disarray, frantically communicating with his master in his mind. Master, help me. I cannot lose this battle. Just as you reached him and were about to strike him down with a single blow, you sensed Wang Fan's aura suddenly surge dramatically. Damn it, he's cheating. In that instant, he raised the blood-red spiritual sword again and slashed down at you with a single strike. At that moment, you could clearly feel that this sword strike was completely different from before. The sword energy was filled with boundless killing intent. The sword energy pierced through you, penetrating even the defense of the immovable king, directly destroying your Dantian. Little Chu, are you alright? Song Yi rushed to your side and cradled you in her arms. You spat out blood as your internal spiritual energy continuously drained away. It wasn't that you didn't want to dodge. That strike was simply too fast. There was no way to evade it, not even enough time to summon your death warriors. By now, Song Yi's eyes had turned crimson, tears streaming down her face and falling onto your body. Cough, cough. Don't worry, Sister Yi. I'm not dying yet. Seeing that you were not in immediate danger, Song Yi finally wiped away her tears. Little Chu, I'll avenge you. With that, she carried you down from the arena and handed you to her master Li Yunji. Master, please take care of him. I'm going to avenge him. Seeing her about to seek revenge against Wang Fan, you immediately reached out and grabbed her. And no, don't. It's just a sparring match. Injuries are inevitable. I accept it. He just finished fighting me. If you go after him now, won't outsiders say that our Tianshui sect can't handle a loss? Song Yi stubbornly shook her head. I don't care. I must avenge you. You let out a helpless sigh. Truth be told, you wanted revenge too, but you knew Wang Fan must have been possessed by something. There was no other explanation for such a dramatic transformation. If Song Yi went up against him, she too would likely suffer severe injuries. And if he got carried away, he might even kill her outright. Seeing how determined she was, you forced yourself to stand and block her path. In all my life, I Chu He have never bullied the weak. A loss is a loss. Even if I want revenge, I'll go myself once I've recovered. Please listen to me. I beg you. Song Yi bit her red lips, glaring at Wang Fan with reluctance, but finally gave you a slight nod. At that moment, seeing his victory, Wang Fan arrogantly tossed out a parting remark. Song Yi, it seems your taste in men isn't all that impressive after all. With that, he activated his spiritual sword, leaped onto it, and flew away beyond the gates of Tianshui sect. Only after everything was over did you finally close your eyes and fall unconscious. The 16th year. 8 months had passed since your injury. You slowly opened your eyes, and the first thing that came into view was Song Yi's figure. Seeing you awake, she hurried to your side and embraced you tightly. Little Chu, you're finally awake. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Feeling the warmth radiating from her body, you were so flustered you didn't know where to put your hands. At the same time, you felt a wave of emotion. This experience had made you realize the depth of Song Yi's feelings. She truly loved you. You propped yourself up on the bed and said slowly, I'm sorry, Sister Yi. I lost. Song Yi quickly shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. It's okay. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. In the days that followed, she stayed by your side day and night, taking care of you. Through all that time together, your bond grew deeper and deeper. But feeling the emptiness of your spiritual energy within, you knew you were finished. Your dantian was destroyed, your meridians ruined. You were barely stronger than an ordinary person now, at best on par with a postnatal realm martial artist. Sigh, this simulation is a bust. I can only hope the sign-in system gives me something good to restore my strength. System, let's sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've received 10 5-star hotel head chefs. What the hell? This reward is getting more useless by the day. Could it be because I've signed in at the same place too many times? Puzzled by this question, you tossed and turned, feeling uneasy about it all. A few months later, the Yanyan 18 riders had broken through one after another, now reaching the early foundation establishment stage. You decided it was time to seek revenge. After all, you were someone who never let a grudge go. Moreover, everything about Wang Fan's display was far too reminiscent of a legendary protagonist. If you didn't uproot the problem now, it would only become harder to handle later. Wang Fan, you resort to possession when you can't win. Just you wait. Not long after your body recovered, you found an opportunity and summoned all your death warriors. You also equipped each death warrior with several dozen pounds of grenades. You refused to believe it. Over 5,000 death warriors blade aura, each comparable to early golden core stage power. Plus several hundred tons of grenades. Even if Wang Fan was possessed by a ghost, you figured that would be enough to kill him 10 times over. As for the Yanyan 18 riders, they were there to ensure nothing went wrong, just in case Wang Fan tried to flee on his sword. As for failure, you never even considered it. After all, you hadn't personally taken part, so even if they failed, no one could trace it back to you. And so over a month later, the Yanyan 18 riders set out with 5,000 death warriors. Unfortunately, upon arrival, they discovered Wang Fan wasn't home. Having anticipated this, you had the entire Wang family compound surrounded, demanding Wang Fan return. If he didn't, one member of the Wang family would be killed every day. When they first arrived, the Wang family members were merely indignant upon seeing that the death warriors were all mortal. But when one of the death warriors slaughtered half of the Wang family with a single blade, the remaining members quickly fell into submission. On the second day Wang Fan did not come, the death warriors randomly killed a Wang family member. On the third day they killed again. On the fourth day they killed again. After a fortnight of continuous slaughter, an aura of the Foundation Establishment intermediate stage descended from the distant sky, landing within the Wang family estate. Upon closer inspection, the owner of this aura was none other than Wang Fan. Seeing his family members dead and wounded his father among the fallen, his heart was filled with grief and fury. You deserve to die. Wang Fan raised his spiritual sword, his eyes emanating black and red mist. Blood kill, shadow kill, shatter kill. With 3 consecutive killing strikes, his sword was already entwined with crimson murderous intent, splitting into countless sword lights that slashed toward the surrounding death warriors. At that moment, the foremost 100-odd death warriors also moved, each unleashing their blade aura from within, striking at him with a single sword slash. In an instant, sword aura and blade aura collided, erupting with a tremendous roar. In the end, the Death Warriors proved superior, extinguishing Wang Fan's sword aura and charging forward to continue their assault. Then Wang Fan's eyes suddenly turned white, and his aura surged directly, breaking through to the Golden Core realm. If you were here, you would see at a glance that Wang Fan had been possessed again. Seeing this, all the Death Warriors rushed forward together, each taking a turn to strike at him with a single blade slash. Wang Fan's eyes turned cold as his spiritual sword spun rapidly. 9 Kill Sword, Art 4th Form. Instant kill. In the blink of an eye, countless Wang Fans appeared in midair, each wielding sword aura that multiplied into thousands, charging at the Death Warriors. His speed was so great that the Death Warriors' blade aura could not land a hit. And just as he reached the midst of the Death Warriors, your final trump card was unleashed. All the Death Warriors pulled out hand grenades and detonated themselves. This was also the plan you had devised. If you did not strike, you would not strike. If you did, you would spare no expense. The power of a single hand grenade might not be great, perhaps not even threatening a Foundation establishment cultivator. But the simultaneous explosion of hundreds of tons of hand grenades created a terrifying shockwave that reduced the entire area for miles around to dust. Witnessing this, the 18 riders of Yen Cloud had already retreated beyond the blast radius. An hour later, as the smoke cleared, the 18 riders flew forward, searching for Wang Fan's corpse amidst the countless debris. Just then, with a roar, a disheveled figure burst forth from underground and fled into the distance. Master, how are you? The familiar voice in Wang Fan's mind resurfaced, but this time it was exceedingly weak. Little one, I don't know what method those mortals used to self-destruct, but the power was too great. My soul energy is almost exhausted. From now on, you must walk your own path. Master. Hearing the voice fading away, Wang Fan suppressed the grief in his heart and fled relentlessly. Master, rest assured, I will definitely revive you. Meanwhile, the 18 riders of Yen Cloud were forming a triangle formation, riding 18 flying swords encircling Wang Fan. When the 18 riders of Yen Cloud surrounded him, Wang Fan could no longer hold back. His sorrow turned into tears. Ha! Is today the day of my death? If so, then let us all die together. With that, he raised his spiritual sword, ready to fight the 18 riders to the death. Wang Fan, brother, don't. The sudden voice froze Wang Fan in place. 2 figures materialized out of thin air, appearing before him. The leader was a young girl with a youthful face, dressed in white robes like a celestial maiden descending to earth, yet carrying an elusive aura of authority. The person beside her was clad in gray robes like a servant waiting quietly in attendance. You are. Is it really you? Wang Fan spoke with a trembling voice. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the 18 riders of Yen Cloud sensed something amiss. One of them slipped away, intending to bring news of this incident back to the sect and inform you. The other 17, however, channeled all their spiritual energy and launched a killing strike at Wang Fan. Before they could even get close, the gray-robed figure flashed to appear before the 17 riders. He raised his arm, and a surge of green magical energy instantly poured forth, transforming into illusory flood dragons that tore them all apart. He moved again like a meteor, chasing after the last messenger of the 18 riders. In no time, he had caught the final rider in his grasp. Miss, shall we interrogate him? At this moment, Wang Fan hurried to the last rider and demanded angrily, "Tell me who sent you." Seeing this, the final rider detonated his own spiritual energy and perished on the spot. This was the rule you had set for them: if captured, self-destruct, never reveal a single clue. Wang Fan stared blankly at the scene, his heart growing more agonized. "No, who is it?" At this point, the girl named Yuer frowned slightly. "Wang Fan, brother, these people were all targeting you. Think carefully. Do you have any enemies?" Hearing her question, Wang Fan suddenly looked up. "I know. It's that woman Song Yi. It must be her, must be. I defeated her lover in the 3-year duel, so she's come for revenge." Upon hearing this, Yuer shook her head. "Unlikely. As far as I know, Song Yi comes from a mere Foundation establishment clan. The resources she can mobilize within the sect are limited. She couldn't possibly dispatch so many people with such combat power." For a moment, Wang Fan fell into deep thought. Then Yuer slowly embraced him from behind. "Wang Fan, brother, no matter who it is, as long as you become strong enough, I believe you will find the murderer and avenge Uncle Wang." At that moment, Wang Fan's fragile heart could no longer hold up. He broke down sobbing in Yuer's arms. Seeing him cry so bitterly, Yuer's heart ached as well. "Don't worry, Wang Fan, brother. I will make up for all the wrongs you've suffered. Water Heaven sect, even if you have nothing to do with this, for bullying my Wang Fan brother, I will make you pay." 2 months later, you grew increasingly uneasy. It's been so long. Why haven't they returned? Could they all have been killed by that Wang Fan? The more you thought about it, the more anxious you became. You believed your plan was flawless. After all, in the last 3-year duel, even when Wang Fan was possessed, his displayed strength was at most at the Golden Core level. With so many Death Warriors, each could take him down with a single blade, let alone the hundreds of tons of hand grenades. Just as you were pondering whether the Death Warriors had been delayed on the road, an extraordinarily terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire sect. Today, Water Heaven sect shall be annihilated. Before you could react, a colossal palm descended from the sky. Suddenly a figure flashed and appeared above the sect's main hall, barely managing to block the giant palm. Fellow Taoist, I am Du Ryun, a nascent soul cultivator of Water Heaven sect. May I ask how we have offended you, senior? Please show mercy. If you haven't offended me, but you have committed the worst crime, offending my lady. With that, the giant palm struck again, its palm center pressure even more intense than before. In an instant, countless chi refining disciples exploded and died. Du Ryun, sensing the situation was dire, turned and fled. Without the nascent soul ancestor to defend, the giant palm crashed down, directly shaking countless disciples to death with blood vomiting. You had been severely wounded before. The pressure from this palm shattered your bones and internal organs. In your dying moments, you saw Song Yi lying in a pool of blood, staring at you with unwilling eyes. You have died. The simulation ends. Please select your reward from the following options for this simulation. Option 1, the realm of the terrestrial immortal, temporarily able to communicate with heaven and earth's spiritual energy, using true chi in place of spiritual energy, capable of briefly flying in the air, strength comparable to a late-stage foundation establishment, great circle cultivator. Option 2, all rewards obtained from the check-in system, 18 riders of Yen Cloud Tang, sect, hidden weapons, 1 million spirit stones, red lotus sword, foundation establishment pill. Chu He looked at the three choices and unhesitatingly chose the second. I didn't expect that in this simulation. Although I still can't cultivate immortality, having the 18 Yen Cloud Riders isn't a loss. Especially seeing the 1 million spirit stones in the system space, he began to imagine that in the next simulation his 18 Yen Cloud Riders would break through faster than the last time. By the way, Wang Fan, that girl called you were, and that servant who might be at the nascent soul or spirit transformation stage. Chu He immediately took out his little notebook and recorded them. Based on my years of reading novels, that Wang Fan is likely the so-called child of fortune. What's a child of fortune compared to the system? Just you wait. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself without delay. Chu He decided that once he simulated to become invincible under heaven, he would definitely eliminate everyone on his little notebook. Let's see what golden finger the next simulation gives me. System, draw golden finger, start simulation. Ding, congratulations host, you've obtained the golden finger, an old master. Old master. So it's my turn to be possessed. Simulation begins. First year, you enter the simulation. Just as you're curious where the old master is, a voice suddenly sounds from the jade pendant on your chest. Boy, do you want to become an immortal? If you acknowledge me as your master, I'll lead you to become a powerhouse in the cultivation world. Hearing the sudden voice, you're startled. Damn, why is there a jade pendant on my chest? Did the system arrange this too? Seeing you still in a daze, the voice urges impatiently. Boy, I'm asking you a question. You snap back to reality at the repeated voice. Who are you? How did you get inside my jade pendant? And why do you want to take me as your disciple? At that moment, your jade pendant trembles slightly, and the soul of an old man dressed in blue but somewhat disheveled appears before you. He lets out a long sigh, then turns and speaks slowly to you. My name is Wen Tianchen. During a secluded meditation, I was betrayed by a close friend, leading to my death and the fall of my body. But fortunately, I once practiced a secret art to hide my primordial spirit, so I managed to survive. As for the jade pendant on you, it was originally mine. It's not surprising I'm inside it. Perhaps it's fate that the pendant fell into your hands. I don't know how you accidentally awakened me. After his explanation, you fully understand. This old man must be the old master arranged by the simulation system. You didn't expect the system to be so thoughtful, even crafting his background and identity. Without any hesitation, you bow to him and say, Disciple Chu. He pays respects to master. Seeing this, he quickly helps you up. Boy, just call me master from now on. With master here, I'll make sure you walk the path of cultivation and become a true powerhouse. Seeing his confident expression, you immediately ask, a master. Can someone without spiritual roots really not cultivate? Of course not. Why do you ask? Suddenly, when Tianchen realizes you have no spiritual roots, you scratch your head and say with slight confusion, well, not having spiritual roots is quite normal, isn't it? Those with roots are the rare ones, right? When Tianchen looks at you in shock, if you have no spiritual roots, how did I get awakened by you? A terrifying thought suddenly crosses his mind. Could it be that I absorbed his spiritual roots, and that's why I woke up? At this thought, a trace of embarrassment appears on Wen Tianchen's face. Oh sin. Seeing his expression, your heart sinks with disappointment. Just as you think this simulation will again be without cultivation, when Tianchen finally reassures you. Well, for others, lacking spiritual roots certainly means no cultivation. But for me, there is still a way. With that, he waves his hand, and a black scroll flies out from your jade pendant. This is a technique I collected in my early years called 1,000 Mechanisms Spirit Snatch. As long as someone willingly offers their spiritual roots, you can absorb them and make them your own. And the more people who offer their roots, the stronger your spiritual roots become. But as he speaks, he shakes his head. This method is extremely overbearing. The sacrifice must be willing. Even soul-forcing techniques won't work. But in today's world, who would willingly give their spiritual roots to a mortal? Forget it, let me think of another way. Hearing about the 1,000 mechanisms spirit snatch, your eyes light up. While this technique is tailor-made for me, you immediately interrupt Wen Tianxin and explain. Master, I think there might indeed be people willing to offer their spiritual roots to me. With that, you summon all the death warriors and the 18 yin cloud riders. This, summoning people out of thin air. Aren't you immortal? How did you do that? Seeing your masters shock, you improvise a story about your origins. So you're the son of some great power, but because you have no spiritual roots, you were abandoned to the mortal world. Your mother, to ensure you lived better, prepared these death warriors and even gave you the ability to summon them. At this point, when Tianxin becomes curious about your background, after all, even he couldn't perform such a feat. In that case, everything makes sense. Perhaps your mother arranged for me, as well as she foresaw all this. Boy, your family must be powerful. Maybe they're immortals from the upper realm. You look at Wen Tianxin and say slowly, maybe. I was left in the mortal world when I was very young, so I don't remember much. Master, can you now perform that 1,000 mechanisms spirit snatch technique? Wen Tianxin nods confidently. Of course. But this technique is extremely demanding. With my current spiritual power, it will take a long time. I need an absolutely quiet place undisturbed. Hearing this, you immediately recall the lake bottom cave in the southern mountains that contains a teleportation formation to the cultivation world. Master, I know a place. It seems to be a teleportation array. No time to waste, let's set off now. Wen Tianxin hums softly and then vanishes into your jade pendant. 2 months later, you arrive deep in the southern mountains. Since you didn't inherit the simulation's memories, you can only summon the death warriors to begin searching. Second year, you finally reach the valley with the teleportation passage. To deal with the ferocious beasts there and enter the lake bottom, you experience what it's like to be possessed. It's indescribably strange. Although your body is controlled, you sense a special energy flowing through you. You know it's what they call spiritual energy. Chu boy, this process may be painful. Are you ready? I'm about to begin. You take a deep breath and look at Wen Tianxin with excitement. Come on, master. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as I can cultivate, I'm not afraid of any pain. Seeing your determined look, Wen Tianxin immediately unleashes his spiritual power, setting up a formation inside the cave, and then performs the 1,000 mechanism spirit snatch. In an instant, the entire cave is enveloped in multicolored light, emanating waves of strange ripples. The 18 yin cloud riders sit in 18 corners surrounding you. As time passes, 2 spiritual roots of gray and red are drawn out from the 18 yin cloud riders. You had anticipated this. They should be the wind and fire dual spiritual roots. Just then, when Tianxin shouts at you, boy, hold on. In an instant, 36 spiritual roots surge into your body. Pain. That's the only thought in your mind now. Agony beyond description. It's like countless little snakes devouring your flesh and blood from within. The 36 spiritual roots merge and pierce through your meridians. Hold on. You endure the pain with sheer willpower. Just as you're about to give up, Wen Tianxin points his finger, sending a stream of spiritual energy into your body. Merge. In the 3rd year, the spiritual roots finally fused successfully. According to Wen Tianxin, you now possess top-grade dual spiritual roots. Though not quite matching a single spiritual root, you could still be considered a genius. In the world of cultivation, a single spiritual root was the best. The more roots one had, the more chaotic they became, and the less efficient the absorption of spiritual energy. Of course, those with certain special constitutions were exceptions. As for the Yin 18 riders, it was a pity, but ultimately one's own strength mattered most. Moreover, they were safe in the real world, and in future simulations they could still become his allies. Now that you had spiritual roots, your teacher Wen Tianxin immediately produced 2 scrolls and laid them before you. For a cultivator, nothing is more important than wealth, companions, techniques, and location. To become a true powerhouse, all of these are indispensable. Among these, the techniques refer to cultivation methods and spells. Both cultivation methods and spells are classified into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. These are the 2 sets of techniques most suited for you. The red scroll on the left is called the Crimson Resolution. It specializes in fire-attributed spiritual roots and is an earth-grade technique. Whether for refining spiritual energy or battling other cultivators, it stands among the finest of its rank. The gray scroll on the right, however, is a heaven-grade technique, the Windswept Flame art, cultivating both wind and fire. Before he could finish, you interrupted him directly. Teacher, what is there to consider? It has to be the heaven-grade technique. I'm not stupid. Seeing your eager expression, he burst into hearty laughter. Hold on. Let me finish. Although the Windswept Flame art is a heaven-grade technique and refines spiritual energy faster, it has a significant flaw. A flaw? What flaw? Wen Tianxin continued. The flaw is its lack of offensive power. Both its wind and fire attributes are considerably weaker compared to those of cultivators at the same rank. In battles among peers, unless you have an elemental advantage, you would be at a disadvantage. Hearing how significant the flaw was, you immediately hesitated. Seeing your hesitation when Tianxin changed his tone, of course there are ways to compensate. There exist some extraordinarily fierce flames in the world, such as the innate fire of certain great demons or the celestial spiritual flames born within rare treasures. If you can refine one combined with the wind aiding the fire, your future combat prowess will only grow stronger. Among your peers you could stand undefeated and even challenge those above your rank. However, such flames are extremely difficult to obtain. Unless you encounter a heaven-sent opportunity, you might never acquire one in your lifetime. Which one you choose is up to you. After hearing his introduction, you immediately made up your mind. Challenging those above rank, this sounds like something a protagonist would cultivate. No problem at all. In your view, this wasn't a flaw in the technique, but rather its formidable strength. Besides, you had the simulator. Oh, what flame could you possibly not find? Teacher, I've decided. I will cultivate the windswept flame art. Hearing your answer, Wen Tianxin nodded with satisfaction. Good lad, I knew you would choose this one. In that case, begin your cultivation now. Strive to sense spiritual energy as soon as possible and step into the Chi refining stage. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. You took the windswept flame art, opened it, and began cultivating according to the method. The first step was of course the simplest, yet most crucial, sensing spiritual energy. 5 days passed before you finally sensed a wisp of wind-attributed spiritual energy from the surrounding world. Another 6 or 7 days later, you sensed fire-attributed spiritual energy as well. You let out a long breath and, following the technique's instructions, drew all that spiritual energy into your body, guiding it through your meridians. Half a month later, as a wisp of spiritual power surged from within, you finally reached the first layer of Chi, refining successfully, embarking on the path of cultivation. Seeing your successful breakthrough, Wen Tianxin revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad. It took you only a month to go from sensing spiritual energy to reaching the first layer of Chi refining. That's quite fast. However, we can no longer stay here. After all, spiritual energy is scarce in the mortal world. I've studied it. This teleportation array is still functional. Let's leave this place now. You nodded. I'll follow your lead, teacher. Wen Tianxin pressed his palms together, and streams of mana surged forth, flowing into the runes of the teleportation array. Before long, the entire cavern echoed with a thunderous boom, and the runes on the ground began to spin. At that moment, you recalled your previous simulation, where without mana, it had cost you several thousand spirit stones to activate this very array. As the array activated successfully, a beam of golden light enveloped you, and the teleportation began. Just as your consciousness was about to fade, a cool stream of spiritual energy suddenly flowed into your body. Boy, there is mana flowing within this teleportation array. Those of too low a realm cannot withstand it, and will pass out. It was then that you understood why you had fallen unconscious during the teleportation in your last simulation. A few days later, with a whoosh, you finally landed on solid ground. As the golden light dispersed, you found yourself on an unfamiliar teleportation array surrounded by endless towering mountains. You took a deep breath of air, feeling immensely refreshed. Even your body began to slowly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Since you couldn't fly for extended periods, yet you decided to find a cave nearby to establish as your cultivation retreat. After all, you still had 1,000,000 units of spiritual energy in your system space, so there was no need to worry about cultivation resources. It was also the perfect opportunity to have the Death Warriors come out and practice the 1/cut and the motionless Vajra technique. In the 4th year, your cultivation progressed rapidly, and you had already reached the 5th layer of Chi refining. After reaching the mid-stage of Chi refining, your teacher Wen Tianxin began to teach you spells. Boy, watch closely. What I'm about to impart to you is a sword technique. This technique is called the 9-kill sword art. It can be cultivated with any elemental attribute. The first stance of the 9-kill sword art. Blood kill. The moment you heard the name, you were completely stunned. Holy shit, isn't this that guy Wang Fan's sword technique? Could it be that his old man has come to me instead? Subsequently, he taught you the 2nd and 3rd stances, which were shadow kill and break kill. Learning the first 3 stances of this sword art is enough for you. To learn the middle 3 stances, you need to reach the golden core realm, and the final 3 stances require breaking through to the void refinement stage. Although you didn't know what was going on, you decided to practice it first. In the 5th year, you reached the 9th layer of Chi refining and felt it was time to break through to the foundation establishment stage. While Wen Tianxin was still planning to refine foundation establishment pills for you, you had already taken out 100 of them from your system space. He smiled helplessly. Boy, it seems what your mother left you is quite substantial. 6 months later, you felt your spiritual energy reach perfection, and you directly consumed the foundation establishment pill, entering seclusion for your breakthrough. As the pill went down, the spiritual power within your body was instantly ignited, surging with frantic restlessness. You immediately activated your technique, channeling the spiritual power toward your chest. After an unknown amount of time, your spiritual roots, nourished by the spiritual power, began to coalesce within your chest. As time passed, the spiritual power refined and fed back through the spiritual roots grew increasingly dense, and your aura became more powerful by the moment. After refining the last wisp of spiritual power within you, you finally broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Ha ha ha, I broke through. Finally broke through. From immortal to the foundation establishment stage, it only took me 3 years. Ha ha. Mentioning 3 years brought Wang Fan back to mind. My cultivation speed really is similar to his. Foundation establishment in 3 years, and the 9-kill sword art. I can't have really stolen his old man, can I? At the thought you felt a sense of schadenfreude. Serves you right for causing me trouble in the last simulation. Let's see if you'll still make that 3-year pact without your old man this time. After breaking through to foundation establishment, you discussed with Wen Tianxin and decided to find a sect to join. After all, cultivating in isolation never works. Since the technique's power was already weak, without sparring with peers you might end up being the one challenged and defeated by someone of a lower rank. After sending the Death Warriors away, you took out the top-grade magic weapon, the Red Lotus sword you had obtained from your daily check-in, and began sword flying. Standing on the sword, you felt like a sword immortal soaring through the heavens and earth. Unlike the land immortal realm from your last simulation, sword flying consumed very little energy. Over a month later, you finally flew out of this mountain range. When you descended into a loose cultivator market town, you learned from inquiries that the place you were in was called the Dajin Cultivation World. The Dajin Cultivation World was precisely the region where the Tianshui sect was located. The place I had originally been teleported to should be the Tainan Mountains. So the teleportation formation at the bottom of the lake was fixed. Once activated, it would always send me to the Tainan Mountains. Without any hesitation, you flew straight toward the Tianshui sect, intending to join it. After all, it didn't matter which sect you joined. This was a perfect opportunity to observe whether the events from the previous simulation would recur. Of course, if the same events as in the previous simulation happened, you would turn and flee, never allowing that so-called viewer to send someone to eliminate you. 2 months later, you finally arrived at a mountain range and saw the entire Tianshui sect. Just as described in the previous simulation, it was splendid beyond compare, with jade towers and golden halls. After expressing your desire to join the sect, someone immediately welcomed you inside. Normally, cultivation sects would not accept rogue cultivators. But when they learned that you possessed supreme dual spiritual roots and had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, at just over 20 years old, you were successfully admitted into the sect. I am Li Yunji. Would you be willing to accept me as your master? Gazing at the golden core elder before you, you suddenly recalled that he was precisely the teacher of Song Yi. Just as you were about to refuse when Tianxin's voice echoed in your mind. Accept him. Having a golden core cultivator as a patron will make your future cultivation path much smoother. Hearing your own master's words, you no longer hesitated. You bowed directly to Li Yunji. Disciple Chu He pays respects to master. Seeing your respect, Li Yunji was greatly pleased. Haha, good disciple, good disciple. Follow me. I'll arrange a cave dwelling for you. Moments later, you followed Li Yunji to a peak at the rear of the sect. After arranging your cave dwelling, he began to explain the sect's rules. You listened attentively. Although you had spent many years in this sect during the previous simulation, you had not chosen to inherit the memories, so your knowledge of Tianshui sect's internal affairs was limited. After finishing the instructions, Li Yunji soared into the sky and departed. After he left, you immediately summoned a Death Warrior from the Death Warrior space to clean your cave dwelling. After all, the sect rules allowed Foundation establishment disciples to have a servant, so you were not afraid of being seen. Moreover, in the previous simulation, you had been merely a mortal, so your understanding of the sect was shallow and your information limited. Now that you could cultivate, you finally grasped the entire structure of the sect. The Tianshui sect was divided into inner sect, outer sect, and miscellaneous servant disciples. Among them, the miscellaneous servant disciples were responsible for cleaning the sect or feeding the mounts. Outer sect disciples consisted of newly admitted disciples. If they failed to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refining within 3 years, they would be reassigned to the miscellaneous servant rank. Upon reaching Foundation establishment, they could apply to become inner sect disciples. Additionally, those with alchemy talent would be recruited into the alchemy hall. With your Foundation establishment cultivation, you immediately became an inner sect disciple upon joining. It must be said that the treatment of inner sect disciples was excellent. 100 spirit stones per month, plus 10 first-grade spirit gathering pills. Most importantly, inner sect disciples only needed to focus on cultivation, while the majority of tasks were handled by outer sect disciples. In the 6th year, you secluded yourself in your cave dwelling to cultivate, devoting yourself to studying the 9-kill sword art. You had fully mastered the first 2 stances, but the 3rd stance required too much spiritual energy, and you were temporarily unable to execute it. To let the Death Warriors practice the 1/, you took time to leave the sect and place them in a mortal kingdom. 3 years later, your cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Li Yunji was overjoyed, believing that you could reach the Golden Core stage within 20 years and perhaps the Nascent Soul stage within a century. To that end, he generously granted you 5,000 spirit stones. However, only you knew that besides your talent you had been purchasing spiritual herbs, which Wen Tianxin refined into pills for you to consume, thus enabling such rapid breakthroughs. You glanced at the remaining 900,000 spirit stones in your system space, and couldn't help but sigh. I used to think 1,000,000 spirit stones was a lot, but now it seems this stuff really doesn't last long. In the 10th year, while you were cultivating in your cave dwelling, Li Yunji flew over with a young girl. Master, why have you come? And who is this beside you? Li Yunji laughed heartily. Chu He, this is Song Yi, the disciple. I have just accepted your junior sister. He turned to Song Yi and said, this is my eldest disciple named Chu He. From now on he will be your senior brother. Song Yi stepped forward, respectfully bowed slightly to you, and said, Senior brother Chu, I look forward to your guidance. Li Yunji also addressed you. She has just broken through to foundation establishment. As her senior brother, you must take good care of her from now on. Rest assured, master. I will certainly guide my junior sister well. You turned to look at her. Finally you appear, Song Yi, the person most deeply entangled with me in the previous simulation. After chatting with you for a while, Li Yunji waved his hand. Alright, continue your cultivation. I'll take Yi to arrange her cave dwelling. With that they turned and flew toward the heights. But you did not notice that Song Yi looked back at you, an uncontrollable blush spreading across her face. How can this be? The first time I meet my senior brother, I feel so happy. Could this be what the senior sisters call love at first sight? Before long, Song Yi established her cave dwelling on the peak beside yours. You knew that the time for her to break off her engagement was approaching. If last time you had no choice but to accompany her to break off the engagement, this time you resolved to go with her and see for yourself. To see whether Wang Fan still had an old master. Mainly you felt that this golden finger was too strange, as if you were a replica version of Wang Fan. The same old master, the same cultivation speed, the same spells. In the 11th year, in the days that followed, Song Yi seemed to cling to you, visiting your cave dwelling at every opportunity. Senior brother, how do you like my sword technique? Senior brother, I want a mount. What do you recommend? Senior brother, where did you find that servant? Can you find one for me too? As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, it's like a veil of gauze. Under Song Yi's relentless pursuit, you quickly fell. Although you had not yet formally become Dao companions, you both understood each other's feelings. In the 12th year, you felt that although your cultivation speed was very fast, your wind and fire elemental energies were far too weak. Apart from the 9-kill sword art, you had no other killing moves. Of course, excluding the death warriors and hand grenades. You decided that after breaking off the engagement at the Wang family, you would begin seeking powerful flames. Just as you were thinking this, Song Yi came to find you. She crept up, looking at you with some restraint, hesitating to speak. Is there something on your mind? She looked troubled and said to you with some hesitation, Senior brother, there is something I have never told you. Actually, I have a fiancé, but I have never met him, and we have no feelings for each other. It was just an engagement arranged by the elders when we were young. As if afraid you might misunderstand, she immediately said, I have already decided. I will go break off the engagement right away. Senior brother, wait for me to return. At that moment, you slowly stepped forward and placed your hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. I have long known your feelings. This time I will accompany you to break off the engagement. Song Yi looked at you with gratitude. Senior brother, you are so good to me. The next day you set out, immediately bringing along some outer sect deacons and elders from the sect, heading towards Suifeng City. Wang Fan, I'm coming again. More than a month later you arrived in Suifeng City. At first, just like the previous simulation, you were invited by Wang Zhan, the patriarch of the Wang family, to the reception hall. The only difference was that this time Song Yi took the initiative to speak. Uncle Wang, I want to break off the engagement. The moment she uttered those words, the entire hall fell silent. Just then a young man walked in. I disagree. He entered the room, glanced around at Song Yi, and then bowed to Wang Zhan. Father, I have arrived. Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by parents. We already have an engagement. How can you unilaterally break it? Song Yi frowned, glared fiercely at Wang Fan, and began reasoning with him. Wang Fan, must you persist in clinging to me? We have never even met. Why force this? Wang Fan's eyes widened in anger. Song Yi, you want to break the engagement merely because you look down on me as a mortal, believing I have no chance to cultivate immortal arts. But why must mortals suffer such humiliation? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not bully the youth for being poor. Saying this, he pointed at Song Yi. Today I establish a 3-year pact with you. 3 years from now I will challenge you at Tianshui sect. Just as he spoke these boastful words, a voice suddenly echoed in your mind. Boy, I sense a familiar aura from that Wang Fan. Huh, a familiar aura. You immediately asked, Master, what do you mean? Wen Tianxin said with some excitement, there is also a soul entity on his body. And that aura, if my perception is correct, is that of my former friend, the very one who betrayed me. At that moment you finally understood why Wen Tianxin also knew the 9-kill sword art. Both old grandpas had known each other before. Sensing Wen Tianxin's growing agitation, you immediately began to calm him down. Master, I will avenge you. Should we strike now? Wen Tianxin shook his head. I can sense that his aura is weak right now. He must have just awakened. but his trump cards will certainly not be weaker than mine. If we fight head-on, even if I manage to kill him, I will likely suffer severe injuries, or we may even perish together. By the way, didn't they just make some 3-year pact? We have 3 years to prepare, and can wait for him to walk into our trap. Hearing this, you nodded. All right, master. But if you can detect him, couldn't he detect you as well? When Tianqian said calmly, I can detect him because he is just awakened and cannot yet control his soul power. Therefore, it is impossible for him to discover me. While you and Wen Tianqian were conferring within your minds, Song Yi and Wang Fan had already finished their discussion. 3 years later, Wang Fan would personally come to Tianshui's sect for a duel. After the engagement was broken, you left the Wang residence and boarded a flying boat back to the sect. However, before departing, you left dozens of death warriors behind to monitor and gather information about the Wang family. Most importantly, you wanted to know the true background of that person named Yuer from your previous simulation. On the flying boat, when Tianqian began recounting his own story, in his memories, he and a man named Xia Ziyuan had jointly sought a master and advanced from the Qi refining stage all the way to the Mayana stage. During a treasure hunt in a secret realm, both had gained substantial rewards. But just as they prepared to enter seclusion to break through to the tribulation transcendence stage, Xia Ziyuan conspired with outsiders to betray him. As for how Xia Ziyuan eventually died, when Tianqian did not know. After hearing the story, you said firmly, Master, rest assured, I will definitely avenge you. When Tianqian nodded and looked at you with satisfaction. I am fortunate to have a disciple like you. Upon returning to the sect, you immediately entered seclusion to break through to the late foundation establishment stage and improve your strength. While you were in seclusion, your master Wen Tianqian began studying your death warriors. As you had mentioned, these death warriors had no independent thoughts. Even pain and death could not shake them. This gave him a brilliant idea to create additional trump cards. In the 13th year, you successfully broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. After you emerged from seclusion, Wen Tianqian brought over a death warrior. On that death warrior's body, you sensed an exceptionally powerful aura, exactly the same as that of your nominal master Li Yunji, carrying an inexplicable pressure. Wen Tianqian gave you a sinister smile. Boy, what do you think of the gift I prepared for you? You looked at him in confusion. Master, how did you manage this? Wen Tianqian said calmly, among the pill formulas I once obtained, there is one called life-devouring pill. The refinement difficulty is not high, only at the 6th rank, but it has an extremely powerful effect. Whether one is a cultivator or a mortal, as long as one consumes this pill, one will attain the cultivation level of a golden core cultivator. You stared at him in astonishment. Holy crap, such an amazing pill. Master, why didn't you tell me sooner? Give me one too. When Tianqian looked at you helplessly. I would like to, but you must also have the fortune to enjoy it. He began explaining the life-devouring pill to you. Although this pill can elevate one to golden core cultivation, how could it possibly come without side effects? First, the one who takes this pill will endure excruciating pain. All meridians in the body will shatter, and the blood will feel as though it is being burned by raging flames. Moreover, this agony will last for a full month. For ordinary people or low-rank cultivators, the survival rate is less than 5%. And even if one successfully endures it and reaches golden core cultivation, one will only have 3 years of lifespan remaining. Saying this, he looked at you again. So do you still want to take it? Hearing this, you immediately waved your hands. Never mind, never mind. I will cultivate on my own. After some discussion, you immediately prepared to leave the sect to find the local market and purchase more spirit herbs for refining life-devouring pills. Upon hearing that you were going out, Song Yi directly came up behind you and insisted on accompanying you. With no choice, you took her along. Half a year later, you were at a market established by rogue cultivators. During these 6 months, the materials you had collected were enough for Wen Tianqian to refine over 100 life-devouring pills. Just as you were preparing to leave, the shopkeeper stopped you and Song Yi. Honored cultivators, our market is about to hold an auction. Many precious items will be available. Would you two be interested? You and Song Yi exchanged glances and decided to stay to witness the auction. Mainly, you remembered that in novels, auctions often featured some rare treasures. A few days later, you and Song Yi arrived at the auction pavilion in the market. Because of your foundation establishment cultivator status, you were seated in a private box. Soon a portly man emerged from behind the stage. Holding a jade vial in his hand, he addressed the crowd loudly. Welcome everyone to this year's auction. As you can see, what I hold in my hand is the first auction item, called the 4 Revolutions Marrow Cleansing Pill, containing 18 pills in total. This pill is at the peak of 2nd rank alchemy. When consumed, it can significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of Qi refining cultivators and even increase the chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. Starting price 1,000 spirit stones. As the portly man finished speaking, the crowd below began bidding enthusiastically. I offer 1,200 spirit stones. I offer 1,500. I offer 2,000. As the bidding heated up, Wen Tianqian's voice suddenly appeared. This pill. It's him. Master, who are you referring to? Wen Tianqian's gaze began scanning the auction hall. Who else could it be but my good brother Xia Ziyang? This 4 Revolutions marrow cleansing pill was originally a pill formula I developed. In this world, only he and I know how to refine it. So master, you mean? That Wang Fan is at the auction house. You quickly looked down at the hall, just like when Tianxin. Finally your gaze locked onto a cultivator cloaked entirely in black. That cloaked cultivator's aura was completely concealed, appearing like an ordinary mortal. But anyone who could enter this place could hardly be a mere mortal. Moreover, that figure was undoubtedly Wang Fan. You turned your head to look at Wen Tianxin and asked, Master, I didn't expect them to come here as well. Should we make a move? The black-robed figure on the stage glanced at the ring on his hand, a hint of confusion crossing his face. You guessed right. This black-robed man was none other than Wang Fan. He transmitted a message to his teacher Xia Ziyuan within the ring. Teacher, what's wrong? Xia Ziyuan quickly replied, I sense someone watching us. Wang Fan furrowed his brow, then relaxed it. Teacher, this is an auction. Perhaps someone is curious about me. After all, this big black robe is quite conspicuous. Xia Ziyuan sighed. I hope so. Meanwhile, in the private booth, the soul of Wen Tianxin shook his head at you. No, although I've recovered some strength now, he still has some tricks that could force a mutual destruction. If we act prematurely to eliminate him, risking serious injury, it wouldn't be worth it. He chuckled softly. Besides, in 2 years, isn't he to meet Wang Fan for the 3-year appointment? By then I'm confident we can add at least 100 golden core dead soldiers to your ranks. Hearing his teacher's words, you decided not to act for now. You stared at Wang Fan below the auction stage, a sigh rising within you. Unexpectedly, in the last simulation you were the biggest nuisance. This time it's you again. Then you couldn't help but think of the girl named Yor. Through your dead soldiers investigations, the Wang family had once had a person called Yor, whose full name was Donghui Yor. It was said she had been adopted by the Wang family since childhood, but 2 years before the dissolution of the engagement, she had mysteriously disappeared. Now your only concern was her. You feared that when the 3-year appointment came, Donghui Yor would bring her gray-robed subordinates to protect Wang Fan again. At the auction, as items were sold one by one, you saw nothing that suited you. After all, you were already at the late foundation establishment stage, and ordinary magical weapons were beneath your notice. As for pills, you didn't need them either. Your teacher was there for that. However, you did bid for a mid-grade magical weapon for Chu He. Just as the auction was about to end when Tianxin spoke up. That treasure. We must secure it. You looked toward the auction stage, where on the table beside the fat auctioneer rested a pitch-black greatsword. This sword is a fire attribute, high-grade magical weapon discovered in the cave abode of a golden core cultivator who had passed away. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones. You examined the black sword. It seemed no different from your own red lotus sword. But since when Tianxin had spoken, it must be something special. You immediately called out 15,000 spirit stones. Before long, someone else raised the bid. 18,000 spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones. You understood their bids, a high-grade magical weapon typically sold for between 20 and 30,000 spirit stones. To secure it in one fell swoop, you directly bid 40,000 spirit stones. Just as you thought it was yours, Wang Fan, beneath his black robe, spoke up. 45,000 spirit stones. You frowned. Damn it, this Wang Fan really is a thorn in my side in this simulation. When Tianxin patted your shoulder and said, it's only natural. If I can see it, then Xia Ziyuan on him must also see it. You had no choice but to raise the bid again. 80,000 spirit stones. The audience was shocked by such a high price. After all, it was just a magical weapon, not a spiritual artifact. How could it fetch such a price? Even some golden core cultivators couldn't produce 80,000 spirit stones. Even Chu He looked at you in puzzlement. Senior brother, isn't this a bit wasteful? You smiled gently at her. Don't worry, I'm spending this much because this spiritual sword is worth it. Just as everyone thought Wang Fan wouldn't continue bidding, his voice rang out again. 85,000 spirit stones. Hearing that, you raised the bid once more. 100,000 spirit stones. You didn't believe Wang Fan could have that many spirit stones. Indeed, upon hearing the 100,000 bid, Wang Fan, though reluctant, couldn't produce more spirit stones to continue. Congratulations to the guest in booth 3 for successfully winning this high-grade magical weapon, the spiritual sword. After the successful bid, you and Chu He immediately left the booth, intending to leave quickly. You knew that these arrogant chosen ones loved nothing more than treasure pursuits and ambushes. After you left, Wang Fan in the main hall couldn't sit still. Teacher, should we pursue? Xia Ziyuan answered firmly. Yes, that spiritual sword has something good on it which will greatly aid you in your current state. After retrieving the spiritual sword from the auction house, you immediately summoned the golden core dead soldier and flew back toward your sect with them. Wang Fan, who had just chased after you, saw this scene and was extremely excited. Teacher, there's a golden core cultivator among them. Xia Ziyuan looked on and let out a long sigh. Alas, I never thought a small independent cultivator auction would have a golden core cultivator. It seems this treasure is not destined for us. Meanwhile, in midair, Chu He looked at you in shock. Senior brother, who is this senior? Why does he obey you? With such powerful aura and ability to fly, could he be a golden core cultivator? Only then did you remember Song Yi was still by your side. You had been so focused on escaping. Seeing her shocked and curious expression, you said directly, "Good junior sister, you must keep this a secret. This is a puppet I obtained by chance. Although he has golden core cultivation, there is no life force within him." Song Yi nodded. "Don't worry, senior brother. This is your trump card. I'll keep it secret." 2 months later you returned to the sect, and immediately began a period of seclusion. Your main tasks were to have Wen Tianxin refine death puppet pills for the dead soldiers, and to study the black spiritual sword you had bought at auction. According to Wen Tianxin, there was a sword intent on the sword. If you could comprehend it, your combat power would increase by at least 50%. Additionally, you were researching other sects in the great gene cultivation world, preparing to take Song Yi and flee after the 3-year appointment. After all, if Wang Fan died, you believed Dong Weiyuer would definitely send people to wipe out all the forces that had offended Wang Fan. In the 14th year, thanks to Wen Tianxin's efforts, a total of 160 pills were refined, and the dead soldier successfully broke through to the golden core realm. At this moment, your heart swelled with pride. Over 160 golden cores. That's almost as many as all the golden core cultivators in the 4 major sects of the Great Gene combined. Unfortunately, no matter how many golden cores, they are still just golden cores. Even 100 of them might not be a match for a nascent soul cultivator. As soon as you left seclusion, you encountered Song Yi, who had also broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Thinking that in a year she would face Wang Fan in the 3-year appointment, you felt it was time to accelerate the plan. You immediately ordered all the dead soldiers, including the 18 Yin Cloud Riders, to set up an ambush on the only road leading to Tianshui Gate. After all, those dead soldiers had also practiced the 1/strike, storing millions of sword chi. Although they only had 1/ each, every slash possessed power comparable to that of an early golden core cultivator. In the 15th year, you and the dead soldiers lay in ambush on the road, calculating that the day should be soon. As the blazing sun hung high a black, it gradually appeared on the horizon, flying toward Tianshui Gate. "Here he comes." You immediately ordered all the dead soldiers to get ready. As the black drew closer, a familiar face appeared. It was Wang Fan. "Attack!" At that moment, Wang Fan was flying on his sword with pride. The thought of washing away the humiliation of the past 3 years filled him with excitement. Suddenly, countless terrifying sword chi burst forth, slashing toward him. Before he could react, Xia Ziyuan had already taken over his body. The sword chi came too suddenly. Even with possession, he couldn't dodge. He could only use his soul power to defend. He shouted toward the valley below, "Which fellow Taoist is this? Why ambush me here?" You of course didn't reply, only having the dead soldiers take turns slashing sword chi at him. With Wen Tianxin concealing your aura, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't expose you. You were waiting to see whether that gray-robed man from last time was secretly protecting Wang Fan. As time passed, his body had become utterly ravaged. Meanwhile, the Death Warrior's blade aura had been completely expended. Though uncertain of his exact condition, your teacher, Wen Tianxin, perceived that the soul force within Wang Fan was gradually weakening. At this moment, you felt a glimmer of hope. Beaten to such a state, the gray-robed cultivator had yet to appear. It seemed he was truly absent. Seizing the opportunity, you dispatched all 100 golden core death warriors to charge at him. 100 golden core death warriors surged forth like a tidal wave, encircling Wang Fan completely. Though battered and broken, his eyes still burned with unyielding defiance. He forced a breath and weakly brandished his longsword, struggling to fend off the ferocious assault. Yet his movements were visibly sluggish. The weakening of Xia Ziyuan's soul force had left him drained and powerless. Just as the death warriors were about to engulf him, a flash of gray streaked by. The gray-robed cultivator materialized from nowhere, blocking the advancing warriors. "Umph. You dare harm the one the young lady wants. You court death." With that, he reached out and struck toward the death warriors before him. In that instant, boundless spiritual energy surged from his palm, coalescing into a colossal hand. Your eyes turned cold as you watched him. So you did come after all. However, you had long anticipated this. The 100 death warriors charged straight for Wang Fan. Boom, boom. A thunderous cascade of explosions erupted as every golden core death warrior self-destructed, unleashing a power so devastating that even the gray-robed cultivator could barely hold his ground. Wang Fan, utterly unable to withstand the pressure of the self-destructions, was instantly reduced to nothing by the explosive energy. No. Witnessing this, the gray-robed cultivator went into a frenzy, erupting with terrifying power as he flew toward the spot where Wang Fan had been reduced to ashes. Seeing this from afar, you immediately slipped away. Though you were tempted to go closer and confirm whether Wang Fan and Xia Ziyuan had truly perished completely. Considering the gray-robed cultivator's presence, you decided it was wiser to retreat. Along the way, your teacher, Wen Tianxin, was exceptionally elated. After all, vengeance had been achieved. Yet you still posed a question with lingering doubt. "Teacher, are you certain they're all dead? What if Wang Fan also turned into a soul entity?" He clasped his hands behind his backside deeply and spoke calmly. rest assured. I've sensed it with my soul force. Aside from that gray-robed cultivator at the peak of nascent soul, there is no other sign of life or lingering soul there. Hearing this, you finally felt at ease. Yet your pace quickened, even more eager to return to the sect and take Song He away. Meanwhile, the gray-robed cultivator stood frozen in place, cursing inwardly. Over 100 golden core cultivators self-destructing at once. Who on earth is behind this? Young Master Wang Fan is dead. How am I supposed to answer to the young lady now? Sigh. After returning to Tianshui's sect, you immediately grabbed Song He and ran. Song He looked at you with confusion. Senior brother, where are we going? I still have my 3-year pact. If I leave now, what happens when Wang Fan comes? You stepped forward, took her hand, and said gently, none of that matters. You just need to trust me. After a moment's thought, Song He decided to follow you. In the 16th year, the two of you joined the corpse refining sect together. Shortly after joining, a shocking piece of news spread through the great gene cultivation world. The Tianshui sect had been annihilated. The entire sect reduced to ashes, not a single survivor. For a time, every sect in the great gene cultivation world was gripped by fear, terrified of suffering the same fate. Meanwhile, in the cave dwelling of the corpse refining sect, you were burning paper offerings for Li Yunji, teacher who came cheaply. Rest in peace. When I do my next simulation, or the next one, or the one after that, I will definitely avenge you. In the 17th year, you and Song He became Dao companions. Within the corpse refining sect, you experienced a long-awaited sense of peace. Despite the sect's sinister reputation, dealing primarily with corpses, most disciples were taciturn, spending their days refining corpses in their own cave dwellings. Within the corpse refining sect, corpse refinement had its own hierarchy. The lowest tier was the Iron Armor Corpse, whose combat ability roughly corresponded to Qi refining levels 5 through 9. Next came the Bronze Armor Corpse, which upon successful refinement, could rival Foundation Establishment cultivators. Above that was the Silver Armor Corpse, comparable to Golden Core cultivators, and the strongest was the Golden Armor Corpse. According to the sect elders, the Supreme Elder possessed a Golden Armor Corpse, and together the combined combat power of the pair could even rival a mid-nascent soul cultivator. At that moment, Song He was in seclusion. You immediately summoned the remaining several dozen Golden Core Death Warriors, sending them out to amass resources for you. After all, despite their Golden Core cultivation, these Death Warriors only had a year or two of life left. Once their time was up and they perished, you would have no trump cards remaining. A month later, a mysterious roving bandit group appeared in the great gene cultivation world. The group numbered 40 to 50 in total, every single one possessing Golden Core cultivation. They robbed anyone they encountered. Even Qi refining cultivators were not spared, showing not the slightest hint of a powerful cultivator's dignity. Once again, the entire great gene cultivation world was thrown into panic, with cultivators too afraid to leave their homes. In the 18th year, you watched helplessly as all your Death Warriors' life force was exhausted and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, my poor Death Warriors. At that moment, you turned to look at the 10,000 plus storage pouches piled within your cave dwelling and couldn't suppress a burst of laughter. We've struck it rich. Upon inventorying, the storage pouches contained a total of 23 million spirit stones, over 300 high-grade magical artifacts, more than 2,000 mid-grade magical artifacts, and low-grade artifacts beyond counting. Beyond that, there were countless pills, spiritual herbs, cultivation techniques, and spells too numerous to mention. Moreover, for corpse refining purposes, the Death Warriors had slain several Golden Core cultivators and brought their bodies back. Just as you were reveling in your good fortune, Song He emerged from seclusion and appeared before you. Seeing the mountain of storage pouches piled up in the cave, her mind went blank for a moment. Senior brother, these storage pouches, what exactly did you do? Seeing her astonished expression, you no longer concealed anything and told her about the Death Warriors. From now on we never have to worry about cultivation resources again. Perhaps it was too overwhelming. Song He was momentarily in disbelief, and only as time passed did she slowly come to accept it all. In the 19th year, with access to boundless resources, your cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. Under Wen Tianxin's guidance, you quickly broke through to the peak of Foundation Establishment. However, due to a bottleneck, you found yourself temporarily stuck. So you shifted all your focus to the black spiritual sword you had obtained from the auction. As you sensed the sword intent emanating from the blade, you felt not the slightest spark of comprehension. Could it be that I'm just not suited for swordsmanship? You picked up the black sword and began executing the ninefold slaughter sword technique. When Tianxin observed this and remarked calmly, sword intent can only be felt, not conveyed through words. Everyone comprehends sword intent differently. It has nothing to do with talent. Hearing this, you closed your eyes, calmed your mind, and began executing the ninefold slaughter sword technique over and over again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. You felt as if you had entered a world of utter selflessness where only the sword existed in your eyes. Half a year passed in a blur, and you finally opened your eyes. When Tianxin looked at you with satisfaction. Boy, you've comprehended sword intent, haven't you? You looked at your teacher and bluntly blurted out, Not really. Huh. Then why did you open your eyes? I thought you had grasped it. You smiled awkwardly. Teacher, this sword intent is truly too difficult. Let me practice some other spells first. When Tianxin pondered for a moment and found it reasonable, sword intent truly couldn't be forced. Just as you were about to practice the spells, the death warriors had looted news came in from Songyi. The corpse refining sect had discovered the site where a golden core cultivator had passed away in the depths of the Tainan mountain range. It was said the cultivator was the nether flame true man from 300 years ago, and within the cave were numerous treasures, spirit stones, and the purple nether flame he had refined in his lifetime. Upon hearing this news, you immediately couldn't sit still. Damn, isn't this tailor-made for me? You discussed it with Wen Tianxin and decided to set out immediately to verify whether the news was true. After all your trump cards were nearly exhausted by now, it was time to seek out a special flame to enhance your combat power. Before departing with the help of Wen Tiantian, you successfully refined 5 silver armored corpses to ensure safety on this journey. After testing, although the physical strength of these silver armored corpses reached approximately the middle golden core stage, they had no spiritual energy within their bodies, greatly diminishing their combat effectiveness. But for you this was already enough. 3 months later, treading on a black sword, you arrived deep within the Tainan mountains. Following the sect's information, you came to a valley. At the very center of the valley, there was a cave dwelling, and outside the cave a formation was still in operation. You hid in the shadows and observed, finding a crowd gathered, all waiting for the formation to disappear so they could rush in and seize the treasures. You took a look around. There were quite a few foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators, 200 or 300 in total, and even 2 golden core cultivators. Suddenly, when Tianxin inside the jade pendant transmitted his voice to you, boy, there are 3 more golden core cultivators in the shadows. Be careful. You cursed softly. Damn, these old treacherous dogs have already reached the golden core stage, yet they still lurk in the shadows. They truly deserve to die. Just as you were thinking this, the 2 leading golden core cultivators had already taken the lead, casting spells to bombard the formation. The man is dead. What can a mere formation do to me? Well said, brother Lingyu. After we enter, I want nothing else except that purple nether flame. How about it? The golden core cultivator named Lingyu nodded. Fine, I don't have a fire spiritual root anyway. The artifacts and spirit stones go to me, and the flame goes to you, brother Wu. While the 2 were discussing their division, the foundation establishment cultivators behind them had already grown impatient. Of course, they dared not compete with the golden core powerhouses for treasures, but every one of them harbored a desire to pick up leftovers. After a moment, the formation was broken, and the 2 golden core cultivators flew in instantly. At the same time, the Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators behind followed, hoping to scavenge something. Just as you were about to sneak in when Tianxin stopped you. Boy, don't rush. It's not yet time for us to make a move. Those 3 golden core cultivators in the shadows haven't entered either. Clearly they are playing the mantis, stalking the cicada, intending to kill and seize the treasures. We just wait. Let them both suffer losses. That's when our chance comes. You nodded. Yes, teacher. At this moment, you couldn't help feeling annoyed at your own mind. Sigh, I've read so many novels in my past life, yet I have no patience at all. I hope in future simulations I'll get a golden finger that boosts my brain. Time passed slowly. Day turned to night, then to day again, but no one came out from inside. Teacher, why aren't they coming out? Could something have happened inside? When Tianxin thought for a moment and said calmly, keep waiting. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Besides, those 3 golden core cultivators haven't made a move either. Helpless, you could only lie on the ground staring idly at the sun in the sky. Just then a strange idea popped into your mind. Why does every novel world have a sun? Is the sun in the cultivation world the same as the one I know? Could this world be round like Earth? And so in this listless time you passed day after day. 10 days later, you finally saw movement from the cave dwelling. Streams of purple smoke emerged from within, exuding a terrifying aura. Before long, a disheveled and somewhat ferocious figure staggered out. Damn, isn't that the golden core cultivator named Wu? How did he end up so battered? You saw him drenched in blood, as if he had gone through a great battle. Could it be that the 2 golden core cultivators had a dispute over the distribution and fought? Just as you were thinking this, the 3 hidden golden core cultivators charged out. Fellow Taoist, please hand over your storage pouch, and we 3 brothers will let you leave. Hee, brother, why waste words with him? Just kill him. The leading golden core cultivator nodded. Attack together. The 3 produced their respective artifacts, a flying sword, a fire rod, and a large drum. Under the infusion of their spiritual power, the 3 artifacts erupted with sword, aura, a sea of fire, and invisible sound attacks, all aimed at the Wu golden core cultivator. Cackle, you dare to attack me? Have you thought about how you will die? He waved his hand, and boundless purple flames shot from his palm, blocking the 3 attacks. The purple flames clashed with the attacks of the 3, producing a deafening roar. The 3 golden core cultivators changed color, not expecting that Wu, in such a battered state, could still launch such a powerful counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Wu dodged and lunged at the cultivator, wielding the fire rod, swinging another slash of purple flame. The cultivator hurriedly defended, but the flame grazed him, and his body instantly burst into flames. Brother, something's wrong. This fire is problematic. The fire burned stronger and stronger, as if it would not stop until it consumed him. So that's it. Teacher, what do you think? When Tianqian said calmly, I sensed something off about this Wu as soon as he came out. Now I'm even more certain. The soul power on his body is completely different from before. If I'm not mistaken, he has been possessed. Possessed? Hearing these words, your heart trembled violently. This was the first time you had heard this term since transmigrating into this world. Although you had known about possession from reading novels, before witnessing someone's body being taken over by another soul still made you shudder. Teacher, so that person is actually the long-dead Yohua Jinren. When Tianqian hummed softly, yes, I suspect this cave dwelling's appearance was his doing, deliberately luring people here. While you were communicating, the 3 Golden Core brothers had already burned one to death. By now the other 2 had also sensed the problem. Third brother, this man's flame is too strange. You run, and I'll hold him off. The Golden Core cultivator, holding the large drum in his left hand, directly shook his head and refused. No, big brother. We vowed long ago not to seek ascension together, but to live and die together. Second brother is dead today. Let's fight him to the end. With that, he struck the drum in his left hand with his right fist, launching an attack against the possessed Yohua Jinren. Yohua Jinren sneered, formed seals with both hands, and purple flames surged like a dragon toward the drum. The drum was instantly engulfed in flames, emitting a rumbling hum, and the cultivator wielding it was shaken, his chi and blood surging. Meanwhile, the one he called Big Brother took the opportunity to attack from the side with his flying sword, which gleamed coldly, thrusting straight at Yohua Jinren's throat. Third brother, you're right. Today we brothers will live and die together, even if it means perishing with him. Seeing this, Yohua Jinren remained unhurried, opening his mouth to spit out a purple flame barrier that blocked the flying sword. 3 early Golden Core trash, and you dare to talk about dying together with me. Witnessing this, you suddenly felt a pang of fear in your heart. Teacher, he's a bit too strong. Should we retreat? With a mindset of playing it safe, you felt it was not worth the risk. But your teacher, when Tianqian laughed heartily. Boy, we've hit the jackpot this time. That Yohua Jinren has just succeeded in possession and has already expended so much mana. His soul must be unstable. Now watch your teacher's skills. With that, he shot out from your jade pendant. He raised his arm and a surge of soul power gathered at his fingertip, then like a sharp blade, he pointed at Yohua Jinren. With a thud, the soul power shot through Yohua Jinren's head. His eyes went wide with disbelief, his body swayed, and he fell straight down. The 2 Golden Core cultivators were stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, but immediately grimaced, for they had already been tainted by the purple flame and would not last much longer. At that moment, the Golden Core cultivator with the flying sword shouted to the surroundings, fellow Taoist, you win. The treasures of my brothers, and this man, are all yours. Please, after we die, bury our 3 brothers' bones together. You heard his words, but did not reply, wary that it might be a trick. After a moment, the 2 were burned to death by the purple flame, leaving nothing but bones, their flesh completely consumed. Seeing no one else alive, you hurried over, excitedly preparing to clean up the battlefield. When Tianqian gazed at the corpse of Yohua Jinren, instantly unleashing his soul force to extract the purple flame. He was about to show you the flame when he saw you like a miser rifling through the storage pouches of the 3 Golden Core cultivators. He sighed helplessly, touching his forehead. Chu boy, you've already plundered half of the great gene cultivation world, and you still care about these 3 Golden Core cultivators' storage pouches. Can't you look at this flame with me first? At that moment, you snapped out of it and hurried over to him. Sorry, master, I was just terrified of poverty in my past life. When Tianqian looked at you speechlessly, then said slowly, this purple flame should be the purple nether flame. I tested it for you. This flame is extremely powerful, and once it touches a living thing, it will devour it completely unless the opponent's strength far surpasses yours. Hearing this, you stared excitedly at the flame in Wen Tianqian's hand. So powerful. If I refine it, I can definitely make up for the lack of combat power in the Wind Scroll flame art. Master, how do I refine it? When Tianqian stroked his beard and said, this flame is extremely tyrannical, only a Golden Core cultivator can refine it. With your current cultivation, it's very difficult to refine it. I can only refine a pill to protect your heart meridian, then you will have a chance. Let's go first find a safe place to talk. Days later, you led Wen Tianqian to a hidden cave, and he immediately began preparing to refine the heart-protecting pill. He took out various rare herbs and skillfully threw them into the cauldron, where the flames danced, and the scent of medicine filled the air. Though you didn't understand, you still thought he was amazing. After half a month of refining, a pill emitting a soft radiance finally emerged. This is a 5th-grade pill called the Red Flame Ice Heart Pill. When Tianqian handed you the pill and said, seriously, take this pill, then you can attempt to refine the purple nether flame. But the process will be dangerous, so you must be prepared. You looked at your master, who had become utterly exhausted from refining the pill. You took a deep breath, swallowed the pill, sat cross-legged, activated the wind scroll flame art, and slowly guided the purple nether flame into your body. At first the flame was docile, but as the refinement deepened it suddenly became wild, like a beast breaking free from its bonds, rampaging through your body. You clenched your teeth, sweat beading on your forehead, enduring the pain as you continuously circulated your spiritual energy to suppress it, forcing it to follow the circulation path of your art. Intense heat burned within you. Just as you were about to give up, the pill's efficacy took effect, streams of icy power flowing into your meridians, giving you a moment to breathe. You seized the opportunity to increase your spiritual energy output, gradually taming the purple nether flame. Half a year later, you opened your eyes and exhaled, finally broke through. You extended your right hand, and a purple flame surged out, instantly hovering above your palm. This is the purple nether flame, truly terrifying. You could feel the heat of the flame. Even a golden core cultivator would have to exert effort if touched by it. It was a pity that your cultivation was still at peak foundation establishment, otherwise even a golden core cultivator would die on contact. Seeing you successfully refine the purple nether flame, Wen Tianxin could not help but show a relieved smile. Not bad. With your current strength and the 9-kill sword art, even a golden core cultivator would not be able to take you down easily. You grinned sheepishly. It's all thanks to your teaching master. At that moment you decided to strike while the iron was hot, continuing seclusion to break through to the golden core realm. In the 20th year, you finally touched the bottleneck of the golden core realm. You couldn't help but sigh, as expected of an old master much more reliable than those sign-in systems. But what you didn't know was that in a mysterious space, Dong Wei was staring at your image in the air with fury. Feng Lao, are you sure it's this person who killed Brother Wang Fan? The gaunt white-haired man beside her, called Feng Lao, said calmly, little Yue, don't you trust my divination? I have divined 3 times. According to the heavenly mechanism, the one behind your brother Wang Fan's death is this boy, and he is still in the great gene cultivation world. Hearing this, a tear slipped from Dong We's eye. Brother Wang Fan, Yue will avenge you. Feng Lao, please come with me and guide me to find the exact location of that villain. In the 21st year, your spiritual root emitted a dazzling light, beginning to frantically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You knew it was time to break through to the golden core. Just as you started to condense the spiritual energy within your body, a sound of tearing air came from afar. Chu He, get out here. Hearing the voice, you were startled, and even the spiritual energy in your body became unstable. What the hell? Who did I provoke? And how do they know I'm here? When Tianxin walked in front of you and let out a long sigh, little Chu, it seems our master and apprentice are in trouble. Seeing this, you had no choice but to stop circulating your art and sit up. With a deafening boom, the mountain above was split open by a sword energy, exposing your cave dwelling to the sky. In the air, there were 3 figures. The leader in the middle was a female cultivator. On her right was a white-haired elder, and on her left was a familiar figure, the gray-robed cultivator. You stared at her coldly and slowly uttered, you are Dong Wei. She glared at you with fierce eyes, raised her long sword, and thrust it straight at you. You killed Brother Wang Fan. I'll avenge him. At this moment you were extremely curious about how she knew you had killed Wang Fan, since you hadn't even revealed yourself. You immediately summoned the black sword, coated it with the purple nether flame, and slashed at her 3 times. Blood kill, shadow kill, break kill. 3 sharp sword energies wrapped in purple nether flame met Dong Wei. She let out a delicate cry, her body radiating brilliant light, and her long sword wove countless sword flowers, forming a sword screen to defend. The clanging sounds were incessant. Although the sword screen blocked part of the attack, a wisp of purple nether flame pierced through the defense, singeing her sleeve. She snorted, coldly shook off the flame, and instantly an extremely powerful aura erupted from her body. Soon her cultivation rose to the golden core stage. Chu He die. Seeing this, you quickly summoned the 5 iron-armored corpses from your storage pouch and hurled them at her. At that moment you immediately handed over control of your body to Wen Tianxin. You knew that the 2 behind her hadn't made a move yet, otherwise you wouldn't stand a chance. Only by letting Wen Tianxin take control could you escape. After Wen Tianxin took over, his eyes sharpened, his soul power exploded, and he leaped several miles away in an instant. Seeing this, Dong Wei became even more certain that you had killed her Wang Fan. Feng Lao, please capture him for me, and remember, alive. Hearing this, Feng Lao in the air nodded slightly, as the young lady commands. Meanwhile, under Wen Tianxin's reckless, soul-consuming flight, you had already reached 100 miles away. Before you could relax, you saw Feng Lao speeding over from the boundless horizon. Soon he blocked your path. You looked helplessly at Wen Tianxin and the Jade Pendant Master. I'm sorry, you've already died once, and now I'm about to get you killed again. He said in a weak voice, it's fine. Death is nothing. The thing I regret least in this life is taking you as my disciple. At that moment you knew this simulation was about to end. You wouldn't foolishly let Dong Wei capture you and do whatever she pleased. You stared at Feng Lao in the sky, vowing to avenge today's humiliation in the future. Just you wait. With that, your spiritual energy surged out, striking all your meridians and flesh. Trying to self-destruct. Don't even think about it. Feng Lao sensed your intention and appeared before you in a single step, ready to stop you. After all, his young lady had ordered him to capture you alive. At this sight, you cast your gaze upon the jade pendant and spoke to Wen Tianxian, "Master, help me." When Tianxian rushed out from the jade pendant, in an instant his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked upon you. "Foolish child, this master understands all." With that boundless soul energy surged forth from his ethereal form, converging into a terrifying spiritual shockwave. You perished. The simulation has concluded. Host, please select the rewards earned from this simulation. Option 1, Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation, possessing both wind and fire spiritual roots, on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Option 2, the treasures Wen Tianxian granted you in this simulation. The Windswept Flame Art, various elixirs, the Ninefold Slaughter Sword Art, and more. Option 3, all memories from the simulated world and insights into various spells. As the simulation concluded, Chu He let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. "Ha, I can finally cultivate immortality now." System, I choose option 1, Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation. The moment the words left his mouth, his body underwent a radical transformation. His once ordinary mortal frame was reborn into one imbued with spiritual roots, and his physique was strengthened far beyond its previous state. The spiritual power of Peak Foundation Establishment rushed through him like a tidal wave, scouring every inch of his skin and meridians. Moments later, as a powerful aura erupted from him, he formally inherited the Peak Foundation Establishment cultivation. Chu He felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body. Never before had he experienced such an exquisite sensation. "Sigh, I still died too quickly. I was so close to breaking through to Golden Core." After a moment, he began to assess the gains and losses of this simulation. That Dongwei, she actually had that so-called Elder Wind deduced that I was the mastermind behind it all. How am I supposed to play this game now? Chu He began to calculate his next moves. It seems I'll need to stay far away from Wang Fan in the next simulation. These children of fortune are truly impossible to provoke. He opened the interface for drawing a golden finger and declared to the system, "Draw the golden finger, begin the simulation." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden finger. I am your father. Chu He's mind was flooded with question marks. What kind of golden finger is this? Am I getting a father out of it? With a bewildered expression, he began the simulation once more. Year 1. The simulation began, and the moment you entered the simulated world, you started researching this golden finger. After a short, while feeling the mysterious force within your mind, you came to understand its nature. This golden finger, called "I am your father," had but a single function. It could forcibly establish you as the father of any person and greatly increase their affection toward you. Even if the target already had a father, the golden finger would arrange a plausible explanation for you, ensuring that the person genuinely believed you were their father. The only regret was that this golden finger could only bind to a single person at a time. Binding a second target would automatically nullify the previous binding. Of course, when the previous binding faded, the former target would also forget the memories shared with you. The moment you fully grasped these rules, a wave of excitement washed over you. "Ha ha, Wang Fan, your father has arrived." With that, you soared off on your flying sword, heading toward the southern mountain range. Your sword flight stunned the entire city. Everyone fell to their knees, acclaiming a celestial being's arrival. 3 months later, you arrived once more in the great gene cultivation world through the teleportation array. You had originally planned to seek out Wang Fan directly, but after some consideration you realized he was likely only a few years old at this point, hardly of any use to you. You decided it would be wiser to develop your strength first. In the meantime, you released all your death warriors and ordered them to cultivate the 1/ technique. At that moment, you deeply missed Wen Tianxian. Sigh, if only he were here, he could refine life-harvesting pills for my death warriors. Year 2. You arrived once more at Tianshui sect and successfully joined the inner sect. At this time, you were evading the guards, sneaking toward the main peak at the rear, where the Supreme Elder Du Riyun resided. Just as you set foot upon the main peak, a thunderous voice slammed into your mind. "Little one, who are you, and why do you skulk about my secluded meditation grounds?" You could only hear his voice without seeing his form, so you replied respectfully, "Your disciple is Chu He. I bear a matter of life and death for the sect, and I must report it to the Supreme Elder." After a moment of silence, the voice spoke again, its tone flat and cold. "Come in then. If you dare deceive me, I will make you understand the true meaning of wishing for death, but being unable to die." Instantly, the mountainside split in two and a passage slowly emerged before you. Without hesitation, you stepped inside. After walking for a while, you arrived at a chamber brimming with spiritual energy. Within the room, a middle-aged man sat quietly in stillness. Although you could not sense his aura, the oppressive pressure that involuntarily radiated from him told you this was none other than the nascent soul cultivator Du Riyun. "Speak then. What brings you here, and what crisis threatens the sect?" You stepped forward, slowly drew a deep breath, and declared loudly, "My son, I am your father." In that instant, Du Riyun froze, as if possessed, standing motionless in place. But a mere blink later his eyes welled with hot tears as he gazed at you, and he immediately knelt down before you. Father, I've finally found you, Father. Back then when you were hunted down by our enemies, I thought you had died. I never imagined you were still alive. Seeing the golden finger take effect, you finally let out a long breath of relief. If it hadn't worked, you would certainly have been struck dead by a single palm strike. At this you cleared your throat and said to him, "Rise, my good son." It was no easy feat for your father to come see you. Du Ruyun slowly rose to his feet and came to your side to support you. Father, this body of yours was acquired through possession, wasn't it? If it weren't for the aura emanating from you, I almost wouldn't have recognized you. You replied with a light, then continued along his line of reasoning. Indeed, that's why I'm only at Peak Foundation establishment now. My good son, prepare some elixirs and spirit stones for your father, so I can quickly recover my cultivation. Hearing his father's command, Du Ruyun hesitated not a moment, and directly handed over the storage ring he carried on his person. Father, the contents here will certainly allow you to break through to the golden core stage. If anything is insufficient, just tell me. Hearing this, you nodded. Very well. Find me a cultivation cave. I need to enter seclusion. Du Ruyun immediately rose and said, Father, you may enter seclusion in my cave. I'll simply carve out another one for myself. With that, he bowed to you and walked out. After he departed, you opened the storage ring he had given you. There was no spiritual seal or restriction placed upon it. You took inventory not only spirit stones and elixirs, but also various techniques and spells. You immediately selected an Earth rank low-grade fire attribute cultivation method from within, then summoned your 18 yen cloud riders to cultivate alongside you. After all, last time you had only chosen cultivation and had no way to continue practicing the windswept flame art. Year 3. You formally entered seclusion, advancing toward the golden core stage. With millions of spirit stones at your disposal, you had no need to worry about insufficient spiritual energy. Year 5. The spiritual power within your body began to converge at your chest, gradually forming a translucent golden core. You could sense that the day this golden core fully formed would be the day you broke through to golden core. Year 6. As a beam of golden light shot into the heavens, you finally broke through to the golden core realm. The aura radiating from you spread throughout the entire sect. Within Tianshui sect, everyone was speculating about which inner disciple had broken through to the golden core stage. Before long, a voice rang out from outside. Congratulations, Father, on once again breaking through to the golden core stage. You waved your hand, opening the cave's great door, and Du Ruyun stepped in from outside. You said to him, now that I've broken through to golden core, I no longer need to remain holed up in your cave for seclusion. After all, in your view, you would eventually bind Wang Fan, and it was best to arrange your identity beforehand. At this moment, Du Ruyun looked at you with confusion. Father, where do you intend to go? After a moment of thought, you said to him, I will continue living under the identity of an inner disciple and experience life anew. I shall not trouble you further from now on. Though Du Ruyun did not understand why you wished to experience life anew, he respected your decision, for you were his father. Before long, you appeared once more before the eyes of the sect. The elders were astonished that you had broken through to golden core so soon after joining, yet they all offered their congratulations nonetheless. Under the sect's arrangements, you were granted your own territory on one side of the sect, 21 peaks in total, each one suffused with exceptionally rich spiritual energy. After returning to his own main peak, he summoned the Yin 18 riders once more and declared them his disciples to the outside world. He separated the 18 riders, each occupying their own mountain peak, greatly accelerating their cultivation speed. At this moment, he picked up a spell manual and began to cultivate. There was no other choice. The previous simulations options had only granted him cultivation base. One could say he was now the weakest golden core cultivator in the entire cultivation world. He even felt that if Wang Fan at the Foundation establishment stage were to encounter him, he would be the one suffering an upset defeat. In the 7th year, he studied one spell after another. Although these spells were not particularly advanced, they were enough to contend with opponents of the same rank. Meanwhile, after expending tens of thousands of pills and spirit stones, the Yin 18 riders successively broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. However, after their breakthrough, their cultivation speed slowed down noticeably. Du Ruyun, worried that he might be living poorly, came to visit him from time to time. Fortunately, due to his orders, Du Ruyun did not reveal their relationship to the sect. In the 8th year, he cultivated a flame control art. He decided that he must venture to the Tainan mountain range once more and seize the purple nether flame for himself. Practicing the flame control art in advance would allow him to wield the purple nether flame with greater proficiency in the future. In the 9th year, several outer disciples broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. Among the names, he spotted Chu He. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly accepted her as his disciple. By the way, Master, I heard I have 18 senior brothers. Why haven't I seen any of them? Chu He said to him, they prefer seclusion and bitter cultivation, so it's only natural that you haven't seen them. After explaining to Chu He, he took out a storage pouch and handed it to her. Inside are pills, spirit stones, and magical tools. Make do with them for now. In the days that followed, there wasn't much he could teach her as her master. For the most part, he would learn a spell himself and then teach it to her. Of course, except for those spells that consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy and could only be used by golden core cultivators. What he didn't know was that as the days passed in each other's company, Song He, just like in the previous simulation, once again developed feelings for him that went far beyond the master-disciple bond. In the 10th year, at his request, Du Ryun acquired a technique for him called the Spirit Beast Flame Art. It could be called a spell, or rather a method of flame manipulation, transforming fire into various flame beasts to launch attacks. He began cultivating the Spirit Beast Flame Art with great devotion. This art was far more complex than anything he had learned before, and it took him considerable time to grasp even the basics. In the 11th year, Song He came before him hesitating and fidgeting. Seeing her like this, he understood what she wanted to say. The familiar plot was likely about to unfold again. Speak your mind frankly, don't hold back. Song He smiled at him softly. Well, Master, in a few days I'd like to ask you to have a few senior brothers accompany me to break off an engagement. Before he could even speak, she quickly explained, it was arranged by our fathers when we were children. It doesn't count at all. I refuse to be with someone I don't even know. Besides that, Wang Fan is just a mortal. We're simply not compatible. After she finished speaking, he finally said calmly, a broken engagement is no big deal. It just so happens I have nothing pressing to do. I'll accompany you myself. Song He immediately rushed forward and happily wrapped her arms around his neck. That's wonderful. Master, you're so good to me. I knew you cared about me the most. After agreeing to Song Yi's request to break off the engagement, he immediately began planning how to maximize his gains in this simulation. In the 12th year, he prepared everything and flew towards Suifeng City with the Yin 18 riders and Song He. The 18 riders had just broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage not long ago. If the 18 riders joined forces, they would be unmatched below the golden core stage. On the way, Song He stared at them curiously. Senior brothers, why do you always cultivate without ever taking a break? Aren't you afraid of being stifled? But the Yin 18 riders had no thoughts of their own. They could only answer her questions coldly and mechanically. Sensing how dull the 18 riders were, Song He came back to his side and chatted with him. A month later, they arrived at Suifeng City. However, he did not enter the Wang family estate. Instead, he sent only the 18 riders to accompany Song He to break off the engagement. His reason to her was simple, as a golden core cultivator going to someone's doorstep to break off an engagement would be bullying the weak. Word would get around badly. Meanwhile, he had quietly infiltrated the Wang residence. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered a mortal inside a large room. No need to ask, that must be where Wang Fan lived. He suddenly realized that despite all the dealings he'd had with Wang Fan in the simulation world, due to lack of memory, he still had no idea what the man looked like. He walked forward step by step and pushed open the door to Wang Fan's room. Who's there? Wang Fan stared at him, warily, certain that there was no such person in the Wang family. He approached slowly, flashing a bright smile at Wang Fan. I'm your father. In an instant, as if influenced by some force, Wang Fan's mind was flooded with memories that had never existed before. In his memories, his original name was Chu Fan, but his father had been pursued by enemies and could only send him to the Wang family, where he became an adopted son. He looked at the man before him, the same face as his father in his memories, and the blood within him was telling him that this man was his father. Wang Fan suddenly fell to his knees and shouted, Father! Father, you finally come to find me. Father, you don't know how miserable I've been in the Wang family. They all bully me for being immortal. Seeing Wang Fan, who had troubled him twice before kneeling before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. This is the proper way to use a golden finger. Why resort to fighting and killing? He quickly stepped forward to help Wang Fan up. My son, it is your father's fault. I should have come to see you long ago. At this, Wang Fan could no longer hold back his tears and clung to his leg, weeping uncontrollably. After a long moment, Wang Fan finally composed himself. Father, are you here to take me away? He nodded and replied, Not only that, your father has other matters to attend to as well. After his explanation, Wang Fan slammed his hand on the table. Father, you're right. I'm a mortal. I shouldn't hold her back. And since Song He is father's disciple, I certainly can't let her waste her time on a mortal like me. Hearing this, he patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Good son, go on. Wang Fan nodded and walked toward the family's reception hall. Meanwhile, he extended his divine sense to observe every move inside. The moment Wang Fan entered, he heard Song He in the middle of breaking off the engagement, and his father Wang Zhan flatly refusing. Ni Song, this isn't right. The betrothal was agreed upon by both our families. How can you break it off single-handedly? Before Song He could respond, Wang Fan rushed forward. I agree to this broken engagement. As everyone stared at him in astonishment, he walked to the center of the hall and said, Marriage is a matter of mutual consent. Moreover, Miss Song and I don't even know each other. It's best that this engagement be dissolved. Song He looked at Wang Fan, a hint of joy rising in her heart. I thought this would be difficult, but this Wang Fan is actually quite reasonable. Seeing this, Wang Zhan could only heave a helpless sigh. Alas! Since you young ones have decided, then I have nothing more to say. Thus, amidst a harmonious atmosphere, Song Yi and Wang Fan successfully dissolved their engagement. 2 hours later, he brought Wang Fan and reunited with Song Yi. She stared at them in shock and asked incredulously, "So, Master, you're his father?" Upon hearing this, Wang Fan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, father is taking me to Tianshui sect. I'll have to trouble senior sister and the senior brothers from now on." Song Yi's heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? How could master have such a grown son? Seeing Song Yi's shocked expression, he felt helpless as well. After all, Wang Fan was clearly cut from the mold of a destined protagonist, and binding him was an absolute must. Perhaps if Wang Fan eventually ascended to immortality, he would bring his father, him, along to the celestial realm as well. Moments later, they boarded the flying vessel and headed back toward the sect. After returning to the sect, you bestowed a mountain peak upon Wang Fan, allowing him to reside there in comfort. At this moment, Wang Fan looked at you with shame, saying, "Father, rest assured, I will find a way to become a cultivator and not disgrace you." You patted him on the shoulder and said, "I believe in you, my son." Indeed, how could you not believe him? After all, this lad had an old master by his side. After returning to the sect, you continued to cultivate the 10,000 spirits flame art. As for Du Riyun, she had utterly lost all memory of you. She only felt as if she had forgotten something, and she discovered that her storage pouch was gone. In the 13th year, Wang Fan's old master had long been awakened. By now, Wang Fan had reached the 4th level of qi refining. For this reason, you directly granted him 100,000 spirit stones to aid his cultivation. He looked at you with great excitement, thinking to himself, "I am indeed my father's own son, he treats me so well." Meanwhile, Song Yi sought out Wang Fan and asked, "Wang Fan, I would like to ask, how is your mother, the Tao companion of our master?" Hearing this, Wang Fan's eyes dimmed momentarily. "Senior sister, my mother passed away when I was very young. So, does that mean the master currently has no Tao companion?" Song Yi said. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan's gaze toward her suddenly changed. "Senior sister, what are you planning? You didn't want to be my fiancée, but could it be that you intend to become my stepmother instead?" At these words, Song Yi's cheeks flushed red. "Oh, what nonsense are you talking? I'm not." However, as the saying goes, the more one tries to hide, the more obvious it becomes. Wang Fan had already discerned this woman's intentions toward his father. "Alas, my father has lived alone for so many years. Indeed, he needs someone to accompany him." He looked at Song Yi solemnly and said, "Senior sister, if you truly love my father, I support you." Song Yi shyly raised her head and asked in a weak voice, "Really?" Wang Fan nodded. "Of course, I would never deceive you." Afterwards, the two conversed for a while and began to discuss how to make Song Yi become your Tao companion. Meanwhile, you were already scheming to obtain some benefits. From the previous simulations, you could tell that Dongwei Yuer's backing was definitely a powerful family force. Previously, she killed me for Wang Fan's sake. Now that I am Wang Fan's father, if I ever see her, I must find a way to extract some good things from her. In the 14th year, thanks to Song Yi's unremitting efforts, your relationship with her grew increasingly close. At the same time, your cultivation speed was exceptionally fast, and you had now reached the middle stage of Golden Core. Of course, Wang Fan was even faster, having reached the 8th level of qi refining. In the 15th year, Wang Fan broke through and became a Foundation Establishment cultivator. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment, he asked for your leave, hoping to go out and gain experience. You agreed without hesitation, knowing that this was likely arranged by his old master Xia Ziyuan. In the 16th year, you and Song Yi became Tao companions, and it was celebrated as a beautiful tale within the sect. However, at this time, you focused your attention on cultivation because you remembered that the Yohua true man seemed to be about to appear. If you missed this opportunity, you might never obtain the purple dark flame again. 3 years later, you emerged from seclusion, but unfortunately your cultivation was still at the middle stage of Golden Core. Helplessly, you had to give up the idea of obtaining the purple dark flame after all your life was your own. You had not forgotten that in the previous simulation that Yohua true man could hold his own against 3 opponents without falling behind. In the 20th year, you became increasingly laid back. As you sat atop the mountain peak, slowly absorbing spiritual energy, a familiar voice suddenly came from the distant sky. "Father, I'm back." You looked up and saw 3 figures flying from afar. The one in the middle was none other than your good-for-nothing yet beloved son Wang Fan, and beside him were a female cultivator and a gray-robed cultivator. You guessed at once that these two were Dongwei Yuer and her nascent soul realm servant, who had chased and killed you in the previous simulations. After arriving before you, Wang Fan knelt down directly. "Father, your son is unfilial, not being able to take care of you all these years." You stepped forward and helped him up. Just as you were about to say something, you noticed that his cultivation realm had already caught up with yours. "Fanner, have you broken through to Golden Core?" Wang Fan scratched his head and replied, "It was just luck, all by chance." Looking at his innocent expression, you couldn't help but feel envious. So having an old master really speeds things up. At this moment, Dongwei Yuer stepped forward and bowed to you. "Junior Dongwei Yuer greets Uncle Chu." Hearing this, you felt extremely pleased. Little girl, you kept killing me in the simulations before, but today you have to bow to me. At this point, you began to fantasize. If she marries Wang Fan in the future, wouldn't she have to call me father? The more you thought about it, the more excited you became, and you even laughed out loud. Uncle Chu, what's wrong? You quickly snapped back to reality. It's nothing. I'm just too excited. With you by Fanner's side, I'm very reassured. After saying this, you led them into your cave dwelling. After chatting for a while, they finally stated the purpose of their visit. Father, I plan to leave the great gene cultivation world. You were stunned for a moment. What? Leave? You looked at him in confusion. Why do you want to leave? Did you offend someone? Seeing this, Dong Wei stepped forward to explain. Uncle Chu, you're overthinking. With me here, no one dares to bully Wang Fan. It's just that now that he has broken through to the Golden Core realm, he should go to a bigger stage. Only after Dong Wei's explanation did you understand. The strongest cultivator in the great gene cultivation world was only at the nascent soul stage. That was because resources here were scarce, lacking good spiritual veins and treasures, causing cultivators to be unwilling to come here. Beyond the Tainan mountain range, which stretched over 1,000,000 miles, lay Zhangzhou, the true center of the entire world. In Zhangzhou, not to mention nascent soul cultivators, even spirit transformation cultivators, could only serve as elders in second-rate sects. In her words, that place was full of opportunities, but also full of dangers. However, despite its dangers, you believed that with the old master around, Wang Fan would be fine. In the following days, Wang Fan treated you with increasing filial piety, preparing to show all the respect he could before leaving. One night, 3 months later, Dong Wei suddenly came to see you. She waved her hand, and a ball of golden black flame suddenly appeared in her palm. Uncle Chu, we are about to leave. I heard from Wang Fan that you have a wind-fire spiritual root and cultivate a fire-based technique, so this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you will be satisfied. Gazing at the golden black flame, you were deeply shocked, never expecting Dong Wei to be so generous. At this moment, you began to calculate grudges in your heart. She killed me twice, but this time she helped me once, so she still owes me one, whom she still has to die. At this point, you started to feign refusal. This gift is too precious, uncle cannot accept it. Dong Wei smiled and said, Uncle Chu, you are Wang Fan's father, and in the future you will be my father as well. This gift is just a token of my appreciation. The flame matches your attributes and will greatly benefit your cultivation. You pretended to hesitate for a moment and finally accepted it with a moved expression. Uncle thanks you. If you ever encounter any difficulties, just tell me. I recognize you as my only daughter-in-law. If that boy ever dares to find another girl, I'll break his legs. Dong Wei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded at you. A few days later, Wang Fan set off for Zhangzhou with Dong Wei and the gray-robed cultivator. You stood on the mountaintop watching their departing figures, feeling a sense of reluctance, but even more anticipation. My good son, you must carve out a name for yourself in that larger world, and then bring honor and comfort to your father. You murmured to yourself. Afterwards, you returned to your cave dwelling and began to refine the golden black flame. According to Dong Wei, this flame was a beast flame extracted from the body of a black gold flood dragon. That beast was extremely powerful in life, with a cultivation comparable to the spirit transformation realm of humans. Moreover, this flame carried a hint of draconic might, and in combat, it could even burn an opponent's soul. Within the cave, you took a deep breath and immediately activated your cultivation technique, drawing the black gold flame into your body to begin refining it. As soon as you started circulating the technique, you felt a burning sensation ignite within you. Damn, it's true that those who play with fire are dangerous. Saying this, you retrieved a bottle of elixirs from your storage pouch, the very ones Dong Wei had given you to aid in the refinement. As the elixir entered your body, the burning sensation finally subsided somewhat. Seizing the opportunity, you immediately began to circulate the technique along its meridian path. However, just as you were channeling the technique with all your might, the black gold flame suddenly grew restless, as if it possessed a will of its own, struggling to break free from your body. The scorching heat instantly surged through your entire body, again several times more intense than before. You felt as if your internal organs were being consumed by flames, and beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down your forehead, soaking your clothes. How could this be? Startled, you desperately steadied your mind and intensified the technique circulation. Yet the flame grew increasingly frenzied, beginning to devour the spiritual energy within your body. Holy crap, am I really going to die in this simulation over such a tiny flame? The thought of such a humiliating end, especially after having just latched onto a powerful ally, only steeled your resolve. You took a deep breath, cast aside the pain, and focused solely on refining the flame, caring not how much it ravaged your body. As time passed, the black gold flame gradually calmed down, following the technique's path through your body. At the same time, the violent power within the flame merged into your golden core, and your cultivation began to rise. In the 21st year, you had successfully refined the black gold flame and named it Black Flood Flame. Your spiritual energy had also grown more profound. You stretched lazily and emerged from the cave. Song Yi was outside cultivating while waiting for you to finish seclusion. Master, you've broken through. You gave a sly smile and dashed before her in an instant, pulling her into your embrace. Still calling me master? You should call me Big Brother Chu, or how about husband? She blushed shyly, struggling free from your arms. Master, I still prefer calling you that. Haha, very well. Call me whatever you like. Saying so, you led her into the cave. In the 22nd year, you began to consider whether to temporarily unbind your bond, and then rebind it when you next met. But you instantly dismissed the idea, worried that if you unbounded, you might never see Wang Fan again. Better to stay put in Tianshui's sect and wait for him to return and lead you to immortality. In the 23rd year, the 18 riders of Yan and Song Yi had all reached the peak of foundation establishment, preparing to seclude themselves and break through to Golden Core. At this time, the once-a-decade outer disciple competition was about to begin. As a Golden Core elder of the sect, you naturally took your seat among the elders, watching the outer disciples fight tooth and nail for a single foundation establishment pill. Just as you were growing bored, a particular figure caught your eye. An outer disciple, fierce and unstoppable, cut through the competition like a blade through grass, charging forward with relentless momentum. Every opponent he faced was severely wounded. Intrigued, you observed him closely. His eyes held a cruel determination, and his strikes were merciless, clearly driven by an unyielding will to win. When the competition concluded, the top 10 were determined. The man you had been watching took first place. Returning to your own peak, the more you thought about it, the more uneasy you became. There was something about his aura that didn't sit right. To ease your mind, you summoned the 18 riders of Yan from their seclusion to investigate the disciple's background. A month later, the riders returned with the information. You picked up the dossier compiled by your shadow guards. Well, this is quite something. Named Qinbai. Age 30. He had joined the sect 10 years ago, and even last year he was still at the third layer of Qi condensation. Due to his low cultivation, he had long been relegated to the rank of menial disciple. But starting last year, he seemed like a completely different person, his cultivation skyrocketing. Something's wrong. He joined 10 years ago, yet this year he's already broken through to the 9th layer of Qi condensation. A thought crossed your mind. Could it be? I've run into another cheater. But then again, since you had no conflict with him, you figured it wouldn't hurt to have another child of fortune around. Of course, if he really is a child of fortune like Wang Fan with his cheats, then I could become his father too. With that thought, you stopped dwelling on Qinbai and turned to cultivate the 10,000 spirit beast flame art. This technique matched your black flood flame perfectly. Under your control, a black gold flame serpent dozens of meters long coiled in the air, bending to your every command. In terms of raw power, it even surpassed beasts of the same realm. Meanwhile, inside Qinbai's cave, many figures had appeared out of nowhere. These individuals were all lifeless, radiating a faint aura of death. Qinbai tore off the mask covering his face, revealing his true features. Everything is ready. Today is the day of our demonic sect's revenge. Suddenly, alarm bells rang out, and the entire Tianshui sect plunged into chaos. Startled, you quickly dismissed your technique and exited the cave. In the sky, black mist roiled, and a group of cultivators in black robes were viciously attacking the sect's disciples. You recognized them at once, all demonic cultivators. Worse, you saw one of their leaders locked in a fierce battle with Du Ryun, neither able to gain the upper hand. You wanted to flee, but remembering that Song Yi was still in seclusion, you flew into the air and shielded your main peak behind you. A golden core demonic cultivator spotted you and turned to attack. Seeing the golden core demon cultivator coming for you, you steeled yourself and summoned the black flood flame. The black gold serpent roared and charged at him. The demon cultivator snorted, his hand flashing with black light as he produced a small black banner that blocked the serpent. You cursed under your breath at the sight of the banner. He waved it, and 1,000 souls rushed toward you. A myriad soul banner. Gritting your teeth, you channeled your spiritual energy, elevating the black flood flame to a higher level. The flames grew even hotter, releasing an astonishing heat. The souls charging toward you, when they got close to the black gold flame serpent, let out agonized screams as the intense heat burned them to ash. You felt a sliver of relief. Thank goodness there are no golden core souls in his banner, or I'd be in real trouble. At that moment, Song Yi finally succeeded in her breakthrough, reaching the golden core realm. As she emerged from her cave, she saw you locked in a bitter struggle. A flash of sword light streaked by, and the caught-off-guard demon cultivator was heavily wounded by her attack. While she was still wondering what had happened, you grabbed her hand and prepared to flee. But soon you realized a harsh truth: the entire sect was encircled by a formation, and you couldn't escape. Seeing the sect's disciples dying in droves, your anxiety grew. Suddenly you spotted Du Ryun, who was also being overwhelmed. He slipped away by tearing a hole in the formation. Seeing this, you no longer cared about your father-son bond with Wang Fan and shouted at Du Ryun, "I am your father. Come save me and your stepmother." Hearing the sudden cry, Du Ryun turned back and spotted you and Song Yi. He stretched out both hands and pulled you toward him. "Father, why didn't you tell me you were in the sect earlier?" You sighed helplessly. "I didn't want to disturb your cultivation, my son." Meanwhile, Song Yi's heart was in turmoil. She had just broken through to Golden Core, not even had time to rejoice when the sect was destroyed. As she saw no hope of survival, she discovered that the nascent soul patriarch was also her husband's son. A month later, you finally escaped the pursuit of the demonic path. From Du Ruyun, you learned that the cultivation world of Dajin had been far from peaceful in recent years. Long ago, the Dajin cultivation world boasted 8 major sects, 4 demonic and 4 righteous. A century ago, the righteous annihilated the demonic path, leaving only the 4 righteous sects. Yet the remnants of the demonic path refused to yield. They secretly united and ceaselessly harassed the righteous. None could have foreseen that they would now produce a nascent soul cultivator. Now Du Ruyun was discussing your next move with you. Father, how about we go to the Yufeng sect? I'm quite familiar with their patriarch. There will be no problem. You hesitated and asked, but what if the demonic path comes after us again? At this, Du Ruyun thumped his chest confidently. Father, rest assured. If I join the Yufeng sect, they will have 2 nascent soul cultivators. For all these years, the demonic path has had at most 1 nascent soul. Besides, they caught us off guard because we were unprepared. Hearing his suggestion, you turned to Song Yi and asked, what do you think? Still reeling from the recent events, Song Yi only snapped back to the present upon hearing your question. Well, if that's the case, let's follow the old patriarch's advice. Du Ruyun immediately knelt to the ground. Mother, please do not address me as such. Rank and seniority must be observed. You are my father's wife, thus my mother. From now on, just call me Xiaodu. Witnessing this, you could only shake your head helplessly. Fine, since he insists you call him Xiaodu, then do so. We'll head to the Yufeng sect. You reasoned that a sect daring to name itself Yufeng wind riding must possess exceptional wind attribute techniques. Since you also had a wind affinity, it was the perfect place to train. In the 24th year, you had already joined the Yufeng sect and become an elder. You couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. What if Wang Fan spent centuries training in Sangzhou and never returned? But what was done was done. You had no regrets, for survival was paramount. Life at the Yufeng sect was tranquil and fulfilling. As you had anticipated, the sect possessed a vast array of wind attribute techniques. You began to study them day and night, while your cultivation steadily advanced. In the 25th year, the 18 riders of Yanyun successively broke through to the Golden Core stage. It was then that you remembered the death warriors you had left behind in the mortal world. You immediately dispatched the 18 riders to summon all the death warriors back, placing them into your death warrior space. Though the death warriors were mortals, the million blade auras within them could rival the attacks of a Golden Core cultivator, a minor trump card at least. In the 26th year, the landscape of the Dajin cultivation world was completely reshaped. The demonic path established a new sect, the Huangquan sect, on the former site of the Tianshui sect. As soon as it was founded, it attracted all the hidden demonic cultivators of Dajin. In a short time, its inner sect strength surpassed that of the 3 major sects. However, through Du Ruyun, you learned that the 3 great sects were still deliberating, planning to join forces again to eradicate the demonic path once and for all. But due to disagreements over the distribution of spoils, the 3 sects never reached a consensus. 10 years later, the Huangquan sect remained unvanquished. Instead, the Yufeng sect, bolstered by its 2 nascent soul cultivators, had firmly secured its position as the foremost sect of Dajin. In the eyes of the corpse refining sect and the blood fiend Hall, the Yufeng sect posed a greater threat than the demonic Huangquan sect. Another decade passed. You were still at the mid-Golden Core stage. Over these 10 years, you noticed an unusual calm in the Dajin cultivation world. Fewer conflicts among cultivators, fewer battles for treasures. You sensed it, the calm before the storm. By the 47th year, though you had not broken through, your mastery of techniques had grown increasingly refined. With your flame control art alone, you could hold your own against 2 opponents without falling behind. In the 48th year, news arrived. The Huangquan sect had produced a second nascent soul cultivator known as the Yohua True Person. Yohua True Person. Could that be the one who was killed in the last simulation? You mused. I didn't expect that fellow to break through to the nascent soul stage either. Your heart tightened. You realized the situation was growing dire. With 2 nascent soul cultivators, the Huangquan sect had become immensely stronger, and the balance of the Dajin cultivation world was about to shatter. Their primary target might very well be the Yufeng pavilion where you resided. For safety, you decided to flee with Song Yi once more. Where to? You had no idea. Yet you were intrigued by the place Wang Fan had gone, Sangzhou. After all, the resources in Dajin were too scarce, even decent spirit herbs were lacking. You had been cultivating for decades and remained at the mid-Golden Core stage. Moreover, Wang Fan might have already reached the nascent soul or even divine transformation stage. If you encountered him, you could latch onto a powerful ally. 3 months later, true to your word, you set out with Song Yi, plunging into the Tainan mountain range. But the deeper you ventured, the more you regretted it. Countless beasts roamed the area. Even with the assistance of the 18 riders of Yanyun, all at the Golden Core stage, you dared not fly. In the depths of the Tainan mountain range, you spotted no fewer than 10 4th-rank beasts, the equivalent of human nascent soul cultivators. Had it not been for your caution and the escape techniques you learned at the Yufeng sect, both you and Song Yi would have become a beast's meal long ago. 3 years later you still had not emerged from the Tainan mountain range, but by sheer chance you stumbled upon a small, blessed cave heaven. Within this cave heaven, all manner of spirit herbs grew in wild abundance. Though many were unfamiliar to you, you could feel the dense spiritual energy radiating from them. After discussing with Song Yi, you decided to settle there. In your view, this was only a simulation. The priority was cultivation. The place was safe and secluded with no one to find you. The only drawback might be the lack of human company. In the 52nd year, you and Song Yi spent the entire year cultivating diligently in the blessed cave heaven, and both made significant progress. While studying the spirit herbs, you accidentally discovered a blood-red flower. Its petals emitted a faint, alluring fragrance. The moment you smelled it, you found your enlightenment ability had greatly increased. Could this be the legendary enlightenment flower? You were overjoyed. If it truly was the enlightenment flower, it would be immensely beneficial for cultivation. You carefully transplanted the enlightenment flower to a suitable spot and nurtured it daily with spiritual energy. With the aid of the flower, inspiration flowed continuously during your cultivation. You gained a deeper understanding of the circulation of wind and fire spiritual energy. You sensed that at this rate you would break through to the late golden core stage within 10 years, reach peak golden core in 20, and hopefully achieve nascent soul within a century. 5 years later, perhaps due to loneliness, you and Song Yi did nothing but cultivate and practice movement techniques against each other. Through these daily sparring sessions, your bond grew deeper. Finally, a year ago, your child was born, a daughter. After much thought, you named her Chu He. With the arrival of your child, you became more mature, spending every spare moment playing with your daughter. In the 70th year, you had broken through to the peak golden core stage. Song Yi and the 18 riders of Yun had all reached the late golden core stage. Your daughter Chu He, only 16, had also broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Just as you thought the peaceful days would continue forever, an incident forced you to leave the cave heaven. Oh, this girl. She never gives us a moment's peace. Looking at the letter Chu He left behind when she ran away from home, you felt a pang of understanding. After all, she had never been outside since childhood. It was only natural for her to yearn for the outside world. But she had no idea how dangerous and treacherous it was. After reassuring Song Yi, you turned and left the cave heaven. You planned to first find your daughter, have the 18 riders of Yun protect her covertly, and then return to continue your cultivation. After exiting the cave heaven, you immediately sensed Chu He's aura. Fortunately, she hasn't ventured too deep into the Taishan mountain range. You immediately turned around and chased after her, following the direction where her aura gradually dissipated. Only then did you realize your discomfort. The spiritual energy in the outside world was far inferior to that within the cave heaven. A year later, you emerged from the Taishan mountain range and returned to the cultivation world of Dajin. After making some inquiries, you learned that Dajin was currently embroiled in a war between the righteous and demonic paths. The Huangquan sect had 2 nascent soul cultivators, and that nascent soul cultivator, known as True Person Yohua, was particularly formidable. Only by uniting the 3 sects, Yufeng sect, Lianshi sect, and Shueshigu, could they hope to stand against them. But such matters were of no concern to you. Your only thought was to find your daughter, confirm her safety, and then return to your cultivation. Once you broke through to the nascent soul realm, none of this would be a problem. At the very least, you'd have enough power to protect yourself within Dajin. After arriving in Dajin, you discovered that the auras of countless cultivators were everywhere, making it impossible to track Chu He's whereabouts. With no other option, you ordered the 18 riders of Yin to search separately, while you yourself flew toward a place you hadn't visited in a long time. In the 72nd year, you arrived in Suifeng City. Following the memories in your mind, you located the Wang family mansion. Unfortunately, Wang Fan had never returned since his departure to Cangzhou. You had been hoping that if Wang Fan returned, you would renew the father-son contract with him. In the 73rd year, you finally received news. You couldn't believe that Chu He, that little one, had actually gone to the Yufeng sect to cultivate. You immediately ordered the 18 riders of Yin to secretly protect her. You believed that 18 golden core cultivators were more than enough to ensure her safety. After all, no nascent soul cultivator would be so bored as to waste time killing a mere foundation establishment ant. After arranging her security, you immediately set out, preparing to return to the cave heaven. You vowed not to emerge from seclusion until you broke through to the nascent soul realm. Half a year later, you returned to the depths of the Taishan mountain range, nearly reaching the location of the cave heaven. It was far quicker than your first visit. Just as you were imagining how freely you would live after becoming a nascent soul ancestor, a demonic beast suddenly appeared behind you and swiped at you with its claw. What the hell? You reacted immediately, forming hand seals and summoning a black gold flame-coated jade dragon to barely block the attack. However, that demonic beast's claw was terrifyingly powerful, and you were severely injured and knocked to the ground. Watching it approach you, you slowly made out its features. The beast resembled a turtle, but its 4 limbs were extraordinarily sharp, and a cluster of blood-red crystals grew from its flesh upon its head. Good heavens, a blood crystal turtle. From its aura, you could sense that this was absolutely a fourth-order demonic beast comparable to a human nascent soul cultivator. Is this simulation of mine coming to an end? Just as it hovered above you preparing to stomp you to death, something suddenly occurred to you. I'll risk it all. You immediately rose to your feet and shouted at it. I'm your father. The blood crystal turtle shook its head, and suddenly a flood of your memories surfaced in its mind. At that moment, a rough yet excited voice emerged from its mouth. Father Gigu missed you so much. Saying this, it lay down on the ground and repeatedly nudged your body with its massive head. You breathed a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Fortunately, this golden finger actually works. As soon as you had soothed it, you sat down and began circulating your spiritual energy to heal your wounds. Seeing this, the blood crystal turtle began to weep. Father, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to injure you so severely. You just transformed into human form, and I couldn't recognize you in time. I'm sorry, Father. You shook your head and said to it, it's all right. I just need some time to heal. Go find me some spiritual herbs, or the like. Upon hearing this, the blood crystal turtle nodded. All right, Father. Wait here for me. I'll go search my cave right away. After it left, you truly began to take your golden finger seriously. You never expected it to work on demonic beasts as well. If I could encounter real immortals, wouldn't I be able to bind with them too? And even if I could only encounter experts at the Tribulation Transcendence or Mahayana stage, binding a father-son relationship would still be well worth it. You slapped your forehead. How foolish of me. How could I be content to slowly cultivate within a single cave heaven? Now protected by a fourth-order demonic beast, you were confident you could traverse the Taishan mountain range and head toward Sangzhou, where the strong gathered in great numbers. In an instant you made your decision. You would definitely go to Sangzhou. In the 74th year, you shared your thoughts with Song Yi. Although she was deeply worried, she ultimately respected your decision. However, fearing you wouldn't be able to protect her, you decided to have Song Yi remain within the cave heaven to cultivate and break through to the nascent soul realm first. After bidding farewell to Song Yi, you rode the blood crystal turtle and traveled unimpeded through the Taishan mountain range. In just half a year, you had already exited the outer regions of the mountain range. You looked at the blood crystal turtle and waved your hand in farewell. Good turtle, no need to see me off. Your father will come back to visit you. After a deeply affectionate farewell, you formally set foot on the land of Sangzhou. It wasn't that you didn't want a fourth-order demonic beast as your mount. You were simply afraid that when you attempted to bind with someone else, the blood crystal turtle might lose control. In the 75th year, you arrived at a place known as the Blackwater region. You had originally assumed that Sangzhou would be as straightforward as the Dajin cultivation world. But over the course of that year, you came to understand that Dajin's territory was pitifully small. From your investigations, you learned that Sangzhou had 9 major spiritual veins, each controlled by one of the 9 supreme powers. They were the 3 great families: the Bai family, the Si family, and the Donghua family. Then there were the 5 great sects: Fengxian sect, Mingxin sect, Qihua sect, Bishui Pavilion, and Luyan sect. The final one was an academy faction, the Xingong Academy, known as the foremost cultivation institution in Sangzhou. Each of these 9 powers boasted 1 or 2 tribulation transcendence ancestors. Upon learning this, you realized that Donghua Yuera must be a member of the Donghua family, though you had no idea how she had ended up in the Dajin cultivation world. As for the remaining territories, although their spiritual energy was somewhat inferior, they still possessed unique wonders and were not lacking in heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all claimed by second-rate, third-rate, and various minor factions. The Blackwater region where you stayed was a gathering place for rogue cultivators. The fact that you knew so much was precisely information you had gathered here. You had originally believed your talents were already quite exceptional. You were barely 100 years old and had already reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. But after arriving in Sangzhou, you realized your talent was merely average by these standards. Because in Sangzhou, the 9 great powers recruited disciples from the moment mortals first awakened their spiritual roots, and they accepted only single spirit root and dual spirit root individuals. Only those who reached the Golden Core realm by age 20 or the nascent soul realm before 100 would catch the attention of the 9 great powers and be recruited. After roughly understanding the power structure of Sangzhou, you immediately packed your belongings, preparing to join a sect first and find a good son to serve as your bodyguard. After some thought, you flew toward a sect located 100 li beyond the Blackhorn region. About a month later, you joined a sect called Hanshin Go. You had made inquiries and learned that the ancestor of this sect was a void refinement cultivator, making Hanshin Go merely a third-rate sect throughout all of Sangzhou. Joining with your Golden Core peak cultivation, you were directly placed among the inner disciples. In the 76th year, you discovered that the ancestor of Hanshin Go had already entered seclusion for 50 years with no sign of emerging. After much hesitation, you set your sights on the soul transformation sect master Wei Wenlong. Unfortunately, the sect's rules were extremely strict, and you had no opportunity to even lay eyes on him. After waiting another year, you decided to find a nascent soul elder to bond with first. Once you broke through to the nascent soul realm yourself, you would naturally have the chance to make contact with Wei Wenlong. After observing for some time, you finally identified your target. Within the alchemy chamber of Hongshun, you stood before a nascent soul late-stage elder and declared, "I'm your father." As your words fell, Elder Hua of the alchemy chamber immediately knelt before you. "Father, little Hua has missed you so much." He sobbed as he rushed forward to embrace you, tears streaming from his eyes. "Father, back then, if it weren't for saving you, you wouldn't have remained in a deep slumber all this time." As he spoke, he immediately pulled out handful after handful of pills from his storage pouch. "Father, your son has made something of himself. I'm not only at the nascent soul stage now, but I've also become a 5th-grade alchemist. With me around, I'll definitely help you break through to the nascent soul stage." You accepted the pills and gazed at him with a gratified expression. "Little Hua, I knew you had it in you. In that case, I'll go cultivate now. Remember to prepare pills for me on time." With that, you turned and left, returning to your own cave dwelling. Choosing Elder Hua as your son had been a well-considered decision. After all, an alchemist could provide you with the most abundant resources. In the 78th year, while you were in seclusion cultivating with Elder Hua supplying pills, you felt your cultivation speed had greatly improved. He also frequently taught you the art of fire control. In the 79th year, you emerged from seclusion. Though you could clearly sense your golden core cultivation had reached perfection, you had no hint of a breakthrough to nascent soul. You could only seek out Elder Hua and ask him about it. At that moment, Elder Hua looked at you with a fawning expression. "Father, each person has their own method of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but generally speaking, they're quite similar. Generally speaking, to break through from golden core to nascent soul, one must first polish the spiritual energy within the body, then use powerful force to shatter the golden core. Once the golden core transforms into pure energy, you must connect with your spiritual roots to gestate it, forming the nascent soul. The reason you haven't found the opportunity to break through is that your internal spiritual energy hasn't been refined enough to stimulate the golden core. When your spiritual energy can shake the golden core, that's when you'll be able to break through to the nascent soul stage." Upon hearing this, you slowly nodded. "Wow, there's so much intricacy to this. If I had to figure it out alone, I might have wasted decades." After understanding how to break through to the nascent soul stage, you took some more pills from Elder Hua and returned to your cave dwelling to enter seclusion. 10 years later, as you felt your spiritual energy finally reach perfection and were just about to break through to nascent soul, a familiar voice came from beyond the sect. "Old demon Hongshin, get the hell out here. Today next year will be the anniversary of your death and the Hongshin Pavilion's demise." You immediately opened your eyes, nearly spitting blood in despair. "Oh, come on, not again. Someone's attacking the sect. Finding a good sect for peaceful cultivation is really not easy." Just as you were about to sneak away, you suddenly paused. "Wait, why does that voice sound somewhat familiar?" You hurried out of your cave dwelling and saw crowds of people flying toward the main hall where the sect protecting formation was located. Seeing this, you immediately followed along. "Sai, once the grand formation is activated, I can't even run away anymore." Moments later, you arrived at the main hall of the sect. Inside, a group of elders were channeling their magical power to sustain the formation. The sect master Wei Wenlong hovered above everyone's heads, glaring furiously at the group outside the protective formation. Following his gaze, you nearly cried out in excitement. "Holy crap, isn't that my good son Wang Fan?" You grew increasingly excited, and looking at Wang Fan, you could feel an intense pressure emanating from him. You became more certain that his strength was far from ordinary. You knew that within the Hongshun Pavilion, on the surface alone, there were dozens of nascent soul elders, 8 spirit-severing elders, and the sect master at the late spirit-severing stage. You figured that since Wang Fan dared to come looking for trouble, he must have surpassed the spirit-severing realm. As for the people beside him, they were probably of similar caliber. At that moment, Wang Fan held a sword in one hand, while forming hand seals with the other, directly unleashing a devastating strike toward the grand formation. Simultaneously, the people around him also made their moves, sending waves of multicolored magical power crashing against the formation. With a resounding crack, the grand formation shattered completely. You hesitated for a moment, wondering whether you should go and re-establish your father-son bond with Wang Fan right now. But being surrounded by a crowd of Hongshun Pavilion elders and disciples, if you went to claim kinship, now you'd probably be captured and executed on the spot. You decided it was better to wait until this great battle had played out a bit more. At this moment, Wei Wenlong let out a light shout, grabbed a magical artifact, and charged straight at Wang Fan. "You little beast. If I'd known you would grow to this level, I should have killed you back then." Wang Fan raised his sword and blocked the strike, speaking coldly. "I gave you a chance back then, but you relied on your superior cultivation to bully me at will. Today I'll make the Hongshun Pavilion pay for it." 9 killing sword art. Blood kill. Shadow kill. Rupture kill. Flash kill. Annihilation kill. 5 consecutive sword strikes materialized into countless sword shadows, each carrying a different killing intent. Wei Wenlong remained calm and collected, pulling a purple-red umbrella from his storage ring and infusing it with magical power before unleashing it. "Luoyan umbrella block for me." In an instant, the Luoyin umbrella snapped open, expanding 1,000-fold, radiating waves of purple-red magical energy as it intercepted all of Wang Fan's sword shadows. While the two fought fiercely, you had already figured it out. This kid must have had some conflict with the Hongqian Pavilion when he first arrived in Sangzhou, and it escalated into a life-or-death feud. Meanwhile, the people Wang Fan had brought also began to exert themselves, engaging in deadly combat against the Hongqian Pavilion's elders and disciples. In an instant, colorful magical radiance blazed everywhere and thunderous booms reverberated throughout the entire sect. You hid among the crowd, watching the chaotic scene, trying to figure out how to avoid the danger. Suddenly, a sharp sword chi came slashing toward you, and you instinctively turned your head. Just as the sword chi was about to strike you, a large hand pulled you behind it. You blinked and saw that it was Elder Hua. "Father, please take cover. It's too dangerous here." You nodded repeatedly. "Or you're the one who cares about your father the most. I'll leave this place to you." With that, you slipped away in a flash and retreated to the side. The great battle raged from day to night, and from night back to day. Gradually, the people of the Hongqian Pavilion began to retreat in defeat, suffering heavy casualties. Just then, a nascent soul cultivator from Wang Fan's group noticed you and charged straight at you. There's still a bystander here. I almost missed you." You immediately looked at Elder Hua, but he was also entangled by another nascent soul cultivator and couldn't come to your aid. Seeing this, you could only resort to your ultimate technique and said to him, "Fellow Taoist, please hold your hand. I'm one of you." He let out a cold snort. "Who's one of you with you? Prepare to die." Just as his technique was about to hit you, you quickly turned your head and shouted at Wang Fan, who was still in the distance, "Fanner, I'm your father." In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to you. Even the nascent soul cultivator attacking you froze for a moment. Only Elder Hua's eyes briefly glazed over before returning to normal. Hearing your voice, Wang Fan immediately turned his head and looked at you with excitement. "Father, what are you doing here?" At the sound of Wang Fan's voice, the nascent soul cultivator broke out in a cold sweat, instantly teleporting forward to intercept his own attack. Seeing this, you let out a long sigh of relief, then said to Wang Fan, "Fanner, your father was worried about you being alone, so I came to Sangzhou to find you." Hearing this, Wang Fan spoke excitedly once more. "Thank you for your concern, father. Please wait a moment. Let me annihilate this Hongqian Pavilion first." With that, the light on Wang Fan's sword surged brilliantly as he launched another assault at Wei Wenlong. Wei Wenlong was already showing signs of fatigue, barely managing to hold his ground against Wang Fan's fierce offensive. Just then, a terrifying voice echoed from the depths of the sect. "Who dares to trespass into my Hongqian Pavilion?" Upon hearing this voice, you immediately warned Wang Fan. "Fanner, watch out. This must be the void refinement ancestor of the pavilion emerging." As your words faded, a terrifying aura instantly swept through the entire scene. Every cultivator below the nascent soul stage was pressed motionless by this overwhelming pressure. Seeing this, Wang Fan waved his hand, and several nascent soul cultivators instantly appeared before you, pulling you behind them. Moments later, a bizarre-looking man with disheveled hair and a flowing red robe emerged from the depths of the sect. With every step he took, the surrounding pressure grew stronger. When Wei Wenlong saw this man, he immediately cried out, "Ancestor, save me." The Void Refinement Elder cast a cold glare at Wei Wenlong before fixing his gaze upon Wang Fan. "A mere spirit transformation cultivator dares to cause trouble at my red dust pavilion. You must be tired of living." Wang Fan showed no fear, leveling his sword. "The red dust pavilion schemed against me countless times in the past. Today I shall raze this place to the ground. Let's see what you can do about it." A mocking smile curled at the corner of the pavilion elder's lips. He raised his hand, and a massive palm imprint of spiritual energy hurtled toward Wang Fan. Wang Fan swiftly evaded with his movement technique, while sending streaks of sword chi back from his spiritual blade. Suddenly, the space before his chest rippled, and a spectral soul appeared before him. "A mere void refinement cultivator dares to boast so arrogantly and threaten my disciple." Witnessing this, you felt a surge of relief. "That's his old master Xia Ziyuan, isn't it? He's finally shown himself." After all, this was the first time you had seen the old master. To your surprise, his fragile soul form had recovered to such a degree that he could now contend with a void refinement cultivator. Meanwhile, the red dust pavilion elder glanced at Xia Ziyuan, waved his sleeve, and a flute materialized in his hand. "If you were at your peak, I might have shown you some respect. But now you're nothing but a mere soul body daring to act insolently within my red dust pavilion." With that, the elder placed the flute to his lips and blew out an eerie melody. The sound transformed into visible sound waves shooting towards Xia Ziyuan like arrows. Xia Ziyuan gently raised his hand, and a faint azure barrier instantly materialized before him. The sound waves crashed against it with crisp impacts, but the barrier merely trembled slightly without breaking. Seizing this opening, Wang Fan channeled his spiritual energy. His sword blazed with intense light as he thrust it toward the red dust pavilion elder. The elder's form flickered as he easily dodged Wang Fan's attack. In a counter-move, he struck out with a palm laden with boundless magical power, sending Wang Fan flying several hundred meters away. Seeing this, Xia Ziyuan let out a thunderous roar. His soul force surged forth like a raging tide, coalescing into a massive cauldron that descended upon the red dust pavilion elder. The elder's expression shifted. He put away his flute and formed hand seals, summoning a golden shield before him. The soul force collided with the shield, scattering golden sparks into the air. As the two reached a stalemate, Wei Wenlong teleported behind you, in an instant clasping your neck with one hand. Wang Fan, your father is in my hands. Surrender now if you know what's good for you. At that moment, you never expected to become a hostage in his grasp. In an instant, Wang Fan charged toward him in a fury. Dare to harm my father, and I'll leave none of your red dust pavilion alive, not even the dogs and chickens. Seeing Wang Fan rushing over, Wei Wenlong tightened his grip on your neck even more fiercely. You wanted to say something, but your entire body was sealed by his spiritual energy, rendering you completely immobile. Wang Fan, make another move, and your father will perish right here in my hands. Seeing this, Wang Fan was forced to stop. He glared at Wei Wenlong with murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Wang Fan, I'll give you a chance. Surrender now, and I might just spare your father's life. What do you say? At these words, everyone's gaze turned to Wang Fan. He understood all too well that even if he surrendered, you would still face certain death. His heart was torn with conflict. Because of the golden finger, his feelings for you ran incredibly deep. Even Dong Weiyue didn't hold as much weight in his heart as you, his father. But he knew that if he gave up, you would die anyway. Seeing Wang Fan's hesitation, Wei Wenlong's spiritual energy surged violently, making it clear he was ready to kill you at any moment. Wang Fan, I'll count to 3. Surrender now, or you'll only see your father in your dreams. 1. Hearing the countdown begin, Wang Fan grew even more frantic, his body trembling uncontrollably. 2. No. No. Father can't die. In a place no one could see, Xia Ziyuan frowned, then looked at Wang Fan with a helpless expression, muttering inwardly, Disciple, don't blame your master. I'm doing this for your own good. He quietly condensed his soul force into an invisible thread and shot it straight into your mind. You are dead. Watching your aura suddenly wither, Wang Fan was momentarily stunned, then an overwhelming fury flooded his heart. Wei Wenlong, I will make you die. Seeing you suddenly lose your life force, Wei Wenlong was equally puzzled. I haven't even done anything yet. How did you just collapse? 3 days later, the red dust pavilion was awash in rivers of blood, not a single intact corpse left to be found. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose the rewards for this simulation from the following options. Option 1, Peak Golden Core Cultivation, possessing dual wind and fire spiritual roots on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Option 2, all benefits you obtained through the Golden Finger, Black Gold, Flood Dragon Flame, Myriad Spirit Beast Flame Art, various pills, and spirit stones, etc. Option 3, all memories from the simulated world along with insights into various spells and techniques. Looking at the simulation rewards, Chu He felt a slight pang of regret. Sigh, if only I could keep this golden finger as a reward. Chu He shook his head, stretched lazily, then said to the simulator, I choose 1. Then the familiar sensation returned. An immensely powerful surge of spiritual energy flooded into his body. Chu He's aura continuously rose from Foundation Establishment Peak to Golden Core Early Stage, until finally stopping at Golden Core Peak. Just as Chu He was about to start another simulation, he remembered something he had forgotten. Skillfully, he took out a small notebook from his chest and jotted down Xia Ziyuan's name. Good, this way I won't forget. After putting away the notebook, Chu He looked at the simulation panel and said, System, draw a golden finger and continue the simulation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the golden finger. The rougher the waves, the more valuable the fish. Staring at the familiar yet strange text, Chu He knew he would only understand its use once inside the simulated world. Year 1, after entering the simulated world, you immediately sensed your body's condition. Sure enough, just like in previous simulations, a mysterious force lingered in your mind, etched deep like a rule. After studying it, you figured out this golden finger. Whenever you did something dangerous, it would manifest various rewards for you. Moreover, the more dangerous the deed, the richer the rewards. This piqued your interest. Isn't this the very thing the simulator warns against? Courting death. After a moment's thought, you decided it wasn't a bad idea. After all, you had an endless supply of simulation attempts, so wasting 1 or 2 didn't matter. Having made up your mind, you immediately left your room and flew toward the teleportation array. Along the way, you reveled in the formidable power of a golden core cultivator. After all, at the Foundation Establishment Stage, one could only fly on a sword. How could that compare to the freedom of unrestricted flight? You estimated that if you returned to Blue Star now, you'd easily be a miniature Superman. Year 2, you rejoined the Tianshui sect. Your peak golden core cultivation made you highly popular, and even Du Riyun personally came out to receive you. You chose Tianshui sect for 2 important reasons. First, to find a quiet place to form your nascent soul. Second, to accompany Song Yi in calling off her engagement. After all, what could be more courting death than offending a child of fortune? After arranging the training of the Yen Cloud 18 riders, you entered your cave dwelling, planning to break through to nascent soul first. 10 years later, a crack echoed from within your body. The golden core shattered and countless spiritual energies began to converge anew. Slowly, a miniature phantom image resembling you took shape in the spot where the core once resided. For dozens of miles around Tianshui sect, all spiritual energy seemed to answer a summons converging toward your secluded cave. At that moment, Du Ruyun, cultivating at the back mountain, was overjoyed. That person has actually broken through to the nascent soul stage. Ha ha ha. Heaven blesses our Tianshui sect. 3 months later, you finally solidified your nascent soul cultivation completely. You were ecstatic inside. Finally, I've reached the nascent soul stage. Now I can truly have a say in the great gene cultivation world. Damn, I almost forgot. It was then that you remembered you had been in seclusion for 10 years. You might miss the engagement canceling plot. You couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Literally, don't be in such a hurry to cancel the engagement. Please wait for me." After calming the spiritual energy within his body, he opened the cave dwelling, intending to first settle the matter of the marriage annulment. However, upon stepping outside, he found a large crowd gathered around his cave dwelling. Upon seeing him emerge, the group of Golden Core elders bowed in unison. "We congratulate Senior Chu on successfully forming his nascent soul." At the same time, a figure swiftly approached from the distance. It was Du Ruyun. "Ha ha, congratulations, congratulations. Daoist Chu, your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage today is a momentous occasion. From now on, our Tianshui sect will have 2 nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, I see that Daoist Chu is not old in years. Perhaps you may even break through to the spirit transformation realm in the future." Seeing this old man arrive, he put on a smiling face. "Daoist Du jest. The spirit transformation realm has not been seen in the entire Great Gene for many years. I am sorry that my breakthrough has disturbed you, Daoist Du." After an exchange of pleasantries, they walked together into the Grand Sect Hall, summoned the elders and disciples, and officially announced that he would become the Supreme Ancestor. "Greetings, Ancestor Chu. Greetings, Ancestor Chu. Greetings, Ancestor Chu." Looking at the sea of people outside the hall, he finally felt the confidence that true power brought. After officially assuming the title of Supreme Ancestor, he did not rush to establish a new cave dwelling. Instead, he dispatched someone to find Song Yi. Unfortunately, according to the information he received, Song Yi had already gone to annul the engagement. Without a moment's hesitation, he took to the air and flew towards the direction of Suifeng City. After all, how could he miss his own marriage annulment? 10 days later, he arrived above the Wang family estate. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found Song Yi in the midst of annulling the engagement. He heard Wang Fan inside proclaiming things like, 30 years east, 30 years west, do not bully the youth. With a flicker of his form, he instantly appeared before the crowd. For a moment, everyone stared at him in astonishment. "Senior, may I ask your name and why you have come to the Wang family?" Hearing Wang Zhan's inquiry, his gaze sharpened, and he simply glared at him. "And did this seat permit you to speak?" Wang Zhan was instantly severely injured and collapsed to his knees. Seeing this, Wang Fan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with anger as he stared at him. "Who are you? My father asked you politely, why did you harm him?" He merely smiled. "Why? Because just now you said you would personally come to the Tianshui sect to issue a challenge in 3 years. A mere mortal like you dares to aspire to marry into my Tianshui sect. A waste like you is not worthy of a disciple of my sect." Upon hearing this, Wang Fan understood that he was from Song Yi's sect. At this moment, Song Yi was deeply puzzled. She stepped forward slowly and gave a slight bow. "Senior, which elder are you? I have never seen you before." "Haha, little girl, you must have joined the sect in recent years. It's only natural that you haven't seen me. This seat went into seclusion 10 years ago and only recently emerged after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. I heard there was an interesting affair here, so I came by to see for myself." Seeing them chatting away, Wang Fan felt his pride deeply wounded and roared at them. "The Tianshui sect is nothing special. You look down on me today, but in 3 years I fear you won't be worthy of looking up to me." Looking at his infuriating expression, he suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for the obedient and good son from his last simulation. Just then, the mysterious energy in his mind trembled, splitting off a ball of light. Within the light was a mysterious collar. Well, I haven't even done anything yet, and I'm already getting a manifested reward." He didn't take the collar out at that moment, so he didn't know its function. But he looked at Wang Fan opposite him, wondering whether he should just kill him outright. Killing a child of fortune was undoubtedly an extremely reckless and dangerous move. However, he worried that Wang Fan's golden finger hadn't awakened yet, so the reward might not be that good. After thinking it over, he decided to let him live for now and kill him in 3 years. He flicked his sleeve, turned, and left the Wang estate with Song Yi and the others. "Wang Fan, is it? In 3 years I'll be waiting for you at the Tianshui sect. You'd better show up." With that, he vanished from the sight of the Wang family. At that moment, Wang Fan watched the direction he had gone, thinking to himself, "If I could also cultivate one day, I will make you and Song Yi pay." Shortly after he left, a voice echoed from Wang Fan's ring. "Poor boy, it seems you need some help." On the flying boat, Song Yi and the others bowed respectfully and thanked him profusely for his intervention. After inquiring, he discovered that without his interference, this time Song Yi's teacher was once again the golden core elderly Yunji. With a wave of his hand, the collar from his mind materialized in his palm. Along with it came the knowledge of how to use it. The beast-taming collar can control any beast below the 5th rank at will. Of course, the beast must be willing to wear it. If forced, the success rate is only 20%. After learning its function, he immediately told Song Yi and the others to return to the sect on their own, while he flew towards the depths of the Tainanshan mountain range. Perfect, I can also get a spirit beast as a mount. In his view, being able to control a beast below the 5th rank meant it was comparable to a human nascent soul cultivator. Imagine how majestic it would be to ride a nascent soul stage beast every time he made an appearance. A month later, he arrived at a split in the Tainanshan mountain range. To the left was a dense forest, and to the right was a vast rift canyon. He casually glanced around and flew towards the forest. Just then he felt the golden finger in his mind stir, as if it were about to manifest something. No way is there danger here. He quickly retreated back to the split. Sure enough, the moment he returned, the manifestation energy vanished. At that moment, he felt he had discovered something extraordinary. This golden finger isn't for seeking death at all. It's clearly a danger detector. He immediately flew towards the Great Canyon on the left, wanting to see when he could trigger the manifestation effect in his mind again. After flying for several days, he spotted a particularly small and adorable white tiger only about 2 or 3 meters long, lying by a lake sunbathing. While 2 or 3 meters might be normal for an ordinary beast among spirit beasts, it was practically a little kitten. He found it odd that such an ordinary white tiger would be deep in the Tainanshan mountains. Could it be? This white tiger has a special bloodline. He decided to capture it first and check later. If it had a special bloodline, he'd have struck gold. Just as he took a step forward to act, the energy in his mind suddenly began manifesting a magical artifact, and at an alarmingly fast pace. Seeing this, he was startled and quickly retreated. No way is there a mistake. It looks like an ordinary white tiger to me. How could it be dangerous? He stayed put, quietly watching the white tiger, wondering what the danger could be. 2 hours later, as the sun began to set, the little white tiger finally stirred and stood up. Well, there doesn't seem to be any danger. Before he could figure it out, the white tiger raised its head and let out a roar towards the sky as if yawning. In that instant, its gaze changed, becoming like a king reigning over the world. Its body swelled from 2 or 3 meters to several thousand meters in an instant. Bones protruded from its back, forming 2 massive wings, and it flew off into the distance. Before leaving, it glanced back at him, as if to say, "Mortal ant, this king knew you were here all along." Witnessing this, he was fully convinced that his golden finger was indeed correct. If I had really tried to catch it just now, I would have died a miserable death. He calmed his mind and continued towards a remote canyon. He decided that whenever he faced a choice from now on, he would follow the manifestation in his mind. It was guaranteed to be safe. After walking for 2 days, you encountered a 4th-tier flame lion, but through your golden finger you discovered that it was actually dangerous. Helpless, you had to give up and search again. 6 months later, you discovered that no matter what kind of demon beast you looked for, the golden finger would materialize a reward for you. This made you realize an embarrassing fact. I was so focused on finding a mount that I almost forgot I've just broken through to the nascent soul stage, and I haven't practiced any spells. I can't beat anyone. After sighing to yourself, you decided to return to the sect to cultivate for a while first. Just after you set off, a terrifying energy fluctuation struck from not far to your left. After confirming through the golden finger that there was no danger, you decided to go see what had happened. After flying to the left for a while, you arrived at the place where the energy erupted. The scene was a mess, with a blood crystal turtle lying on the ground covered in wounds. Beside it was the corpse of a demon beast you had never seen before, somewhat resembling a combination of a donkey and an elephant. You glanced at the scene and found that although the blood crystal turtle was severely injured, its aura was still relatively stable, so it probably wouldn't die. Could it be that this blood crystal turtle is the one I encountered in my last simulation? You raised an eyebrow, immediately realizing that your opportunity had come and your mount was within reach. You took out the spirit-subduing ring and walked toward it step by step, feeling no unusual reaction from the golden finger, knowing that this time it would be stable. Little turtle, don't be afraid, your dear daddy is coming. Watching you approach step by step with an evil smile on your face, the blood crystal turtle's already limited intelligence was even more at a loss about what to do. Just as you were about to get close, you immediately used your spiritual power to activate the spirit-subduing ring. Controlled by your power, the ring instantly flew above the blood crystal turtle's head, expanded hundreds of times, and directly slipped over its neck. A trace of reluctance flashed in the blood crystal turtle's eyes. It tried to struggle, but its severely injured body could not do as it wished. After a moment, the turtle's gaze flickered, and its pupils changed from red to blue. Great, it worked. Feeling the friendly aura emanating from the blood crystal turtle, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, you encountered a new problem. My good turtle, you're so big, how can I take you with me? If it hadn't been injured, you could have ridden it away, but now there was no way. Looking at its body, which was larger than a mountain, you let out a helpless sigh. Sigh, turtle, I caught myself, I have to spoil it myself. You took out some pills from your storage pouch and began feeding them to it one by one. At this moment, you only felt heartache. You knew that these pills were congratulatory gifts from the sect elders when you broke through to the nascent soul stage, and you hadn't even eaten them yourself. But as time passed, you also saw remarkable results. 3 days later, the blood crystal turtle's injuries had mostly healed. Although it might still be barely able to fight, it had no problem moving around. So at your command, it immediately flew toward the direction of Tianshui sect. You then climbed onto its back, experiencing the feeling of having a mount for the first time. However, to be honest, you didn't feel it was that great, because it was too big, and on its back you were like an ant. In the 13th year, riding the blood crystal turtle, you flew to the sect's territory. Seeing the 4th-tier giant beast that was like a mountain, the sect disciples were terrified. Only after you spoke did they calm down. Meanwhile, the blood crystal turtle you brought back shocked everyone, including Du Ryun, who also wore an expression of disbelief. Since tens of thousands of years ago, humans and demon beasts had been mortal enemies. At the same cultivation level, neither side would be willing to become the other's mount or slave. Some demon beasts would even rather self-destruct than submit. Therefore, even for nascent soul cultivators, their mounts were at most at the golden core stage. For example, Du Ryun's mount was a 3rd-tier purple wanbird. You brought the blood crystal turtle back to the mountains behind the sect and finally rested. But looking at the turtle's smooth shell, you felt it wasn't imposing enough. After all, it was your own mount, so you couldn't lose face. So you immediately arranged for the 18 Yen Yun riders to collect spiritual crystal materials for building a house. You didn't waste the 5,000 death warriors either. You sent them to the mortal world to collect gold for you. At this point, you already had a rough plan for the blood crystal turtle's shell. No, you should say it was your own shell. In the 14th year, the blood crystal turtle lay helplessly on the ground, allowing the 18 Yen Yun riders and the death warriors to work on its shell. Meanwhile, you began to go into seclusion to make up for your lack of spells. After all, every time the simulation ended, you had chosen cultivation level, not spells, and you had no memories of them. So while you were in seclusion, countless disciples secretly ran to the depths of the rear mountain, curiously watching the construction taking place on the blood crystal turtle's shell. In the 15th year, after learning most of the basic spells you needed, you came out of seclusion. The first thing you did was naturally to go see your turtle. Perfect. Truly perfect. You looked at the luxurious decoration on the blood crystal turtle's shell and felt that your prestige was fully displayed. On the shell, there was a palace built with poles made of top-grade wood. The outside of the palace was covered with countless gold bricks, making it look like a heavenly court cast from gold. Outside the palace, there was a large terrace built from a single 1,000-year-old spirit wood. On the terrace was a very imposing dragon throne made entirely of spirit stones, costing a total of 100,000 spirit stones. You lightly tapped your foot, and your whole body instantly flew up, landing on the dragon throne. At that moment, you suddenly thought, am I being a bit too arrogant like this? Who cares? It's just a simulation. What's wrong with being a bit arrogant? Then you directly ordered the 18 Yen Yun riders to move everything from your cave dwelling to the palace on the turtle's shell. That's right. A good cave dwelling is one that can escape danger. Just as you were quite satisfied with this, a message came in. That Wang Fan's 3-year agreement had arrived, and he had come to Tianshui's sect to challenge you. Hearing this news, you suddenly felt a bit regretful, because you had initially thought that the golden finger was meant to be used that way, so you went to provoke him. But now that you had discovered a new way to avoid all dangers, you were unwilling to take risks for this. Although you now had the blood crystal turtle to help, which was comparable to 2 nascent soul cultivators, you were afraid that if you killed Wang Fan, Dong Guiyuer would calculate it and kill you again, which would be bad. After thinking for a moment, you finally came up with a plan. Of all the 36 stratagems, the best is to run. Run. So just as everyone was going to watch the 3-year agreement between the sect's genius disciple and the useless Wang Fan, you directly rode the blood crystal turtle and slipped away openly from the rear mountain. The disciples guarding the mountain gate saw you leave, but never expected you wouldn't return. Shortly after you left, Wang Fan successfully won the 3-year agreement. After winning the match, he looked around hoping you would see this scene, wanting you to know what a true genius was. Unfortunately, at this time, you had already flown hundreds of miles away. In the 16th year, you were deep in the Tainan mountain range, lying in your palace, cultivating, while the blood crystal turtle was carrying you towards Sangzhou. Half a year later, you finally flew out of the mountain range. After arriving in Sangzhou, your mount attracted the attention of countless cultivators, as it had been many years since anyone had been seen as arrogant as you. Fortunately, when they saw that you were a nascent soul cultivator, many people lost their hostility towards you. After all, a nascent soul cultivator actually had a peak 4th-tier mount, so everyone thought you were a young master from some major power. So along the way, not only did no one cause you trouble, but many people actually wanted to curry favor with you. In the 17th year, you rode the blood crystal turtle to the Star Palace Academy. Although it was called an academy, the entire institution occupied a massive spiritual vein, and the area where the vein was located was almost larger than the entire Dajin immortal realm. When you arrived at the main gate of the Star Palace Academy, you were stopped by someone. "Halt, outsider. The Star Palace Academy forbids entry to strangers." Upon hearing this, you quickly rose from your dragon throne and clasped your hands respectfully toward the two gatekeepers. "Esteemed seniors, I am a wandering cultivator and wish to join your academy. I believe my aptitude is passable, and I humbly request your convenience." The two gatekeepers exchanged a glance and then scrutinized you. You seem to have a robust aura and youthful bones. You are indeed qualified to join our academy. However, is that creature below your mount?" You nodded. "Reporting to the seniors, this is indeed my mount, the blood crystal turtle. Is the academy not allowing mounts inside?" One of them waved a hand. "It's not that, but riding such a conspicuous beast is too ostentatious. We're afraid someone might beat you up." With that, they stepped aside. "Go on in. Keep walking straight, and you will see a 10,000-meter tall ancient spirit tree. Pass through the ancient tree, and you will find a city of the Outer Academy. Go there to register." You thanked the two gatekeepers and rode the blood crystal turtles slowly into the academy. Along the way, you saw many cultivators ranging from Chi refining and foundation establishment to golden core and nascent soul, and even some whose auras you could not fathom. Soon you arrived at the 10,000-meter tall ancient spirit tree. The tree exuded a dense spiritual energy that made you feel refreshed and at ease. You could not help but sigh, truly a great power. Treasures abound everywhere. Passing through the ancient tree, the city of the Outer Academy appeared before you. The city gate was bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Just as you reached the outskirts of the city, a group of people surrounded you. A young man with a disdainful expression stepped forward, eyeing you maliciously. "Oh, where did this country bumpkin come from? Riding a blood crystal turtle, you think you're something special." The people around him joined in laughter, as if mocking you could elevate their own status. You looked at the group, especially the young man who had just taunted you. "At most, there are 2 nascent soul cultivators among them. How dare they look down on my peak 4th stage turtle? Such a dashing mount, and they call me a country bumpkin. Is there no justice?" You frowned, but since you were a newcomer, you decided to ignore them. Just then an old man emerged from the crowd. He glanced at you and the blood crystal turtle, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Young man, your blood crystal turtle is indeed impressive, but within this academy it is better to keep a low profile." After speaking, the old man asked you intend to join the academy, correct? "Our academy's custom is to recruit students each year and then admit them. As for wandering cultivators who wish to join, you must be aware of the aptitude requirements." You nodded. "Yes, Junior understands." The moment you finished speaking, he teleported in front of you and placed his finger on your brow. Such speed. You had not expected this seemingly ordinary old man to possess such formidable strength. After a moment, he withdrew his finger and praised you. "Excellent, excellent. You are not yet 60 years old and have already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Truly exceptional talent." He smiled. "In that case, follow me. I will take you to the registration office, and this old man will also show you around the academy." Along the way, the old man introduced you to the academy's situation. The Star Palace Academy is brimming with talent and competition is fierce. Having the blood crystal turtle by your side is a good thing, but remember it must stay in your assigned area and cannot roam freely. Understood? You listened respectfully and bowed to him. Disciple understands. From chatting with him, you learned that his name was Gu Changxi, an elder of the Outer Academy at the Void Refining Realm. Everyone called him Elder Gu. The Star Academy was divided into inner and outer sections. The elders of the Outer Academy varied in cultivation. Some were as weak as Golden Core, while the strongest could reach the Void Refining Realm. After all, it would be absurd to have a Void Refining Elder teach a group of Chi Refining disciples. The elders of the Inner Academy, however, were at the Dao Integration Realm. Above the elders were 11 vice deans, all at the Mahayana stage. As for the dean, it was said that no one had seen him for many years. Upon reaching the registration office, you filled in the relevant information and became an outer disciple. Like most sects, the Star Academy promoted based on cultivation level. From Chi Refining to Nascent Soul, all were outer disciples. Once you reached the Divine Transformation stage, you could enter the Inner Academy. Of course, if your talent was insufficient and you stalled at Nascent Soul or Golden Core, you had only 2 choices: leave the academy or stay in the Outer Academy as a nominal elder responsible for teaching low-level disciples like those at Chi Refining and Foundation Establishment. Most chose not to leave because even without any reward, the spiritual energy within the academy was several times more concentrated than outside, enough to support their continued cultivation. At that moment, you bid farewell to Elder Gu and arrived at the mountain range assigned to you. It had to be said, having a turtle was great. Wherever it lay down, your cave dwelling was settled. In the 18th year, you officially began cultivating within the academy. Unlike ordinary sects in the academy, if you wanted to learn a spell or technique, you had to exchange spirit stones for it, and then find an elder to teach you. This was also part of the academy's income. If a student had no spirit stones, they could accept academy tasks, including refining pills, hunting demon beasts, and eliminating demonic cultivators. In the 19th year, you checked your system space and found less than 200,000 spirit stones. There was no helping it. The academy's pills were too good. You bought them every few days to consume. To continue buying pills, you also went to the elders to accept tasks. However, upon looking at the tasks, you found that either they were too simple with too few spirit stones, or they were too dangerous. The golden finger in your mind continuously gathered energy, preparing to manifest. After a moment of thought, you came up with a perfect solution. I also have a fire spiritual root. Can I meet my own needs by my own hands? With that decision, you flew directly to the outer academy city, intending to buy a cauldron and some pill formulas. On the way, you felt quite unaccustomed to it. Before, wherever you went, the turtle carried you. Now you had to fly yourself. After entering the city, you wandered aimlessly because you did not know where to buy those things. Just then, a thin, sickly-looking man approached you. He, this junior brother must be a new student. May I ask what you wish to buy? This senior brother can recommend something for you. You looked at the thin man before you, suspicion rising in your heart, for you never trusted unearned kindness. Seeing you silent, the thin man understood. Junior brother, don't misunderstand. My name is Sun Lauer, and I'm a know-it-all in the outer academy. Whatever you want, I can get it for you, but the spirit stones, well, that's a different matter. Hearing this, you looked at him skeptically. This guy so thin like this, can he be a know-it-all? In your mind, people in this line of work surely had plenty of perks. But this Sun Lauer had a sickly aura, like someone on the verge of passing away. Since you couldn't find a place to buy pill formulas anyway, you figured it wouldn't hurt to ask, and directly stated what you needed. So senior brother Sun, do you have a cauldron and pill formulas? Cough. Just something for alchemy. A small matter. Sun Lauer said to you. He reached into his waist, and his storage pouch emitted a series of glows. When the light faded, a bronze cauldron and a scroll appeared in his hand. Junior brother, these are all good stuff. Take this cauldron for example. It was once used by a 6th grade alchemist. As for the pill formula, I'll give you a fasting pill formula for free to practice with. You took the cauldron and the fasting pill formula, examined them, and felt they should be fine. After all, within the academy, he wouldn't dare to fool you with fakes. After some bargaining, you bought the cauldron for 1,000 spirit stones. After purchasing the alchemy furnace, you continued to wander around the city and eventually arrived at a medicinal herb shop. After buying some spiritual herbs for refining bigu pills, you returned to your palace. Now holding the pill formula in one hand and opening the furnace with the other, you prepared to study the art of alchemy. The first attempt, the fire was too intense. Failure. The 20th attempt, the fire was too weak. Failure. The 50th attempt, insufficient spiritual herbs. Failure. Only 3 months later did you finally manage to refine a single low-grade bigu pill. No, this is too slow. I simply lack the talent for alchemy. After wasting this time, you resolved to return to completing academy tasks. In the 20th year, after hunting several third-ranked demonic beasts, you were on your way to submit the quest when a familiar figure blocked your path. Oh, if it isn't Brother Chu. I thought you were busy at home with alchemy. What brings you out to take on beast hunting missions? Recognizing Sun Ergo, the man who sold you the furnace, you smiled bitterly. It took me 3 months to refine just one low-grade bigu pill. I've made little progress, so I had to come out for some tasks. Upon hearing this, Sun Ergo burst into laughter. Alchemy is inherently difficult. Your persistence for 3 months is already commendable. However, I do know of a place with many rare herbs and even some treasures. At the mention of treasures, your spirits lifted. Senior brother Sun, what place is this? Sun Ergo put on a mysterious air. It's the remains of a divine transformation cultivator deep within the academy's back mountain. Brother Chu, would you be willing to investigate? Seeing the eager look on Sun Ergo's face, you felt something was amiss. If there are truly so many treasures, senior brother Sun, you could go alone. Why tell me? Sun Ergo hesitated, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. He finally explained slowly, the truth is that divine transformation cultivator who passed away was a fellow disciple from the outer academy 200 years ago. Since he once contributed to the academy, the elders left his cave dwelling untouched. No one has dared to disturb it. Upon hearing this, you understood. Damn, this guy wants to rob a tomb, and he's too scared to do it himself. He wants me to take the risk. You muttered inwardly, Sun Ergo is probably trying to make me a scapegoat. I won't fall for his trick. You looked at him with feigned righteousness. Senior brother Sun, do not mention this matter again. I will pretend I never heard it. With that, you left without giving him a chance to speak. In the 21st year, your spirit stones could no longer cover your expenses. However, there were also good news. Under the nourishment of the Academy's dense spiritual energy, the 18 warriors of Yanyun had all broken through to the Golden Core realm, and they could now earn spirit stones for you. You specifically took on the low-level tasks that others ignored, assigning them to the 18 warriors. Although the spirit stone rewards were meager, you had 18 Golden Core cultivators working for you. Gradually, your reputation as the king of bargain hunters spread throughout the outer academy. Each year, you accepted hundreds of tasks from the academy, all of which were the ones others despised. From then on, the spirit stones you needed for cultivation balanced out, with what the 18 warriors earned, so you no longer worried about finances. In the 22nd year, a new student moved into the mountain range next to yours. His name was Su Mu, a Foundation Establishment Stage disciple. Rumor had it that he had joined the academy as a mortal, and due to his exceptional talent, he had advanced from mortal to Foundation Establishment in just a few years, earning him a superior cultivation site. You had been living peacefully, but the sudden arrival of a neighbor made you a bit uncomfortable. However, you found him quite pleasant. He always addressed you as senior whenever he saw you. The only flaw was his perpetually aloof expression. For a long time afterward, the two of you were the only ones in this vast area. Only then did you realize the truth of the saying 10% of the people possess 90% of the wealth. In the entire Tianqing Academy, the occupancy rate was less than 10%. The place could still accommodate nearly 1 million cultivators. In the 23rd year, as you interacted more frequently, you found him more and more to your liking. He carried an indomitable spirit, much like Wang Fan. The difference was that he was measured and would not act recklessly like Wang Fan. Gradually, when you had free time, you began to instruct him in cultivation. You felt an inexplicable sense that he had the bearing of a protagonist and was worth investing in. Although the academy had dedicated teachers and elders, none could match the earnest attention you gave him. In the 24th year, just as you were cultivating on the blood crystal turtles shell, your divine sense detected Su Mu leaving in great haste. For some reason, you felt that a major event was about to occur, one that involved you. 3 months later, Su Mu returned to his dwelling with a dejected and sorrowful expression. Seeing his poor state, you immediately flew over and entered his cave dwelling. Before you could ask, he broke down in tears. Dead. They're all dead. You quickly helped him up. What happened? How did you end up like this after going out? Su Mu's eyes were red and his voice trembled. Brother Chu, my clan has been exterminated. Except for my little sister, my parents. They were all killed. Frowning, you asked, what exactly happened? Tell me slowly. Su Mu took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself. The Hongshan Pavilion. They did it. Hearing the name Hongshan Pavilion, you were momentarily stunned. What is it with this sect? They're always stirring up trouble everywhere. According to Su Mu, his clan was once one of the ancient and powerful cultivation families, but had declined over time. However, an elder of the Hongshan Pavilion, having heard rumors that their family possessed an heirloom secret treasure, directly led men to capture and torture them. When no treasure was found, he had them all killed. You said calmly, so that elder massacred your entire family for a treasure that never existed. Su Mu thought for a moment, then took out a pearl from his hand, smiling bitterly. The treasure does exist. He just never imagined that the supreme treasure was in my possession. At that moment, you felt something was off. He's actually showing me the treasure so openly. You thought your relationship was quite good, but not to the point where he would drop all basic caution. Su Mu looked at you solemnly. Brother Chu, today, I will give you this treasure. I only ask that you promise me one thing. Hearing this, you immediately became uneasy. A brother Su, your brother Chu, is only at the nascent soul stage. I'm afraid I can't help you much. Su Mu shook his head. No, I will avenge my parents myself. But life in the academy is too comfortable. Oh, I lack a sense of crisis. I have decided to leave the academy and venture outside, training in life and death situations. Only then can I grow stronger and avenge my parents sooner. As he spoke, his face filled with worry. It's just that my little sister is not very talented, and without me by her side, I am uneasy. Hearing this, you finally understood. I see. You can rest assured. Your sister will be safe with me. Su Mu immediately bowed to you. Then I entrust her to you, Brother Chu. After a moment, you led Su Mu out of the academy. 2 or 3 days later, guided by him, you arrived at a secluded valley where a modest wooden hut stood. The moment you landed, Su Mu dashed impatiently toward the hut. Hearing the commotion outside, the door of the hut slowly creaked open. A girl with hair as white as silk walked out hastily, her beauty beyond compare. If Song Yi and the others were merely stunning beauties, then she was a celestial maiden descended from heaven. Now you finally understood why Su Mu had entrusted her to you. If left alone, she might one day catch the eye of some local bully and be turned into a cauldron or the like. At this moment, the siblings were reluctant to part, making their final farewells. Brother Chu, this is my sister Su Ling. If I ever avenge our family, I will surely repay your kindness. Saying this, she pulled Su Ling over and said to her, this is the elder brother I met at the academy. When I'm not around, he will protect you. Brother, can you not go? Su Ling said reluctantly. Su Mu shook his head and turned away. Ling, our parents' murder cannot go unavenged. The Hongshan Pavilion owes our Su family over 300 lives. I must become stronger. With that, he bowed to you once more and explained how to use the bead. Just as you were about to say something, Su Mu summoned his flying sword and soared into the distance. Linger, Brother Chu, I will return once I have avenged my family. Watching him vanish on the horizon, you sighed. Alas, the cultivation world is truly cruel. You glanced at Su Ling beside you and spoke softly, Linger, may I call you that? She forced a faint smile and nodded to you. Brother Chu, since you are my brother's friend, of course you may. If you think I'll be a burden, you don't have to look after me. I can take care of myself. What nonsense are you talking, you said. Since I promised Su Mu to take care of you, I won't go back on my word. You looked at Su Ling. Since I'm to protect you, you should come into the academy with me. Don't worry, my place is spacious, you can stay as you like. Su Ling bowed slightly. Thank you, Brother Chu. Seeing her agreement, you immediately pulled her into your arms and flew back toward the academy. After returning to the academy, you selected a room for her in the palace atop the blood crystal turtle shell. Although she was not a student of the academy and could not participate in any academy activities, the spiritual energy there was sufficient for her current cultivation, given that she was only at the 5th layer of chi refining. After settling her and you returned to your own room, you extended your hand and a pure white bead appeared in your palm, the one Su Mu had given you. Following his instructions, you dripped your blood onto it and channeled your spiritual power. Instantly, the bead seemed to gain life, trembling violently as blood continuously flowed from your fingers into it. After an instant's stick's time, damn it, you wretched bead, you still want more. You're draining me dry. You tried to pull your hand back, but the powerful suction left you helpless. Hell, I'm going to bleed to death. As more and more ordinary blood was lost, your essence blood also began to pour into the bead. Now you truly panicked. Stop sucking. You sensed yourself growing weaker as the essence blood flowed away. After an unknown amount of time, your vision blurred and you collapsed. When you opened your eyes again, you found yourself in a blood-red world with a river of blood flowing before you. A vast surge of information flooded your mind, taking you half a day to absorb and digest. You let out a long breath, finally understanding your situation. This bead was called the blood cleansing pearl, and the place you were in was its inner world. This minor world had only one function: demonization. Everything you collected into the blood cleansing pearl, whether people, beasts, or artifacts, would be washed by the blood within and begin to demonize. Once demonized, their power would increase drastically, and they would gain a strong, bloodthirsty nature. However, the process was not always successful. The success rate was only about 30%. After understanding the blood cleansing pearl, you immediately withdrew your divine sense from the blood cleansing space. What a treasure! No wonder it's a secret artifact, so different from ordinary artifacts. You pondered for a moment, then entered the blood cleansing space again. This time, however, you brought along over 5,600 Deathsworn. The current Deathsworn could no longer keep up with your pace. Even with trump cards like 1/, they could only unleash a single blow, and that only at the golden core level. With a thought, the blood river surged with infinite blood, engulfing all the Deathsworn and beginning the cleansing. I hope this will evolve the Deathsworn properly. In the 25th year, you were cultivating in the hall when you suddenly felt the blood cleansing pearl tremble. Could the Deathsworn be done cleansing? You immediately took out the blood cleansing pearl, channeled your spiritual power, and summoned the Deathsworn. With a loud bang, a burst of blood mist exploded from within. When the blood mist cleared, a burly man clad in blood armor appeared before you. Though puzzled, your bond with the Deathsworn told you that this was indeed your own Deathsworn. What the hell? Out of all my Deathsworn, only one succeeded. At that moment, you felt that the legendary secret artifact was nothing special. The success rate was far too low. Looking at the 3 to 4 meter tall giant before you, you immediately extended your divine sense to probe him. To your surprise, your power could not penetrate his body at all. Could it be that this Deathsworn has been cleansed to the nascent soul stage? You ordered the Deathsworn to report his condition to you. It wasn't until the next day that you fully understood the transformation. The blood cleansing pearl had not failed to demonize all the Deathsworn. Rather, because each individual Deathsworn was too weak, the pearl had directly refined all their flesh and blood, merging them into this single body. Now this Deathsworn was not only demonized, but also carried the essence of all the original Deathsworn's flesh and blood. Through testing, the current Deathsworn could now cast spells, albeit only those related to blood. Moreover, he could devour the flesh and blood of others to cultivate and strengthen himself. As for the Deathsworn's current strength, it was roughly above golden core, but below nascent soul. You tapped the Deathsworn and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, you've pleased me greatly. However, though the Deathsworn could devour flesh and blood, he still had no spiritual root, and thus could not cultivate on his own. You decided to wait for an opportunity to go out and release him to develop on his own. You even considered sending him to the Dajin cultivation world, where the cultivators were relatively weak, allowing the Deathsworn to kill and grow slowly. But before leaving, you decided to wait a little longer, because the 18 Yin Cloud Riders were also close to breaking through to the mid-golden core stage. After all, over 5,000 martial artists had been refined into a killing machine comparable to the nascent soul stage. What if 18 mid-golden core cultivators were refined together? Would they become a being comparable to the divine transformation stage? So you quietly waited in the palace for the 18 Yin Cloud Riders to break through. In your spare time, you also guided Su Ling's cultivation. Not out of a sense of responsibility, but simply because you had developed a desire for her. At this moment, you felt that the path of cultivation was filled with good people. After all, they had given you a sister and a magical artifact. In the 26th year, you employed the same method to cast the 18 Riders of Yin Yun into the blood cleansing pearl, initiating their upgrade and refinement. Though your days felt increasingly prosperous, Su Ling remained consumed with worry for her brother. To soothe her fragile heart, you began to reason with her. Ling, you need not fret so incessantly. Your brother is formidable, nothing will befall him. What you must do now is nurture your health and practice diligently. You heaved a long sigh. You know well in our path of cultivation lifespans are vast, some long, some short. If you continue this decline, by the time Su Mu returns to avenge his blood debt, you may have withered away from old age. Hearing this, Su Ling spoke weakly. Brother Chu, I understand your meaning. But my brother and I share a deep bond. Now he wanders alone, bearing a sea of blood and hatred. How could I not worry? Seeing her pitiful expression, you slowly approached and whispered, Su Mu and I are as close as brothers. I have faith in him. After more soothing words, Su Ling finally opened her mind. Brother Chu, thank you. From now on I will cultivate earnestly. If possible, I wish to help my brother seek vengeance. You nodded at her earnest face. A month later, with a muffled hum from the blood-cleansing pearl, the refinement of the 18 riders of Yenyun was finally complete. You scrutinized the figure summoned from the blood-cleansing pearl. Standing about 1.8 meters tall with a pallid complexion, he appeared as frail as a reed. Yet at your command, the aura erupting from within him instantly soared to the early nascent soul stage, even surpassing your own. Unlike the one forged from the Death Warrior, this new entity could not only devour the flesh and blood of others, but also cultivate independently. You decided to keep him and only hand over the Death Warrior's creation. For convenience, you gave them new names. The Death Warrior's creation was called Chu He, and the one from the 18 riders of Yenyun was named Chu San. Later, you found a moment to take Chu He out of the academy and release him in a random place. Watching his retreating figure, your heart swelled with anticipation, like a parent seeing their child off to school. But unbeknownst to you, for a long time afterward, he lingered in the far northwest of Zhangzhou, bringing nightmares to the cultivators there, earning the name Bloody Night Butcher. Returning to the academy, you saw Su Ling practicing a sword technique. You immediately stepped forward, grasped her hand, and guided her through the movements. Though you had little talent for the sword, having failed to even sense the sword intent in previous simulations, teaching a chi refining stage, Su Ling was still within your capability. You thought to yourself, I'm simply teaching her swordplay, absolutely no intention of taking advantage. At that moment, Su Ling's face had flushed crimson. She had no mind for sword practice, her entire arm was under your control, and she didn't know how to refuse. After the sword technique was completed, you reluctantly released her hand. If you haven't mastered it, I can teach you once more. Hearing this, Su Ling quickly shook her head. There's no need, Brother Chu. I'll practice on my own. With that, she fled the scene. Back in her room, Su Ling recalled the moment, her heart in turmoil. Su Ling, you've already caused Brother Chu enough trouble. He is a nascent soul cultivator. You are merely at foundation establishment. You are not worthy of him, she murmured to herself. In the 27th year, you discovered that your nascent soul realm remained stagnant, locked at the initial stage. Although you knew immortality cultivation was inherently time-consuming, you still felt dissatisfied with your pace. Thinking that progress would be slow regardless of effort, you decided to slack off, spending days drinking wine in the palace courtyard, basking in the sun, or occasionally guiding Su Ling in her cultivation. Strangely, you sensed she might have some feelings for you, yet she seemed to deliberately avoid you. Reclining on your dragon throne, you mused that women were indeed too difficult to fathom. Whether mortal or cultivator, it was all the same. In the 28th year, you still hadn't broken through, but Chu San had already reached the mid-nascent soul stage, greatly increasing his power. Not bad, I chose the right place. This academy is truly my blessed land. Unlike those sects in the Great Gene Immortal Realm which are wiped out at the slightest provocation. No stability at all. Thinking of your 1,000-year lifespan, you felt secure. With your talent, even if you couldn't transcend tribulation and become an immortal, breaking through to the deity transformation or void refinement stages would be a cinch. Yet a new problem arose. Spirit stones were running low. Previously, you spent only for yourself. Now, it was for you, Chu He, and the negligible Su Ling. After some thought, you decided to accept a mission from the academy. After half a day's flight, you arrived at the academy's mission hall. Gazing at the dense array of mission numbers, you felt a headache. Had no idea which to choose. A little friend, Chu He, you've come to take a mission. Recognizing the familiar voice, you turned to see Elder Gu, the very elder who had recruited you into the academy. Elder Gu, greetings, you smiled. I'm short on spirit stones, so I came to take on a few tasks to earn some. By the way, why are you here? Did you become an elder of the mission hall? Elder Gu laughed heartily. No, I'm like you, yet not quite. You're looking for tasks. Oh, I have something to discuss with the hall masters. He then fixed his gaze on you. Chu He, I think this matter suits you well. Here to try. Hearing Elder Gu's personal invitation, you promptly asked, what task is it? Please enlighten me, Elder Gu. He waved his hand for you to follow, then flew toward the preaching mountain used for outer court instruction. While flying, Elder Gu said calmly, recently the outer court has recruited many new disciples, and we're short-handed. I'd like you to help by substituting for a few years. Don't worry, you won't lose out. How about 100,000 spirit stones per year? You immediately agreed. 100,000 spirit stones per year. Quite a generous reward. And no need to leave the academy with little danger. Perfect for me. After some time traveling you arrived at Preaching Mountain. The entire peak thrust straight into the clouds, its summit invisible. At the foot of the mountain lessons were held for those who had just awakened their spiritual roots. 500 meters up instruction was for Foundation Establishment disciples. Higher still up to Golden Core and Deity Transformation. Your task was to teach the Foundation Establishment cultivators. One fortunate aspect you only needed to teach once each month. After settling the teaching details with Elder Gu, you didn't rush back to your cave dwelling, but instead explored Preaching Mountain. Though you had joined the academy years ago, you had never attended classes here. You simply used the academy grounds to cultivate alone. As you wandered around Preaching Mountain watching the earnest disciples, a strange sense of temporal dislocation struck you, as if you had returned to your days at newer middle school. Move aside. Move aside. My spell is out of control. With a bang, a female cultivator at Foundation Establishment fell from the sky and crashed beside you. She tumbled to the ground, scattering her spell bamboo slips and spiritual sword. Forcing herself to stand, she walked over and said, "Do you have any sense of camaraderie? You saw me falling. Why didn't you catch me? Don't you know how to cherish women?" You were dumbfounded. Didn't you just tell me to dodge? Now you blame me for not catching you. Careful, or I'll sue you for slander. The female Foundation Establishment cultivator shot you a vexed glare before turning and storming off without a backward glance. Unfazed by the minor incident, you familiarized yourself with the room where you would be teaching, then returned to your quarters. At that moment, Su Ling curiously asked, "Brother Chu, have you been out?" "Yes, I took on a teaching assignment," you replied. You noticed Su Ling's conflicted expression as if she wished to say something. "What's wrong, Linger? Is something troubling you?" After your gentle prodding, Su Ling finally spoke. "Well, Brother Chu, I wanted to ask if there's a way to grow stronger quickly. I don't want to be protected by you and my brother any longer. I want to become strong too, to share the burden with you." You smiled faintly. "Silly Linger, there's no shortcut to power. Those methods are only used by heretical cultivators. Besides, don't put so much pressure on yourself. As long as I'm here, you just need to focus on your cultivation." However, you didn't tell her that consuming more pills and cultivating with the spiritual energy from spirit stones could indeed accelerate one's progress. Unfortunately, you possessed none of those resources. At this moment, you found yourself longing for the Dajin cultivation world where your nascent soul cultivation would have made you a revered ancestor. Yet that place was home to Wang Fan. After consoling Su Ling, you returned to your palace and began preparing your lessons. After all, it was your first time teaching, and preparation was essential. Half a month later, you arrived at your dedicated cave dwelling. Inside, 200 Foundation Establishment cultivators were already seated. All of them possessed exceptional aptitude, nearly all under 30 years old, which was why the academy had selected them. With a light tap of your toe, you instantly appeared on the elevated platform. Gazing down, you observed the disciples taking their seats, 10 per row, except for the first row, which held only 7 seats. Without forethought, you declared, "From this moment forth, your seating arrangement is fixed. It shall not be changed." A sudden thought crossed your mind. If you could never break through to the spirit transformation stage, becoming a nominal elder of the outer academy wouldn't be a bad prospect. It was safe, and you could flaunt your superiority among these low-level disciples. Below, the disciples murmured amongst themselves, wondering what you meant by unchangeable seats, and whether there was some hidden meaning to their positions. Meanwhile, one particular disciple stared at you in shock. "It's him. This is bad." It was the same female Foundation Establishment cultivator who had fallen from the sky half a month ago and argued with you. You cleared your throat. "Ahem. Ahem." You then began your lecture. Since you were a substitute instructor, you didn't need to teach them individually. You only had to impart various spell insights and experiences. 3 days later, your teaching duties concluded, and the disciples had all departed. As you were about to leave, the female cultivator, who had once fallen from the sky, stepped forward to block your path. Hello, Brother Chu. My name is Han Ling. Please don't take what happened last time to heart. I didn't mean it." You looked at the apologetic Han Linger and waved your hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I've already put that matter behind me." Seeing your magnanimity, a trace of gratitude flickered in her eyes. "Your lecture was brilliant, Brother Chu, and I've benefited greatly. Might I ask you some questions regarding my cultivation?" You nodded, gesturing for her to continue. Han Linger then began to describe the bottleneck she had encountered while cultivating a specific spell. You listened patiently, offering detailed explanations and sharing some of your own cultivation insights. Han Linger listened with rapt attention, her eyes filled with admiration. Just as you finished and were about to leave, she asked again, "Brother Chu, do you have a Tao companion? If not, what do you think of me?" As she spoke, she subtly pulled down her outer robe, revealing a pale, smooth shoulder. Taken aback by the sudden confession, you thought, "Am I too conservative, or is this world too open-minded?" You cast a sweeping glance over her, appraising her figure. Though she wasn't as beautiful as Su Ling, she was curvaceous in all the right places and slender where it mattered. Well, I don't actually have a Tao companion. Just as you felt your resolve weakening, the blood-cleansing pearl nestled against your chest suddenly emitted a surge of crimson energy that coursed through your body. Damn, what was I just doing? Where's my self-control? Regaining your clarity, you resolutely declined her and returned to your residence. After you left, Han Linger's expression turned grim. How could this be? It shouldn't have failed. Mother said I was born with a natural charm that could bewitch minds. I practically threw myself at him, yet he still refused me. After a moment, Han Linger resolved to win you over. In her eyes, having a nascent soul cultivator as a partner would surely smooth her path to cultivation. Over the following year, Han Linger was like a shadow, constantly seeking your guidance whenever she had free time. She even came to your residence to cook for you. As she often said, one might forego meals, but one should never forego delicious food. Finding this reasoning sound, you didn't refuse her. After tasting her cooking, you realized it was exquisite, even superior to the 5-star chefs from Blue Star in your past life. Though admittedly you'd never actually eaten a 5-star chef's meal. Afterwards, you even gave her the spirit stones you'd earned to purchase 2nd and 3rd-tier demon beasts for cooking. Additionally, every time you ate meat, you accompanied it with a serving of spirit wine. Without even having to cultivate, your cultivation was slowly rising. You couldn't help but sigh, eating demon beast meat and drinking spirit wine. This is the true life of a cultivator. At the same time, however, Su Ling began to feel a sense of wariness towards this woman who had suddenly entered your lives. In the 29th year, your life grew even more comfortable. With food, drinks, spirit stones, and the company of 2 beautiful women, you felt your life was absolutely perfect. Today, Han Linger was absent, so you had to roast demon beast meat yourself. Just then, Su Ling approached, carrying a jug of spirit wine. Brother Chu, let me drink and eat with you today. She smiled, a hint of a special emotion in her eyes. Looking at Su Ling, you quickly said, You've come at the perfect time, Ling. Try this meat I roasted. The 2 of you sat facing each other, eating, drinking, and chatting. Su Ling subtly inched closer to you, the faint, delicate fragrance of her body wafting around you. After a few cups of spirit wine, a blush crept across Su Ling's cheeks. She looked at you with hazy, affectionate eyes and whispered, Brother Chu, all these years I'm so grateful to have had you taking care of me. Actually, she trailed off hesitantly. Leaning forward, you took her slender hands in yours. Linger, I understand. I care for you. Will you be my Tao companion? Su Ling's eyes were filled with warmth as she looked at you, her face flushed crimson. She gave a slight nod. I will. Emboldened by the wine, you carried her into the room and began the dual cultivation you'd been longing for. The next morning, Su Ling lay on your chest, gazing at you with loving eyes. Brother Chu, you must never love anyone else or else I'll. Reaching out, you lifted her chin with your finger and gave her a roguish smile. Or else what? Would you abandon me? With that, you got up, pulled her clothes, and began another round of dual cultivation. Meanwhile, far away in the south of Zhangzhou, Su Mu was locked in battle with a horde of demon beasts. Through the endless slaughter, his cultivation had advanced rapidly, reaching the mid-golden core stage. Just as he finished off the last beast, a sudden wave of unease washed over him, as if something terrible had occurred. A month later, you continued to give lectures on Chuandao Mountain. After finishing the class, Han Linger approached you as usual. Just as she was about to lean against you, you sidestepped and avoided her. Han Linger, I am now a married man. From now on, let's keep some distance. I'm afraid your sister-in-law might misunderstand. In an instant, Han Linger stood frozen in shock. How is that possible? I was only in seclusion for a month. How did you 2 become Tao companions? Seeing her still dazed, you turned and left, preparing to return home and cultivate together with Su Ling. Another half-month passed. You and Su Ling stayed in the room, never once stepping outside. At this moment, you were tidying up the furniture. No need to ask why. Gazing at Su Ling, who was still fast asleep, an indescribable feeling welled up in your heart. Although she had already broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, you were deeply troubled by thoughts of the days 100 years from now. After all, you were already a nascent soul cultivator. Even if you could never break through again, you could still live for 1,000 years. But Su Ling might only reach foundation establishment, at most living for just over 200 years. Though you knew this was merely a simulation facing her gentle face and the real touch every day, you simply could not treat this world as false. In your view, perhaps the simulator was meant to let you try and err across countless parallel worlds. Burdened with this worry, you entered the Academy's scripture pavilion, searching for any techniques or secret arts that could improve Su Ling's aptitude and accelerate her cultivation. A thought flashed through your mind: true dual cultivation techniques. However, the Academy regarded them as demonic, heretical practices, so there were no records in the scripture pavilion. In truth, dual cultivation techniques were inherently good, but unfortunately, some people sought shortcuts and twisted them into devouring techniques. In the 30th year, you had consulted most of the Academy's techniques, yet found no method to significantly speed up cultivation. Restricted by your own cultivation level, you lacked the authority to access the more profound manuals. Originally, you had resolved to live out this simulation peacefully, cultivating slowly. But for Su Ling's sake, you decided to strive harder and break through to divine transformation within 100 years. Meanwhile, an old acquaintance of yours was inside the red dust pavilion. Had you been there, you would have seen Wang Fan being possessed by his master frantically fleeing outward. Over a month later, Wang Fan arrived at Tianqing Academy. Thanks to his outstanding talent, he also joined the academy, but his cave dwelling was far away, so you did not notice him for the time being. 15 years later, a surge of spiritual energy shot into the sky, and you finally broke through to the middle stage of nascent soul. By then, you had long ceased teaching at the academy, as Third Chu helped you earn spirit stones in the outside world. As soon as you emerged from seclusion, you saw Su Ling practicing her sword on top of the blood crystal turtle. A sweep of your divine sense revealed she was still at the 9th layer of Qi refining. Alas, another failed foundation establishment attempt. You stepped forward and appeared beside her. Su Ling's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing you. She immediately put away her sword and threw herself into your arms. Brother Chu, you broke through. I knew you could do it. You held her close and whispered, Linger, I've reached the middle stage of nascent soul. Perhaps I can find a way to obtain a technique that improves your aptitude. Su Ling shook her head. I know everything you do is for me. I am content as I am now. Being able to accompany you for this long is already enough for me. Looking at this understanding girl, your heart ached. Don't worry with me here, you will always be by my side. Su Ling lifted her head and gazed at you with deep affection. Brother Chu, you are so good to me. Under the setting sun, you wish days could go on like this forever. Carefree, without worrying about immortality, without caring about Wang Fan. You even felt that the original self outside the simulator no longer mattered. Seeing this, Chu He outside the simulator was utterly bewildered. Wait, how did I fall into the arms of a gentle woman? Is this normal? But the simulator did not allow him any intervention. Chu He could only continue watching patiently. In the 46th year, the Academy announced that it would hold the once-in-a-century Genius Tournament 4 years later. The top 100 contestants could enter the Inner Academy directly regardless of their cultivation level. Hearing this news, you felt a stir. This might be an opportunity to find a technique to improve. Su Ling's aptitude for the Inner Academy's Scripture Pavilion was undoubtedly far richer than the Outer Academies. You took several strides and flew toward the registration site. Upon arriving, the place was already crowded with people. Student, please present your identity jade slip for registration. Hearing the elder's words, you handed over your identity jade slip from your storage pouch. The moment you registered, the golden finger in your mind stirred and began to manifest a spell book for you. You frowned, sensing something ominous. Why would the golden finger activate when I'm participating in the Genius Tournament? Could I be facing some danger? You thought it over and over, but could not imagine what danger the tournament could bring. It couldn't be that your opponent would accidentally kill you, could it? You found that unlikely. After all, you were at least at the middle stage of nascent soul. Even if you couldn't win, retreating safely should not be a problem. Yet knowing that entering the Inner Academy might offer secret arts to improve aptitude, you were unwilling to give up even if there was risk. After registering, you turned and flew away. Just after you left, two familiar figures arrived at the registration spot. Brother Wang Fan, I believe you can definitely make it into the top 100 of the Genius Tournament in 4 years. Wang Fan looked at Han Linger beside him, exuding an aura of great confidence. Thank you, Linger. Your support means everything. I really don't know how I would have gotten through my time at the academy alone. It turned out that after Wang Fan arrived at Tianqing Academy, he quickly stood out with his talent and became acquainted with Han Linger. Since you had stopped paying her any attention, she decided to pursue Wang Fan as her Dao companion, seeking benefits for herself. Now she accompanied Wang Fan to register for the tournament, hoping to seize this opportunity to enter the Inner Academy. After all, every Inner Academy disciple had their own territory and could bring their Dao companion and family. Meanwhile, during your flight, you opened the spell manifested by the Golden Finger. It was an extremely aggressive fire-type spell called Sky Scorching Finger. The technique had 5 layers. Only those who had reached the Golden Core stage could cultivate the first layer and the Nascent Soul stage for the second. The first layer was called Mountain Crushing Finger. 1 finger crushes mountains. The second layer was called Sea Severing Finger. 1 finger severs seas. According to the manual, if one could execute both fingers in succession, they would be invincible among peers. Should one break through to the Dao integration realm, unleashing all 5 fingers could even rival a Mahayana cultivator. Of course, this excluded enemies with special flames, spiritual roots, or other unique means. After returning to your residence, you immediately dispatched Third Chu to bring back Second Chu. Since the Golden Finger had indicated danger, you had to be prepared. For years. Only 4 years. For Linger, I must enter the Inner Academy. After setting an unshakable resolve to win, you channeled all your spiritual energy and began cultivating the first layer of Sky Scorching Finger, Mountain Crushing Finger. But knowing you wouldn't use your ultimate move right away, you also practiced some sword techniques and other spells. At the same time, you threw the Red Lotus sword you had obtained earlier into the Blood Refining Pearl to begin blood refining and tempering. In truth, were it not for the fear of side effects, you would have wanted to refine yourself as well. 4 years flashed by, and soon the day of the Genius Tournament arrived. Since Su Ling was not a student of the academy, she could only stay at the residence and could not come to watch the competition. She smoothed the wrinkles on your clothes and said solemnly, "Brother Chu, promise me, win or lose you must come back safely." You gently took her hand and softly stroked her hair. "Rest assured I will return safely." With that you soared into the air and sped toward the Academy's competition venue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Fan was also heading toward the same destination. After arriving at the competition venue, you glanced around and saw 308 towering mountains, their peaks severed, suspended in midair by chains forged from spirit-forging stone. Each mountain was enveloped in a strange radiance, faintly emanating mysterious power. Just then a resounding voice rang out. "Welcome everyone to this battle of geniuses. I shall now explain the rules of the competition. First peak, Zhu Jin versus Li Kuan. Second peak, Yang Lin versus Lu Yu. 32nd peak, Wang Fan versus Xiaoho." Hearing that familiar name, your heart tightened. Wang Fan. A namesake. With a trace of unease, you quickly scanned the crowd. Before long, you spotted that familiar figure, Wang Fan. He stood tall and straight, his gaze resolute, flying in great strides toward the 32nd peak. Nascent soul. You never imagined that Wang Fan had not only come to Cangzhou, but had also joined Tianxing Academy. Soon the booming voice sounded again, assigning you to fight a man named Zheng Wen at peak 108. As you ascended peak 108, you turned your head and noticed Wang Fan not far away, staring at you in surprise. Clearly he hadn't expected you to be in the academy either. But in an instant his gaze shifted from astonishment to hatred. You knew he still remembered the humiliation of you and Song Yi coming to his house to break off the engagement. No wonder the golden finger manifested. It's because of him. It seems we're bound to clash later. Before you could dwell on it, the match began. Your opponent Zheng Wen was also at the mid-nascent soul stage, just like you. The pressure was immense, for you had to defeat him without using the heaven-scorching finger. Zheng Wen clasped his fists, then thrust a palm toward you. A surge of powerful spiritual energy shot from his palm, forming a glaring green beam of light. You sidestepped and countered with a fireball. A paltry trick. Zheng Wen crushed the fireball with one hand, then produced a magical artifact, a green staff. The staff was carved with a dragon and a phoenix. He tossed it into the air, channeling all the spiritual energy from both palms. Countless motes of wood attribute spiritual energy surged forth, converging upon the staff. In an instant the staff blazed with radiant light, and the dragon and phoenix seemed to come alive, charging straight at you. You dared not be careless. Channeling your spiritual energy, a layer of fire shield materialized around you. The dragon and phoenix slammed into the shield with a thunderous roar, causing it to tremble precariously. Damn, not a single nascent soul cultivator is an easy opponent. Only now did you realize that entering the nascent soul stage changed everything. After all, many with some talent could break through in Qi refining and foundation establishment, and even golden core was attainable. But those who managed to reach nascent soul, besides talent, each possessed their own trump cards. You gritted your teeth, swung both palms, and a massive wall of fire materialized out of thin air, blocking the dragon and phoenix outside. Seeing this, Zheng Wen let out a cold snort. He brought his hands together, and the spiritual energy on the staff erupted again. The dragon and phoenix broke free from the firewall and continued charging at you. A knot tightened in your heart. You knew you couldn't just wait to be defeated. If you held back any longer, you might lose today. You took a deep breath, gathering all your spiritual energy into your right hand. Just as the dragon phoenix phantom was less than 100 zhang away, you raised your hand and pointed a finger at it. One finger. Mountain splitting. Instantly, terrifying flames converged at your fingertip and shot forward. The scorching blaze formed a colossal finger that crushed the dragon phoenix phantom into oblivion. The shattered energy detonated violently, blasting Zheng Wen back 100 steps as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face darkened. He hadn't expected you to be this troublesome. He activated the staff, once more ready for another attempt. You, undaunted, with resolute eyes, pointed another finger at him. Seeing that you still had strength to spare, Zheng Wen shook his head helplessly. "I concede." You won the match and let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment you noticed that Wang Fan's match on peak 32 had also ended. He had emerged victorious as well. His gaze toward you was still filled with hatred, and he provocatively lifted his chin. The subsequent matches came thick and fast. You carved your way through, defeating opponent after opponent with the heaven-scorching finger and your own spiritual energy. Wang Fan too performed with extreme ferocity, winning every match cleanly and decisively. Finally, in the semifinals, you were matched against Wang Fan. Standing atop the peak, he exuded a powerful aura, his voice cold as he said, "Today, I will make you pay for the humiliation you brought me all those years ago." You said nothing, merely clenching your fist, your eyes radiating resolution and an unyielding will to win. As soon as the match began, Wang Fan struck first. A long sword appeared in his hand, its blade gleaming with cold light, and he thrust toward you with a fierce sword aura. You swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously gathering spiritual energy to form a wall of fire before you. Wang Fan's sword aura collided with the firewall, sending sparks flying in all directions. Seeing his attack miss, he blurred and appeared before you in an instant, his long sword darting, like a viper, toward your throat. You hurriedly retreated, simultaneously unleashing your fire control techniques to summon a fire python that lunged at Wang Fan. Wang Fan let out a cold laugh, his spiritual sword flashing. First move of the 9-kill sword art, blood kill. He swung his sword, and a sword aura dozens of meters long cleaved the fire python in two. Seizing the moment, you slammed your palms together, and several pillars of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing Wang Fan. Trapped within the pillars of fire, his expression flickered slightly, but he quickly steadied himself, his spiritual energy surging to form a protective shield that withstood the assault. With a furious shout, he broke free of the fire pillars and charged at you again. Chu He, back then you used your nascent soul stage to humiliate me. Today I'll teach you that youth must never be underestimated. With that, he swung his sword 3 times in rapid succession. Shadow kill. Break kill. Flash kill. You shook your head helplessly. Back then neither of us was right or wrong. Song-Yi didn't like you, so naturally she could break the engagement. Just as the blood-red sword shadows were about to strike, your spiritual energy began to boil. Even within your pupils, faint sparks of flame flickered. One finger. Mountain splitting. The terrifying flame finger shot forth instantly, colliding violently with the 3 blood-red sword shadows. For a moment, the entire peak trembled under the immense power, blinding light and deafening booms filling the air. Wang Fan's sword shadows gradually shattered and dissipated under the impact of the flame finger. The flame finger, with undiminished momentum, continued toward Wang Fan. His face changed. He hadn't expected your technique to be so formidable. He hastily circulated his spiritual energy to form a sturdy defensive barrier before him. Just as you thought the matter was settled, Wang Fan's aura suddenly transformed, his cultivation surging to the late nascent soul stage. Seeing this, only one thought crossed your mind: damn, cheating again. Before he could react, you pointed another finger at him. Just as the mountain-splitting finger was about to land on him, he suddenly looked up and threw a single-level punch. A thunderous boom rang out, and your attack shattered instantly. He calmly looked at you, showing no intention of attacking, and instead raised his hand and beckoned with a finger. You knew this was your only chance. You took a deep breath, slowly ascended to a higher vantage point, and looked down at Wang Fan. 2 fingers. C-splitting. In that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed drawn forth, converging toward your fingertip. The torrent of spiritual energy whipped the entire peak, and the 300 peaks around it, into a raging storm. Empowered by your spiritual energy, the C-splitting finger shot from your fingertip and rapidly expanded. In an instant, it became like a primordial beast crushing down upon Wang Fan. At the same time, this move drained all your spiritual energy. Weakly, you stared at Wang Fan, hoping this strike would defeat him. Just then, Wang Fan withdrew his hand from behind his back and hurled something directly at your technique. Calamity-suppressing cauldron, seal it. The moment Wang Fan's Nirvana cauldron made contact with the second finger, the entire space seemed to freeze. A thunderous boom echoed across half of the outer court. Immediately afterward, a devastating energy erupted from the point where the second finger collided with Wang Fan's Nirvana cauldron, spreading wildly in all directions. Watching from the side, the Void Refining Elder immediately sensed something was amiss. You too, Brath, are you trying to destroy this place? He dove forward with incredible speed, a powerful stream of spiritual energy shooting from his palm to form a transparent barrier that enclosed the entire arena where you were standing. The terrifying energy struck the barrier and rebounded violently. Both you and Wang Fan were instantly injured. The flame barrier you had just summoned dissipated due to spiritual energy depletion, and Wang Fan fared no better. With your spiritual energy completely exhausted, your entire body was shredded to pieces, with only your nascent soul remaining alive within. As for Wang Fan, though not as severely injured as you, he was also critically wounded and unconscious. After a brief moment, the Void Refining Elder finally opened the barrier. Finding both of you unconscious, he ordered others to take you back. A month later, Su Ling stood beside your bed, unsure of how to wake you. You had anticipated this possibility. Fearing you might not survive this incident, you had specifically entrusted Chu San and the blood crystal turtle to her care. Both Chu and Chu San were at the mid-nascent soul stage. As long as there was no threat from a soul transformation cultivator, they could protect her indefinitely until her brother returned. Unexpectedly, you ended up critically injured and comatose. Only your nascent soul and brain remained relatively intact, while the rest of your body was beyond repair. Under Su Ling's orders, Chu and Chu San had left the residence to seek spiritual herbs and pills in the outside world for your recovery. Looking at your pale face, tears streamed down Su Ling's cheeks one by one. Brother Chu, if not for me, you would never have ended up like this. She gently touched your deathly pale cheek, her heart feeling as though it were being torn apart by 1,000 cuts. She had originally planned to break through to Foundation establishment soon, but given your condition, she could not bring herself to leave your side. 3 years passed, and you still had not awakened, while Wang Fan had long since recovered and joined the inner court. Through his extensive slander you became known as a despicable coward who bullied the weak. Some elders in the outer court, eager to curry favor with him, took advantage of your prolonged coma to claim you were unfit to continue training at the academy and decided to expel you. At that moment Su Ling faced them with fury in her eyes. How can you do this? Brother Chu is only injured and will wake up soon. A mid-nascent soul cultivator said impatiently, our rules are our rules. He is worse than a cripple now. What is he doing here? Wasting spiritual energy. With that he glanced at Su Ling. However, you are quite pretty. If you are willing to accompany me, I can let you stay at the academy. What do you say? Hearing this, Su Ling spat at him. Impossible. You bastard. Enraged that she dared curse him, the nascent soul cultivator raised his hand to strike her. In an instant 2 gusts of wind swept past, and Chu He and Chu San appeared before Su Ling, blocking the attacker. His brows furrowed. He did not expect 2 more nascent soul cultivators. I will give you 2 more days. Leave the academy immediately, or I will report this to Elder Lianshu. After saying this he turned and left. Watching him depart, Su Ling looked at you helplessly, her heart heavy with guilt. Brother Chu, I'm sorry. I have no choice. I really have no choice. The next day the blood crystal turtle carried you away from the academy. Fortunately, with the blood crystal turtle, you could at least lie in bed in peace. 10 years later a figure with profound aura arrived at the outer court. The 2 gatekeepers immediately stopped him. Who are you and why have you come to Tianqing Academy? The man said calmly to the 2 guards, my name is Su Mu. I was once part of this academy. Today I wish to visit an old friend of mine. His name is Chu He. Hearing this the 2 guards exchanged glances. Chu He, do we have someone by that name at the academy? Why are you asking me? There are so many people in the academy, how would I remember? At that moment one of them suddenly slapped his forehead. I remember now. There was such a person in the genius tournament over a decade ago. Hearing this Su Mu immediately asked, in that case, could you 2 let me in to see my old friend? Upon hearing this the speaking guard shook his head helplessly. Then I'm afraid you need not go, for he is no longer at the academy. What? Not at the academy? Then where did he go? Su Mu was extremely worried, for his sister had followed Chu He. What if something had happened to her? Seeing Su Mu so agitated the guard recounted the events from over a decade ago. As for where they went I do not know. You will have to search for them yourself. After explaining the 2 guards returned to their posts and resumed guarding the gate. At this point Su Mu could only leave first. Where could they have gone? After thinking for a long while Su Mu finally realized. Right, my sister would certainly go to a place she is familiar with. That small wooden cabin in the valley. Su Mu immediately turned and flew toward the valley where they had once stayed. A few days later you were being pushed out of the room by Su Ling, lying on the back of the blood crystal turtle basking in the sun. Suddenly a flash of light streaked across the sky, and Su Mu's figure appeared before you. Su Ling was startled at first, but upon recognizing him her eyes filled with joy. Brother, is it really you? Have you come back? The moment Su Mu saw Su Ling, he was extraordinarily excited. Yes, I came back to see you. As he spoke his gaze fell upon your comatose form beside him. Brother Chu, what exactly happened? How could he suffer such severe injuries during a simple competition? Upon hearing Su Mu's question, Su Ling's eyes turned red. She recounted the brutal battle from that day and the subsequent harassment from the academy members in full detail. After listening, Su Mu's face darkened like stormy water, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. This scum named Wang Fan dares to harm my brother Chu, he said through gritted teeth. He then turned to comfort Su Ling. Little Ling, do not worry. I have reached the soul transformation stage. Let me try to awaken him. After examining your condition carefully, he pondered for a moment and said, Brother Chu's nascent soul is still intact. It is only because his body is too severely injured that the nascent soul cannot be nourished by spiritual energy, which is why he is not awakened. After speaking, Su Mu gathered the spiritual energy within his body and pointed a finger at you. Pure spiritual energy instantly flooded into your body, beginning to nourish your nascent soul. 3 days later, you slowly opened your eyes. Ling, little Ling, where am I? Turning your head, you saw Su Mu. Why are you here too? What happened? Wasn't I just in a competition? Seeing that you had awakened, Su Ling wept with joy and recounted everything that had happened over the past decade. After understanding the full sequence of events, you could only sigh. Unexpectedly, not only had you failed to join the inner court, but you were now also critically injured. Feeling the pain throughout your body, you knew you were ruined. This only added another debt against Wang Fan. A month later, you asked Su Mu why he had returned so quickly. It turned out he, like you, was worried that Su Ling's lifespan was insufficient and that she might never see him again in this life, so he had come back to check on her. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he learned that you had been crippled by Wang Fan. He looked at you solemnly. Brother Chu, you are with my sister. By rights, we are now family. Now that your body is ruined, would you consider body possession? Hearing this, you paused. Body possession. But then you shook your head. Never mind. Do not do unto others what you would not have others do unto you. I could never do such a thing. In truth, that was not what you truly thought. After all, you did not know anyone else, so why not possess someone? It was only the thought of using another man's body to cultivate dual cultivation with Su Ling that made you uncomfortable. And if a child were born, there was no way to know whether it would truly be yours. After you explicitly refused the matter of soul possession, Su Mu could only respect your decision. In that case, Brother Chu, you should focus on recovering from your injuries. But even if your body recovers, your damaged spiritual roots will make it difficult for your cultivation to advance. Have you truly considered this? You nodded to Su Mu once more. I have made up my mind. As for you, I never expected that in just 20 or 30 years you would break through to the nascent soul stage. Such speed of cultivation. Impressive. Su Mu said modestly. It was merely a stroke of luck. Then he began to discuss with you again. Brother Chu, once that Wang Fan leaves the academy, I will capture him and bring him to you so you can kill him with your own hands and vent your hatred. Seeing Su Mu's anger, you waved your hand. No need to rush. I have a plan that will kill two birds with one stone. You recalled the last simulation where Wang Fan had a fierce battle with the Hongshan Pavilion and the two sides were evenly matched. Although the battle ended before you died, you could imagine that even if Wang Fan and his group won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. As long as you and Su Mu stayed hidden in the shadows waiting for both sides to be weakened, you could naturally reap the benefits. So you told Su Mu about Wang Fan's enmity with the Hongshan Pavilion and began to plan. To ensure they didn't miss the time of Wang Fan's revenge, you both decided to move your residence near the Hongshan Pavilion. Of course, there wasn't much to move since the blood crystal turtle lying nearby could carry both the people and the house. In the 64th year, you moved to the Tianwan Mountains not far from the Hongshan Pavilion. Because your injuries were severe, you couldn't move on your own during this time, relying entirely on Su Ling's help. The only good news was that you felt your nascent soul could now absorb spiritual energy from the outside on its own, using it to repair your body. At this moment, recalling the great battle from the last simulation, you felt that relying solely on Su Mu, who was at the divine transformation stage, might not be enough. You took out the blood-washing pearl and returned it to him. He wanted to refuse, but couldn't resist your insistence on returning it to him. In the 65th year, you sent Chu He out to continue killing, hoping he would grow stronger, while Chu San stayed by your side to cultivate. As for Su Ling, after you woke up, she finally decided to go into seclusion to establish her foundation. You knew that Su Ling was already nearly 60 years old. If she didn't establish her foundation, soon the chance of breakthrough would only diminish with age. In the 66th year, she successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage, and her vital energy became active again. Both you and Su Mu were overjoyed. In the evening, you were gathered together chatting. Brother Chu, I am about to go into seclusion to break through to the late divine transformation stage. I don't know when I will emerge. During my absence, you and Su Ling must be careful. If Wang Fan arrives early, don't act to wait until I come out of seclusion. After thinking for a moment, he took out a bronze figurine from his bosom and handed it to you. Brother Chu, this is a puppet treasure. Once activated with spiritual energy, it can unleash power comparable to the late divine transformation stage. You were startled. Why, you still have treasures? He glanced at you awkwardly and said calmly, actually, the real treasure passed down from my ancestors was not that blood-washing pearl, but a white jade palace. He explained that the white jade palace was a supreme treasure of unknown rank, a jade slip handed down from his family. The moment he touched it, it surged into his mind and transformed into a white jade palace. Inside the white jade palace, there were countless magical artifacts and even treasures beyond count. The only drawback was that with his current strength, he could not retrieve all of them. Hearing this, you couldn't help but look at him with envy. Comparing people only leads to frustration. Thinking of your own golden finger, which only activated when you engaged in dangerous activities, it felt like a world of difference. But now you and Su Mu were as close as brothers, and the stronger he became, the happier you were. As he began his seclusion, the palace on the blood crystal turtle's back was left with only you and Su Ling. You examined your body. Fortunately, that particular area was not injured, or else you might have taken out the evil sword technique to practice. 10 years later, your limbs had regained sensation, and you could get up and move. Unfortunately, the internal injuries in your body were too severe, and it seemed unlikely that you would ever make further progress in cultivation. Of course, you hadn't lost hope in life, because compared to Wang Fan, you felt that Su Mu possessed a stronger fortune. Perhaps one day when he ascended to immortality, he could help you. In the 78th year, Chu San was the first to break through to the late nascent soul stage, greatly increasing his strength. Moreover, because he had been refined by the blood-washing pearl, his spiritual energy was purer than that of ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivators. At this time, you were snuggling with Su Ling, telling her stories from your past life. Since you couldn't improve your cultivation, you decided to spend the rest of your days accompanying her. Brother Chu, did Lin Daiyu and Sun Wukong end up together? You smiled faintly. Of course, Sun Wukong eventually caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace and made Lin Daiyu the ruler of the Moon Palace. They lived happily ever after. Seeing Su Ling still wanting more, you continued. Let me tell you a story about Spider-Man and Pan Jinlian. Another 10 years passed. A very powerful aura swept in from afar, and landed on the shell of the blood crystal turtle. Su Mu, have you broken through? Recognizing the visitor as your brother-in-law, you quickly stepped forward to inquire. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth, merely a stroke of luck. You rolled your eyes in exasperation. Breaking through is breaking through, there's no need for so much modesty. Shortly after he returned, Chu He also came back, having successfully broken through to the late nascent soul stage. However, seeing the broken arm on Chu He, you couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. You calculated the time. It would probably be within the next 2 years that Wang Fan would come to the Hongshan Pavilion to seek revenge. After you told Su Mu that Wang Fan might possess strength at the Void Refinement Realm, he smiled. What's so great about the Void Refinement Realm? I have it too. With that, he waved his hand, and 3 beads appeared in his palm, colored red, blue, and green. Are these treasures? He shook his head, then tossed the 3 beads into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 loud sounds, 3 terrifying beasts appeared before you. Each of these 3 beasts was enormous, with even stronger auras. The late nascent soul stage blood crystal turtle trembled on the side. Among them, the fiery red beast on the left you recognized as the lava lion, and the one in the middle was the bai snake. As for the one on the right with 8 legs and a dragon-like head, you had never seen it before. Su Mu slowly said, these are treasures I retrieved from the White Jade Palace, the 3 soul-linking pearls. Each of these 3 beads can control a 6th-tier beast at the Void Refinement Realm. With them we will surely win. Listening to Su Mu's bold words, you felt an inexplicable unease. On the surface, his strength was unquestionable, but you feared that Wang Fan might pull out some hidden trump card at the critical moment. In the 89th year, you and the Su siblings were sitting together chatting. A gentle breeze passed by, and both you and Su Mu looked up at the same time. They're here. From that passing wind, you sensed several fluctuations of spiritual energy. The energy from the collision of spells had turned into wind that swept here. You exchanged a glance with Su Mu and decided to set out together to the Hongshan Pavilion for revenge. Although you knew it was dangerous, you couldn't bear to let him face so many enemies alone. As time passed, you drew closer to the Hongshan Pavilion, and even the air was thick with the fluctuation of mana. Arriving at the Hongshan Pavilion, you saw dozens of great mountains belching black smoke with colorful spells colliding among them. You knew it was time to take revenge. Suddenly your vision went dark and you fainted straight away. Su Mu blew the mana from his fingertips and shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, Brother Chu. I promised Linger that I would bring you back safely. After Su Mu knocked you unconscious, he immediately took out the puppet doll he had once given you, activated it with spiritual energy, and carried you back to where you had been staying. Thus he went alone to the Hongshan Pavilion, seeking revenge for you and for himself. The next day you woke up in bed, nursing a throbbing head. The first thing that met your eyes was Su Ling's anxious gaze. Linger, how did I end up here? Where's Su Mu? Su Ling spoke slowly. I don't know either. Shortly after you left, I saw this puppet carrying you back. It must have been my brother. He was worried you'd get hurt. Upon hearing this, you quickly stood up from the bed. How long has it been since we left? Has he sent any word? Su Ling shook her head. You left yesterday. I still have no news of my brother. A trace of worry crept into her eyes. Brother Chu, do you think he might be in danger? You immediately reassured her. Don't worry, I'll bring him back. Seeing Su Ling's worried gaze, you gave her a gentle smile. Moments later, you were airborne again, racing toward the Hongshan Pavilion. Deep down, you knew your own strength couldn't sway the tide of battle. But you feared that 1 in a million chance. If Wang Fan and Su Ling end up grievously wounded, I can still go save them. As you drew closer to the Hongshan Pavilion, you sensed an eerie stillness all around. Not a single living creature. In the distance, the mountain range where the Hongshan Pavilion stood was engulfed in raging flames, the setting sun on the horizon stained crimson by the blaze. Finally, you arrived at the Hongshan Pavilion. Corpses littered the ground, blood flowed like rivers, the plants soaked in gore, and the air thick with the stench of blood. With a sweep of your divine sense, you detected several faint auras near the back mountain and rushed over. When you arrived, you found Su Mu and Wang Fan both in terrible shape, completely drained of spiritual energy. Su Mu was drenched in blood, covered in countless wounds, yet he still glared fixedly at Wang Fan. Wang Fan was equally disheveled, and the moment he saw you, his eyes flew wide open. Chu He, you're still alive. You sneered. If you're alive, and well, how could I possibly die? With that, you swiftly moved to Su Mu's side and fed him a pill. He gave an awkward smile. Didn't expect I'd still need Brother Chu to save me. Once his breathing stabilized, you turned your gaze back to Wang Fan. Just as you were about to step forward, Su Mu urgently called out, careful. He has an extremely powerful soul entity with him. All 3 of my 6th-tier beast companions were slain by that soul. However, that soul entity also suffered greatly. It exhausted itself fighting my beasts. But you must still be careful. I feel like something's off with that soul, like it's hiding something. Hearing Su Mu's words, you grew vigilant, having thought the old man had already been dealt with. At that moment, you raised your hand, summoning Chu He and Chu San, who charged toward the barely standing Wang Fan. 2 late nascent soul cultivators. Though not a match for a spirit transformation stage, should be more than enough to kill a severely wounded Wang Fan. Just as Chu He and Chu San's palms were about to strike Wang Fan's body, a terrifying force instantly repelled them. At the same time, Wang Fan's body became shrouded in black smoke, his life force continuously pouring into the ring on his hand. Realizing something was wrong, you immediately ordered them to retreat, then hoisted Su Mu onto your back and fled. He. An ancient sinister voice echoed from Wang Fan's ring. What a pity. I had hoped to remain your master for a long time, but it seems that's no longer possible. Wang Fan stared at the ring in terror. Master. You. The old man Xia Ziyuan slowly emerged from the ring, looking at Wang Fan with reluctant affection. Disciple, don't blame your master. If I don't absorb your life force, we'll both die here today. Don't worry, I will avenge you. As Wang Fan tried to speak, Xia Ziyuan lunged his arm, plunging directly into Wang Fan's body. In Wang Fan's shocked gaze, a nascent soul was extracted in his hand. Master. Please. Ignoring Wang Fan's pleas, he swallowed the nascent soul in one gulp. No. Wang Fan let out a desperate roar as he watched his own nascent soul being devoured. But then the light in his eyes faded. Without his nascent soul to protect his body, the severely wounded Wang Fan could hold on no longer and fell right there. After devouring his nascent soul, Xia Ziyuan's soul body grew increasingly solid. Gazing at Wang Fan's lifeless corpse, he directly dove into it. Moments later, Wang Fan stood up again, but his eyes had completely changed. What a fine body. What a shame. Xia Ziyuan's soul power surged forth, instantly restoring the body to perfect condition with no trace of injury whatsoever. He looked toward the direction you fled, and with a single leap, gave chase. At that moment, carrying Su Mu, you suddenly sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching from behind. Knowing you couldn't both escape, you ordered Chu He to take Su Mu while you fled in separate directions. Chu He took Su Mu and vanished in one direction while you sprinted in another. Soon Xia Ziyuan arrived at the fork, sneered coldly, and unhesitatingly chased after you. He moved with incredible speed, appearing before you in an instant. Boy, there's no escape for you today, Xia Ziyuan said darkly. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me? That girl my disciple was involved with is the daughter of the Donghua clan leader. Now that I've taken his body, his lover won't let me off. All of this is your fault. After voicing his hatred, he raised his finger and swung it down toward you. Powerful energy shot from his finger, transforming into a terrifying sword chi. Seeing no other option, you ordered Chu San to intercept it, directly self-detonating his nascent soul. Chu San's self-detonation was incredibly powerful. The energy collided with the sword chi, producing a blinding flash of light. The intense shockwave blasted you backward, your internal organs feeling like they'd shifted, but you used the momentum of the blast to flee dozens of miles away in an instant. Xia Ziyuan was also forced back a few steps, but he quickly steadied himself, fury burning in his eyes. You dare try to stop me with such methods? That only buys you time. As Xia Ziyuan spoke, he gathered his spiritual energy and rapidly pursued you. Moments later, before you could even react, a black sword chi descended upon your head. You died. Simulation ended. The system presented the rewards from this simulation. Option 1, late nascent soul stage cultivation. Option 2, all items manifested by the golden finger demon, taming ring, blazing heaven finger. Option 3, all memories from the simulated world and insights into various techniques. Chu He looked at the rewards from this simulation, hesitating for a moment. He initially wanted to choose the cultivation, but seeing that option 3 offered memories, he found himself genuinely torn. He wanted to see how wonderful Su Ling was in the simulated world that she could make him take such risks. But the thought only lingered briefly. After all, strength was the more practical choice. System, I choose option 1, late nascent soul stage cultivation. As soon as he selected it, just like before, an endless surge of spiritual energy poured into his body. His cultivation soared until it reached the late nascent soul stage. Chu He released his divine sense, instantly covering the entire Nanfeng city, and he still hadn't reached his limit. Indeed, things are different at the nascent soul stage. Chu He looked at the simulation device and continued to spin for a golden finger. Let's simulate. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden finger reclining longevity system. Immortality. Chu He was also thrilled upon seeing this golden finger. Does that mean I can live forever as long as I don't die? System, quickly simulate. Let me have a look. Ding, simulation begins. First year, you excitedly called out, System, are you there? As your voice trailed off, a cold mechanical voice echoed in your mind. Binding successful. The Lieflat immortality system is at your service. After confirming the system's presence, you immediately began studying it. In no time, you had fully understood the entire system. So lying flat grants immortality. That's how it works. Through your research, you learned that the system had only one function, lie flat. As long as you lay flat, you could gain lifespan. For instance, if you refrained from active cultivation for 100 years, you would receive 100 years of life. If you refrained for 1,000 years, you would receive 1,000 years of life. However, the system had a minimum standard for lying flat. You had to lie flat for at least 100 years before gaining any lifespan. If you started cultivating during that period, the process would be interrupted and you would have to start over. Of course, besides lifespan, you would receive a system reward for every full century of lying flat. Upon seeing this requirement, your expression grew solemn. Damn, in my previous simulations, I've never lived past 100 years. Looks like this is a high-stakes game. You began to consider whether to go lie flat in the Great Gene Immortal Realm. After all, although you couldn't actively cultivate the Great Gene, at least had spiritual energy that your body could absorb automatically, unlike this small world where spiritual energy was pitifully thin. After a moment of thought, you decided to head to the Great Gene first. Since you were at the nascent soul mid-stage, you could just find a place to lie low. If you stayed in this mortal world forever, you might not even break through a single minor realm in 1,000 years. Having made your decision, you walked out of the room and flew toward the teleportation array. Second year after arriving in the Great Gene, you joined a sect called Gonyu sect. Through your investigation, you learned that the spiritual energy where this sect was located was mediocre, but more importantly, the entire sect had fewer than 100 people, mostly chi refining cultivators, with even the sect leader only at the 8th layer of chi refining. You managed to join the sect by presenting yourself as a first-layer chi refining cultivator. The reason you chose this sect aside from their weak strength was that the spiritual energy here was inferior to other sects, so you didn't have to worry about anyone fighting over territory and causing trouble for you. After joining, you started learning basic cultivation techniques and spells like ordinary disciples. At this point you thought, I can't cultivate, but learning spells shouldn't count, right? After all, in every previous simulation, you only chose cultivation realms, not spells. This time, since you couldn't actively cultivate, you could practice your spells. But just as you finished practicing a fireball technique, the voice in your mind suddenly rang out. Ding, detected that the host has begun cultivation. The lieflat system is being interrupted. You were stunned. Come on system, I wasn't cultivating. I was just learning a spell. Does that count? The system's voice continued. Yes, the host can only lie flat. You cannot cultivate any techniques, including spells, nor can you actively attract spiritual energy for cultivation. You sighed helplessly. Alas, it seems I'm completely lying flat this time. After that, within the Gonyu sect, you pretended to cultivate like an ordinary disciple on the surface. As for sect tasks and such, you delegated them all to the 18 Yin riders. After all, they had just started cultivating, so it was quite fitting. Third year, you suddenly felt a bit bored, as if you had nothing to do. Finally, upon your own request, you became a disciple in charge of the sect's medicinal garden and began your farming life. To make your life more interesting, you found a small stream nearby and started fishing. Unfortunately, you hadn't caught a single fish yet. Fourth year, you raised your cultivation to the 2nd layer of chi refining and continued farming and fishing. Staring at the empty hook, you wondered what the problem was. You had already scanned with your divine sense. There were indeed fish in the river, and some nourished by spiritual energy weighed 300 or 400 gene and were nearly becoming monsters, yet you couldn't catch them. Could it be? The fish here don't eat earthworms. You immediately sent a few death warriors to bring back some meat or other bait from outside. In this small sect, you had no worries about the death warriors being exposed, since all the disciples were only at the early to mid chi refining stage and couldn't detect them. A moment later, a male disciple carrying a sword on his back walked up from behind you. Old Chu, still no fish. He looked at you with a disapproving expression. Tisk, why do you bother with the medicinal garden and fishing? You smiled faintly at him. Fishing is good. It cultivates the mind and body. This man named Duan Zhua had joined the sect with you and was now at the 3rd layer of chi refining. He shook his head helplessly. I don't even know what to say. As cultivators, we contend with heaven and earth, constantly breaking through to become stronger. Don't you have any dreams? Let's work together. Maybe we can even become Foundation Establishment Grandmasters. You still wore the same smile. Brother Duan, I believe you can definitely break through to Foundation Establishment. Seeing that you were impervious to persuasion, Duan Zhua knew he was wasting his breath and could only leave helplessly. Watching Duan Zhua's retreating figure, you chuckled inwardly. Rest assured, Brother Duan. I said you could break through to Foundation Establishment, and you will. Splash. A spray of water burst from the surface. Woe finally bit. You grabbed the rod and gave a sharp tug. A 3-meter-long red fish was directly pulled out of the water. Ha ha ha, finally got you. You looked around and felt a bit regretful. Alas, Duan Zhua couldn't have stayed a little longer. He missed seeing such a big fish. That evening, you set up a grill by the medicinal garden and roasted the big fish over it. You grabbed various spices brought back by the death warriors, and without caring about the orders, sprinkled them all over. One bite. It was absolutely delicious. At that moment, you felt a bit sorry for those cultivators who never ate, but used fasting pills instead, just to save time for cultivation. Just then, a timid voice suddenly spoke up. Senior Brother Chu. Can I have some of your fish? You turned to see a young girl of about 13 or 14 crouching in the grass nearby. You had actually noticed her long ago, just waiting to see if she would come out. The girl's name was Qing Tong, a disciple who had just joined the sect this year. Like you, she had wind and fire dual spiritual roots, and was hailed as the most likely person in the sect to reach Foundation Establishment in 100 years. But for now, she had just successfully drawn in qi and broken through to the first layer of qi refining. You smiled at her. I can't finish it anyway, come join me. Qing Tong timidly emerged from the grass and slowly approached you, her eyes fixed on the fish, swallowing hard. You tore off a piece of fish and handed it to her. She took it carefully, took a small bite, and her eyes instantly lit up. Senior brother Chu, this fish is delicious. Eat slowly, there's plenty. You can come often. In the days that followed, Qing Tong frequently visited you, working in the garden with you, fishing, and occasionally sharing interesting stories about the sect. With her company, you felt life was no longer so unbearable. 10 years later, you were attending a grand assembly in the main hall of the sect with a group of elders and disciples. The sect had chosen its next leader, and the new sect leader was none other than Qing Tong, the girl who had eaten grilled fish with you 10 years ago. A year earlier, she had already broken through to the 9th layer of qi refining, becoming the strongest person in the entire sect. You had also raised your superficial cultivation to the 4th layer of qi refining. After the assembly concluded, you returned to your medicinal garden and continued fishing. After 10 years of fishing, you had accumulated considerable experience, from baiting the spot to reeling in the line. You were exceptionally skilled. Simultaneously, your mind had grown calmer. At that moment, you couldn't help but think that Wang Fan's 3-year agreement is almost up. Just as you were lost in thought, a flying sword shot over from afar. Qing Tong leaped down from it. Senior brother Chu, fishing again. You quickly bowed respectfully. Reporting to the sect leader, this disciple is indeed fishing. Qing Tong stepped forward to help you up. Senior brother Chu, why have you become so courteous? She said. There are no outsiders here, so you may still call me junior sister. Upon hearing this, you nodded. I never expected that in just 10 short years, junior sister Qing Tong would break through to foundation establishment. Perhaps you might even become a golden core ancestor in the future. Qing Tong humbly replied. Senior brother Chu flatters me. Qing Tong is merely fortunate. I am still far from the golden core realm, and the path of cultivation is fraught with countless hardships. Who can predict the future? She gradually approached you, then pulled out her storage pouch and took out several jade bottles. Senior brother Chu, these are all spirit gathering pills. Please use them first. After eating your grilled fish for so many years, this is a little repayment from your junior sister. You did not decline, but accepted the jade bottles and put them away. Since you insist, I won't be polite. Afterward, she took her leave first, as she had some matters to attend to. You returned to your stool and continued fishing. In the 15th year, Duan Zhua returned to the sect covered in wounds and came to the herb garden. Oh, it's only been a year since I last saw you. How did you end up so battered? Duan Zhua collapsed onto a chair and said helplessly, don't even mention it. I went to train in the mountains a few days ago and ran into a black flame ape. That creature was incredibly strong. His expression turned excited as he continued. That black flame ape. No exaggeration. Even a qi refining 8th layer cultivator might not be its match normally. But I managed to take it down. So aren't you impressed? You gave him a thumbs up and responded with a firm affirmation. Impressive. I reckon that in the entire sect, aside from the sect leader and a few elders, there's hardly anyone left who can match you now. Duan Zhuo waved his hand modestly upon hearing your compliment. Oh, not at all. I'm only at the 7th layer of qi refining. He sighed as he said that, alas, I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to reach foundation establishment in this lifetime. You walked over and patted him. Come on, stop being so sentimental. Sit down and let me heal your wounds. Duan Zhuo obediently sat down. You channeled your spiritual energy, placing your hands on his back as the gentle qi flowed in to help repair his damaged body. After a while, Duan Zhuo felt the pain lessen considerably. He looked at you gratefully. Brother Chu, there's no need for thanks between us. Once I break through to foundation establishment, I'll definitely take you along to enjoy the life of a great cultivator. With that, he took his leave and set out for training again. Watching his departing figure, you thought to yourself that without the simulator you might have been just like him, relying on life and death battles to obtain cultivation resources. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye, and you had already raised your cultivation to the 7th layer of qi refining. Within the sect, you had become an elder of the herb garden. Although you still looked young, everyone assumed you must have taken a beauty retention pill. The current sect leader was no longer Qing Tong. Her talent was indeed remarkable, and she had already reached the middle stage of foundation establishment a few years ago. Everyone thought she should join a major sect to have a chance at breaking through to the golden core stage. She resisted for a long time, having grown up in Gongyu sect and harboring deep feelings for it. It was only 3 years ago that she stepped down as sect leader and set off to pursue her own path of cultivation. Before she left, you specifically reminded her not to join Tianshui sect. As for the current sect leader, it was Duan Zhua. A few years ago, you had managed to arrange for the over 100 foundation establishment pills you previously obtained from the simulation to appear on his training path, allowing him to break through to foundation establishment. That kid truly believed he had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. In the 36th year, Duan Zhua came to the herb garden again. Watching you leisurely fishing, he said helplessly, Old Chu, if I calculate your age, you must be at least 50 or 60, right? You nodded. Yes, time really flies. Duan Zhua sighed. So many years have passed, and I've broken through to foundation establishment, but you're still at the 7th layer of Qi refining. I'm afraid you might leave us one day. Seeing his worried expression, you smiled. Don't worry. Even if you die, I won't. You thought to yourself, let alone you in this simulation, even if your son, grandson, or great-grandson dies, I won't. But then you remembered it seems this guy doesn't have a son either. As usual, you fished while he kept you company. Time flew by, and another 20 years passed. You raised your apparent cultivation to the 8th layer of Qi refining. At this moment, you were crouching by the herb garden feeding a first-rank blood crystal turtle with some pills. It was quite a coincidence. You had fished this blood crystal turtle out of the river a year ago. Recalling your connection with this kind of beast in the previous 2 simulations, you decided to raise it. After all, the path to immortality is lonely, and the turtle could accompany you for a few more years. In the 57th year, Duanzhua finally found his Tao partner and held a grand wedding. Although he was 70 or 80 years old for a foundation establishment cultivator that was only half his lifespan, he was still in his prime. At his wedding, you were especially happy and drank quite a bit. Unexpectedly, he came over to stop you. Old Chu, don't drink so much. You're getting on in years. What if something goes wrong? You rolled your eyes at him. If you're about the same age as me, and you can find a Tao partner, can't I have a drink? Seeing that he couldn't dissuade you, he assigned 2 disciples to watch over you, worried that you might drink too much and fall off the back hill of the herb garden. In the 58th year, Duanzhua's son was born. You couldn't help but admire this guy still has it. He's precise in his work. After his son was born, he immediately came to you hoping you would name the child. You pondered for a moment and said, how about Duan Xingfu? It might bring you good luck and help you break through to the Golden Core realm. Upon hearing the name, you chose. His face darkened. Forget it, I knew you had no learning. I'll think of a name myself. With that, he immediately turned and left the herb garden. Not long after, he named his son Duan Lang. Duan Lang. You murmured to yourself. This name, why does it give me a bad feeling? Could it be that Duanzhua is afraid his son won't be wild enough? You shook your head and dismissed the thought, taking out a pill to feed your little turtle. At this time, the blood crystal turtle was only first rank, its body about the size of an ordinary beast. You eagerly anticipated its growth to the 4th rank when you could once again have a mobile home. 2 years later, Duanzhua began spending more and more time in the herb garden. He felt your end was near and that he might not see you again. Little did he know this was also your concern. You thought that if a Qi refining cultivator lived longer than a foundation establishment cultivator, it would definitely raise suspicion. Besides, you didn't want to reveal your identity. Half a year later, you were chatting with Duanzhua in your cave dwelling. What? You're leaving the sect? Seeing his shocked expression, you nodded. Yes, I feel my time is almost up. I plan to go back to my hometown for a visit. From now on, you'll be alone. Duanzhua looked at you with reluctance. Alas, it's good to go back. If there's a next life, I'll still be your brother. He patted your shoulder and said, come with me. Since you're leaving, I should see you off, but sect affairs prevent me from leaving for long. However, there is something you definitely need. When you stepped outside the cave, he whistled as if summoning something. Soon a white horse with wings flew over from the side of the sect mountain. Old Chu, this cloud-wing horse is something I bought from the market a while ago. I remember you saying your home is far from Gongyu sect. Take this horse, it will save you some travel time. You didn't refuse and simply thanked him. In the 61st year, you had already left Gongyu sect, but not long after you changed your appearance and returned to the sect under the name Su Mu. You originally wanted to apply for the herb garden to return to a familiar place, but you learned that Duanzhua had turned it into a forbidden area off limits to ordinary disciples. Though you understood Duanzhua's actions, you could not comprehend them. The entire Gongyu sect was so small with barely 100 disciples. What need was there to create a forbidden ground? Left with no choice, you found a random spot and carved out a cave dwelling. 30 years later, the Gongyu sect had replaced its disciples again. With your cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refining, you once again became an elder of the sect. The sect was now in even greater difficulty than when you had first joined. Because the disciples within the sect lacked talent, not a single one had reached the 9th layer of Qi refining. Duanzhua, now over 100 years old, had but few years left to live. He deeply feared that after his departure the sect would fall into decline. In the 92nd year, your blood crystal tortoise finally broke through to the 2nd rank. Its entire body had swelled tenfold, as large as a house. Yet you felt it still too small to fulfill your desire of building a palace upon its shell. In the 93rd year, the sect's disciples dwindled further, now fewer than 50. The most talented disciple was Duanzhua's son, a 30-year-old at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Even so, he was unlikely to succeed in foundation establishment. To prepare for his son's breakthrough, Duanzhua had left the sect to seek resources in the outside world. 3 years passed, and Duanzhua had still not returned. Many believed he had fallen, and thus nearly half of the remaining disciples left the sect. Now only a little over 20 people remained in Gongyu sect. Besides yourself, there was not a single other elder. In the 97th year, Duanzhua's Tao companion passed away, and the sect grew even more desolate. Yet you found yourself even more at peace. With no one to lead the sect, the remaining disciples were preparing to flee. Unconstrained, you returned to the familiar herb garden, picked up the long-neglected fishing rod, and began to fish. In the 98th year, only you and Duan Lang were left in the entire sect. He bowed respectfully and said, Elder Su, the sect has withered to nothing. Now only you and I remain. Recently, I also plan to leave. I want to find my father. You waved your hand. Go, I will guard the Gongyu sect and await your return. Hearing this, Duan Lang nodded, then looked up at the surroundings with reluctance, this place that had raised him. Watching his retreating figure, you sighed deeply. Such is time. In less than 100 years, a small sect has withered to nothing. In the 99th year, you were enjoying hot pot, singing a tune, and sipping a cup of spirit wine. Life could not be more comfortable. With only you left in the entire sect, you began to let the Yin 18 cavalry cultivate without restraint. In nearly 100 years, they had all broken through to the Golden Core realm. You felt only regret for the Yin 18 cavalry. Each simulation forced them to start cultivation from scratch. If only their cultivation could be preserved. In the 100th year, as you were happily fishing, a thunderous roar suddenly resounded across the entire great gene cultivation world. Though you were curious to see what had happened, you remembered that this simulation required you to lie low until the end of time, so you resolutely abandoned the idea of going out. 2 years later, a familiar mechanical voice rang in your mind. Congratulations, host. After 100 years of lying low, you have gained 100 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host. You have received the century reward, 3 free life, transformation flame. Seeing the reward was a ball of flame, you immediately took it out. In an instant, a gray flame appeared before you. Before you could refine it, it drilled into your body and merged with you on its own. This reward from the system is not bad. No need to refine it myself. You immediately began studying the 3 free life, transformation flame. According to the system's description, this flame was born in an endless volcano. It could split into 3, each stationed in the nascent soul, the divine sense, and the spiritual root within the body. Moreover, the 3 flames would automatically operate day and night, absorbing spiritual energy from the outside to rapidly increase the cultivator's cultivation. When facing enemies, the 3 flames could fuse together, unleashing a ferocious flame that water could not extinguish and wind could not blow out, no longer needing to fear cultivators of any spiritual root. Looking at this reward, you felt it was quite good. You had planned to lie low anyway, and never expected that this flame could absorb spiritual energy on its own. With a sweep of your divine sense, you indeed saw the 3 free life transformation flame within your body, absorbing and refining spiritual energy, and not at a slow pace. You estimated that at this rate, even if you did nothing for the next 100 years, you would still break through to the late nascent soul stage. In the 103rd year, as you were feeding the little tortoise, the aura of a golden core cultivator suddenly flew over from the horizon. You immediately put away the Yin 18 cavalry and waited quietly. Before long, a familiar figure flew over from afar. It was Qing Tong, who had left the Gongyu sect many years ago. Seeing only you on the entire mountain, she asked urgently, Are you a disciple of Gongyu's sect? Why is it only you? Where is Elder Chu of the herb garden? After she finished asking, you unhurriedly began to narrate, telling her everything that had happened in the past 100 years. Qing Tong was stunned for a moment, then murmured to herself, Elder Chu, I came back too late. She glanced at you again and said calmly, Now that only you remain in the sect, I hope you can rebuild Gonyu's sect. Are you willing? Seeing this, you could only nod. After all, you had grown accustomed to living here. Even if you rebuilt the sect, it would still be a small one that would not attract any trouble. After you agreed, she took out 2 storage pouches and handed them to you. Inside are foundation establishment pills and some spirit stones, a small token of my appreciation. If anyone ever troubles the Gongyu sect, just mention my name. I am the green-robed true person of the Yufeng sect. With that, she did not linger and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, you sighed. The little girl from back then. She has now broken through to the Golden Core realm and even earned the title of true person. How time flies. In the 104th year, you dispatched over 5,000 elite soldiers to spread the news of the sect's recruitment. In no time, the foot of the mountain was covered with commoners. You immediately ordered the Yin 18 cavalry to check for spiritual roots. Among them, 30 people possessed spiritual roots, 2 of whom had dual spiritual roots. As for those 2 with dual spiritual roots, you had already made arrangements. On your command, the Yin 18 cavalry claimed they had no spiritual roots preventing them from joining the sect. In the end, a total of 25 people joined the sect, all of them with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. Excellent. All disciples without talent, incapable of breaking through to foundation establishment. Replaced every few decades. No one will discover my secret of immortality. 10 years later, the disciples within the sect had all reached the 2nd to 4th layers of chi refining. Some, seeing no hope in cultivation, prepared to leave the sect and become wealthy commoners. To ensure the sect's continuous transmission, you initiated another recruitment ceremony, spreading the news to villages and towns within 300 li of the sect. 3 months later, at the recruitment ceremony, the crowd at the foot of the mountain was even larger than last time, nearly 10,000 people. Bored you began testing their spiritual roots yourself? No spiritual root next. Still none next. 4 spiritual roots. Not bad, you can cultivate. By noon the next day, a 6-year-old girl stood before you. She was covered in dirt, her face utterly spiritless. Little one, where is your family? She timidly replied, Xiao Xiao has no family. I heard that cultivators are never hungry, so I came along with them. Hearing this, you swept her a glance with a pitying gaze. Poor little thing, orphaned at such a young age. After all, in this cultivation world where killing is as common as grass and human life is treated like weeds, such a child wouldn't survive long. Somehow a sense of compassion arose in you. Well, if she has no spiritual root, she can stay in my herb garden and fish with me. Having decided, you placed your finger on her brow and channeled spiritual energy into her body. Damn. An extraordinary ice-attributed variant spiritual root. You were somewhat shocked knowing that in all your simulations, and among the many people you'd encountered, even the most talented ones had normal 5-element spiritual roots. Not only did she have an ice-attributed variant root, but its quality was exceptional. She would encounter no bottlenecks before the nascent soul realm once she entered the path of cultivation. By now your gaze toward her carried a trace of envy. Originally, you hadn't intended to take on disciples of such exceptional talent, because once they grew strong they would inevitably become entangled with other powerful figures. But recalling that this girl named Xiao Xiao was an orphan, you decided to take her in after all. You cleared your throat and said solemnly, Xiao Xiao, you possess an ice spiritual root and are a promising seedling for cultivation. Are you willing to join my Gongyu sect? Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. She knelt with a thud, kowtowed heavily, and said in a crisp voice, Xiao Xiao is willing. Thank you, master, for taking me in. You were startled. You're only joining the sect, not becoming my personal disciple. Please get up. With that you pointed a finger and used spiritual energy to lift her up. Since you've joined my Gongyu sect, even if you're not my disciple, I won't treat you poorly. Alright, wait over there for now. I still need to test the spiritual roots of the others. Hearing your words as if they were an imperial edict, Xiao Xiao obediently stepped aside. Next you tested the spiritual roots of the others one by one. Most had mediocre aptitude, with only a few possessing passable 5-element roots. Time passed slowly and the entire disciple recruitment event came to an end. After a moment's thought, you had the senior disciples lead the new ones to arrange their caves. As for Xiao Xiao, you decided to teach her personally. After all, her talent was too high, you other disciples probably wouldn't be able to teach her well. After bringing her back to the herb garden, you asked, Your name is Xiao Xiao, but do you have a formal name? She shook her head. Xiao Xiao doesn't know. Xiao Xiao is just Xiao Xiao. Seeing her innocent expression, you realized she was still just a child. After pondering for a moment, you said calmly, Everyone's name consists of a surname and a given name. My name is Su Mu, so you'll take my surname. From now on you'll be called Su Xiaocao. How about it? Upon hearing this, she nodded happily. Thank you, master. I have a surname now. From now on I'll be Su Xiaocao. Hearing her call you master again, you gave a helpless sigh. Just then a rumbling sound suddenly came. Gurgle, gurgle. Seeing Su Xiaocao covering her stomach in embarrassment, you knew she must be hungry. Come with me. I'll fish you something to eat. With that you led her to the small river where you often fished. With over a century of fishing experience, you caught a huge fish 3 or 4 meters long in no time. Then you set up a grill, placed the entire fish on it, and coated it with various secret seasonings. Xiao Xiao stood nearby, drooling at the aroma. An hour later you two had finished the entire fish. Afterward you prepared her own room and some new clothes. The next morning you arrived early outside Su Xiaocao's room, ready to teach her the basics of cultivation. Pushing open the door, you saw her already neatly dressed, sitting upright at the table, her eyes full of anticipation. You brought her to an open space in the herb garden and began explaining the basic concepts of cultivation and the method of circulating spiritual energy. But just then you realized a serious problem. The sect had no ice-attributed cultivation techniques at all. Helpless, you could only dispatch the Yan 18 riders to search for one in the outside world's markets or auctions. In the 115th year after the Yan 18 riders brought back an ice-attributed cultivation method, you officially began teaching her to cultivate. Since she was illiterate, you directly transmitted the entire technique into her mind through divine sense. Indeed, her talent was truly remarkable. She reached the first level of chi refinement in just 3 days. 10 years later, in the herb garden, you were lying on the ground, snoring soundly. Beside you, a graceful young woman was waving a spiritual sword in midair. With each slash, the surrounding temperature dropped a degree, and the sword energy carried streaks of snowflakes. Master, what do you think of my snow wind sword technique? You rubbed your sleepy eyes and said casually, Not bad, very impressive. However, you're already a foundation establishment cultivator now. There's nothing more I can teach you. Hearing this, Su Xiaocao's expression changed, and she instantly appeared by your side. Master, are you trying to drive me away? Seeing this, you quickly waved your hands. What nonsense are you talking about, girl? It's just that I'm only at the 8th level of chi refinement myself. Oh, I really have nothing left to teach you. Staying in the sect would only waste your talent. Su Xiaocao kept shaking her head, looking pitiful. Master, I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay with you forever. Seeing her stubbornness, you knew you had to use your trump card. Sigh. Chower. Do you know how old I am this year? Su Xiaoqiao was taken aback. She had never really thought about it. You continued. I'm already over 60. If I can't break through to foundation establishment, I may pass away within a few years. With that, you looked at her with anticipation. Chower, this isn't just for you. It's for me too. If you join a major sect and become a golden core cultivator, you might be able to help me break through. Hearing this, she fell silent. After a moment, she looked at you with firm eyes. Master, I understand. Once I join a major sect, I'll find a way to help you break through to foundation establishment. Only then did you nod happily. That's my good disciple. After she decided to leave the sect, you immediately began teaching her about the Dajin cultivation world. You also told her she could join the Yufeng sect, where there was a verdant robe master who had also come from the Gongyu sect. 2 months later, she looked at you, reluctantly stepped onto the red lotus sword you had given her, and flew away from the Gongyu sect. After she left, the entire herb garden was empty save for you, and you felt a hollow emptiness in your heart. As for the sect, you simply let the Yan Yun 18 riders manage it. After all, they had concealed their cultivation. Unless a nascent soul cultivator came, no one would know their true realm. In the 126th year, you received some news from the outside world through the Yan Yun 18 riders. At this time, the Dajin cultivation world was growing increasingly turbulent, with the righteous and demonic paths clashing more fiercely. However, since the Gongyu sect was a small sect in a rather insignificant location, it wasn't drawn into the conflict between the righteous and demonic paths. In the 127th year, as the 3-3 transformation fire continuously refined spiritual energy, you felt you were touching the bottleneck of the late nascent soul stage. But since you could only lie low, you couldn't break through on your own. To avoid being disturbed, you hid in a valley deep within the Tainan mountain range. Before leaving to sever all ties with the Gongyu sect, you erected a tombstone beside the herb garden inscribed with Tomb of Su Mu. Looking at the tomb you had erected yourself, you smiled with satisfaction. Good. Now I won't have to be entangled with Su Xiaoqiao anymore. At the same time, Su Mu far away in Sangzhou suddenly sneezed. What's going on? I'm almost at the void refinement realm. How can I sneeze? However, you knew nothing of this, and simply lay low in the valley, quietly waiting for your cultivation to break through. 30 years later, the spiritual energy within the body finally reached fullness. The nascent soul could no longer endure such immense spiritual energy and directly began an automatic breakthrough. 2 months later, with a powerful aura emanating from the valley, you successfully broke through to the late nascent soul stage. At this moment, you felt refreshed and clear-minded. Finally, the late nascent soul stage. Having lain idle in these deep mountains for 30 years, you had long grown weary of it. With my current strength at the late nascent soul stage, even if I don't know many spells, there should be no danger. You felt that at least in Dajin this was the case. Shortly after, you flew out of the Tainan mountains, ready to enjoy life. After all, not interacting with people was truly boring. In the 158th year, you returned to Gongyu sect to see how things were. But who would have thought that now it was overgrown with weeds with no sign of any human activity? You couldn't help but complain. Alas, it seems these small sects are truly short-lived. Then you released the Death Warriors to tidy up the place. Don't think that over 100 years have passed. As long as the Death Warriors are not summoned, their lifespan remains unchanged. After cleaning the entire sect, you recalled the Death Warriors. You looked at the cleaned-up Gongyu sect, which finally brought back a familiar feeling. 6 months later, you took on several disciples in the sect, mainly to add some life to the sect, and to keep yourself from being too bored. After all, you had been fishing for over 100 years, and you were tired of it. And you had fallen in love with a new hobby, playing chess. However, your talent for chess was poor. You had never won a single game against your disciples. Another 44 years passed, and your disciples had changed, but your cultivation level had not improved much. At this moment, it was exactly the second 100 years, and the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host, for lying flat for 100 years. You have gained 100 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the century reward. 10,000 Buddhas faced the sage. As the reward was bestowed, before you could figure out what this 10,000 Buddhas faced the sage was, a stream of memories appeared in your mind. A moment later, you formed hand seals, making a swastika hand seal, and struck forward. Instantly, the swastika seal emitted layers of golden light, then surged from behind you, transforming into a giant golden Buddha. The giant golden Buddha, like you, struck forward with a palm. With a loud boom, the mountain ahead was shattered into pieces by the giant golden Buddha's palm, leaving a 100-meter deep crater in its place. Of course, this was not the most important part. With a thought from your mind, spiritual energy surged within your body again, and around you one giant Buddha after another appeared, until the entire sky was filled with giant golden Buddhas, as if you had entered a Buddha's kingdom. Wow, no wonder it's called 10,000 Buddhas faced the sage. There really are 10,000 Buddhas. At this moment, you felt that you finally had the ability to protect yourself. This 10,000 Buddhas faced the sage. Each Buddha has the strength of the nascent soul stage, absolutely a top-tier technique among top-tier techniques. It's just a bit draining. If all 10,000 Buddhas were deployed, I'm afraid my spiritual energy would be completely drained. But operating a dozen or so giant golden Buddhas at the same time shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, you couldn't help but feel delighted. In the 203rd year, just as you were playing chess with your disciples in the herb garden, a golden core stage aura suddenly came from afar. You scanned with your divine sense and discovered the visitor. So it's this little girl returning. Soon Su Xiaoqiao descended into the herb garden. She looked at you with confusion. Who are you? Where is my teacher Su Mu? You looked at her awkwardly, then respectfully stepped forward. I am Chu Yunfei. Greetings to the golden core true person. The Su Mu you mentioned was the former sect master of Gongyu sect and my teacher, but he passed away a few years ago. As you spoke, you pointed to the nearby tombstone. Su Xiaocao's eyes reddened, and she rushed towards the tombstone. Teacher. She knelt helplessly on the ground, her face filled with grief. Teacher. I'm sorry I'm late. It's all my fault. All my fault. If I had broken through earlier, teacher wouldn't have died. Seeing this, you waved your hand to the disciple beside you, signaling him to leave. And Su Xiaoqiao remained kneeling before your tombstone, murmuring about how much she missed you. You shook your head helplessly. Alas. This little girl, she's making me feel embarrassed. Then she knelt before your tombstone for 3 months straight. It was also fortunate that you had the foresight to bury a deceased disciple inside. Otherwise, with her golden core divine sense, if she sensed no corpse inside, it would have caused more trouble. In the 204th year, she finally rose from before your tombstone. Since you are also a disciple of my teacher, you are now my junior brother. Come with me. The spiritual energy here is too scarce, not suitable for your cultivation. Upon hearing this, you quickly waved your hand. That. No need, senior sister, I'm fine here, I'm used to it. Su Xiaoqiao looked at you with a serious expression. No, since you were accepted as a disciple by my teacher, you must be someone he valued. How can you be buried here? Do you want to end up like teacher, spending your whole life in Gongyu sect, never able to break through to foundation establishment? Ignoring your refusal, she was determined to bring you, this little junior brother, back to Yufeng sect, doing something for her teacher. Seeing her so determined to take you away, you had no choice but to go along with her. After all, in your view, you were already invincible in the Daijin cultivation world, so going there was fine. In the 205th year, you joined the sect with Su Xiaoqiao. Feeling your cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refining, she provided you with many spirit stones and foundation establishment pills, and gave you a strict order not to leave seclusion until you broke through to foundation establishment. Seeing how much hope she placed in you, you really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you were truly an ordinary Qi refining disciple, meeting such a good Su Xiaoqiao would have made you very happy. Thinking that since you were just lying flat anyway, you directly fell asleep in the cave dwelling, planning to sleep for a few years, and then raise your cultivation to foundation establishment. 10 years later, after you raised your cultivation to foundation establishment, Su Xiaoqiao finally lifted your seclusion order. But then she kept taking you along to cultivate, hoping you would break through to golden core like her. But it must be said, the spiritual energy of Yufeng sect was indeed much better than the small place of Gongyu sect. The speed of refining spiritual energy with the 3-3 born fire was several times faster. During the time you cultivated with her, you met many people, including Qingtong, who was now at the mid-golden core stage, even close to breaking through to the late golden core stage. Besides that, you also met the 2 ancestors of Yufeng sect, one of whom was Du Riyun, a former ancestor of Tianshui sect. After Tianshui sect was destroyed by the demonic path, he brought some elite disciples to Yufeng sect. To give you more cultivation resources, Su Xiaoqiao also found a new teacher for you. Of course, it was only a nominal teacher, just to help you get more sect resources. This is my good friend Song Yi, late golden core stage. From now on to outsiders, she will be your teacher. Upon hearing this, you were stunned for a moment, then looked at the woman in red robes beside her. Song Yi. Wow, another old acquaintance. You suddenly felt it was a bit absurd. How did it end up being Song Yi again, going around in circles? Of course, although she was an old acquaintance, you were still quite interested in her, mainly because the simulation memory had not been inherited, so this was technically your first time meeting her. In the 216th year, you were hiding in your cave dwelling, playing cards with the sect disciples to pass the time. At that moment, you pushed your tiles and said to the 3 Qi refining disciples, I win, self-drawn, all 1 suit. Each of you give me 10 pieces of broken spirit stone. Hurry up. The 3 of them rummaged through their storage pouches unwillingly, handing over the spirit stones to you. That Uncle Chu, I think the Dedizu you taught us last time was more fun. Let's play Dedizu. After spending some time at the Yufeng sect, you found that it wasn't so bad after all. As for cultivating on your own, it was simply impossible. Impossible in this lifetime. You couldn't practice spells, so you could only rely on fishing and playing chess to maintain your dreary existence. But upon arriving at the Yufeng sect, you discovered that everyone here was exceptionally talented, especially the Qi refining disciples. Whether it was playing cards or mahjong, they learned as soon as you taught them, and their speech was pleasant to hear. You absolutely loved it here. In the 217th year, you simply set up a game room in your cave, dwelling exclusively for playing cards and mahjong with those outer sect Qi refining disciples. As for those at the foundation establishment stage, they were all busy cultivating and had no interest in your recreational activities. At the same time, Su Xiaocao, upon learning that you were indulging in pleasures and neglecting your duties, immediately began to criticize and educate you. Yunfei, you spend all day not cultivating. Are you worthy of the expectations our master had for you back then? Hearing her criticism, you immediately began to retort. Senior sister, it's not that I don't want to cultivate. My talent is what it is. Even with your resource support, I could never reach the golden core realm. Now being able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage is already more than enough for me. With that, you returned the storage pouch she had given you. Senior sister, I'm truly not suited for cultivation. Please take these resources back. She gave you a helpless look, then shook her head. Never mind, everyone has their own path to walk. Take care of yourself from now on. She didn't take the storage pouch. She turned and left your cave dwelling. After she was gone, you took out the cards again and went to find your card-playing friends. 10 years later, just as you were lounging around, as usual, a series of powerful auras suddenly surged in from outside the sect. You immediately walked out of your cave dwelling, grabbed a random disciple, and asked, Junior brother, what's happening? The disciple said urgently, the Huangquan sect has attacked. The sect's grand protective formation has been breached. Go fight the enemy. You frowned. What's going on? Fighting again. At that moment, you felt nothing but disgust for the Huangquan sect. You had been enjoying your peaceful life at the Yufeng sect, and now they had to disrupt your slothful existence. Helpless, you could only follow the other disciples and rush toward the various main halls at the front of the sect. Moments later, you arrived at a side hall where you saw countless demonic chi swirling outside the main hall. The source of the demonic chi was tens of thousands of demonic cultivators in the sky. With a sweep of your divine sense, you discovered that there were actually 3 nascent soul cultivators among them. Good heavens, those demonic cultivators sure cultivate fast. You recalled that in the previous simulation, the Huangquan sect only had 2 nascent soul cultivators, one of whom was Yohua Jinren, who had broken through from golden core to nascent soul. Speaking of Yohua Jinren, you thought of the flame on his body. Tsk tisk, what a treasure. If only it were mine. Just as you were silently lamenting, the Huangquan sect's attack had already begun. A barrage of demonic chi-infused spells shot toward the disciples of the Yufeng sect. At this moment, your mind was still calculating whether this simulation would give you a chance to obtain Yohua Jinren's flame. Suddenly, a foundation establishment demonic cultivator spotted you, opened his mouth wide, and spat a cloud of black chi at you. You were about to put up a token resistance when a chi-refining disciple rushed over and took the hit for you. Struck by the black chi, he immediately coughed up blood and collapsed. You quickly stepped forward and drove back the demonic cultivator. When you looked back, you realized that the fallen disciple was none other than the card-playing friend you had been playing mahjong with for 10 years. He gave you a bitter smile and said faintly, Uncle Chu, I no longer owe you the spirit stones from that all-green self-draw hand last time. With that, his head tilted to one side, and his hand drooped, and he fell dead right before your eyes. Seeing this, you were overwhelmed with grief. This was your mahjong buddy of 10 years. Now you were filled with rage. You instantly teleported in front of the demonic cultivator and struck him with a palm, reducing him to ashes. At the same time, your true strength was exposed to everyone. Whoa, isn't that Junior Brother Chu? He's that powerful. Right, isn't Senior Brother Chu only at the early foundation establishment stage? How could he kill a foundation establishment demonic cultivator with one palm? But although they thought you were formidable, they at most believed you were at the peak of foundation establishment. No one would think you were a nascent soul cultivator. However, the situation on the main battlefield was not optimistic. The 2 nascent soul patriarchs of the Yufeng sect were already beginning to retreat step by step. After all 2 against 3, the odds were not in their favor. You had initially planned to make a swift escape, but looking at Qingtong and Su Xiaoqiao struggling in the distance, as well as the several card-playing friends you often played with, you decided to stop hiding. After all, you were already at the late nascent soul stage. As long as you didn't court death by going to some Cangzhou, you wouldn't encounter any danger in the future. You took a deep breath and your aura suddenly erupted. The terrifying late nascent soul presence spread like surging waves. This is the aura of a late nascent soul cultivator, Yohua Jinren said in astonishment. The other 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Huangquan sect also changed color, never expecting that the Yufeng sect had hidden such a formidable expert. You took a step forward, your figure darting through the battlefield like a ghost. With every strike, large numbers of demonic cultivators were reduced to ashes. The 3 demonic nascent souls sensed the danger and tried to retreat. You sneered and instantly appeared before them. Want to leave? Did you ask me? So saying, you formed the swastika mudra with both hands. 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. In an instant, a colossal golden Buddha appeared in the sky, its golden hand pressing down directly on the 3. None of the 3 were at the late nascent soul stage, so they could only cast their spells simultaneously. Damn it, fellow Taoist, who exactly are you? There's no such person as you in the Yufeng sect. How about we become friends, and we'll give you the territory of the Yufeng sect from now on? You remained expressionless, and the golden Buddha's hand radiating Buddhist light did not pause in the slightest. The three exchanged glances. Let's fight him with everything we've got. 10,000 soul banner, soul chain heaven and earth. Purple nether fire dragon, ghost severing sword. The three powerful attacks merged into one and struck toward your golden giant Buddha. With a crack, your golden giant Buddha was shattered by their spells. The three gasped for breath, thinking that they finally had a chance to escape. But before they could rejoice, you activated the 10,000 Buddhas paying homage again, and 10 golden giant Buddhas appeared around them, trapping them in the center. Sigh. I told you it's 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. You've only shattered one, and I still have 9,999 left. At the same time, the Yufeng sect's patriarchs Feng Sampo and Du Riyun instantly teleported behind them, cutting off their escape route. They first looked at you, and then bowed. We are grateful for your assistance, fellow Taoist. Once we slay these three, we must properly entertain you. You nodded, immediately activated the 10 golden giant Buddhas and pressed them down fiercely. Feng Sampo and Du Riyun did not idle either, unleashing their own spells as they charged toward the enemy. The three demonic nascent souls, seeing they could not escape intact, burst into loud laughter. Just wait. Next time we will surely annihilate your Yufeng sect. With that, the three self-detonated simultaneously. Terrifying energy instantly scattered in all directions, the released spiritual power exploding outward across the entire sect. Seeing this, Feng Sampo and Du Riyun immediately deployed spiritual power barriers and artifacts to protect the sect's disciples from being affected by the self-detonation energy. While everyone was distracted, three nascent souls rapidly separated and fled into the distance. You glanced over and immediately gave chase to Yohua Jinren's nascent soul. Feng Sampo and Du Riyun, after blocking the spiritual power impact of the self-detonation, also pursued the other two nascent souls. After you left, the morale of the remaining demonic cultivators of the Huangquan sect plummeted, seeing their patriarchs defeated. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Yufeng sect were greatly inspired. Led by a group of elders, they launched a fierce counterattack. Before long, the Huangquan sect's forces were slaughtered to the last man. A day later, Yohua Jinren's nascent soul finally came to a stop. Though his nascent soul was extremely weak, he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally escaped. If I had known the Yufeng sect had a late nascent soul cultivator, I would never have come, even if it killed me. Just then a sinister laugh reached his ears from nearby. He, where do you think you're going? Before he could react, you teleported forward, grabbed his nascent soul with one hand, and crushed it. After the nascent soul shattered, a ferocious flame burst out from within. You pointed your finger, and a spiritual energy shield enveloped the flame. You had coveted this flame for a long time, as you knew its power from previous simulations. Within the same cultivation realm, even a mere touch would be devoured by it. Unfortunately, this Yohua Jinren could only shape the flame into beast form attacks. However, a question arose in your mind, since you already possessed the Sansan Huashing fire. If you were to refine the purple spirit flame, wouldn't there be an incompatibility? After a moment's thought, you stored the flame away, planning to consider it more carefully after returning to Yufeng sect. In the great hall of Yufeng sect, Feng Sampo and Du Riyun were seated in order. Fellow Taoist, your action this time has not only resolved the crisis of our Yufeng sect, but also removed a great scourge for the Dajin cultivation world. Feng Posen said joyfully. It's just a small matter not worth mentioning. At that moment, the two exchanged smiles and said to you, since you have chosen to cultivate at our Yufeng sect, why not become our supreme elder? In time, our Yufeng sect will surely become the #1 sect in the Dajin cultivation world. Thinking that you had no other place to go, you nodded in agreement. Feng Posen and Du Riyun were overjoyed to see your agreement and immediately arranged a grand ceremony to officially announce you as the supreme elder of Yufeng sect. After you became the supreme elder, the two also found your residence. Elder, we never expected you to be at the nascent soul cultivation level. We have taken advantage of you before. You looked at Song Yi and Su Xiaoqiao and waved your hand indifferently. It's fine. Ignorance is not a crime, and besides, it was my intention to conceal my identity. You did nothing wrong. Then while chatting with them, you pondered whether to refine the purple spirit flame. Although you knew that refining two different flames was extremely risky, the thought of its power made you tempted. In the year 228, after gaining the status of Supreme Elder, you openly sent the 18 Yinyan riders into the sect to cultivate. As for yourself, you entered your cave dwelling and began studying the purple spirit flame. Watching the blazing flame before you, you stretched out your finger and slowly channeled spiritual power into it. The moment you touched the purple spirit flame, you felt it become active, and the entire flame emitted a dazzling purple glow. Before you could think it through, the Sansan Huashing fire within you, as if provoked, burst out of your body and swept toward the purple spirit flame. The moment the two flames touched, they immediately intertwined, forming a more powerful flame. However, within the flame, gray and purple energies were vying for dominance. What the hell is going on? I haven't even refined them yet. Why are they fighting? You watched with great interest, wondering which of the two flames was stronger. As time passed, 3 days quickly went by. At this point the flame had calmed down, and its color had turned into a glazed cyan. What's going on? Could they have merged? You thought, and with a mental command you summoned the flame back to your hand. Immediately a message emanated from the flame. It turned out not to be a mutual fusion, but the Sansan Huashing fire had absorbed the purple spirit flame. The newly born flame could perhaps be called the Sanyu Liuli fire. Additionally, you discovered that you could separate the essences of the two flames and use them individually. At that moment an idea suddenly popped into your mind. To test this idea, you went into seclusion for a long time attempting to fuse the two flames into an offensive technique. Of course, it might not even count as a technique, since the lying flat system did not judge that you were not lying flat. 20 years later, you looked at the gray-purple fire lotus in your hand, your heart bursting with excitement. It's done. I, the Taoist, have done it. Ha ha ha. Feeling the immense power within the fire lotus, you were certain that even you could not withstand the force of its explosion. And most importantly, since this thing wasn't considered a technique, it meant you could keep cultivating it endlessly. In the future, you only needed to collect more special flames, whether they were the natal flames of demon beasts or flames born from heaven and earth spiritual treasures, and add them to the fire lotus, increasing its power exponentially. In the year 249, you came out of seclusion. In high spirits, you decided to first find your card-playing friends to play some dodiju. Unfortunately, after inquiring, you learned that your old Chi refining period card friends had long left the sect due to lack of progress in cultivation. Having no choice, you had to recruit new card friends. But unlike before, the moment news of your invitation spread, countless disciples rushed to your residence, even including some Golden Core elders. Since there were too many people, you were too lazy to teach them one by one, and simply drove them all away. Besides, you knew they weren't genuinely interested in playing, but only wanted to curry favor with you. In the end, you had to pick up your long-neglected fishing rod and go fishing in the lake behind Yufeng's sect to pass the time. On the surface, you were a supreme elder who had no worldly ambitions, but behind the scenes you had long sent the 18 Yin riders out to search for special flames. At this time, they had all broken through to the late Golden Core stage, and as long as they didn't encounter nascent soul cultivators, they would be safe. In the year 250, Adu Ruyun wanted to introduce a cultivation partner to you, but you refused. What is most feared in the pursuit of immortality? It's definitely having attachments. If your family were in danger, would you save them or not? Moreover, with your nascent soul cultivation, you would surely form a very large family in the future, and someday one of your descendants might offend someone they couldn't afford to offend. 30 years later, you were leisurely lying on the back of a blood crystal turtle fishing. At this time, the blood crystal turtle had finally broken through to the 3rd rank, and its body reached dozens of meters in length. Although you couldn't build a palace on it, yet it was comfortable enough for you to lie on. Just then, the 18 Yin riders finally sent back a message. They had searched the entire Dajin cultivation world, but found no special powerful flames, or if they did, they were too weak. Finally, they crossed the Tainan mountain range and ventured deep into it, where they encountered a 4th rank wind fire luan. That demon beast possessed a phoenix, strange flame born from its natal power, which was extremely terrifying. However, due to that beast being 4th rank, the 18 Yin riders were unable to capture it and bring it back. You didn't mind much, as long as you knew where it was. For the sake of safety, you could wait until you broke through to the spirit transformation stage before going. In the year 281, relying on its formidable strength, Yufeng sect had successfully annexed nearly 60% of the territory in the Dajin cultivation world. The remaining 20% of the territory was still held by the Blood Fiend Pavilion and the Corpse Refining sect. To protect their interests and prevent being annexed by Yufeng sect, the two sects directly merged into one, named the Blood Corpse sect. In the year 282, you found the days without cultivation extremely boring. You decided to start your own business just to pass the time. With the support of Feng Posen and Du Riyun, you went to the former site of Tianfeng sect and opened a pavilion called Chunfeng Tower Spring Wind Tower. As soon as the pavilion was built, you immediately began recruiting loose cultivators and Qi refining disciples from Yufeng sect, but most of those you recruited were female cultivators. As for why, of course, it was because the services of Chunfeng Tower were foot bathing and sauna. 3 years later, the tower officially opened. The tower had a total of 508 female cultivators responsible for foot washing and massage, while your 18 Yin riders served as managers. As for the miscellaneous tasks, you assigned them to several hundred death warriors. You had it all planned out. A death warrior could live at least 50 years, and with 5,000 death warriors using them in batches, you could use them for several hundred years. To make the business even better, you also set up a promotion where charging 100 spirit stones would give you 200 spirit stones of consumption credit. In the year 286, the fame of Spring Breeze Tower spread across the entire cultivation world of Great Jin. Not only did it offer foot baths infused with spirit stones, but also the most professional female cultivators providing full-body meridian massages. Moreover, after the massage, Spring Breeze Pavilion would serve a sumptuous meal made from demon beasts, truly excellent value for money. For a time, cultivators from Chi Refining to Golden Core all yearned to visit Spring Breeze Tower for a foot bath. To consolidate your business, you introduced monthly and yearly membership cards. Within just half a year, you had amassed over 10 million spirit stones. After deducting the initial material and labor costs, you still netted over 9 million spirit stones. Seeing the gleaming white stones fill hundreds of storage pouches, you couldn't help but drool with greed. But unfortunately, you were like a powerless husband, able to see but not use. You gave all the spirit stones to the 18 Yen cavalry, hoping they would break through to nascent soul as soon as possible. Meanwhile, you doubled the wages of the female cultivators who performed the foot bath and massage services, offering them a monthly base salary of 500 spirit stones in addition to a commission per service. After this news spread, countless female cultivators came seeking to join Spring Breeze Tower, among them even some at the foundation establishment stage. In the year 287, you added a new form of entertainment to Spring Breeze Tower, a song request service. After all, Spring Breeze Tower was meant for leisure, and adding a song request segment was hardly out of place. You recorded the songs from your past life. Though you couldn't recall them in full, you remembered the gist. After some minor adaptations, new pieces of music were born. At that moment, 2 Chi Refining stage technicians were massaging your feet, while 2 more worked on your shoulders. Before you, there was a large stage where a group of female cultivators danced, while at the front of the stage, a foundation establishment female cultivator sang your adapted version of those years, the Tao partners we missed. At that moment, you felt that the monotonous life had regained its joy. If things continued like this, you could stay in Spring Breeze Pavilion for 100 years without ever stepping out. 15 years later, the day of the system's reward arrived once more. In addition to 100 years of lifespan, the special reward this time was a unique cultivation technique called the Heavenly Unity Yin-Yang Art. According to the system, this technique surpassed the heavenly grade, being more advanced than any cultivation method in the entire cultivation world, and practicing it would not interfere with your laid-back lifestyle. However, when you examined the technique, you discovered it was a dual cultivation art. Suddenly things became much more interesting. To practice or not? Thinking that this was a technique far beyond the world you lived in, you quickly made up your mind. Practice? Why not? But then you pondered who to practice with. Song Yi. No. We're not close enough yet. Su Xiaoqiao. No, I've already deceived her before asking her for dual cultivation. Now would be a bit embarrassing. Before long, you spread the word that you were looking for 100 Tao partners. For a time, the entire cultivation world of Great Jin buzzed with excitement. After all, you were acknowledged as the late nascent soul powerhouse of Great Jin, and with Spring Breeze Pavilion, your strength and wealth were unmatched. Upon hearing that you intended to take Tao partners, various sects of all sizes began preparing to send their female disciples to you. Within half a year, you received over 10,000 letters, each containing a portrait of a woman. In the year 303, you selected the 100 women with the best appearance and spiritual roots from the 10,000 and held a grand wedding at Spring Breeze Tower. To accommodate the guests attending your wedding, you offered a 50% discount on all services at Spring Breeze Tower. After the wedding, you led your 100 Tao partners into your palace and began teaching them the Heavenly Unity Yin-Yang Art. In the following days, you remained in Spring Breeze Pavilion without stepping out even once. The Heavenly Unity Yin-Yang Art brought you immense benefits. Every time you engaged in dual cultivation, you felt as if your spiritual roots were evolving, constantly absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings, and the refinement speed was even faster than with the 3 nether glazed fire. Not only you, but even your Tao partners were also absorbing spiritual energy. After discovering that you possessed such a technique, each of your Tao partners vied for the chance to dual cultivate with you, hoping to elevate their cultivation. Some even started quarreling out of jealousy, just like in a palace drama. At that moment, you suddenly felt that having too many Tao partners was also a trouble. After long deliberation, you finally came up with a solution. You ordered your death warriors to make some plaques, each inscribed with the name of one of your 100 Tao partners. Well, this makes things much more convenient. Flipping plaques, fair for everyone, and they won't have to fight among themselves. Indeed, after you started choosing your dual cultivation partner, by flipping plaques, peace was restored among them. In the following decades, you never left Spring Breeze Tower. Your days were filled with eating, drinking, foot baths, massages, and dual cultivation. Fortunately, you were at the nascent soul stage and had the Heavenly Unity Yin-Yang Art. Otherwise, with such high-intensity dual cultivation for decades, even an iron kidney would have given out. Meanwhile, the constant dual cultivation inevitably led to occasional leaks. Over those decades, you fathered over 30 sons and more than a dozen daughters. The earliest batch of your children had already started giving you grandchildren. Your descendants now numbered over 100. You felt that having 100 people all living in Spring Breeze Tower was not ideal. So a few years ago, you began building palace after palace in the mountain range behind Spring Breeze Tower for them to reside in. Outsiders called this place the Chu family fort. Watching your family grow and prosper, you suddenly felt a pang of regret. If only I had a bountiful offspring system, it would be a perfect match with this dual cultivation technique. In the year 401 through dual cultivation, you had reached the peak of late nascent soul, just one step away from deity transformation. At that moment, you were lying comfortably on your bed, enjoying massages from several of your Tao partners. But unbeknownst to you, on the far side of the Tainan Mountains, an epic battle was raging, darkening the sky and the earth. 10,000 meters up in the sky, two figures descended like demon gods, their spiritual energy surging like tides. Each collision released energy that annihilated all life within hundreds of kilometers. If you had possessed the memories from the simulation, you would instantly recognize them as Wang Fan and Su Mu. As time passed, their fight grew fiercer, and the battlefield shifted several times. Soon they crossed the Tainan Mountains and continued their deadly duel within the great gene cultivation world. In the year 402, just as you were about to claim your system reward, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. The ninth form of the 9-kill sword technique. Annihilation. Su Mu, I Wang Fan sacrificed the lives of millions within 1,000 li to empower my sword. I will not fail to kill you. With that, Wang Fan's spiritual sword multiplied into tens of thousands, forming a sword formation. The formation began to circulate with spiritual energy, emitting a bloody red light that rapidly expanded outward. Anyone enveloped by the blood light was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, which was then absorbed into Wang Fan's sword formation. Before long, the blood light covered half of the great gene cultivation world, including your Spring Breeze Tower. Only the Sui Feng city, where the Wang family resided, was spared. At that moment, you couldn't understand how Su Mu, who should have been in Sangzhou, had ended up fighting Wang Fan in the great gene cultivation world. But the blood light gave you no time to think, instantly reducing your body to a mist of blood. As your nascent soul still clung to existence, you had only one thought: system, give me the reward first. Just before death, a cold voice penetrated your final consciousness. Congratulations, host, for lying low for 100 years. You have received 100 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the century reward, the 10,000 Dao sword body. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose the reward for this simulation from the following options. Option 1, the cultivation of a nascent soul peak. Option 2, all rewards from the golden finger, triple 3 life-generating flame, 10,000 Buddha's pilgrimage, heavenly origin, Yin-Yang, art, myriad swords body, 400 years of life. Option 3, all memories from the simulation world along with insights into various spells. Chu He stared at the options of the simulation and found himself entangled for the first time. Logically, choosing cultivation is definitely the right call. But a nascent soul peak who knows no spells may not necessarily defeat a nascent soul middle stage who possesses the triple 3 life-generating flame and 10,000 Buddha's pilgrimage. Moreover, with the triple 3 life-generating flame, I can cultivate faster in subsequent simulations. This is a sustainable asset, not to mention top-tier techniques like 10,000 Buddha's pilgrimage. He glanced at the last one, the sword Dao Saint body. Since he had died too quickly, he hadn't figured out what the myriad swords body was useful for in the simulation. But since it's called the myriad swords body, it must be incredibly powerful. I'll bet on it. System, I choose option 2. The moment the words fell, streams of special energy surged into his body. Chu He swept his divine sense and immediately sensed that the triple 3 life-generating flame had been absorbed by him. It split into 3 parts, now distributed in his nascent soul, divine sense, and spiritual root, automatically refining spiritual energy. At the same time, he fully mastered the memories of the dual cultivation technique and the 2 spells. As for the myriad swords body, Chu He received no information about it. Could it just be that I'm exceptionally good at sword practice? With this thought, he opened the simulator again, intending to simulate and see what the myriad swords body could do, hoping it wouldn't disappoint him. System, draw the golden finger and start the simulation. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden finger, god of slaughter descends. Simulation start. First, you're knowing that the simulation had begun, you immediately started studying this golden finger of yours. God of slaughter descends. This thing sounds formidable. I hope it grants me a powerful ability. Moments later, sensing the mass of red blood mist in your mind, you understood the function of this golden finger. In short, it boiled down to one word: slaughter. Kill humans, kill beasts, kill all living beings. As long as you began killing, the blood mist in your mind would absorb the surrounding killing intent and death, chi converting them into the purest energy to enhance your cultivation. Furthermore, if you were severely wounded, the absorbed energy could be used to rapidly heal you. Seeing this, you knew that this simulation would not be one of quiet cultivation. After a moment of thought, you decided to head to Dajin first and kill Wang Fan, who had caused your death last time. You calculated the time. He was probably just a few years old now, utterly incapable of resisting you. The reason you hadn't dealt with him in previous simulations was the fear of Dongwei Yuer's nascent soul stage protector. But now with the triple 3 life-generating flame and 10,000 Buddha's pilgrimage, as long as you didn't encounter a spirit transformation stage cultivator, even if you couldn't win, you wouldn't be killed. Second year, you arrived at the Dajin cultivation world. At this moment you were standing in midair above the Wang family's main hall, the oppressive aura radiating from your body, pressing all the Wang family members to the ground. Wang family patriarch Wang Zhan, struggling against the discomfort, asked you, "Junior Wang Zhan, may I ask what business you have here, senior?" You ignored him and swept a finger across his direction. With a crack, Wang Zhan, without even a chance to resist, was cleaved in two. "Patriarch! Father!" The Wang family members cried out in shock, staring at the scene in disbelief. But you heard someone call out, "Father." Your gaze swept across and immediately spotted a young boy of about 5 or 6 in a corner. "Are you Wang Fan?" He glared at you with fierce eyes. "Yes, I am Wang Fan. Why did you kill my father?" "You're a bad person. When I grow up, I'll kill you and avenge my father." You smiled faintly. "Very well, if you can grow up." With that, you gently pointed at the center of his brow. "Stop." Hearing the sudden voice, you paused briefly but still shot out the finger. With a thud, Wang Fan instantly lost his vitality and fell straight to the ground. Only then did you slowly turn your head and look behind you. There, a little girl of about 5 or 6 stood staring at the scene in disbelief. Beside her stood a gray-robed man whose aura matched yours, also a nascent soul, middle stage. You didn't need to think to know that these two were Dong Weiyue and her protector. You looked at Wang Fan's corpse filled with admiration. "This kid is impressive. He got her even at such a young age." Before they could react, you decided to strike first. 10,000 Buddhas pilgrimage. Boom, boom, boom. Over 20 golden Buddhas rose behind you, and beams of Buddhist light shot from their palms, sweeping toward Dong Weiyue and her protector. The gray-robed man reacted swiftly, instantly erecting a defensive barrier. The Buddhist light struck the barrier with a series of roars. But from his expression, it was clear that blocking this attack was a great strain. Taking advantage of the gap, Dong Weiyue rushed forward, trying to pick up Wang Fan's corpse and flee. You snorted coldly and unleashed the 333 life-generating flame, a tongue of flame, chasing after her like a spiritual serpent. Seeing this, the gray-robed man hastily diverted some of his energy to block the flame. But at the same time, due to the split in his spiritual power, the barrier was breached and the Buddhist light pierced through his body. He died. In that instant, you felt the blood mist in your mind begin to absorb and refine the surrounding death chi, converting it into energy that surged into your nascent soul. Not bad. Not bad indeed, much faster than cultivation. Feeling the portion of cultivation that had risen within you, your mood was exceptionally good. Dong Weiyue, on the other hand, stared at you in shock, never expecting her protector to be killed by you. Gazing at the lone Dong Weiyue, you smirked and walked toward her step by step. "Little Yue, are you ready? Your Uncle Chu is coming." Just then you noticed her hand reaching into her bosom as if she was about to take something out. You teleported forward and subdued her instantly. Taking out the object from her bosom, you found it to be a jade pendant covered with mysterious runes that resembled those on the teleportation array you had used before. A teleportation jade pendant. Good thing I acted quickly. You grabbed Dong Weiyue with one hand and was about to finish her off when suddenly you remembered that there seemed to be someone in her clan who could perform divination. It was through that person that you had been discovered before. If you killed Dong Weiyue, you would inevitably be tracked down. After much deliberation, you decided to have someone else kill her. With a gentle tap of your finger, Dong Weiyue fell unconscious. You swept your divine sense and found that the Wang family members around had already died, killed by the energy emitted from your 10,000 Buddhas pilgrimage. Though they were all dead, you still walked slowly toward Wang Fan's corpse, for there were 2 more things to do. First, you took a ring from his body, knowing that the old man Xia Ziyuan was hiding inside. With a sweep of your divine sense, you sensed the soul imprint on the ring. With just a slight effort, you weakened the soul imprint. After probing your divine sense into the ring, you saw an extremely weak soul. Without the slightest hesitation, you crushed it with your divine sense. Only after seeing the ring space filled with spells and spiritual artifacts did you withdraw with satisfaction. As for the second thing, you directly summoned the 333 life-generating flame and burned Wang Fan's body to ashes, only then feeling at ease. After all, these children of fortune always required caution. Just like some villains who after killing someone discover that the victim's heart is on the right side. You couldn't rule out the possibility that Wang Fan's brain might not be in his head, so you had to burn him completely clean. After confirming that every member of the Wang family was dead beyond any doubt, you left that place with the unconscious Dong Weiyue. Half a year later, you stood on the teleportation array in the Tainan Mountains, having the 18 Yin cavalry take her into the former mortal cave dwelling where 2 assassins were ordered to kill her. Finally, you had the 18 Yin cavalry execute those 2 assassins as well. You figured that with this layered approach, and since it all happened within the small cave world, that fortune-telling fellow should not be able to divine it. With all issues resolved, you took out Wang Fan's ring and meticulously inventoried the spoils. At last, you picked up a black-red sword art manual, trembling with excitement. 9 kill sword art. Finally, my turn to practice it. Though you had once obtained this technique, it had unfortunately not been preserved. You drew the red lotus sword and immediately executed the first stance. Somehow you felt as if you had been practicing swordsmanship for years with not the slightest hint of unfamiliarity. Closing your eyes, you swung forward fluidly, blood kill. Instantly the red lotus sword flushed crimson, radiating a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. Under your urging, a sword, chi spanning hundreds of meters, burst forth, splitting several distant mountains in two. As if struck by enlightenment, you began to rehearse the second, third, and fourth stanzas. Only a month later did you wake from this state of epiphany. By then your comprehension of the sword's way had reached new heights, no longer confined to the blade in your hand. To hone your swordsmanship and rapidly elevate your cultivation through your golden finger, you resolved to do something never attempted in previous simulations. Bloodbath the entire great gene cultivation world. In the third year you arrived at Tianshui Gate. After all, when annihilating sects, one naturally starts with familiar territory. Especially that old fellow Du Ryun whose strength was mediocre and who always fled at the first sign of danger. Thus to deal with someone like him, you must strike with full force, leaving no room for escape and ensuring his demise. Now standing at the mountain gate of Tianshui Gate, you directly unleashed the first stance of the 9-kill sword, art, slashing forward. A fiercely sharp sword chi tore through the air like a blood-red ribbon, distorting the very air it passed. The grand and imposing gate of Tianshui Gate shattered under your 100-meter sword chi, collapsing, with debris flying everywhere. The disciples guarding the gate had no time to react before they were swept by the sword chi, screaming as they turned to dust. Alarmed by the commotion, the Golden Core elders of Tianshui Gate rushed over. Upon seeing the carnage and you standing amid the ruins, terror filled their faces. An infant soul cultivator. A shrill cry pierced the sky as an infant soul aura emanated from the rear of the sect. You knew it was that old man Du Ryun approaching. Upon arriving, he widened his eyes and shouted accusingly, "Fellow cultivator, why do you indiscriminately slaughter my Tianshui Gate disciples? If you do not provide an explanation today, this matter will not end peacefully." You sneered, your figure flickering as you closed in on Du Ryun instantly. The red lotus sword in your hand blazed blood red, and you unleashed the second stance of the 9-kill sword art, Shadow Kill. Du Ryun hastily defended, but was overwhelmed by your powerful sword chi, retreating step by step. Seeing this, the surrounding Golden Core elders encircled you, intending to attack together. "Patriarch, we will assist you." Yet you paid them no heed. Amid flashing sword shadows and splattering blood, members of Tianshui Gate fell one after another. At the same time you noticed Du Ryun's eyes darting as if he intended to flee. You sighed helplessly, "Alas, this fellow is at least an infant soul cultivator, yet he wants to run at the slightest disadvantage." You formed the swastika hand seal and cast it toward him. In an instant, over 20 golden Buddhas materialized around him, enclosing him completely. 10,000 Buddhas pilgrimage. Channeling your spiritual power, the 20 golden Buddhas raised their massive palms and pressed down upon him. To prevent his escape, you also conjured the threefold purifying fire, forming a cage of flames that trapped the entire Tianshui Gate within. Under the dual oppression of the golden Buddhas and the flame cage, Du Ryun's face turned exceedingly grim. He strained every ounce of his strength, spiritual power surging wildly. "Friend, I can forego avenging the destruction of my sect today. How about you stop now?" You did not reply to his naive words. Instead, you decided to test the sword Tao you had comprehended. Slowly closing your eyes, a fierce sword intent surged from your heart into the heavens. 9-kill sword art, first stance, rise. As your voice fell, a massive blood-red phantom sword gradually appeared in each golden Buddha's hand. Once the swords appeared, even the golden Buddhas were tainted by the blood, their golden Buddhist radiance gradually shifting to dark gold. Blood kill. As the words left your lips, the swords in the Buddha's hands emitted waves of blood light, each containing terrifying power, slashing fiercely toward Du Ryun. Du Ryun's eyes bulged with terror as he frantically circulated his spiritual power, desperate to resist the dreadful sword chi. Yet before this fierce blood-kill sword chi, his resistance appeared pitifully insignificant. Even as an infant soul cultivator, he had no means to withstand it. The sword chi from the golden Buddhas fell like rain, breaking through Du Ryun's defenses layer by layer. "No, I'm not willing. If you want me dead, I'll take you down with me." As he spoke, his spiritual power suddenly surged, and he self-destructed. Simultaneously, his infant soul swiftly fled toward the sect's exterior. But you merely sneered contemptuously. The 20 golden Buddhas materialized in front of you, shielding you from the explosive energy. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Golden Core elders were terrified to the point of losing their wits. Like him, they all fled toward the sect's exit. Yet within moments, despair consumed them, for the flame cage formed by your threefold purifying fire was exceptionally stable, and they could not break free. You watched them coldly, and with a sweep of your red lotus sword you slaughtered them all, including Du Ryun's fleeing infant soul. At the same time, you felt the surrounding blood energy converge into your body, continuously refined by your golden finger. Before long, you sensed a tremendous surge in your strength, nearing the late infant soul stage. Standing midair, you gazed down at the foundation establishment, and Qi refining disciples below, a greedy smile curling on your lips. Within Tianshui Gate blood flowed like rivers, and utter silence reigned. You stood amidst the ruins, savoring the scent of blood in the air, feeling only delight. You decided to take advantage of other sects' unpreparedness to annihilate another one which would allow you to break through to the late infant soul stage. But just before leaving, you looked at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood before you suddenly feeling it was a waste. Of course the waste was not spirit stones, for the 18 Yin cavalry had already collected the storage pouches of the entire sect. At that moment a thought struck you. You took out Wang Fan's ring and extended your divine sense into it. After a moment a scroll appeared in your hand. Good thing I have a good memory, though I almost forgot. You unrolled the scroll, and the first line read, Method for refining the 10,000 soul banner. Following the instructions, you began to refine the 10,000 soul banner. You used the local spirit crystal ores from Tianshui Gate to forge the flagpole and a long piece of spirit silk to fashion the banner cloth, sewing them together. Finally, you inscribed spatial arrays and soul-binding formations onto it. Thus a crude 10,000 soul banner took shape. It was unavoidable given the limited materials you had to make do for now. After dripping a drop of your essence blood onto it, the banner in your hand began to emit wisps of black smoke. Success! Gripping the banner, you channeled your mana and swung it toward the pile of corpses before you. The black smoke on the banner surged forth like a torrent sweeping toward the corpses. Wherever it passed, the souls of the dead were drawn out, turning into streaks of faint light absorbed into the banner. The 10,000 soul banner shook violently, its soul-binding runes flickering with eerie light, as if reveling in devouring the mass of souls. As souls were continuously absorbed, the banner's power seemed to strengthen, and even the surrounding air grew cold and gloomy. You felt the power within the banner and rejoiced, knowing it would become a great asset in the future, especially since you would often be killing. The only pity was that Du Ryun's infant soul had been destroyed, or it could have served as the main soul. Putting away the 10,000 soul banner, you cast one last glance at the desolate Tianshui Gate, felt not a shred of pity, and turned to fly away, seeking the next victim. In the end, your gaze settled on the Yufeng sect. There was no helping it, they were all old acquaintances. You did not want to leave Feng Sampo in constant fear. So before news of Tianshui Gate's destruction spread, you decided to wipe out the Yufeng sect first. You suddenly felt that you were still too merciful, even considering that he might be anxious and afraid. In the 4th year, just like with Tianshui sect, you exterminated the entire Yufeng sect. Not only did your cultivation advance to the late nascent soul stage, but the 10,000 souls banner finally acquired a nascent soul stage main soul. However, the consecutive annihilation of 2 sects plunged the entire Dajin cultivation world into a state of panic. In particular, the Lianshi sect and the Shuesha Pavilion, fearing for their own safety, directly declared the closure of their mountain gates. But before you could seek them out, a demonic sect called the Huangquan sect unexpectedly rose amid the chaos. A smile curled at the corners of your mouth. Well, the Huangquan sect. What a fateful encounter we have. Considering that the newly established Huangquan sect likely possessed only one nascent soul cultivator, at most at the mid-nascent soul stage, you set off immediately. In less than half a month you arrived at the mountain gate of the Huangquan sect. Surveying the surroundings, you mused that a demonic sect was truly different. An aura of deathly stillness permeated the area, utterly devoid of life. Drawing from past experience, you first summoned the 3-3 life-transforming flame to imprison the entire Huangquan sect before making your move. The energy radiating from your flames alarmed the golden core cultivators within the sect, as well as the nascent soul ancestor. Who dares to cause trouble at my Huangquan sect? Bellowed a nascent soul elder clad in a black robe as he rushed out in fury. A sweep of your divine sense revealed he was only at the early nascent soul stage, far inferior to you in power. You let out a cold sneer. With a contemptuous laugh, you unleashed the 10,000 souls banner. The resentful spirits and fierce ghosts on the banner howled in agony as they surged toward the Huangquan sect ancestor. With the nascent soul of Feng Sampo serving as the main soul, the banner's power had greatly increased. You pondered that once you had wiped out all the nascent soul cultivators in the Dajin cultivation world, you could then head to Cangzhou. At that moment, the Huangquan sect ancestor's face changed as he hastily summoned his magical artifact to defend himself. Simultaneously, the golden core cultivators of the sect attacked the 3-3 life-transforming flame, attempting to break free from your encirclement. Shortly after, the Huangquan sect ancestor sensed the danger and tried to flee, but you would not allow it. You teleported before him and delivered a punch, the immense spiritual energy blasting him backward until he vomited blood. He stared at you in terror, begging for mercy, but you felt no pity. You activated 10,000 Buddhas paying homage, combined with the 9-kill sword, art dismembering him into pieces. Seizing the moment right after his death, you once again spurred the 10,000 souls banner to devour and refine his nascent soul, making it the banner's second main soul. With him eliminated, the golden core cultivators proved even more vulnerable. Before long, the Huangquan sect was utterly destroyed by you. Now you stood suspended above a sea of blood with the surrounding blood aura and death energy continuously surging into your body. Refined by your golden finger, all of it transformed into the purest energy to elevate your cultivation. What a pity. I was this close to breaking through to the peak of nascent soul. You put away your artifacts and surveyed the devastated mountain gate with satisfaction. The 10,000 souls banner now possessed another nascent soul stage main soul, and your power had grown even stronger. In the 5th year, relying on your overwhelming strength, you directly swept through the Lianshi sect and the Shuesha pavilion, reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, at this moment you were in seclusion inside a small wooden hut. After years of slaughter, you felt as though you had touched some kind of artistic conception, perhaps a sword intent. Within your divine sense, you held a spiritual sword and relentlessly attacked an illusory foe before you. With each swing, you experienced an indescribable impulse, as if you yourself had become the sword. In this illusory realm of consciousness, you seemed completely cut off from heaven and earth, your mind containing only the sword. 10 years later, inside a dilapidated wooden hut, you sat motionless on the dusty floor. With a sudden bang, an invisible sword chi burst from your body, shattering the wooden hut. The powerful sword energy radiated outward from you, spreading in all directions. Anyone who came into contact with this sword chi, whether human or beast, felt their legs go weak and lost all will to resist. You let out a long breath and slowly opened your eyes. Finally, I succeeded. During these 10 years, although your cultivation realm had not advanced, you had comprehended a sword intent. Whenever you activated this sword intent, everyone within 100 li would be affected by it. Even cultivators of the same cultivation level could only exert 80% of their usual strength. As for yourself, the sword intent would stimulate you, stripping away all negative emotions and influences except for the killing intent, thus greatly enhancing your power. You pondered for a moment and murmured to yourself, from now on let it be called the killing sword intent. During the decade of your seclusion, the Yanyan 18 horsemen, using the resources you had plundered, had also successfully stepped into the golden core stage. For you now, Daji no longer had any nascent soul cultivators, and even golden core cultivators had been nearly wiped out by your hand. You decided to leave this place and head for Zhangzhou, a land teeming with powerful experts. On the way, you could conveniently hunt some 3rd and 4th tier demon beasts in the Tainan Mountains. In the 16th year, you casually killed a 4th tier frenzied demon bull, then butchered it, and began roasting the beef. Beside you, a 4th tier blood crystal turtle was trembling in fear. Yes, it was the same blood crystal turtle from before. Crushed by your absolute power, it had completely submitted to you, handing over its demon core for your control. You also released the Death Warriors and the Yanyan 18 horsemen, and they began building a luxurious palace on the turtle's shell using local materials. 3 years later, you finally arrived at Zhangzhou. By now, your cultivation had reached the absolute peak of the nascent soul stage. You could sense that you were only one step away from breaking through to the so-called divine transformation realm. After several months of investigation, you set your sights on a small sect called the He sect. Of course, this was only a minor sect in Zhangzhou. If placed in the Dajin cultivation world, it would undoubtedly be the most powerful sect. Within the He sect alone, there were 3 nascent soul stage ancestors, one of whom was at the late nascent soul stage. As for Golden Core elders and Foundation establishment disciples, there were even more. You believed that if you could annihilate this sect, you would surely break through to the divine transformation stage. However, before taking action, you decided to visit the Heishui region first. The souls that your 10,000 souls banner could devour had reached their limit, and the banner was on the verge of bursting. This trip to the Heishui region would allow you to purchase stronger spiritual threads and a soul-trapping array to upgrade the 10,000 souls banner. In the 20th year, you were participating in an auction at the Wanbao Pavilion in the Heishui region. With spirit stones from nearly half the Dajin cultivation world in your possession, you were incredibly wealthy. Anything that caught your eye was bought at a high price. Among your purchases were a high-grade soul-trapping array that could be used to upgrade the 10,000 souls banner and celestial tier silk, which was even more precious than ordinary spiritual threads. Just after the auction, as you left the Wanbao Pavilion, your divine sense detected a late nascent soul cultivator and 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators trailing behind you. You pretended not to notice and led them to a desolate valley. Fellow Taoists, having followed me for so long, why not show yourselves, eh? As your words faded, 3 figures slowly emerged from the shadows on both sides of the valley. The late nascent soul cultivator sneered. Kid, you flaunted your wealth at the auction. Surely you carry many treasures. Hand them over obediently, and we 3 brothers might spare your life. A mocking smile curled at the corner of your mouth as you looked at them as if they were already dead. Humph. You dare to covet my things. As you spoke, your aura erupted. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations caused the 3 to change color. Damn. A peak nascent soul cultivator. Before they could react, you instantly summoned the 10,000 souls banner. The resentful spirits and fierce ghosts on the banner howled as they charged out, with 4 nascent soul stage souls lunging straight at the trio. At the same time you activated the killing sword intent, enveloping the entire area within 100 li. The three felt their bodies tighten, their strength instantly suppressed. They hastily summoned their magical artifacts in defense, but the power of the 10,000 Souls banner was not something they could easily withstand. Not good. This kid is a demonic cultivator. Flee in separate directions. You had anticipated this. The 3-3 life-transforming flame took the form of 3 fire dragons blocking their escape routes. After a fierce battle, the 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators were the first to have their souls devoured by the 10,000 Souls banner. Seeing the dire situation, the late nascent soul cultivator attempted to self-destruct and escape. You teleported after him. 4th form of the 9-kill sword art. Instant kill. In an instant, countless sword flashes streaked through the air, forcibly suppressing his self-detonation attempt. The sword chi pierced straight through his body. His eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could even cry out, you slew him on the spot. Then you thrust your hand into his body and extracted his nascent soul. There was no choice. The 10,000 Souls banner was on the verge of bursting from being overfilled and could no longer devour anything. With a sweep of your hand, you collected the 3 storage rings. Staring at the corpses on the ground, you murmured, "This is an unexpected bonus. It seems I've taken another step closer to breaking through to divine transformation." After disposing of the 3, you returned to the blood crystal turtle shell and began to refine the 10,000 Souls banner anew. In the 21st year, you elevated the quality of the soul banner and absorbed the late nascent soul cultivator into it. Within the soul banner, there were now 7 nascent soul spirits, over 100 golden core spirits, and countless foundation establishment and chi refining spirits. You patted the blood crystal tortoise beneath you, signaling it to depart for Black Tiger Sect. The spirit transformation stage is within reach. No matter how this simulation ends, I've already profited immensely. Along the way, you continuously contemplated the sword intent within you, sensing that it had not yet reached its peak. In your perception, if you fully comprehended the killing sword intent, you could, through mere killing aura, make anyone utterly incapable of resistance. That would be the true mastery of killing sword intent. After 10 days, you finally arrived at the mountain gate of Black Tiger Sect. This time, however, you did not act personally. Instead, you used the 3-3 transformative fire to surround the entire sect, then released all the spirits from the soul banner into it. Before long, agonizing screams echoed from within. Yet just as you believed everything was under control, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from within the Black Tiger Sect. A white-haired yet vigorous old man soared into the air, radiating the terrifying pressure of the spirit transformation stage. What audacious rat dares to cause trouble at my Black Tiger Sect? Glaring furiously, the old man waved his hand, sending a surge of majestic spiritual power rushing toward you. Startled, you thought, damn, I've been tricked. There's a spirit transformation old monster hidden in this sect. You hastily manipulated the 3-3 transformative fire to block the attack, while recalling the soul banner. The spirits within transformed into streaks of black light that shot toward the spirit transformation cultivator. He snorted coldly and formed hand seals, conjuring a massive protective barrier before him that deflected all the spirit attacks. Seeing your attacks were ineffective, you closed your eyes, and the Crimson Lotus sword materialized in your hand. 9-fold slaughter sword art. Blood kill, shadow kill, breaker kill, flash kill. For consecutive strikes, each imbued with your killing sword intent. The spirit transformation cultivator's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained composure. He waved his palm, and a copper coin appeared before him, deflecting your 4 sword strikes. Yet your killing sword intent had merged with the sword techniques. Although blocked, the intent clung to him like an unshakable curse, making him feel as though he couldn't unleash his full power. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, you slapped the soul banner. 7 nascent soul spirits and over 100 golden core spirits instantly surged toward him, intent on tearing him apart. The spirit transformation cultivator sneered contemptuously at the sight of the soul banner again. Boy, if this is all you've got, then you're ready to die. Seeing his arrogance, you softly uttered a single word: explode. In an instant, all the spirits released from the soul banner self-destructed, unleashing power dozens of times greater than the 9-fold slaughter sword art. Rumbling explosions echoed continuously, each mushroom cloud colliding with the next, amplifying the destructive force to its maximum. Through your eyes, you watched the entire Black Tiger Sect crumble to dust under the immense energy. Even the blood crystal tortoise beneath you couldn't withstand it, blasted into a mist of blood. The residual energy severely wounded you. You spat out a mouthful of essence blood as spiritual power continuously drained from your body. But you used the explosive shockwave to flee rapidly. As for whether that spirit transformation cultivator died, you dared not gamble. You could only drain the last of your spiritual energy to escape as far as possible. After an unknown duration, you finally lost consciousness and fell from the sky. 3 days later, a teenage girl passed by the stream behind her family's mountain. Having just broken through to the 4th level of chi refining, she was heading to the cave dwelling in the back mountains to gather some spiritual herbs for cultivation. This is She rubbed her eyes, afraid she was seeing things. How is there a person in the river? She murmured to herself. Seeing your chest still rising and falling, she quickly removed her outer robe, dove into the water, and pulled you out. Such severe injuries. I wonder if he can even be saved. After a moment of deliberation, she brought you back to her cave dwelling. For some reason, the moment she laid eyes on you, she felt a strange connection. That was why she decided to save you. If not for fear of her parents scolding her for meddling, she might have taken you to her family estate for treatment. Seeing your tattered clothes and the wounds faintly visible beneath the fabric, a thought crossed her mind and her cheeks flushed. I'm just saving him, don't overthink. Don't overthink. She took a deep breath, then carefully removed all the torn clothes from your body. These wounds, they're even worse than I imagined. Seeing your broken body with bones even exposed, she gasped in shock. She then returned to her family and retrieved some spiritual herbs and healing pills. The herbs were easy. She could crush them and apply them to your wounds. But with you unconscious and severely injured, there was no way to make you swallow the pills. After half an hour of agonizing deliberation, she seemed to make up her mind. She placed the pill in her own mouth, refined its medicinal power, and then fed it to you mouth to mouth. After settling you in, she took out the few dozen spirit stones she had in her storage pouch and arranged a spirit-gathering formation around you. By the time she finished, night had fallen. She had no choice but to return home, planning to come back the next day to check on you. Not long after, she left the 3-3 transformative fire within your body, sensed the surrounding spiritual energy, and began to circulate automatically, repairing your injuries. In the 22nd year, your wounds had fully healed, but your nascent soul remained in deep slumber. Meanwhile, the girl who had saved you was lying idly in the cave, chatting to you, as if you could hear her. You're such a strange one. Your wounds are all healed, so why won't you wake up? You don't have brain damage, do you? Oh, by the way, I don't even know your name. From now on, I'll call you number 3. Since my elder brother is number 1, and I'm number 2, you're the one I saved, so you're number 3. Time passed bit by bit, and she spent more and more time with you. Number 3. Do you think my talent is just worthless? If it weren't for my parents' help, I might never have even broken through to the 3rd level of chi refining. And my brother. I miss him so much. Seeing you remain unresponsive, she sighed and laughed at herself. Sigh. Since you can't hear me anyway, what's the point of saying all this? In the 23rd year, she came to the cave dwelling, beaming with joy. Number 3, I have great news. I've broken through to the 5th level of chi refining. Aren't I amazing? Humming a cheerful tune, she walked behind you and began channeling spiritual energy into you. She had discovered this not long ago. Knowing your body could automatically absorb spiritual energy, she often fed you her own, believing it would help you wake up sooner. In the 24th year, your nascent soul finally recovered and you awoke. However, due to the prolonged coma and severe injuries, your body felt somewhat unaccustomed. After a moment, you finally realized something was off. Where is this place? You looked around the cave and then at the new clothes you were wearing. You tried to recall what had happened, remembering only that you had been severely injured, your spiritual power depleted, and you had fallen from the sky. I was saved by someone. Just then a girl stumbled into the cave. Her face was filled with sorrow, as if she had encountered a great tragedy. Seeing you awake, she froze for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. Stay here. Don't go out. With that, her body swayed, and she collapsed straight to the ground. You rushed forward and caught her in your arms, preventing her from falling to the ground. Was it you who saved me? You murmured to yourself, gazing at the unconscious maiden in your embrace. Her appearance was so delicate, breathtakingly beautiful, especially her long white hair. You immediately made up your mind. A life-saving grace could only be repaid by offering oneself in marriage. Then you laid her on the nearby bed and channeled the spiritual energy within your body into hers, helping her recuperate. You found that she had no serious injuries, it was merely overwhelming mental pressure. After 2 hours, she slowly awakened. Father, mother, no, don't leave me. She opened her eyes wide, still muttering. At that moment, seeing you sitting beside her, she blurted out, Xiao-san, you're awake. You looked around. Xiao-san, are you referring to me? Hearing this, the maiden realized she had misspoken. I'm sorry. I don't know your name, so I can only call you Xiao-san. Saying this, she stood up and slowly walked out of the cave dwelling. Since I see you're fine, I can rest assured. You frowned and instantly moved before her, asking, have you encountered some trouble? Tell me. Let me help you. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's useless, you can't deal with those people. Your expression was resolute. How do you know without trying? First tell me what exactly happened. The maiden hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Today a group of people barged into my clan. They claimed to be from the Red Dust Pavilion, seeking the clan's inherited secret treasure. The elders of the clan disagreed, and they were all killed. In the end, father sent me out through the secret passage. Hearing this familiar plot, your heart jolted. You quickly asked, by the way, I still don't know what to call you. My name is Su Ling, you can call me Linger. And you, she said to you. When you heard her name, your heart suddenly trembled. Is this the Tao companion I simulated before? You replied, my name is Chu He. Thank you for saving my life. After the introductions, you returned with her to the Su clan grounds. One glance revealed rivers of blood, not a single sign of life. She knelt on the ground in agony, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. You slowly stepped forward and said to her, "Don't worry, I will help you take revenge." After a long while she regained her composure. "Thank you, Brother Chu. But I need to go to the Star Academy now to inform my older brother." Hearing this, you said calmly, "That stands to reason." Gazing at the corpses of her slain relatives, Su Ling began to collect the bodies one by one. You stepped forward and used magic to quickly gather the corpses, then brought them to the back mountain for burial. A month later, you both arrived at the gates of the Star Academy. Along the way, Su Ling learned that you were a nascent soul cultivator. After telling the gatekeeping disciples of the academy that you were looking for someone, they agreed to deliver the message and asked you to wait outside. Before long, a foundation establishment cultivator flew out from within on a sword. "So this is Su Mu, my brother-in-law." The moment he saw Su Ling, he rushed over and asked what had happened. Su Ling tearfully recounted the tragedy that had befallen her clan to Su Mu. After hearing it, his eyes turned red and the aura around him became fierce and violent. "Red Dust Pavilion, I will make you die." At this moment, you stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "The Red Dust Pavilion has a divine transformation cultivator guarding it. If you want revenge, you must cultivate diligently." Su Mu suppressed the sorrowful rage within him and decided to plan from a long-term perspective. Through Su Ling's introduction, Su Mu got to know you, and upon learning that you were a nascent soul cultivator, he regarded you with respect. After discussing with Su Ling, he decided, as before, to withdraw from the Star Academy and go out into the world to train. As for Su Ling, he entrusted her to you once more. "Senior Chu, after I leave, I entrust Linger to you. Please take good care of her. When the day of my revenge comes, I will surely repay your kindness." You waved your hand. "It was Linger who saved me. Protecting her is only right, you need not say this." As before, after entrusting Su Ling to you, he bid you farewell and set off alone for training. In the 25th year, to provide Su Ling with a better life, you took her to join a sect called the Jade Sword Sect. With your cultivation at the peak of nascent soul, you successfully became an inner sect elder. However, unlike the previous simulation, you did not take it easy. Instead, while teaching Su Ling, you also refined the 10,000 Souls banner anew, preparing to seek the next target to break through to divine transformation. In the 26th year, you and Su Ling became Tao companions. After becoming Tao companions, you stayed in the cave, dwelling day and night, exploring the great path of dual cultivation. With the heavenly Yuan Yin-Yang art rewarded by the simulation, her cultivation speed finally improved, and she smoothly broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. In the 27th year, you reluctantly left the cave dwelling. Although dual cultivation was joyful, the speed of cultivation advancement was far inferior to your current golden finger. Since the 10,000 Souls banner was also refined, you decided to return to your old ways and find a sect to annihilate. In the end, you set your target on a nascent soul sect called the Yellow Wind Valley. After extensive inquiries, you learned that this sect had only one mid-nascent soul cultivator who had little remaining lifespan, so there was absolutely no risk of failure. After making all preparations, you flew toward the Yellow Wind Valley with the 10,000 Souls banner in hand. After a month of travel, you finally arrived at the mountain range where the valley was located. Gazing at the yellow wind leaves covering the entire mountain range, you immediately summoned the triple life flame, transforming it into a fiery cage that surrounded the entire sect. You stepped into the air above the Yellow Wind Valley, cleared your throat, and spoke loudly through voice transmission. "Old monster of the Yellow Wind Valley, come out and die." In an instant, your voice spread throughout the entire sect. Countless elders and disciples noticed your presence. They all looked at you, and some even cursed at you. "Who are you daring to act wild in our Yellow Wind Valley? Get down and apologize to the patriarch." In response to the clamor of these little insects, the corners of your mouth curled up slightly, and you pointed at them, slashing with a finger. You didn't even use the Crimson Lotus Sword or the 9-kill sword technique. It was just an ordinary finger infused with your sword intent. In an instant, those elders and disciples were struck by your sword intent. The spiritual energy in their bodies was suppressed by more than half, leaving them unable to mount any effective resistance, and they were cut in two by the sword intent. At the same time, streams of blood essence were drawn from their bodies and absorbed into you. So close. Just a little more. Just then, a powerful aura finally burst forth from the depths of the Yellow Wind Valley. A withered old man appeared before you. Looking at you, he showed no anger, but instead a fawning expression. "I am Yun Lu, the patriarch of Yellow Wind Valley. I had no idea you were gracing us with your presence, senior. Please forgive my lack of welcome." Seeing him emerge, your eyes were filled only with a thirst for blood. You gave a cold snort, and the sword and tin around you grew even sharper. "Enough nonsense. Today I will wash the Yellow Wind Valley clean with blood." Yun Lu's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly resumed his fawning demeanor. "Senior, please calm down. Our Yellow Wind Valley is willing to offer all our treasured artifacts and spirit stones, begging you to spare us." Hearing this, you suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. After I kill you, these will all be mine too." With that, you immediately employed the 9-kill sword technique, slashing at him 4 times in succession. This Yin Lu was merely a mid-nascent soul cultivator. He could barely withstand your sword intent and struggled desperately. Before long, he showed signs of exhaustion. You decided to press the advantage. With a wave of your hand, 20 golden Buddha statues appeared in the air, pressing down toward him. With a crack, Yin Lu's body could no longer endure and lost all vitality. At that moment, you flicked your sleeve, unleashing the 10,000 souls banner to devour and refine his nascent soul. The golden finger in your mind absorbed his blood essence, refining it into cultivation power that was transmitted to your body. You could sense that your cultivation had reached perfection and you could break through to the divine transformation stage at any moment. However, looking down at the elders and disciples below, you felt it would be a waste to spare them, so you decided to kill them all. Within the Yellow Wind Valley at that time, among the crowd of disciples below, a foundation establishment cultivator with an ordinary face was quietly watching you. Sensing your murderous intent, he slowly retreated, putting the others in front of him as shields. With your current cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage, such trivial movements naturally cannot escape your perception. With a mere thought, the cage formed by the triple life-transforming flame instantly tightened, trapping all of them within, including the one who was slowly retreating. Anyone who touched the flames would be instantly reduced to ashes by the terrifying heat. As they perished, the golden finger in your mind ceaselessly absorbed the surrounding death energy. Just then, an exceptionally terrifying aura emanated from among the ordinary disciples. Along with it came a voice full of oppression. "Little one, no need to be so ruthless." The moment you heard the voice, your hair stood on end. Yet, even with your peak nascent soul cultivation, you could not discern who the voice belonged to. "Good heavens, I've run into another big shot showing off." You immediately withdrew the triple life-transforming flame and bowed toward the ground. "Senior's command, this junior dare not overstep. I had no idea Senior was cultivating in the mortal world. Today's disturbance is my fault." With that, you channeled your spiritual energy and fled the Yellow Wind Valley in a flash. On the way back, your heart pounded wildly. Even when you had encountered a divine transformation cultivator before, the pressure was never this immense. You believed that the person today was at least at the void refinement stage or above. After returning to the sect, you did not rush into seclusion to break through, because Su Ling was holding you tightly with deep longing. Feeling her tender body, you immediately pulled her back to your cave dwelling and began dual cultivation. In the 28th year, through your relentless efforts, Su Ling finally broke through to the 8th level of Qi refining. You then formally entered seclusion to assault the divine transformation stage. During your seclusion, you dispatched the 18 cavalry of Yin and the Death Warriors to gather information on forces that could be eliminated. Soon after, the Dongwa family deduced that their daughter's death was related to them and tracked them down, intending to capture them all. To prevent your whereabouts from being exposed, the 18 cavalry of Yin resolutely self-destructed, taking the Death Warriors with them. 10 years later, Su Ling broke through to the foundation establishment stage, but you had not yet emerged from seclusion. However, you could feel that this had nothing to do with your cultivation, rather your body was comprehending some kind of ability. 50 years later, as a terrifying aura burst forth from your cave dwelling, you finally broke through to the divine transformation stage. The energy released by your breakthrough spread from the sect to hundreds of miles away. You opened your eyes and slowly exhaled. Finally broken through. And there's an unexpected bonus. During your breakthrough, your body comprehended the sword intent, unlocking the true potential of the myriad swords constitution. Sword bone. Indeed, it was a bone formed from within your body. With the sword bone, any sword technique or spell could be learned at a glance. Moreover, the sword bone contained a method for nurturing a sword, allowing you to store sword-type artifacts inside your body and nourish them with the sword bone. Delighted, you immediately stored the Red Lotus sword inside your body to begin nurturing it. Not bad, it seems my last simulation gamble paid off. After a while, you left the cave dwelling and went to find Su Ling. At that time, her cultivation had only just reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. Without the boost from your dual cultivation technique, her cultivation speed gradually returned to what it had been before. But seeing you emerge from seclusion, she hugged you joyfully. "Chu Gu, 60 years you finally broke through. I thought I would never see you again." Hearing this, you gently patted her back. "How could that be? We will always be together." After exchanging pleasantries, you met an old acquaintance, Su Mu, who had also broken through to the divine transformation stage. Su Mu was then telling you about his plan to take revenge on the Hanshin Pavilion. Although Su Ling was very worried, you knew he would be fine, since the only time he got hurt was because of Wang Fan. 2 months later, he set off with a vengeful heart to attack the Hanshin Pavilion. After watching him leave, you immediately returned to your cave dwelling and began dual cultivation with Su Ling. After all, you did not want to end up visiting her grave 100 years later. In the 89th year, the Hanshin Pavilion was destroyed, and Su Mu came to the Jade Sword sect to share the good news with you. Just when you thought all troubles were over and it was time for family happiness, someone set their sights on Su Mu. In the Bai family ancestral land within the Phoenix Mountains of Zhangzhou, a young man in green robes sat on a chair with a playful expression. Before him, a deeply unfathomable old man was reporting Su Mu's destruction of the Hanshan Pavilion. So, that kid in just a few decades grew from a foundation establishment cultivator to someone capable of annihilating the Hanshan Pavilion. The old man nodded. Yes, young master. We suspect that the legendary heirloom of the Su family is in his hands. Hearing this, the young man revealed a greedy smile. In that case, send someone to capture that kid and all his surviving relatives. The Su family should have disappeared 10,000 years ago. In the 90th year, you and Su Mu, both at the divine transformation stage, had long become the supreme ancestors of the Jade Sword sect. After avenging the great wrong, he decided to stay and cultivate slowly with you, and Su Ling no longer venturing out for adventures. He also held a grand wedding for you, and Su Ling gifting you the blood-washing pearl as a present. In the days that followed, your life was immensely fulfilling. Besides cultivating, you gathered together, lost in the warmth of this environment, even temporarily forgetting the golden finger. With your help, Su Ling successfully broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment, not far from the golden core stage. One night, just after you finished dual cultivation, with Su Ling, you suddenly felt the sword bone inside you begin to flicker incessantly. Since you had obtained the sword bone, nothing like this had ever happened. You were deeply puzzled. The more you thought about it, the more something felt wrong, and a heavy unease settled in your heart. At the same time, in a nearby cave dwelling, Su Mu experienced the same restless feeling. Moments later, a golden light descended like a bolt from the heavens, striking the main hall of the Jade Sword sect. Startled by the sudden commotion, you immediately left your cave dwelling and gathered with Su Ling and Su Mu. As the golden light dissipated, 300 figures appeared in your main hall. Each was clad in golden armor, exuding auras far beyond the divine transformation stage, at least at the void refinement level. The leader, an old man in plain robes, made it hard for you to breathe just by standing there. Even across several mountain peaks, you could feel his terrifying presence. You and Su Mu exchanged glances, sensing danger. At that moment, the three original divine transformation ancestors of the Jade Sword sect also flew out from their respective cave dwellings. The moment they saw the figures, the three immediately knelt and assumed the most humble posture. We pay respects to the seniors. May we ask what orders bring you to our Jade Sword sect? The leader did not even glance at them. He lightly raised his finger and swept it across. Terrifying energy shot from his fingertip, grinding the three into ashes. After disposing of the three divine transformation ancestors, the old man in plain robes turned his gaze toward you. No more precisely toward Su Mu and Su Ling. You are the descendants of the Su family, aren't you? Su Mu did not reply. He could see the ill intent in the old man's eyes. Big brother Chu, I'll hold them off. Take Linger and go. Without hesitation, you activated your full speed and fled with Su Ling. Meanwhile, Su Mu summoned countless secret treasures, ancient tripods, flying swords, and the demon beasts. He controlled all of them, charging toward the old man in plain robes. The old man remained motionless, letting the attacks land on him. However, at his signal, the 300 armored figures bypassed Su Mu and gave chase to you. After a short while, thanks to the time Su Mu had bought, you barely managed to escape the sect's boundaries. But with the pursuers closing in, you were filled with desperation. At that moment, you resolved that in the next simulation you would acquire a top-tier escape technique. Su Ling looked at you with tears in her eyes, saying bitterly with a wry smile, Brother Chu, their target is me, and my brother, you should go now. You shook your head. What are you talking about? You are my Tao companion, how could I abandon you? The golden armored people behind you were getting closer, so you directly threw the 10,000 soul banner out to self-destruct. In an instant the banner exploded, but unfortunately, it only contained nascent soul spirits, and the force of the explosion couldn't even slow them down in the slightest. Damn, this is infuriating. You immediately activated the triple transformative fire, refining the vital blood within your body. As a large amount of spiritual energy flowed out, your speed increased by another 3/10. However, as a few streaks of golden light flashed before you, you and Su Ling had already been surrounded by those 300 people. Only when they drew closer did you realize that all of them were far beyond the spirit transformation stage. You couldn't help but curse inwardly, shit, to catch a spirit transformation cultivator, they sent so many void refinement experts, and even that old leader, is it necessary? Before you could even come up with a countermeasure, the 300 people snorted in unison. Instantly, you felt pressure multiply, and you were directly suppressed from the air down to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Ling beside you was grabbed directly by one of them. No, you struggled to get up from the ground, but your body felt as if pressed down by gold and iron, unable to move an inch. Just as you struggled harder, the golden armored figure in the sky swung a sword at you. No, seeing you being slain by a single strike, Su Ling was overwhelmed with grief. At the same time, even in death, you never understood who would target Su Mu and the others. You died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose the rewards from this simulation from the following options. Option 1, Early Spirit Transformation Cultivation. Option 2, all the cultivation converted from the golden finger. Option 3, all memories from the simulated world, as well as insights into various spells. Chu He looked at it and said, aren't options 1 and 2 the same? Nevertheless, to be safe, he directly chose the early spirit transformation cultivation. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy rose within him, and his cultivation directly broke through from mid-nascent soul to late-nascent soul, and soon he broke through to the spirit transformation stage. Brother Chu closed his eyes, carefully feeling the changes in his body. After the breakthrough, besides the qualitative change in his spiritual energy, his divine sense range had also expanded dozens of times. What a pity. I've just broken through to spirit transformation. If only I could live a few hundred more years. Then Chu He took out a small notebook from his bosom and wrote the entire by family onto it. After recording, he opened the simulator and started a new round of simulation. System, draw a golden finger, start simulation. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained the golden finger female affinity. Simulation begins. Year 1. You immediately check the effect of this golden finger. The so-called female affinity has only one effect. Any female who has contact with you will develop a particularly strong sense of closeness to you. Upon seeing the effect of the golden finger, you began to ponder how to maximize its utility. After a moment of thought, you decided to first go to the Dajin cultivation realm and destroy Wang Fan. Year 2. You arrive at the Wang family mansion in Suifeng city of Dajin. Unlike the last simulation, you directly use your spirit transformation level divine sense to seal off the entire Wang family. Not even a fly can escape. Without giving the Wang family a chance to speak, you summon the triple transformative fire and kill everyone, including the 5 or 6-year-old Wang Fan. Just then a young voice came from the side. Stop! Who are you? Why did you kill Brother Wang Fan and Uncle Wang Zhan? You turn to look and see a little girl of similar age, around 5 or 6 years old, glaring at you with anger. Beside her stands a gray-robed cultivator at the nascent soul stage. You don't need to guess to know this is Dong Weiyuer. Just as you are about to deal with her and her protector, as before, a special situation occurs. The moment she sees you, her heart suddenly trembles. Then she says weakly, "Big brother, killing is wrong." At this moment you exclaim inwardly, "Holy shit, this works too. Is female affinity so powerful that it even works on little girls?" At the same time, the gray-robed protector beside her lets out a long sigh of relief, as he can sense that your cultivation strength far surpasses his own. Seeing Dong Weiyuer like this, you suddenly feel that the time to cling to a powerful ally has come. You slowly walk forward and show her a friendly smile. "Little sister, the Wang family has done many evil deeds. I am eliminating harm for the people. By the way, little sister, what's your name?" After hesitating for a moment, she says softly, "My name is Dong Weiyuer. Can you not kill indiscriminately anymore? Uncle Wang and the others did bad things, but Brother Wang Fan is so young, he definitely didn't know." Hearing this, you nod to her. Okay. I'll listen to you. I won't kill indiscriminately from now on." Seeing her show a satisfied smile, you realize how powerful your golden finger truly is. To get closer to her, you continue. "Now that the Wang family has been destroyed, little Weiyuer, where do you plan to go?" A small frown appears on her brow, then she looks at you and asks weakly, "Big brother, I plan to return to Tsangzhou. Will you come with me?" Hearing that she wants to take you to Tsangzhou, you nod without hesitation. "Unexpectedly, after clashing with this Dong Weiyuer so many times, this time I actually got a free ride." You can't help but thank your simulation system in your heart for giving you such a great golden finger. After taking Wang Fan's ring, you set fire to the place, then left with Dong Weiyuer. Half a year later, you both joined the Tianxing Academy together. Originally, she wanted to bring you directly back to the Dongwu family, but since your golden finger only affects females, you fear her father might look down on you and kill you. After some thought, you decide to cultivate outside for a short time before returning. With your current spirit transformation cultivation talent, you should be able to join the inner courtyard directly, but the procedures must not be broken, so you still have to start as an outer courtyard disciple. Year 3, you and Dong Weiyuer spend time together in the valley of the outer courtyard residence, nurturing your relationship. During this year of interaction, she becomes increasingly dependent on you, even telling you her true identity. This includes her protector, an old man at the mid-nascent soul stage named Wu Lao. Her father thought the Dajin cultivation realm was too weak, so a nascent soul protector was enough. However, you are also curious, as the daughter of the Dongwu clan leader, why would she go to a small Wang family in Dajin? After you ask these questions, Dong Weiyuer wraps her arm around yours and says calmly, "Actually, my father didn't want to send me away. Just a few years ago, some traitors appeared in the clan. My father worried about my safety, and to make me happier, he placed me in the Dajin cultivation realm." Hearing this, you finally understand everything. That Wang Fan kid was lucky to be favored by Dong Weiyuer, but well, now everything is mine. In the following days, you take charge of teaching her cultivation. In just half a year, she breaks through from the first level of Qi refining to the 5th level. Actually, her talent is excellent, but she was too young before and spent every day playing with Wang Fan, so she never really cultivated. But after meeting you, you have been urging her to cultivate diligently. After all, only when she becomes stronger will her status in the clan be higher, and she will bring you even greater help. 10 years later, you finish the procedures and join the inner courtyard, bringing Donghui Yuer to your residence in the inner courtyard. At this time, her cultivation has reached the peak of foundation establishment, not far from the golden core stage. However, unlike when you were in the outer courtyard, as soon as you join the inner courtyard, you become the enemy of everyone. All of this traces back to the inner courtyard's heavenly ranking. Every member of the inner courtyard must participate in the ranking, even new disciples, as it determines housing assignments. The higher one's position on the heavenly ranking, the better the mountain valley cave dwelling they receive. There are two ways to challenge the ranking. The first is to challenge a disciple ranked above you. If you defeat them, you claim their position. The second is for new inner courtyard disciples like yourself. Challenge any disciple, and if you manage to hold your ground without defeat for the duration of one incense stick, you earn a place on the heavenly ranking as its last entry. Of course, if you cannot even last that long, you will not qualify for a cave dwelling and must remain in the outer courtyard until you successfully secure a spot on the ranking to become a formal inner courtyard disciple. The heavenly ranking has its own rules. After a challenge, whether given or received, an individual may refuse further challenges for 10 years, as it would be impractical to constantly be swapping cave dwellings. Not long ago, when you joined the inner courtyard and challenged the heavenly ranking, you not only lasted the duration of an incense stick, but also emerged victorious, securing the 8651 ST position. After you won your challenge, a female disciple at the peak of spirit transformation finished her own challenge, claiming the 18920 position. Her name was Feng Linger, the most beautiful woman in the inner courtyard, and also its coldest. For over a century, countless disciples had pursued her affections, all returning in defeat. But she crossed paths with you right after her challenge. As expected, your natural affinity with women worked its magic. She walked slowly towards you and spoke first. "I haven't seen you before. Are you new?" You paused, taking in her icy, regal demeanor, and a flicker of ambition stirred within you. "Well, this one is Chu He, newly arrived in the inner courtyard. I hope you'll look after me, senior sister." She gave a soft hum of acknowledgement, walking past you as she said, "My name is Feng Linger. If you ever have questions, come find me." Watching her retreating figure, your mind wanders. However, the scene before you has attracted quite an audience. The male disciples glare at you as if you were a mortal enemy, unable to fathom why the most beautiful woman in the inner courtyard would take an interest in an unremarkable newcomer and even initiate conversation. The female disciples meanwhile gaze at you with adoration, some even stepping forward to offer showing you to your cave dwelling, while the bolder ones inquire if you already have a Tao companion. Eventually, you retreat amidst those envious and admiring stares, finding your own cave dwelling. It is only upon arriving that you understand what truly abundant spiritual energy means. The entire valley brims with incredibly dense spiritual energy. Even rare spirit herbs that are scarce in the outside world are commonplace here. After settling in, you brought Donghui Yuer and her protector over. In the 14th year, Donghui Yuer had already broken through to the golden core realm. You watch her with envy. Advancing from the first layer of chi refining to golden core in just over a decade was a talent you had never seen surpassed, of course not counting those with cheats. At that moment, you had just finished a sparring session with a mid-spirit transformation disciple, hoping to comprehend sword intent through battle and finally manifest that sword bone from your previous simulation. Unfortunately, without using the triple purification fire, the ninefold slaughter sword technique alone was useless against a mid-spirit transformation opponent. As you prepared to leave and try again another day, a figure in blue blocked your path. "Chu He, that sword art of yours is good, but you're using it wrong. Come with me." Stunned by Feng Linger's sudden appearance and invitation, you hesitated for a moment. But you quickly caught up, reasoning that she was a sword cultivator with her own sword intent. If she could offer guidance, you could save years of detours. Soon you followed Feng Linger to her valley. You gazed with envy upon the spiritual energy there, which was 2 or 3 times richer than your own. Turning to face you, Feng Linger stated calmly, "Your sword has form, but it lacks intent. Sword intent, like spells, varies, yet at its core it is the same. For example, mine is the frost sword intent. The chill arrives before the light of the sword." With that, she used her 2 fingers as a sword and thrust directly towards you. In that instant, you felt as if you were trapped in a frozen wasteland. Your body stiffened, and you couldn't even lift a hand to block. Before you could react, her fingers were already pressed against your brow. Shock washed over you. You had believed that even against a late spirit transformation cultivator, you could last a few rounds if you went all out. But now with a single move, you had lost. "Is this the true gap between me and these geniuses, eh?" She lowered her hand and said, "Do you know why you can't comprehend sword intent?" You shook your head because you truly didn't know. But in the last simulation, you had indeed comprehended it. Feng Linger again formed a sword with her fingers and slashed at the sky. Suddenly, a piercing chill filled the air, and countless snowflakes slowly began to fall from the heavens. Because your sword art is primarily an offensive technique, but you spend all your days in the academy sparring with others. You have no killing intent, so how can you expect to birth sword intent from it? Her words struck a chord. In the last simulation with your cheat, you were constantly killing, which was how you comprehended the slaughter sword intent. But now, aside from eradicating that small Wong family, you hadn't even killed a chicken. As you pondered your dilemma, your gaze turned back to Feng Linger. She called me here, surely not just to point out my flaws. As you looked at her, a faint, unnatural blush crept onto Feng Linger's composed face. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled a fiery red scroll from her storage ring. This is the Heaven Fire Sword art. Practice it. If you have the talent, you can comprehend the Heaven Fire Sword intent from it. However, this art requires a unique heavenly flame to activate. If you don't have one, I could help you find. Before she could finish, you waved your hand dismissively. No need, senior sister Linger. A special flame. I've got one. With that, you conjured the triple purification fire in your palm. Seeing that you had the means to cultivate it, she said no more and handed you the Heaven Fire Sword art scroll. You accepted the scroll, gratitude filling your heart. Thank you, senior sister Linger. I will dedicate myself to studying it. Chu He. I'll be waiting for the day you successfully comprehend sword intent. Her words felt odd to you. She gave me the sword art because she likes me, right? Why does she have such high expectations of me? After Feng Linger shared some tips on comprehending sword intent, you bid her farewell and returned to your cave dwelling to begin cultivating the Heaven Fire Sword art. Meanwhile, a rumor spread across half the inner courtyard, further solidifying your growing reputation. What? That newcomer Chu He was invited to Feng Linger's cave dwelling. What skills does this Chu He have to be invited by Feng Linger? Who knows? He's just a regular early spirit transformation cultivator. There's nothing special about him. In the 15th year, you achieved minor mastery of the Heaven Fire Sword art. With the blessing of the triple purification fire, its power even surpassed the first 4 moves of the 9-fold slaughter sword technique. Perhaps because of your 10,000 Dao sword body, you found yourself cultivating with remarkable ease, even faintly sensing a unique resonance within the sword art. Afterwards, whenever you detected this resonance, you would go to Feng Linger and spar with her under her guidance. Over time, the sword energy from the Heaven Fire Sword art grew increasingly fierce, its temperature ever higher. You could feel a blazing energy gathering steadily in your chest. At that moment, outside your cave dwelling, Dong Weiyuer was glaring at Feng Linger's valley with a resentful expression. Despicable. Despicable. That Feng Linger, that seductress, daring to lead my Chu He brother astray. Infuriating. After much deliberation, Dong Weiyuer concluded that her presence was of little help to you. Now that you spent every day with another woman in pursuit of sword intent, jealousy gnawed at her heart. Brother Chu He, wait for me. I will bring you far greater treasures. After leaving behind a letter, she departed the academy with her guardian, hastening back to her clan. It wasn't until 3 days later, when you returned to your cave dwelling, that you discovered her letter. Yet the letter did not explain her reasons for leaving. It merely told you to wait for her at the academy and not wander off. In the 16th year, a sword bone began to take shape within your chest, though it differed from what previous simulations had described. This time the sword bone was a fiery crimson, and even your innate talent had transformed. Beyond nurturing a spiritual sword, it could also harbor a primordial sword, chi forged from flames. Sensing the faint sword intent radiating from the bone within your chest, you immediately entered seclusion to contemplate its mysteries. Blazing, fierce, volatile, the energies emanating from the sword bone immersed you completely, drawing you ever deeper into their embrace. Gradually, your comprehension deepened, and you learned to channel these forces into your sword chi. A month later, you emerged from your cave. Gazing upon a massive boulder nearby, you mimicked Feng Linger's manner, forming a sword with 2 fingers and slashing across the stone. As scorching sword chi surged from your fingertips, the surrounding temperature soared severalfold, and even the very air began to shimmer with heat. The boulder did not explode upon being struck. Instead, it turned fiery red throughout, then swiftly melted into a pool of lava. So this is the sword intent of the Heaven Fire Sword art. Truly formidable. From now on, I shall call it the Heaven Fire Sword intent. Immediately afterward, you sought out Feng Linger's cave dwelling, eager to test your skills against hers. Upon learning that you had comprehended the sword intent of the Heaven Fire Sword art in such a short time, she was utterly astounded. For even she had required over a decade to barely grasp the sword intent of the Frost Heaven Sword art. As if struck by a sudden thought, a faint blush crept across Feng Linger's usually icy countenance. Come then, Senior Lung, see how my Heaven Fire Sword intent fares. Using your fingers as a sword, powerful sword intent flooded into your fingertips, and the air around you instantly grew scorching. A moment later, a fiery crimson sword chi lashed out from your fingers. Feng Linger, in contrast, caused the temperature around her to plummet, snowflakes drifting down from the sky around her. As the icy and fiery sword chi collided, the energy they released became almost tangible. One side blazing red, the other icy blue, painting the entire valley in a stunning display. It was then that you noticed your Heaven Fire Sword intent and Feng Linger's Frost Heaven Sword intent beginning to merge. United, they formed a single, inconceivably terrifying sword chi, at once freezing and scorching. Most remarkably, you discovered that you could actually control this newly born sword chi. You could sense the immense power within it. Even 10 of yourself would stand no chance against it. With a thought, the sword Chi shot toward the heavens. Only after releasing it did you let out a long breath. You glanced at Feng Lung. She seemed unsurprised by what had happened. Senior Lunger, what just happened? How could our sword intents fuse with each other? Feng Lunger seemed unable to meet your gaze directly. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails nearly dug into her palms. After a moment of contemplation, she loosened her fists and looked straight at you. Just as you expected her to explain the reason behind the fusion of sword intents, she suddenly rushed toward you, her soft lips gently pressing against yours. In an instant your mind went completely blank. All thought ceased, leaving only the cool, soft sensation upon your lips. A moment later, unsatisfied with that, she pushed you down. Damn, am I being taken by force? At the same time, with a wave of her palm, a flurry of snow and wind materialized around them, forming a barrier of frost that enveloped the entire valley, shielding them from any outside disturbance. When she looked at you again, her icy demeanor had vanished, replaced by a blazing passion. Chu He, from the very first day I saw you, I felt destiny between us. I never imagined you could truly cultivate the Heaven-Fire sword intent. Frost Heaven and Heaven-Fire. They are born to complement and counter one another. You and I are destined to be Tao companions. With that, she removed the hairpin from her head, and her long black tresses cascaded down like a waterfall. Chu He, do you accept? You swallowed hard, your heart racing, blood surging through your veins. You spun around, pinning her beneath you, and declared, Senior Lunger, I accept. 100,000 words omitted here. It wasn't until a month later that the ice barrier she had erected finally began to dissipate. By then the two of you sat embracing each other, love shining in both your eyes. Through her explanation, you learned that the Heaven-Fire sword art and the Frost Heaven sword art were techniques her parents had once cultivated. If one could comprehend their sword intents, executing a dual sword union would allow them to fight above their cultivation level. According to her, once she broke through to the late spirit transformation stage, their combined sword technique could contend even with cultivators at the void refinement realm. After a tender interlude, she led you to report to the elders, and the two of you officially became Tao companions. Because the academy blessed those who became Tao companions, and since the couple would live together, the extra cave dwelling would be reclaimed and distributed to others. As compensation, however, the academy would allow newly formed Tao companions to enter the Myriad Arts Tower and each select 2 spells or cultivation techniques. As the two of you entered the Myriad Arts Tower together, countless inner academy disciples felt their hearts shatter, the men believing you unworthy of Feng Lunger, and the women burning with jealousy toward her. Inside the Myriad Arts Tower, you were once again astounded by the profound heritage of these top-tier powers. From the outside, the tower appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary pavilion. But the moment you stepped inside, you found yourself in an entirely different space. There was no gravity, no direction. Countless spell scrolls streaked past you like shooting stars. You and Feng Lunger exchanged a glance, then immediately released your divine senses to search for techniques that resonated with you. For her, of course, it had to be ice attribute arts. She possessed an exceptionally rare ice spirit root. As for you, since your cultivation focused primarily on fire attributes, you directed your attention to fire-based spells. Time passed as your divine senses swept across countless techniques, yet none seemed suitable. Either the attribute didn't match, or the grade fell short. Just as frustration began to set in, an ice-blue scroll suddenly appeared in your divine sense. You darted forward, seized it, and began to examine it closely. Opening the scroll, 4 large characters were stamped upon it. Mystic Ice Dragon Soar. Somehow you felt as though you had heard of this technique before. As you unrolled the scroll, the introduction and cultivation methods of the technique unfolded before you. It was an ultimate ice attribute art focused on the mastery of ice control. Beyond transforming spiritual energy into ice dragons for battle, it could also continuously refine ice-attributed spiritual energy into ultimate ice. Though you couldn't cultivate this technique yourself, it was perfectly suited for Feng Lung. Clutching the mystic ice dragon sword, you set out to find Feng Lung. Before long, you reunited. Before you could even speak, she handed a fiery red scroll into your hands. This is the blazing god incarnation. It can be used for combat, and also tempers the body. It suits you well. You gently tousled her hair and said softly, great minds think alike. I found a technique that suits you too. With that, you handed her the mystic ice dragon sword. Just as expected, she was thoroughly pleased with the technique you had chosen for her. After selecting their techniques, the two of you immediately crushed the jade tokens in your hands. With a ripple of spatial energy, you were transported directly outside the Myriad Arts Tower. Soon after, you both retreated into seclusion at Feng Lunger's cave dwelling, preparing to master the techniques you had chosen. Meanwhile, within the Dongwa ancestral grounds, Dongwa Yuer was gleefully counting the spoils she had wheedled out of her father. Wonderful. With all these techniques and treasures, Brother Chu He won't have to go begging others for help anymore. In the 17th year, you and Feng Lunger successfully cultivated both volumes of spells, greatly enhancing your own strength. In the days that followed, you often practiced the Tianyuan Yin Yang art together. Though you had yet to break through to the mid-stage of spirit transformation, you could sense that her dual cultivation with you accelerated your cultivation progress remarkably. In your view, this might be due to the fusion between the Heavenly Fire Sword intent and the Heavenly Frost Sword intent. Just as you finished your dual cultivation, a voice suddenly reached your ears. Brother Chu He, come out quickly. You were startled, thinking, this voice is Dong Weiyuer. How did she find this place? You hadn't expected her to return so soon, and you were caught completely off guard. Glancing at Feng Lunger lying beside you, you smiled faintly and said, well, I'll step out for a moment. I'll be back soon. She waved her hand casually. Go ahead, I trust you. After obtaining Feng Lunger's permission, you immediately left the cave abode and arrived in the valley. There stood Dong Weiyuer looking at you with an innocent expression. Brother Chu He, why didn't you wait for me? Why? As she spoke, she threw herself into your arms, sobbing softly, her fists pounding against your chest. What benefits did that woman give you? Why did you choose to be with her? If you want something, you could have told me. I would give it to you. Hearing her accusations, you felt at a loss, for you truly didn't know how to explain. You couldn't exactly say that you were the one who had been pushed down. Dong Weiyuer wiped the tears of grievance from the corners of her eyes, then took out a storage belt and handed it to you. Everything inside is what I brought back for you from home. Move out from her place now, and let's live together again like before, alright? You hesitated for a moment, then shook your head. No longer is my Tao companion, I cannot part from her. Hearing your firm answer, Dong Weiyuer panicked. Why? It was I who met you first. Why are you with her? Why? At that moment, all you could do was let out a helpless sigh. Why? Because she was so young, only in her teens back then. I couldn't bring myself to do such a thing. But to Dong Weiyuer, you could only say dejectedly, perhaps fate has deemed us not meant to be. Yet you shifted your tone, gazing at her with deep affection. But if you're willing, I can share half of my love with you. The moment those words left your mouth, even you felt a bit shameless. However, Dong Weiyuer's expression was conflicted, clearly contemplating what you had said. Brother Chu He, give me some time. Once I've thought things through, I'll come find you again. With that, she turned and walked away, her back looking utterly desolate. Watching her retreating figure, you felt a pang of discomfort in your heart. What you didn't know was that in the space nearby, a white-bearded old man was glaring at you with fury. You brat! How dare you hurt my young lady's heart, and even dream of enjoying the pleasures of multiple wives? I'd love to skin you alive. After Dong Weiyuer left, you helplessly rubbed your forehead, feeling that matters of the heart were far too troublesome. You recalled the novels you'd read in your past life, where protagonists always had harems of harmonious women. You wondered how they managed it. After all, the women who become part of a protagonist's harem are all proud daughters of heaven, each with high self-regard. How could they possibly be willing to share one husband? But since Dong Weiyuer had already left, dwelling on it was useless. You decided to focus on increasing your strength. Yes, that was it. With enough power, all problems would vanish. A moment later, you returned to the cave abode and worked on boosting your cultivation together with Feng Lunger. 10 years later, although your cultivation was still at the early spirit transformation stage, your sword intent had grown mightier. Because within the storage belt left by Dong Weiyuer, there was a black golden flame, and you had successfully made Sansan Huashing Fire devour and fuse with it. After the fusion, the sword intent you radiated became fiercer and more scorching. With your mastery of the Heavenly Fire Sword intent, you had already climbed to rank 630 on the Heaven Roll. Feng Lunger, meanwhile, had reached position 1700. Just as you were challenging the Heaven Roll, as usual, a woman at the Void Refinement Realm approached you. She had long, fiery red hair, wore a crimson robe, and exuded a blazing aura as dazzling as a burning flame. She looked down at you, scrutinizing you from head to toe, then said, "So you're the one called Chu He, right?" You nodded, thinking that you hadn't offended anyone, especially women, but she seemed to be looking for trouble. "Senior sister, may I ask your name? What business do you have with me?" She snorted coldly. "What can I come to see you without a reason? My name is Chu He. I heard you've become the Tao companion of that girl Feng Lunger, so I came to see you. I thought she'd been deceived by some man, but now it seems her taste isn't bad." Reaching the spirit transformation stage at such an age is indeed a sign of extraordinary talent. Hearing this, you realized she must be a friend of Feng Lunger. You quickly said modestly, "Just luck, just luck." Chu He interrupted you. "What luck? If you have talent, you have talent. But in the cultivation world, having talent alone is useless. Come with me, let me see your practical combat ability." Saying this, she led you away from the Heaven Roll challenge area. You followed behind her, curious. "If you wanted to test my combat ability, we could have done it right there. Why travel so far?" After flying for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, you followed her to a fiery red valley. Getting closer, you discovered the entire valley was an active volcano brimming with fire attribute spiritual energy. While this is practically a paradise for fire's spiritual roots, cultivating here for a year would be worth 3 years elsewhere. Seeing your astonishment, she teleported behind you in an instant and knocked you unconscious. She held you in her arms, looking at you with greed. "Little one, you're quite charming. I like you very much, big sister." Then while you were unconscious, she brought you to her cave abode and did unspeakable things to you. After an unknown amount of time, you slowly woke up on a bed. At that moment you felt that your purity was gone. Though you had been unconscious, you still vaguely remembered those strange sensations. Chu He lay beside you grinning as she hooked her finger under your chin. Little Chu He, big sister will take responsibility for you. You stared at her in shock, leaping off the bed at once. Aren't you Lunger's friend? Why would you do such a thing to me? She let out a mocking laugh. Friend? I never said I was her friend. I merely know her. Then she looked at you with a playful expression. Little Chu He, how about it? Would you like to be with me? I'm a void refinement cultivator, and this place is more suitable for your training. Hearing this, you declined her with righteous indignation. Senior Chui, please respect yourself. I'll pretend today never happened. I love Lunger, and I will never betray her. With that, you gathered your clothes and prepared to leave her cave abode. But at that moment, she teleported to the entrance and blocked your way. How about this, Little Chu He? I won't make things difficult for you. You don't have to leave Feng Lung. You just need to spend some time with me here every year. What do you say? Hearing this, you felt a flicker of temptation, for the environment here was truly excellent. The fire attribute spiritual energy was so dense that it was perfect for both cultivation and comprehending the heavenly fire sword intent. But only a moment later you dismissed the idea. After all, there was still Dongwu you were to deal with. You couldn't add another one. Unexpectedly, Chui Hongi flashed a strange smile at you. Little Chu He, this is not up to you. She moved her fingertip and a projection stone appeared in her hand. With her spiritual power, the projection stone displayed scenes one after another. In the images, you and Chui Hongi were shown in an intimate embrace inside the cave abode. She placed her head on your shoulder and whispered into your ear, Little Chu He, you wouldn't want this projection stone to be seen by your Dao companion, would you? Sensing the warm breath against his ear, he shuddered. Damn, this woman is insane. He immediately pulled away, putting distance between them. At that moment, he suddenly felt that this golden finger was a bit too much. If those female demon cultivators ever saw him, wouldn't they treat him as a furnace? But now, looking at Chui Hongi before him, he felt troubled. After a moment, he spoke calmly. All right, I'll come back in a while. With that, he immediately left the place and hurried back to his cave dwelling. Returning to the valley where he and Feng Lung lived, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Feng Lung cultivating the mystic ice dragon soar, he did not disturb her and immediately went back to his cave dwelling to continue comprehending the heavenly fire sword intent. In the 28th year, he was now sitting cross-legged in Chui Hongi's cave dwelling cultivating. He had to admit, although she had played a trick on him, the fire-attributed spiritual energy here was truly abundant. But unfortunately, he could only come here occasionally. If he could cultivate here all the time, he felt that within at most 50 years he could break through to the middle stage of divine transformation. Just as he finished his cultivation, Chui Hongi leaned against him. Little Chu He, how is the spiritual energy here at Sister's place? Isn't it vast and abundant? He nodded. It is indeed vast and abundant. She smiled at him again. Does Little Chu He like Sister's vast and abundant spiritual energy? He replied calmly, I like it. Chui Hongi continued asking, what do you like? I like Sister's vast and abundant spiritual energy. Somehow he always felt her words were somewhat ambiguous. After teasing him for a while, she finally let him leave the cave dwelling. After that, his time here grew longer and longer. Apart from dual cultivation with her, his heavenly fire sword intent also became stronger. Nourished by the surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy, his sword intent reached another level, its power now capable of defeating cultivators at the middle stage of divine transformation. He had also cultivated the blaze god Dharma image to great perfection. Once he cast this technique, the triple transformative fire within him would instantly form a giant flame golem as massive as a mountain, completely under his control. Time passed swiftly and 30 years went by. His Dao companion Feng Lunger had now broken through to the void refinement realm, successfully entering the top 1,000 of the heavenly ranking. He also felt that the middle stage of divine transformation was not far off, perhaps another 20 to 30 years. For a divine transformation cultivator, 20 to 30 years was merely the time needed for a seclusion session. But unfortunately, a major event befell him. He had a son, but not by his Dao companion Feng Lunger. It was born by Chui Hongi. After giving birth to his son, she was unwilling to continue their ambiguous relationship and insisted that he give her a proper status. So today she came to his cave dwelling holding their son, facing Feng Lunger with cold eyes. And that wasn't the worst of it. Just as the two women were pulling at each other, neither willing to yield, Dongwu Yuer arrived at the academy with the strong members of her clan to find him. Under her loud proclamation, everyone knew she had come to become his Dao companion. In an instant, the entire inner academy boiled over. Damn, this Chu He is amazing. He actually managed to hook the daughter of the Dongwu family head. But doesn't Chu He already have a Dao companion? Who knows? Maybe he's just that charming. At this moment in the valley, he was earnestly explaining to Feng Lung. Lunger, if I said it was an accident, would you believe me? She sneered, do you think I would? I can forgive the past, and you can bring your child here, but from now on you must cut ties with that woman. Chui Hongi immediately interjected. Little Chu, could you bear to see mother and son separated? And what if Sister Lunger bullies our child? Hearing this, he felt a headache coming on. Wasn't it said that in feudal society people were feudal and didn't care about men having multiple wives? Why is it different for me? Before he could catch his breath, terrifying auras approached from afar. Moments later, those auras had arrived above the valley. Brother Chu He has come back to find you. Hearing that familiar voice, his heart sank with a crack. Oh no. Here comes another one. Instantly a streak of light descended from the sky. Donghui Yuer, beaming with joy, flew toward him, completely oblivious to Feng Lunger and Chui Hongi beside him. Brother Chu He missed you so much. Helplessly he sighed and pulled her away. I. Before he could finish, she interrupted him. Brother Chu He, I know what you want to say. It's just another woman, right? Yuer is willing. I've already thought it through. I can't live without Brother Chu He. No matter how many women you have, as long as you have a place for Yuer in your heart, that's enough. No. No. Two voices rang out from behind him, from Feng Lunger and Chui Hongi. Donghui Yuer saw them and immediately understood. Brother Chu He, it seems Yuer didn't misjudge you. The more people who like you, the more it proves your excellence. Hearing her unexpected words, he felt he had finally found a kindred spirit. Exactly. I was forced into this. It's not my fault. They came after me. The more he thought about it, the more confident he became. I've always been the one being pushed around. Why should I feel guilty? He suddenly looked at them with righteous indignation and declared, I like all three of you, but I will never abandon any of you. Whether you stay or leave, the choice is yours. After he finished speaking, silence fell over the scene. But Donghui Yuer was the first to approach him, taking his hand. Yuer is willing. Chui Hongi glanced at the son in her arms, and though reluctant, she said to him, You lucky bastard. Only Feng Lunger clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. With dim eyes she looked at him, then turned and walked away. I need some time alone. Seeing the matter almost resolved, he breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could say anything, terrifying auras revealed themselves in the sky. Only then did he realize that so many people had gathered above. A man in black armor stepped forward and said to him, Chu He, our clan leader, wants to see you. He looked at Donghui Yuer beside him. Are they your clansmen? She nodded. Don't worry, Brother Chu He. Father has already agreed to our relationship. He just wants to meet you this time. Don't be nervous. He forced a smile on his face, but inside he was panicking. How could I not be nervous? Your father is the strongest in the Donghua family, a recognized tribulation transcendence cultivator of Zhangzhou, who has lived for who knows how many years. What if he takes a dislike to me and just wipes me out? But seeing Donghui Yuer's hopeful eyes and the powerful cultivators in the sky, he knew he had no choice but to go. He turned to Chui Hongi and said, I'm leaving. I'll be away from the academy for a while. Tell Feng Lunger for me. Though reluctant, Chui Hongi knew he had to go. All right, before you leave, give your son a name. He looked at the son in her arms, placed both hands on him, and gently stroked. Let's call him Chu Ping'an. May he always be safe and sound. But in his heart, he had a different thought. Good son, please bless your father to return safely from the Donghua family. After casting one last reluctant glance at them, he followed Donghui Yuer into the sky. After flying out of the academy, they stopped. Just as he was about to ask why they had halted, Donghui Yuer took out a jade pendant and infused it with spiritual energy. Soon a dark formation appeared before them, with a bottomless passage at its center. Brother Chu He, this is our clan's teleportation array. Entering it will take us to the clan. After explaining, she led him to the passage and plunged in. At that moment, he could only hope that her father was an easygoing person who wouldn't bully the weak. Besides, he felt he didn't look like a delinquent, so there shouldn't be any danger. As they entered the passage, a dazzling cascade of starlight surged before their eyes, streaking past them in a blur. It was only after Donghui Yuer explained that he realized it wasn't the stars that were moving. It was they themselves who were in motion. Before long, they arrived at the end of the passage. Stepping out, he felt as though he had entered a realm of immortals. Unlike the Tianxing Academy, the domain where the Donghua clan resided had been meticulously crafted over tens of thousands of years, now standing as a magnificent expanse of jade towers and jeweled pavilions. In the sky, city after city floated effortlessly, while upon the ground lay array after array of spirit-separating formations. According to Donghui Yuer, these grand formations extracted all spiritual energy, converting it into single attribute spiritual energy, before channeling it into the cities above. The city of fire, for instance, contained only fire attribute spiritual energy. Even if one simply stayed there without doing anything, one's cultivation would gradually increase. Witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How wonderful! One day I'll build a city like this for myself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a colossal white tiger with 6 wings soaring upon its back came flying toward them. This is a 6th-rank sub-winged white tiger. Such a beast had long been extinct in the outside world of Zhangzhou. He never imagined he'd see one here. Just then Donghui Yuer tugged at his arm and led him forward. Brother Chu He, let's go. With that, she guided him step by step onto the back of the sub-winged white tiger. Impressive, a 6th-rank beast used as mere transportation. Truly the mark of a top-tier clan. He calculated silently, even if he were a spirit beast, he would only be 5th rank, not even qualified to serve as their mount. Moments later, the sub-winged white tiger carried them deeper into the domain, passing countless cities along the way. The spiritual energy within these cities was even denser than that of the inner academy, and each exuded a different attribute. He let out a long sigh. It seems even among the pinnacle powers there are vast disparities. After flying for 2 hours, they finally arrived at a palace that stood proudly above the clouds. At this moment his heart raced with growing agitation, for he had no idea how Donghui Yuer's father would perceive him. If the man took a liking to him, all would be well. But if he didn't, the consequences would be dire. He might as well start his life over from scratch. As they leaped down from the sub-winged white tiger, the floor beneath their feet suddenly shifted, carrying them swiftly toward the palace ahead. Perhaps sensing his fear, Donghui Yuer looped her arm through his and cast him a reassuring glance. Finally, the floor came to a stop, and they stood within the palace. At the far end, a platform hovered in midair, and upon it stood a tall, imposing figure with his back turned to them. Though he sensed not even a wisp of aura emanating from the man, the pressure radiating from that silhouette was anything but insignificant. At once Donghui Yuer pulled him before the figure and announced, "Father, this is the brother Chu He I told you about." Then she turned to him and said, "Brother Chu He, this is my father Donghui Yu." He struggled to steady his nerves, stepped forward, and offered a respectful bow. "This Junior Chu He pays his respects to Uncle Donghui." Only after his words faded did the man slowly turn around. "So you're the brat who made my Yuer weep her heart out, yet still insist on being together." He let out an awkward chuckle. "Well, all the issues between us have been resolved." In a flash the man appeared right before him. Spirit transformation stage cultivation. Out there you might barely pass as a genius. But here in the Donghui clan you're merely average. Before he could respond, Donghui Yuer stepped in front of him. "Father, we agreed this was just a meeting. Why do you have to belittle brother Chu He like this?" Donghui Yu looked at her with helpless affection. "You don't understand, child. I'm doing this for your own good. You go out for now. I have a few questions for him. If his answers satisfy me, then from this day forth he shall be my son-in-law." Hearing this, Donghui Yuer cheered with joy. "Father, are you serious? You'd better not be deceiving me." Donghui Yu nodded. "When have I ever lied to you? I simply wish to have a private word with your brother Chu He." With his assurance, Donghui Yuer finally agreed to leave, allowing him and her father to converse in private. "Brother Chu He, I'll head out first. Do your best." With that she shot him an encouraging look. The moment she departed, the amiable expression on Donghui Yu's face shifted abruptly. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, as if the Monkey King were pinned beneath 5 elements mountain, rendering him completely immobile. "Boy, my daughter will never share a man with another woman. Now I'll give you 2 choices. One leads to life, the other to death." He forced himself to speak through the crushing pressure. "Uncle Donghui Yuer and I truly love each other." Donghui Yu let out a cold snort. "I told you, only 2 paths lie before you. Either you leave my daughter, and I'll grant you resources to cultivate all the way to the Tao integration realm as compensation. Or, you can die right this instant." Instantly, he felt a murderous intent descend upon him. He was in utter agony, for he knew that no matter which choice he made, it would be wrong. If he chose not to leave Donghui Yuer, the man might kill him on the spot. But if he chose to leave her, Donghui Yu might suspect he had only coveted the Donghui clan's power and treasures, and kill him anyway. For a moment he was caught in an impossible dilemma. Under the weight of the man's murderous aura, cold sweat poured down his back, and he knew not what to do. Just as he was racking his brain for an answer, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. "That's it. I can use the protagonist's signature move." He straightened his back, forcibly resisting the pressure radiating from the man. "Uncle Donghui, I choose neither of those 2 paths. Instead, how about we make a wager?" Donghui Yu paused for a moment, then regarded him with keen interest. "Oh, tell me, what kind of wager?" He took a deep breath. "Yuer and I love each other sincerely, and I am confident I can bring her happiness. I propose this: if I can break through to the void refinement realm within 100 years, you will give your blessing to Yuer and me being together. If I fail, I will leave of my own accord and never trouble her again." Donghui Yu narrowed his eyes, sizing him up from head to toe. Breaking through to void refinement within 100 years. Quite the bold claim. However, I'll give you this chance. But I'll warn you now. If you lose and still cling to my daughter, I'll make you wish you were dead. He nodded firmly. "If I lose, I will honor our agreement." To him, reaching void refinement in 100 years seemed nearly impossible. Even those who broke through before their 1000th year were considered geniuses, let alone within a century. Though he was already on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of spirit transformation, merely advancing to the late stage might take 100 or 200 years. Still, that was a concern for a century from now. At least the immediate crisis had been resolved. Subsequently, Donghui Yu withdrew his oppressive aura. "Very well, then it shall be as you wish. I hope you don't disappoint me." Moments later, Donghui Yuer walked back in. "Father, how did your talk go?" Donghui Yu looked at his daughter with a smile. "This kid is quite interesting. We've made a wager. Now we'll see how he performs." Donghui Yuer looked at him curiously. "A wager? What kind of wager did you make?" Donghui Yu shook his head. "It's a secret. I'll tell you in 100 years. After the life and death ordeal he had just endured, Donghui Yu led him and Donghui Yuer to the topmost floor of the palace, where they were to share a meal together. After all, for those who had reached their level of cultivation, matters of training and breakthroughs no longer held the same importance. Instead, they found pleasure in mortal indulgences, fine cuisine, a game of chess, or other leisurely pastimes. Before long, an array of delicacies was served. Truly the finest of the land and sea: braised blood, crystal turtles, sweet and sour flood, dragon, numbing spicy, tender-bone rabbit, and spirit wine brimming with spiritual energy. Just as you finished your meal and were about to take your leave, a melodious voice suddenly drifted up from below. A moment later, a slender woman in a pale blue silk dress gracefully ascended the stairs. Her brows were painted like ink strokes, her skin fair as snow, and her lively eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of stars and seas. Upon seeing you, she paused briefly. "So you are Chu He. Yuer has spoken of you often." Donghui Yuer immediately rushed to introduce her. "Brother Chu He, this is my mother." With that, she threw herself into her mother's arms. "Mother, this is Brother Chu He. See, my judgment is impeccable." You stepped forward promptly and gave a slight bow with cupped hands. "This Junior Chu He pays respects to Aunt." She looked you up and down for a while, then nodded approvingly. "Not bad. A fine-looking young man indeed." Her gaze grew increasingly intense, and something in her eyes shifted dangerously. Noticing this, you quickly spoke to interrupt her. "And we really must return to the academy now. I shall visit you again another time." She smiled gently at you. "Very well then. Do remember to come back often with you. And by the way, I'm not much older than you. Don't call me Aunt. My name is Wan. From now on, just call me Sister Wanner." You nodded awkwardly in response. "Well then, we'll be on our way." You dared not linger any longer. You never expected your golden finger to work on married women as well. If you didn't leave now, once Donghui you sensed something, it would all be over. Several days later, you and Donghui Yuer returned to the academy together. On the way back, a group of younger members from the Donghui clan accompanied you to the academy as well. Since Donghui Yuer would also be cultivating at the academy, these young clansmen served to protect her and carry out her orders. Though called the younger generation, their cultivation was by no means low. Nearly all of them stood above the void refinement realm. Among them, a man with a cold, grim face was staring at you intently. "Damn it! How can Miss Yuer be together with these worthless outsiders?" His heart burned with resentment, and gradually a murderous intent toward you began to take root within him. In the 59th year after returning to the academy, you continued to cultivate in the cave dwelling you shared with Feng Lun. However, Feng Lunger was not at the academy. According to Chui Hongyi, she had gone out to temper herself through trials. You let out a long sigh, hoping only that she would remain safe and return soon. At this moment, you embraced Chui Hongyi and said calmly, "In a while, I will go into seclusion to break through to the mid-spirit transformation stage. It may take as little as 2 or 3 years, or as long as 30 to 40. Our son will be in your care." She smiled softly and planted a kiss on your forehead. "Don't worry, little Chu He. I will raise our son well." A figure suddenly flew before the two of you and witnessed your intimate moment. "I apologize. I seem to have come at a bad time." Turning around, you saw that it was Donghui Yuer. You waved her over. "No, you've come at exactly the right time." Then you brought her along for dual cultivation. It wasn't until 3 months later that you finally parted from them reluctantly and began your seclusion to break through. 30 years later, you finally succeeded in breaking through to the mid-spirit transformation stage. With the heavenly fire sword intent at your side, along with the sword chi nurtured within the sword bone in your chest, you were confident that you could now contend with cultivators at the late spirit transformation stage. Just as you emerged from seclusion, the red dust pavilion 10,000 li away was destroyed in a single strike by Su Mu. Unlike before, without your help, Su Ling had perished in an accident long ago. Having lost his only family, Su Mu once again retreated into the demonic Beast Mountain range to temper himself. As for the man from the Bai family, all trace of him had vanished. Stepping out of the cave dwelling and feeling the long-missed sunlight, you felt considerably lighter. Finally at mid-spirit transformation. But the moment you remembered your bet with Donghui Yu, a headache set in. With only 70 years remaining, you estimated you could at most reach the late spirit transformation stage. Without 200 or 300 years, breaking through to void refinement would be nearly impossible. But then you suddenly thought of Donghui Yu's wife. Perhaps she would put in a good word for you later. 30 years had passed. When you once again stepped back into the public eye, Donghui Yuer had also broken through to the spirit transformation stage. You couldn't help but marvel. Now this was a true genius. Without the simulator relying only on your dual spiritual roots, you would probably still be at the golden core stage. Afterwards, you met Chui Hongyi again. She was still at the early void refinement stage. You also met your son Chu Ping'an. Unfortunately, he had no spiritual roots. He had already married and started a family in the mortal world. You could understand. Those possessing spiritual roots were inherently rare. Even children born of cultivators were not guaranteed to have them. Still, with the help of Chui Hongyi and Donghui Yuer, he had lived the life of a wealthy landed lord. Only Feng Lunger. You still had no news of her. In the 90th year, you had returned to nights of dual cultivation. You had discovered that cultivating the Tianyuan Yin-Yang art with a partner was faster than practicing alone. There was, however, one person who watched you share the same bed with Dong Weiyuer night after night, and his hatred for you grew ever deeper. 50 years later, with Dong Weiyuer's help, you were finally on the verge of breaking through to the late spirit transformation stage. At the same time, the sword intent within you had become even more pure and blazing. Just as you were about to enter seclusion to comprehend it further, Chu He came looking for you. Seeing the haggard look on her face, you immediately asked what had happened. It turned out that your son Chu Pingyan had passed away. Calculating the time, your son was now around 80 years old. His lifespan running dry was only natural. Still, you never thought you'd live to see the day you'd be a gray-haired father sending off your white-haired son. After a brief discussion, the two of you decided to travel to the mortal world to see your son off one last time. 3 days later, you flew out of the academy. Since Dong Weiyuer was still in seclusion, you didn't disturb her. After several days of travel, you arrived at a mortal kingdom called Great Wei. Just as you were about to head to your son's residence for the funeral, a terrifying sword Qi suddenly surged toward you. Before you could even react, Chu He flashed in front of you, her fire whip slashing fiercely against the incoming sword Qi. A thunderous boom echoed across the sky. Frowning, you immediately summoned the red lotus sword that had been nurtured within you for over a century. Its sword Qi blazed with searing heat as it lashed wildly in every direction. Just then you noticed a golden formation rising from the surrounding space, sealing both of you within its bounds. Who's out there playing tricks in the shadows? The moment your words fell, a figure slowly emerged from beyond the formation. You focused your gaze and recognized him, one of the clansmen who had accompanied Dong Weiyuer to the academy. He stared at you with a cold grim face, the corners of his mouth curling up beyond his control. Ha ha ha. Chu He, once I kill you, Miss Yuer will return to the clan. A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve Miss Yuer. Looking at the arrogant figure outside, you realized this man was so consumed by jealousy that he intended to kill you. Damn it, I let my guard down. You recalled Dong Weiyuer telling you that this batch of clansmen sent to the academy were all above the late void refinement stage, and all of them formidable fighters. You glanced at Chu He beside you, feeling that you had brought this upon her. She looked back at you with nothing but love in her eyes. Little Chu He, if there's a next life, this sister will find you again. With those words, she exploded with every drop of spiritual energy in her body, pouring it all into the fire whip in her hand as she relentlessly struck the formation. The figure outside the formation sneered at the sight. Save your strength. This is my clan's Earthlock Grand Array. Unless one's cultivation surpasses mine, no one can break this formation. With that, he formed hand seals, and 4 streams of golden light emerged from his body, converging at the 4 corners of the formation. Before long, 4 colossal golden swords condensed at the formation's corners, bearing down upon you with killing intent. A smug grin spread across his face as he laughed at you. Remember well, I am Dong Wamang, the one who will kill you. You have died. Simulation ended. Host, please choose the rewards for this simulation from the following options. Option 1, Mid-Stage Void Refinement Cultivation. Option 2, the affinity with women granted by the Golden Finger Dong Weiyuer, Feng Lunger, Chu He, Wenwan, and a few unnamed passers-by. Option 3, all memories from the simulated world along with insights into various spells and sword intents. As the simulation ended, Chu He immediately pulled out a small notebook from his chest. Dong Wamang, is it? I've remembered you. He truly hadn't expected that this simulation would end because of an admirer of Dong Weiyuer. After mentally noting this grudge, Chu He turned his attention to the rewards from this simulation. As usual, he chose between options 1 and 2. He hesitated for a moment, initially intending to choose the cultivation realm, but then he thought about the affinity benefits. With those, future simulations could continuously yield advantages from Dong Weiyuer, as well as Feng Lunger's heavenly fire sword intent. System, I choose option 2. After a moment's thought, Chu He opted for the affinity. As for cultivation, he could just get it next time. He opened the simulator, looked at the number of attempts that still read 999,999, and a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. With this much margin for error, I could even play recklessly in every simulation. Since this simulation yielded no cultivation gains, Chu He didn't hesitate and immediately started drawing the golden finger for the next simulation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Golden Finger Senior Brother System. Simulation start. Year 1, you immediately begin calling upon the Senior Brother System in your mind. Having read so many novels, you've never heard of a system with this name. Before long, you figure out all the system's functions. You need to join any sect, become its senior brother, and then help junior brothers and sisters solve their problems. Each time you solve a problem, the system rates you based on the difficulty of the issue and the image you project in the junior's mind. The higher the rating, the richer the system rewards. Thinking about the golden finger you drew this time, you close your eyes and lie back in the chair, quietly contemplating how to maximize the gains from this simulation. First, you can't join the Tianqing Academy. With your talent, becoming senior brother is impossible, and the academy doesn't even have such a position. As for the top-tier sects, even if you could join with your talent, you probably wouldn't become senior brother. After thinking for a long time, you still don't know what to do. Joining a weaker sect you fear the system rewards will be too low, joining a stronger one you fear you can't become senior brother. At this moment you increasingly feel that the simulator should give you a system that provides a bit more brains. You particularly envy the protagonists in the novels you read in your past life who used their wits to stir the winds and clouds and scheme against others. Unlike you, if it weren't for the simulator, you might starve within a few years. Feeling your own brain isn't up to par, you directly leave the place and head for the teleportation array, planning to try things out once you arrive in the great gene cultivation realm. 2 months later, using your void refinement cultivation, you find Du Ryun of the Tianshui sect, and presenting yourself at the Foundation Establishment Peak, become the sect's senior brother. You also let the Yin Yun 18 riders out to develop. However, in Du Ryun's eyes, you are a powerful figure experiencing the mortal world. Of course, the other disciples of the Tianshui sect hold no respect for you and abruptly appointed senior brother, suspecting you got in through connections. But as time passes, the strength you display gradually wins them over. Just over 2 months later, someone finally comes to you for help. A female disciple named Chun Hong arrives at your cave dwelling and gives you a charming smile. Senior brother, I'm having some trouble with my cultivation. Could you help me? Hearing this, your face lights up with joy. Ahem. As senior brother, it is my duty to clear up any confusion for junior sisters. Tell me, what don't you understand? Chun Hong approaches you, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Senior brother, this junior sister has a special constitution. Every time I cultivate, my body feels incredibly uncomfortable. They say the only way to resolve this is through dual cultivation. Senior brother, you will help me, right? Hearing this, you almost don't react in time. Damn, this girl is coming straight for me. You look her up and down, and considering the system rewards, you decide to agree to her request. The next day, as Chun Hong walks out of the cave dwelling with a satisfied expression, you finally hear the system's voice in your mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully resolved the junior sister's difficulty. Rating F. Distributing system rewards. Reward 100 spirit stones. Hearing it's only 100 spirit stones, you immediately become displeased. This system, who are you looking down on? I still have 1,000,000 spirit stones in my storage space. But after thinking it over, you figure the reward is so low because the task was too simple. After a moment's deliberation, you decide to wait a few more years. Once Song Yi joins the sect, you'll help her call off the engagement. In your view, such an important plot point should yield better rewards. As for Wang Fan, letting him live a few more years won't hurt. Time flies by, and 10 years pass. During these 10 years, you help the sect's junior brothers and sisters solve numerous difficulties, earning the title of the best senior brother. Through your deliberate interference, Song Yi has known you for a long time now. At this moment, she pouts at you. Senior brother, come with me to break off the engagement. I've never even met that person. Please. You smile and nod. All right. Senior brother promises you. But you've just broken through to Foundation Establishment. It's better to cultivate and consolidate your cultivation. I'll handle the engagement breaking for you. Seeing you agree, Song Yi quickly leans in and plants a kiss on your cheek. Senior brother, you're so good to me. Since you don't have a Dao companion, why not let me pledge myself to you? You look at her helplessly, feeling the warmth on your cheek, and can't help but sigh. After all this time, I'm off to break off an engagement again. But this time there's no 3-year promise. A month later, you arrive once more at the Wang family in Suifeng City. Without the slightest hesitation, you barge directly inside. After confirming that Wang Fan and the others are all within, you unleash the triple transfiguration flame and burn the entire Wang estate to ashes. After confirming they are all dead, you sweep your divine sense and retrieve Wang Fan's ring. As for Xia's Yuan's soul within it is directly shattered by your spiritual sense. Just then a familiar scene unfolds. Stop! Who are you? Why did you kill brother Wang Fan? You turn around and see a young girl and an old man in a gray robe. As expected, she is Dong Weiyuer. The moment she sees you, she freezes, and a wave of goodwill unexpectedly surges in her heart. But perhaps because she grew close to Wang Fan over time, she still harbors some dissatisfaction. You? Why did you really have to kill brother Wang Fan? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll. Seeing her unable to articulate what she would do to you, you immediately stride forward and strike a very dashing pose. Little sister, I was doing the world a service. The Wang family was guilty of heinous crimes, stealing women, forcing the innocent into prostitution. They committed every conceivable evil. As you speak, your voice even chokes up. That Wang Fan, he even took the innocence of my blood crystal turtle. The gray-robed guardian beside Dong Weiyuer feels hopeless at this moment. In his view, even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe your nonsense. You're just mocking them. He's almost prepared to fight you to the death. But Dong Weiyuer's voice pulls him back from his thoughts. So that's how it is. Dong Weiyuer frowns, looking at the ashes of the Wang family with disgust. So the Wang family were all such perverts. Good thing you told me the truth. I can't bear to think if I might have been bullied by them too. With that, she thanks you and chats with you for a while. Upon learning you are a void refinement cultivator, she excitedly invites you to travel with her to Tsangzhou, hoping you might join her family. However, you decline and tell her, I still have some matters to attend to, so I cannot travel with you. If fate allows, we shall surely meet again. After all, I still had to return to claim the system reward, and I wondered what benefits this broken engagement would bring. Under Dongwei Yuer's reluctant gaze, you left Suifeng City. Returning to Tianshui Gate, you immediately sought out Song Yi. I have already called off the marriage for you. I can guarantee that the man named Wang Fan will never see you again for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Song Yi rushed forward, excitedly clutching your arm and saying, "Senior brother, thank you so much. You are far too kind to me." At that moment, a familiar voice resounded in your mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing your junior sister's broken engagement. Evaluation A. The system reward is being distributed. Reward Netherworld Flame. Reward Supreme Grade Fire Attribute Spiritual Root. Reward A spell to perfectly conceal your own aura. As the system's voice faded, you were stunned. Damn, an A-level reward is this generous. And it even gives 3 times. After claiming the rewards, you directly fused with the so-called Supreme Grade Fire Spiritual Root. However, you didn't notice any significant change, perhaps because the spiritual energy in Dajin was too meager. At this moment, you summoned the threefold life-engendering flame and sent it to devour the Netherworld Flame before you. In truth, it was hard to tell which was devouring which, as you had no idea which flame was stronger. 3 days later, the 2 flames merged into a single gray-blue blaze, its power greatly increased. You casually pointed a finger, and the flame landed on a nearby stone. The stone was instantly engulfed, then directly frozen, yet within the ice the stone had already been reduced to ashes. Not bad, the power is quite acceptable. At this moment you felt that the Dajin cultivation world had no more benefits to exploit. After a moment of thought, without disturbing anyone, you directly left Tianshui Gate. In the 12th year you arrived at Sangzhou. After some consideration you decided to join a sect called Huangfeng Valley. Because you remembered from a previous simulation that someone in this sect seemed to have some issues, and the simulator had specifically mentioned that person. This simulation was just the right opportunity to investigate. Although you recalled that there was a great cultivator inside, that cultivator seemed to be a decent person. In the past, when you had planned to destroy Huangfeng Valley, that person had not made a move against you, only asking you to leave. 2 months later, you joined Huangfeng Valley with a cultivation base at the peak of Foundation establishment. Thanks to the aura concealing spell granted by the system, no one below the Mahayana stage could see through your true realm. You found this reward quite practical, especially suited for playing the fool to catch the wise. In the days that followed, relying on your formidable combat prowess, you defeated the powerful Foundation establishment disciples of the sect one by one, becoming the grand senior brother of the entire sect. In the 13th year, you had just resolved a junior brother's confusion regarding a spell and obtained the flame control technique as a system reward. Throughout that year, you had been investigating the identities of sect disciples, including the chi refining disciples in the outer sect. Among them, one particular individual caught your attention. Han Fei, a false spiritual root, joined the sect 10 years ago, and 2 years ago reached Foundation establishment using a false spiritual root, becoming a model for many outer sect disciples. However, this person always muttered, "Just a stroke of luck." You recalled that when you had defeated those Foundation establishment disciples earlier, you hadn't seen the name Han Fei. After some investigation, you learned that Han Fei, after breaking through to Foundation establishment, had joined the inner sect, but did not cultivate with the ordinary inner sect disciples. Because he had become a disciple of a Golden Core elder named Lei Wanping, and was usually responsible for tending the herbal garden, so he rarely appeared before others. Putting all this information together, it was hard not to believe that Han Fei was yet another child of destiny. At this moment you couldn't help but sigh. The heavenly Tao of this world is truly generous, producing so many children of destiny at once. But knowing his identity, you should build a good relationship with him. You remembered vividly that a great man once said, "Make friends as many as possible and enemies as few as possible." After all, who knew whether ascending to the upper realm would bring enjoyment or a life of mining? Especially with your grand senior brother system. Helping others also gave you rewards, so why not do it? With that thought, you headed straight for the herbal garden, where Han Fei was. Half an hour later you arrived at the garden mountain, descending from the sky on your flying sword. A green-robed cultivator stepped forward and bowed to you. "May I ask what instructions the grand senior brother has for visiting the herbal garden?" You glanced at him. His cultivation was at the early Foundation establishment stage, his appearance plain, but his demeanor was exceptionally respectful. Not bad, much more pleasing to the eye than Wang Fan. You cleared your throat lightly, then slowly addressed him. "You are junior brother Han Fei, right?" This time your senior brother really had no choice but to come to you. "I need some spiritual herbs and medicines to refine a few pills, but the sect doesn't have the right age. I wonder if you have any here." As if afraid he wouldn't believe you, you directly took out a storage pouch and handed it to him. "Junior brother Han, here are 10,000 spirit stones as a deposit. Please help me out. You work in the herbal garden, so you must have many connections and a wide network." He pondered for a moment, then nodded to you. "Grand senior brother, please write down all the herbs you need, and I'll ask around for you." Hearing this, you casually named a few herbs and their required ages, then left. After all, this was just the first step in building a good relationship if the details didn't matter. Half a month later, all the spiritual herbs you had mentioned were gathered by him. You deliberately showed great delight and gave him a few thousand extra spirit stones. After all, most of the rewards from helping other junior brothers were spirit stones, so you had no shortage of them. After that, you visited the herbal garden more and more frequently, and he always managed to provide the herbs you needed. 3 years later, you were somewhat stunned to see the mountain of herbs piled up in your storage ring. But thanks to the frequent transactions, your relationship grew increasingly close. Just now you finally received a request for help from Han Fei. The reason was that Han Fei had received a task from his master to go to a mortal kingdom beneath Huangfeng Valley to deal with some rogue cultivators of the demonic path. However, he felt that this mission was somewhat ominous, so he hoped you would come along and promised you a reward of 3-century-old spirit herbs. You didn't care much about the reward, you only hoped that after helping him the system would grant you a decent reward. A month later you flew on your swords to the mortal kingdom of Liang. The emperor of this kingdom, upon seeing you, immediately knelt with all the civil and military officials. "We mortals pay our respects to the immortal masters." Han Fei lightly acknowledged. "Rise, all of you. Tell us exactly what happened." Hearing Han Fei's words, they rose from the ground. Reporting to the 2 immortal masters, the matter must be traced back to 3 months ago. After the emperor of Liang finished his account, you roughly understood the situation. In one of the prefectures under his rule, every night several hundred people would mysteriously disappear. At first no one paid much attention, assuming those people had simply gone elsewhere. But gradually the number of missing persons grew. To investigate the cause, the local prefect organized a dozen martial artists of the Hotian realm to keep watch at night. One night those martial artists finally saw the culprit, a strange man dressed in a red robe. The man held a small banner in his hand, unleashing countless souls that devoured the dozen martial artists. Only one person managed to escape by breaking through to the Xiantian realm on the spot. After learning the full story, you and Han Fei exchanged a glance and immediately headed to the place where the demonic cultivator had appeared. On the way, Han Fei looked at you gratefully. "Grand Senior Brother, I'm sorry for troubling you this time. That demonic cultivator dares to act recklessly only in the mortal world. He is probably at most at the early foundation establishment stage. If we encounter any danger, please step in." You nodded to him. "No trouble at all. We're brothers, it's a small matter." After just half a day you arrived at one of the cities the emperor had mentioned. At this moment the city was filled with surging demonic energy, rivers of blood, and the stench of blood everywhere. "Senior Brother, it seems we've run into it. The demon cultivator is killing people inside the city." Hearing this you nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's go in quickly. The sooner we eliminate him, the sooner we can return to the sect." In fact, you had already probed with your spiritual sense. There was indeed a demon cultivator inside at the late foundation establishment stage, but you could tell from his aura that he was injured. "It seems this time we can do a favor." Shortly after you flew into the city, there a rough and burly man, neither human nor ghost, was devouring the blood of countless mortals in the city. Seeing this, Han Fei did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly summoned several flying swords and launched a sneak attack while the man was devouring blood. With a crack, the flying sword pierced the demon cultivator's flesh. However, perhaps due to the difference in cultivation level, the sword did not damage his internal organs. "Which fellow cultivator dares to attack from the shadows?" Han Fei silently watched him, muttered inwardly, then took out a mirror and shot a beam toward the demon cultivator. Unfortunately, his strength was still lacking. The energy from the mirror was blocked by the demon cultivator, who also noticed your presence. He glared at you with furious eyes, spread his palm, and leaped forward, his long, thin nails reaching for you. You merely sidestepped slightly and evaded his attack. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to abandon you and charged at Han Fei. Seeing this, Han Fei quickly summoned his flying swords and engaged him in combat. Watching Han Fei struggle with the demon cultivator, you knew that despite his strength, he would have trouble defeating the fiend. So you circulated your spiritual energy, slapped your palm, and a massive wall of fire surged forth, sweeping toward the demon. Feeling the scorching heat, the demon cultivator hurriedly stopped attacking Han Fei and turned to block the firewall. Since you had used only a tiny bit of spiritual energy, he managed to barely withstand it. Taking advantage of the gap, Han Fei quickly distanced himself and adjusted his state. Even though you had used only a little bit of mana, you didn't control it well. The demon cultivator, while desperately blocking your firewall, had his flesh split open and blood gushed out. Seizing the moment, Han Fei formed hand seals and shot an ice spike like lightning at the demon. The demon had just blocked the firewall and now had to deal with the ice spike, leaving him flustered. The ice spike struck his shoulder and he let out a pained grunt. At that moment, Han Fei summoned his flying swords again and attacked from the side, sending a fierce sword chi at the demon. Unable to dodge in time, he was struck by the sword chi. His body instantly cut in two, then dissolved into a puff of black smoke. Han Fei let out a long sigh and came to your side. "Senior Brother, thank you for your help." You smiled and put your arm around his shoulder. "It's nothing, no need to thank me." At the same time, the system's voice appeared. Congratulations, host. You have successfully helped junior brother Han Fei complete the mission. Evaluation B. System rewards are being distributed. Reward Constitution Development. Constitution Development. What is that? Suddenly you felt a tightness in your chest, and a sword bone formed directly inside your body. Unlike what was described in the previous simulation, this sword bone had no color or attribute. It lacked the killing intent of the slaughter sword intent nor the scorching heat of the heavenly fire sword intent. It possessed only the purest sword intent. So this is Constitution Development. You decided to study the sword intent born from this sword bone carefully once you returned to Huangfeng Valley. A month later you returned to the sect. Originally Han Fei wanted to give you the reward, but you waved your hand and said to him, "We're brothers, don't be polite." With that you turned and left ready to study the sword bone and sword intent. Han Fei watched your departing figure, a touched expression on his face. In the days that followed, your relationship with Han Fei grew even closer. However, he seemed to prefer staying in seclusion. Unless Lei Wampeng assigned him a task, he generally wouldn't ask for your help. But in your spare time you often helped other junior brothers and sisters solve difficulties. Time flew by, and 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time your cultivation had reached the mid-spirit transformation stage. It wasn't from your own cultivation, but rather from a mission you had helped Han Fei with earlier. The system directly rewarded you by raising your realm by 1 minor level. Over these 20 years you had accumulated a total of 6 million spirit stones, over 100 magical artifacts, and countless pills. Just now Han Fei came to find you again. It turned out he was preparing to form his golden core, but he felt his talent was too poor, so he planned to refine a breakthrough golden core pill. However, the pill required one more ingredient, the heavenly spirit flower, and he invited you to search for it together in the Blackwater Forest. Of course he thought your talent was also lacking, otherwise you wouldn't have failed to break through to golden core after so many years. So he planned to refine extra pills to share with you. You naturally didn't refuse this request. 3 months later you were searching for the heavenly spirit flower in the Blackwater Forest. Along the way Han Fei collected many spirit herbs and various Ganoderma and ginseng. Even for spirit herbs that were only a few years old, he would stop to collect them. You couldn't help but wonder, why is this kid collecting so many low-year spirit herbs? Could it be related to his golden finger? 2 more months later you finally spotted a heavenly spirit flower. However, beside the flower was a third-tier demon beast, a crimson boar. Seeing this, Han Fei frowned. Why is there a third-tier demon beast nearby? After a moment of thought, he turned his gaze to you. Senior brother, I'll lure it away while you pick the heavenly spirit flower. You shook your head. Let me lure it instead. I've recently practiced a movement technique with great speed, so don't worry. Seeing his hesitation, you dashed out and slashed the crimson boar's back with your sword, enraging it. With a roar, it instantly locked onto you and charged at you on all fours. Following the plan, you lured it away from the heavenly spirit flower at a moderate pace. After about half a stick of incense, you felt it was about time to head back. Seeing the crimson boar still chasing you, you pointed a finger and burst it into pieces. Looking at the scattered flesh, you suddenly felt it was a waste. This boar weighs at least a dozen tons. If it were in my past life, it could be the king of pigs. Just as you returned to the location of the heavenly spirit flower, you unexpectedly saw Han Fei fighting with a person who also had foundation establishment cultivation. What shocked you most was that the two were evenly matched. You knew Han Fei. He was equipped with various artifacts and spells practically invincible below the golden core stage. But the black-robed foundation establishment cultivator opposite him was equally strong, wielding his sword to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, he had no fewer magical artifacts than Han Fei. Alarmed, you grew increasingly worried that Han Fei might be killed. You flew forward swiftly and shouted, "Stop!" Hearing your voice, both of them halted their actions simultaneously. Seeing you return, Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior brother, this person wants to steal the heavenly spirit flower." The black-robed cultivator eyed you warily and said, "I discovered this flower a few days ago. Why should it belong to you?" You sneered at him. "We've been searching for a long time, and I lured away the beast to give Han Fei a chance to approach. Naturally, the flower belongs to us." But obviously he didn't listen. He drew his sword again and slashed at you. Seeing his attack, you circulated your spiritual energy and shot out a sword chi, sending his sword flying. His expression changed. Spiritual light flickered in his hand, and a blood-red sword reappeared in his grasp. From that sword you sensed a violent, devouring bloodlust filled with killing intent, even capable of affecting cultivators at the golden core stage. You couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Wow, our foundation establishment cultivators this strong nowadays. Looking at the maddened appearance of the opponent, you decide it's not acceptable to keep holding back. What if Han Fei dies here? You slowly step forward, turning your back to Han Fei, and say, "Watch closely, this sword strike will be very cool." Saying that, you use your 2 fingers as a sword and lightly slash at the cultivator in the distance. Instantly, a sword chi shoots from your fingertips, carrying an extremely sharp sword intent slashing toward him. Seeing this, the cultivator hurriedly raises his blood sword in front of him, desperately resisting the sword intent, letting out pained groans. "Up! I refuse to accept this. A cold smile curls on your lips. What's the point of refusing? You were the one who tried to rob us. At this moment Han Fei looks at you like a devoted fan, never expecting you to be this formidable and to have comprehended the legendary sword intent. Seeing that the man is about to lose his grip, you unleash another sword chi. The cultivator's face instantly turns deathly pale, and the blood sword in his hand can no longer withstand the pressure. It shatters with a crack sound. The blade mercilessly strikes his body, and his body is instantly shaken by the sword chi, blood splattering out and spilling onto the ground. Seeing this, Han Fei immediately dives down from the sky, ready to slay his person. At that moment, the man suddenly roars out, "I refuse. I still have a great vengeance to exact. No, I can't die. My sister is still waiting for me to return." Hearing this, your heart suddenly tightens, and you shout at Han Fei, "Hold on." Han Fei immediately stops his attack and looks at you in confusion. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" You shake your head at him, then slowly descend to the ground in front of that person. "What's your name?" He looks at you with fierce eyes, smiling coldly. "We'll want to find out my identity. Are you going to root out the weeds completely?" After saying that, he tightly closes his eyes and remains silent. Looking at his appearance, you calmly say, "Are you Su Mu? Do you have a younger sister named Su Ling?" Hearing this, his closed eyes instantly widen, and he looks at you in panic. Although he doesn't admit it, his appearance clearly confirms it. You sigh helplessly. "Damn, I actually ran into him. Brother-in-law, I really didn't mean it." Recalling that in the previous simulated world, you were always his brother-in-law, you can't bear to kill him anymore. Seeing Su Mu still looking terrified, you immediately reach out to help him up. "Hey Su Mu, this counts as making friends through a fight." Seeing your sudden change in attitude, Su Mu becomes even more shocked. "Do you know me?" Su Mu asks you in confusion. At the same time, Han Fei also comes to your side, observing your strange behavior. Seeing this, you can only let out a long sigh, then lie in front of the two. "I don't know you, but I do know your younger sister Su Ling. Over 10 years ago, I was once severely injured and was saved by your little sister. She even treated my wounds in the cave manor on the back mountain of your family. According to her, she had an older brother named Su Mu who had joined the Tianqing Academy." Slowly, you tell him everything about the previous simulation. However, you alter one part, that in the end the Hongshan Pavilion destroyed the Su family, and you took Su Ling to escape. But after escaping, Su Ling was so traumatized that she forgot about you. At this point, Su Mu fully believes your words, because among the things you said, both the timing and locations match perfectly. "So your sister once saved my life, how could I harm her brother?" Su Mu also smiles bitterly. "Indeed, we really did become friends through battle." At this moment, only Han Fei beside them looks at you both in confusion, because he remembers that at the time you mentioned you seemed to be accompanying him on a mission. How could you have met his sister? In the end, Han Fei thinks either you misremembered or he did. After you acknowledge the kinship, you immediately take out some healing pills from your storage space and give them to Su Mu to consume. After some questioning, you learn that he also wants to break through to the Golden Core realm, so he also needs the Heaven Spirit Flower to refine the Golden Core breaking pill. You and Han Fei discuss it and decide to give your share to Su Mu because you say you can break through without the pill. Su Mu originally didn't intend to accept it, but after your persuasion, he reluctantly takes it. However, since the pill hasn't been refined, yet he can only follow you back to Huangfeng Valley first. On the way back to the sect, you feel life is perfect. I've built good relationships with 2 destined prodigies. If they become great powers, won't I be able to soar to the sky? You suddenly feel that you need to find a way to keep Su Mu in Huangfeng Valley, so that you'll have 2 NPCs who can issue tasks. The more you think about it, the more feasible it seems. Su Mu needs to train through battle, and conveniently, there is a misty demon valley not far from Huangfeng Valley filled with demonic beasts ranging from 1st to 5th rank, enough for him to use for a long time. In less than half a month, you return to the sect. Following your suggestion, he also joins Huangfeng Valley and becomes your new junior brother. At this time, Han Fei is in seclusion refining the Golden Core breaking pill. Meanwhile, Su Mu, having been injured by your sword intent earlier, has already gone into seclusion to heal. Only you remain staying in the sect, feeling bored, waiting for some disciple to seek your help or guidance. 3 months later, you, Han Fei, and Su Mu gather together, each holding a bottle of Golden Core breaking pills. Originally, you didn't intend to take it, but the 2 insist on giving it to you. Senior brother, next I hope we can all successfully break through to the Golden Core realm. You nod, looking at them with great satisfaction. Good, I also believe you will succeed. 1 year later, with the appearance of 2 Golden Core, or as you know, they have successfully broken through. As soon as they break through, they first come to your cave dwelling. Senior brother, why haven't you broken through? Is it because the Golden Core breaking pills weren't enough? Han Fei asks. You shake your head, and the Golden Core aura within you instantly surges out. I already broke through to Golden Core long ago, even faster than you. It's just that I prefer being the senior brother. Breaking through would make me an elder. So you have to keep it a secret from me, don't tell anyone. The 2 exchange a glance and nod repeatedly. After breaking through to Golden Core, they also smoothly become sect elders. In their spare time, the 2 often spar with each other, fighting evenly with no clear winner. Through such training and stimulation, their combat power improves even faster than when they trained outside. You, on the other hand, casually teach them some spells. As time passes, it quickly reaches 10 years later. In these 10 years, the 2VE cultivated at a skyrocketing pace, directly breaking through to the late Golden Core stage. To not lose face, you tell them you've cultivated to the middle Golden Core stage. On an ordinary day, the two just finished their sparring. Han Fei admirably says to Su Mu, "Brother Su, your devouring intent is truly hard to guard against." Su Mu also clasps his hands. "Brother Han, your dozens of purple thunder swords forged from 10,000-year-old purple gold what are not to be underestimated." As they speak, both burst into laughter. But it's still senior brother who is the best. That sword intent of his, not to mention Golden Core, even nascent soul cultivators might not be able to withstand it. You wave your hand sheepishly. Just luck, just luck. Seeing how well Han Fei and Su Mu get along, a thought suddenly arises in your mind. You turn to look at them and slowly say, "Since we three get along so well, why not become sworn brothers?" They exchange glances, then smile at you. It should be so. You all tidy up, each taking out your spirit sword and inserting it in front of you, then swear before the three swords, "We three hereby become brothers. I Chu He, I Han Fei, I Su Mu. Though we were not born on the same day, we wish to die on the same day." After the oath of brotherhood, you naturally became the eldest brother, with Han Fei as the second and Su Mu as the third. You gazed at Han Fei and Su Mu with excitement, placing your hands on each of their shoulders. Second brother, third brother. Han Fei and Su Mu looked at you with equal joy. Eldest brother, third brother, eldest brother, second brother. At this point, your bond had grown ever closer, and you had consumed no small amount of spiritual wine. Under the influence of the alcohol, Su Mu's thoughts drifted to his destroyed clan, and sorrow overwhelmed him. Witnessing this, Han Fei offered comfort. "Rest assured, second brother, eldest brother, and I will avenge your clan together." His heart surged with excitement, and as he looked at you, something suddenly occurred to him. "Eldest brother, I have a younger sister. Though her cultivation is not high, she is as beautiful as an immortal. I have always worried she would not find a suitable match. Would you be willing to marry my sister?" Hearing this, you paused for a moment. Marry Su Ling. Does this count as helping him? But considering it was hardly a loss, you agreed immediately. In the 48th year, Su Mu brought his sister to Yellow Wind Valley, and the two of you were happily wed as Tao companions. At the same time, the system's reward arrived. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fulfilled Su Mu's request. Evaluation A. System reward is being distributed. Reward 2: Destroying Sword Chi Strikes capable of annihilating a He Dao realm cultivator. Holy crap, it actually dropped. With these 2 sword strikes, you finally felt you had a trump card for survival. The only regret was that the Destroying Sword Chi could only be used twice. Actually, you hadn't expected a system reward this time, since both Su Mu and Han Fei had already become sect elders. Who would have thought the system would still trigger? 10 years later, your second and third brothers had both broken through to the nascent soul realm, their combat power increasing dramatically. Beyond the help you provided, they also supplied you with plenty of spiritual herbs and magical artifacts. You felt your cultivation was about to break through to the late stage of soul transformation, perhaps within 5 or 6 decades. Moreover, with the dual cultivation of the heavenly origin yin-yang art alongside Su Ling, you believed the breakthrough might come even sooner. During this period, you also investigated all the disciples within the sect, mainly hoping to uncover the identity of that powerful figure from your earlier simulation. Eventually, your gaze settled on a qi refining disciple named Li Xiangyang. After reviewing his records, nothing seemed amiss. Yet this man had joined the sect 80 years ago and had remained at the 9th layer of qi refining all along. Normally, qi refining disciples who cannot reach foundation establishment would choose to return to the mortal world and live as immortal masters, enjoying their lives. Or they would establish a family, placing their hopes on the younger generation. Only this person, unable to break through to foundation establishment, had remained like a retiree dwelling in the outer sect all along. This made you deeply suspicious that he was the very expert who had driven you away back then. However, for the sake of safety, you decided not to provoke him for now. In the 59th year, Su Mu took out 2 pearl-like beads and handed one to you and one to Han Fei. This bead is called the Soul Binding Pearl. It can directly control a beast no higher than the 6th rank with 0 risk of losing control. Hearing Su Mu's words, Han Fei was so shocked he could barely speak. Such an astonishing treasure. Why are you giving it to us, third brother? You should keep it for yourself. Su Mu smiled faintly. Fortunately, there are 3, so I only need 1. These 2 are my humble gifts to my 2 elder brothers. Seeing his sincerity, you and Han Fei could only accept them. But just then, spiritual energy surged in Han Fei's hands, and 20 black thunder-wrapped spirit swords appeared circling around the 3 of you. Eldest brother, third brother, these black thunder swords were forged from 10,000-year black thunder wood. Don't be polite. Seeing this, Su Mu nodded and took 10 of the black thunder swords back. But you stood frozen. What's going on? Why has gift-giving started? Since they both gave something, how could I, as the eldest brother, appear stingy? You thought for a long time, but realized you had nothing particularly valuable. You certainly couldn't dig up your own bones to give them. As for spirit stones and magical artifacts, those were far too mundane. Finally, you sensed the two destroying sword chi strikes within your body, and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. These two fellows are definitely after my sword intent. But at this moment the two of them had no idea what you were thinking, and only saw you spacing out. Han Fei asked, "Eldest brother, what's wrong? Could there be a problem with my Black Thunder swords?" You snapped back to reality, and quickly shook your head. "Not at all. Your Black Thunder swords are exquisite, far better than my Red Lotus sword." Saying this, you stored the 10 Black Thunder swords into your storage space. Not wanting to ruin the image of a generous eldest brother, you casually gestured for them to come closer. Extending 2 fingers, you pressed them firmly against their foreheads. The 2 destroying sword chi strikes within your body then flowed into theirs. Instantly, both of their expressions turned to shock. "Eldest brother, with such powerful sword chi, how can you give it to us?" "Yes, eldest brother, this is far too precious. You should take it back." You forced a smile and said calmly, "It's merely 2 sword chi strikes. Why are you being so polite with me? I didn't hesitate when you gave me your treasures. Besides, do you really think your eldest brother only has 2 sword chi strikes? Take them with peace of mind." Su Mu and Han Fei exchanged glances and looked at you with deep admiration. "An eldest brother indeed has far better treasures than the rest of us," Su Mu said. Han Fei agreed eagerly. "Absolutely. Not only is eldest brother's cultivation superior, but his opportunities far exceed ours." Hearing their flattery, you smiled on the surface, but inwardly you were weeping. Those were 2 trump cards for survival. My heart aches. But thinking that they might bring you even more resources in the future, you felt somewhat comforted. After chatting for a while longer, you decided to head to Blackwater Forest together, each seeking a 6th-rank beast to control with a soul-binding pearl. Before departing, however, you returned to your respective caves for seclusion. You and Su Mu needed to refine the 10 Black Thunder swords Han Fei had given you. Over a month later, you gathered once more at Blackwater Forest. Since you needed to find 6th-rank beasts, you ventured deeper into the forest. Gradually, the beasts you encountered grew stronger, but since each of you possessed techniques to conceal your aura, you faced no danger along the way. "Eldest brother, second brother, it's right there." Following Su Mu's gaze, you saw a flame-engulfed lion lying there devouring a demonic horned rhinoceros. Good heavens, a lava lion, and a particularly advanced one at the 6th rank. Having identified the target, Su Mu suppressed his aura and crept step by step toward the feasting lava lion. When he was 100 paces away, he suddenly rose and threw the soul-binding pearl from his hand. Before the lava lion could sense danger, the pearl had reached its crown and emitted a devouring force. In no time, the lava lion, whose body was as massive as a mountain, was sucked into the tiny soul-binding pearl. "Eldest brother, second brother, we did it." Su Mu retrieved the pearl and walked over to you. You watched the pearl in his hand with great interest, surprised at how effortless it had been. The lava lion hadn't even been able to resist. You also found the device extremely convenient, easy to carry wherever you went. Seeing your interest, he waved his hand and released the lava lion. With a loud thud, it landed like a mountain, crashing down as if the earth itself were splitting apart. Yet the lava lion was utterly docile, even rolling onto its back to expose its belly to Su Mu as though it were a giant cat. After demonstrating this for you, Su Mu retracted the lava lion back into the soul-binding pearl, and the 3 of you continued deeper into Blackwater Forest. Along the way, you began to ponder what kind of beast you should capture. As you continued forward with caution, another month passed, and Han Fei finally captured a spirit beast to his liking, a 6th-tier violet lightning eagle. Now only you remained without a spirit beast. Half a month later, you arrived at a vast, boundless mudflat. The spiritual energy within this mudflat was exceptionally vibrant, with numerous spirit beasts thriving within, including black-horned lizards, sword tigers, demonic horned rhinos, and blood crystal turtles. Finally, your gaze settled upon a white tiger with 6 wings sprouting from its back. Damn, I never thought I'd come across a 6-winged white tiger. You clearly remembered that this creature had long been extinct. You'd only seen one in the previous simulation within the Dongwei clan. Without hesitation, you concealed your aura and crept closer. When the distance seemed right, you immediately hurled the soul-binding bead toward it. Just as the soul-binding bead was about to reach the 6-winged white tiger's head, the beast was suddenly drawn toward a tigress in the distance and dashed away. Damn, don't run. But as it fled, the soul-binding bead continued flying forward, landing atop a familiar spirit beast's head. With a flash of devouring power, the spirit beast was successfully absorbed into the soul-binding bead. You watched helplessly. Sigh, why is it the blood crystal turtle again? After exiting the swamp, you tossed the soul-binding bead, and the blood crystal turtle instantly landed on the ground, its body more than twice the size of the lava lion. Though the blood crystal turtle was considered a decent spirit beast compared to others, its attack power and speed were somewhat lacking. Its only true strength lay in its shell. Unless a Unity Realm cultivator struck, no one could break through its defenses. Unfortunately, the soul-binding bead could only bind one spirit beast. Otherwise you would certainly have released it and gone to find another. Now with one spirit beast, each your combat strength had greatly increased. Even a Unity Realm cultivator wouldn't daunt you. After all, you had Su Mu Han Fei and the Annihilation Sword Chi you'd gifted yourselves. You suddenly felt this simulation was fantastic. Next time you'd definitely team up with these two brothers again. Afterward you returned to the sect together and resumed your individual cultivation. Another decade passed. Su Mu and Han Fei had broken through to the late nascent soul stage. Even Su Ling, thanks to your dual cultivation methods, had successfully broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, your cultivation remained at the mid-soul transformation stage. Of course, you hadn't gained nothing. Over these 10 years you had nurtured the 10 Black Thunder swords gifted by Han Fei within your body, and each now carried a powerful sword intent. Just recently the system had rewarded you with the Heavenly Firmament Sword formation, which when combined with the Black Thunder swords boasted power approaching the peak of soul transformation. In the 80th year, 2 violent tremors shook the entire sect as countless spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around converged upon the cave dwellings of Han Fei and Su Mu. You knew they were about to break through to the early soul transformation stage. It probably won't be long before they reach the void refinement realm, and I'll still be stuck at soul transformation. But thinking that you were the eldest brother, you felt a sense of pride inside. A month later, they had successfully consolidated their cultivation and came to find you. Su Mu looked at you and Han Fei and said, "Big brother, second brother, now that I've broken through to soul transformation and have a 6th-tier spirit beast, I'm ready to seek revenge." Upon hearing this, you and Han Fei exchanged glances and said to him, "When brothers unite, even metal can be cut through. You're our brother. How could we let you go alone to avenge this?" "Right, big brother." You nodded. "Indeed, we'll go together." To you, the mundane Dust Red Pavilion was merely a small matter. However, the Bai family backing them was dangerous. They clearly coveted Su Mu's treasure. In the previous simulation, they had discovered Su Mu's trail. You decided that this time helping him get revenge must be foolproof. Even an ant within the Dust Red Pavilion had to be burned to death. Though Han Fei and Su Mu didn't understand your extreme caution, they still followed your orders. 3 years later you arrived at the territory of the Dust Red Pavilion. Rather than striking immediately, you dispersed to 3 corners of the pavilion and each channeled spiritual power to construct a great formation sealing the entire Dust Red Pavilion within. You even suspended the Heavenly Firmament Sword formation above the great array. Its sword chi would slay any that slipped through. Within moments the grand formation you'd constructed drew the attention of the Dust Red Pavilion. Who dares to act recklessly here at the Dust Red Pavilion? Hearing this, Su Mu and the others immediately flew into the formation. Gazing at the elders, disciples, and sect master Wei Wanlong of the Dust Red Pavilion, before him, Su Mu spoke with righteous fury. "Your Dust Red Pavilion exterminated my Su family back then. Today, I will annihilate every last one of you." With that, an ancient cauldron appeared in his hand, and he hurled it directly at Wei Wanlong. Seeing this, Han Fei also summoned dozens of Black Thunder swords, commanding them to strike at the Soul Transformation Elders. Watching them each choose their opponents, you looked down at the nascent Soul Elders and the Golden Core Foundation establishment and Chi refining disciples below, a smirk curling at the corner of your mouth. "My good second and third brothers, leaving the easiest for me." With a thought, the flames fused within your body instantly separated. The 3 Lifeborn Fire and 9 Abyss Cold Fire transformed into hundreds of fire dragons, hunting down those elders and disciples one by one. They had no resistance against your fire dragons, falling one after another. Seeing the moment of life and death, Wei Wanlong let out a thunderous roar toward the back mountain of the Dust Red Pavilion. "Ancestor, please come forth." The moment the words fell, a void refinement realm aura instantly spread throughout the entire Dust Red Pavilion. In an instant, all the elders and disciples erupted in cheers. "Ha ha, the ancestor is coming out. These 3 are doomed." "Exactly. How dare they come to the Dust Red Pavilion and act so recklessly? The ancestor will skin them alive." Just as they rejoiced, 3 beast roars suddenly shattered their fantasies. Indeed, it was the lava lion, the violet lightning eagle, and your blood crystal turtle that you had captured earlier. The 3 spirit beasts appeared abruptly, blotting out the sky and blocking out the sun. The Dust Red Pavilion seemed plunged into darkness. What is this? Could they all be 6th-tier spirit beasts? Panic spread through the crowd. Someone shouted, "Run." In an instant, save for Wei Wanlong and the few soul transformation cultivators, all the elders and disciples fled madly toward the outside of the Dust Red Pavilion. But unfortunately, with the formation you had laid, there was nowhere to run. Meanwhile, the 3 spirit beasts charged toward the aura of the void refinement ancestor within the pavilion. 2 hours later, the Dust Red Pavilion ran with rivers of blood. The void refinement ancestor had been devoured completely by the 3 beasts. Su Mu roared toward the heavens, crying out, "Father, Mother, I have avenged you." Han Fei stood beside him, patting his shoulder. "Third brother, your parents will be proud of you wherever they are." Meanwhile, you were using the 3-3 Lifeborn fire to burn every corpse to ashes. Even the cultivators' mounts and pets were reduced to nothing by your flames. Before leaving still feeling uneasy, you channeled all your spiritual power and burned the entire mountain range of the dust-red pavilion to cinders. On the way back to the sect, the system's voice suddenly echoed in your mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully helping Su Mu complete his revenge. Rating S. Rewards are being distributed. Reward Secret Treasure, Profound Mystery Shield. Reward 1 Enlightenment Opportunity. Reward Secret Art, Earth Evasion Technique. You hadn't expected the system's voice to appear again, just like last time. You understood this system less and less. Han Fei and Su Mu were no longer your junior brothers, yet the system rewards still triggered. Could it be? As long as someone has been my junior brother, they can keep triggering it. However, you didn't dwell on these doubts. After all, there was no harm in it. You examined the system's rewards, a secret treasure, a secret art, and an enlightenment opportunity. You decided to give them a proper try upon returning to the sect. If this enlightenment was anything like the level of meditation beneath the Bodhi tree, you'd have struck gold. After returning to Yellow Wind Valley, Su Mu felt both exceptionally joyful and deeply sorrowful. Having avenged his great grudge, he was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what to do next. However, after you all shared a grand drunken revelry, he recovered. A month later, you entered your cave dwelling to begin secluded cultivation, studying the rewards the system had granted. First was the mystic treasure Xian Yuan Shield, a shield as tall as a man. When activated with spiritual energy, it could expand 100-fold and withstand attacks from cultivators at the He Dao realm. But each time it absorbed an attack, it consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. At your current cultivation level, you could only activate the Xian Yuan Shield to block a single attack from a Lien Su realm cultivator. Next, you took out a scroll containing an esoteric technique called Earth Escape Art. By cultivating this method, you could burrow into the ground and travel through it. The more spiritual energy you expended, the faster your Earth escape speed. If you exerted your full power as a mid-stage Huashan cultivator, you could flee over 1,000 li in just half a ko. Finally, gazing at the system's notification of a single opportunity for Dao enlightenment, you took a deep breath and immediately began to use it. In that instant, you felt as if you were immersed in paradise with countless streams of spiritual energy surging into your body. Simultaneously, you felt as though you had just gained wisdom of spells that had once eluded you, now seemed as simple as a primary school student's homework. Especially in terms of sword intent. You directly activated the fire and wind spiritual roots within you, comprehending the fire sword intent and wind sword intent. At that moment, you could only lament having too few spiritual roots, calling all talk of heavenly spiritual roots or single spiritual roots nothing but nonsense. If you had 10 spiritual roots, you would be able to comprehend 10 types of sword intent. In this special state, you even learned how to separate the attributes of spiritual energy in the air. Relying on the wind and fire attribute spiritual energy, your cultivation-based sword. 20 years later, you slowly opened your eyes. A surge of peak Huashan realm cultivation instantly burst forth from your body. The Dao enlightenment is over. You murmured to yourself. What a pity. If I had another 10 years, I would surely break through to the Lien Su realm. In just 20 years, I've advanced from mid-stage Huashan to peak Huashan. Truly, the effect of Dao enlightenment is formidable. After a moment of reflection, you stepped out of the cave dwelling. No sooner had you emerged from seclusion than you encountered Su Ling, who had been waiting for you. At that moment, 2 streaks of light fell from the horizon and landed before you. Elder brother, you've finally come out of seclusion. You looked at Su Mu and Han Fei. Both had reached the mid-stage Huashan realm. You understood this well, for cultivation grows increasingly difficult as one advances, even for those blessed by fate. You nodded to them and said calmly, now that I have broken through to peak Huashan, I expect to soon reach the Lien Su realm. You too must work hard. They exchanged knowing smiles. Elder brother, rest assured we won't hold you back. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, you all entered the cave dwelling together to discuss the path ahead. Yellow Wind Valley was no longer suitable for your cultivation, not only due to the poor spiritual energy, but also the lack of various resources. If it weren't for Han Fei's frequent supply of 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, your cultivation speed would have been even slower. More importantly, there was the matter of your senior brother system. Helping ordinary disciples now yielded only 100 or so spirit stones each time, a complete waste of time. Meanwhile, Su Mu and Han Fei temporarily did not require much of your assistance. After some discussion, Su Mu suggested that you all join the Heavenly Star Academy. But considering you could not become the senior brother there, you had to decline. In the end, your gaze turned to the Nethergate sect. Its sect master was a He Dao realm cultivator. Within the sect, there were 18 Lien Su realm elders and tens of thousands of disciple cultivators. You believed that there you might have a chance to become the senior brother. Most importantly, it was safe enough, as the Nethergate sect was a subsidiary of the Crimson Flame sect, one of the 5 great sects. No fool would dare to come and annihilate them. Since you were the elder brother Han Fei, and Su saw no issue with the Nethergate sect and agreed to your idea. 3 months later you all together with Su Ling flew toward the Nethergate sect's location. In the 104th year, thanks to your outstanding talents, you joined the Nethergate sect. Su Ling also became an outer disciple, but only in name. She usually lived with you in the inner sect. After joining the Nethergate sect, the 3 of you brothers were assigned cave dwellings on 3 active volcanoes. The fire attribute spiritual energy there was exceptionally rich, at least several times that of Yellow Wind Valley. Conveniently, all 3 of you possessed fire spiritual roots. As before, Han Fei opened up plot after plot of spirit fields beside his cave, planting many fire attribute spirit herbs. Sumu immediately entered seclusion, hoping to catch up to your cultivation level as soon as possible. Only you began to challenge others throughout the sect, striving to secure the position of senior brother. With your peak Hua Shun cultivation and the 3-sword intents, you had comprehended no disciple in the entire sect could rival you. You didn't even need to use your special flames or the Black Thunder Sword. Within just half a year you became the senior brother of the entire sect. Your exceptional talent also caught the attention of the sect master Kwang Sanlong. He eagerly sought you out, intending to take you as his personal disciple. The prospect of having a He Dao realm cultivator as a patron made you accept without hesitation. Disciple Chu He pays respects to master. He looked at you with approval and nodded. Come with me, I have time now to guide you a bit. With that he transformed into a streak of light and flew toward a lava mountain range behind the Nethergate sect. You immediately leaped into the air and followed him. Before long you had followed him to a cliff beside a molten lava precipice. Kwang Sanlong walked slowly past you and said, "Since I embarked on cultivation 3,000 years ago, I have accepted over 100 disciples. But now besides you only 1 remains. Do you know why?" You thought for a moment and replied, "Could it be that they were killed, or that their lifespan ran out without breaking through?" Kwang Sanlong nodded, then shook his head. "You are correct, but not entirely. In truth they all perished due to their own arrogance." Standing on the edge of the cliff with his back to you, he sighed. "Those who caught my eye and were taken as prodigies were all extraordinary talents, gifted with exceptional abilities. The more talented they were, the more arrogant they became. Each thought themselves unique, believing they were protected by fate and could fight across realms. But death never cares about one's talent." He turned to face you. "Chu He, do you understand what I am saying?" You looked at him solemnly and nodded. "Master, I understand." After imparting many principles of the cultivation world, Kwang Sanlong finally began to guide your training. "Come, let me see how your spell cultivation has progressed." Hearing this, you immediately drew your Crimson Lotus sword and thrust it toward him. But Kwang Sanlong merely stood there, his aura deflecting your attack. You swiftly somersaulted backward and directly executed the 9-kill sword technique. First strike of the 9-kill sword technique. Blood kill. The Crimson Lotus sword glowed red and a blood-colored sword chi 100 meters tall slashed toward him. Yet the moment you unleashed that sword technique, you clearly sensed that Kwang Sanlong had actually hesitated. Without time to ponder why, you executed the next 3 strikes. Shadow kill. Break kill. Instant kill. For consecutive strikes, terrifying sword chi erupted from your hand and instantly reached him. At that moment Kwang Sanlong finally moved. He lightly tapped his finger, and the sword chi you had unleashed shattered like thin ice, scattering on the ground. Just as you were about to continue, Kwang Sanlong transformed into a beam of light and instantly appeared before you. His expression was complex, a mixture of excitement and fear as he asked, "Where did you learn that 9-kill sword technique?" Hearing this, your heart tightened. "Oh no, could it be that this teacher of mine knows Xia Ziyuan? If he finds out that I snatched the ring and destroyed Xia Ziyuan's soul, he'll surely annihilate me." For a moment you had no idea how to respond. After hesitating for a while, you asked weakly, "Teacher, is there something wrong with this technique?" Kwang Sanlong let out a long sigh and spoke to you slowly. "This sword technique was the signature move of an old friend of mine. Later I heard that he fell during his attempt to transcend the tribulation. I never thought I would see this sword technique again today." After listening to his words, you immediately realized that he was not Xia Ziyuan's friend at all, but rather a friend of the old man you had simulated before, when Tianxin. Sensing no danger, you gradually began to probe him. "Teacher, is that old friend of yours named Wen Tianxin?" Hearing the name, Wen Tianxin, Kwang Sanlong's eyes lit up, and he grabbed your shoulders with both hands. "You know him? How could you possibly know him? He's been dead for over 1,000 years. Seeing Kwang Sanlong so agitated, you quickly coughed. "Teacher, please calm down. Let me explain slowly." After calming him down, you told him the entire story of your previous simulation. Though with some modifications, you told him that once when you faced danger, when Tianxin burned his soul to save you. "So that's how it is. I knew that Xia Ziyuan was no good," Kwang Sanlong said angrily, his Dao fusion realm aura surging forth, its pressure spreading across the entire mountain range. Then you asked slowly, "Teacher, what was your relationship with my previous teacher, Wen Tianxin?" Hearing your question, he sighed again, as if lost in reminiscence. "He was a genius, a true genius. When he and Xia Ziyuan joined the Nethergate, I was merely a golden core cultivator. He cultivated astonishingly fast breaking through to the nascent soul realm in just a few decades, and he often guided me. Later, within less than 1,000 years, they advanced from nascent soul to Tao fusion, and that caught the attention of the Crimson Flame sect. And then you pressed. Huang Sanlong shook his head helplessly. I'm not very clear about what happened afterward. He was busy with his cultivation, and our contact grew less and less. Until one day news came from the Crimson Flame sect that he had fallen during his tribulation transcendence breakthrough. He turned to look at you, a hint of emotion in his eyes. To think that you once became his disciple. What a pity. Just as you were about to continue the conversation, a light, melodious voice drifted down from the sky. Teacher, why are you so angry all of a sudden? I could feel your aura, even while I was in seclusion. You looked up and saw a tall woman in green robes flying down from the heavens. You tried to sense her cultivation with your divine sense, but couldn't discern it, meaning she was at least at the void refinement realm. Just then Huang Sanlong smiled at her. Ruier, you came at the right time. Let me introduce you. With that, Huang Sanlong looked at you and said, this is my newly accepted disciple, named Chu He. Chu He, this is your senior sister Mu Shirue. She's at the void refinement realm and is also a sword cultivator. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, feel free to seek her guidance. You immediately bowed to her respectfully. Greetings, senior sister. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. She turned her head away, showing no intention of acknowledging you. All right, teacher, I just came to check on you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, she leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing before your eyes. Seeing this, Huang Sanlong said helplessly, your senior sister is like that. Don't mind her. Once you spend more time together, you'll see that she's actually quite kind to her own people. You nodded. Teacher, I understand. Senior sister is probably just someone who appears cold on the outside, but is warm inside. At that moment, you couldn't help thinking, if I still had my old golden finger, she wouldn't be so cold to me. Afterward, Huang Sanlong gave you instructions on your sword techniques and sword intent, and even arranged a better cave dwelling for you. And so you settled down completely within the sect. Though Mu Shirue was stronger than you, she was already at the void refinement realm and no longer counted as an ordinary disciple. Therefore, you remained the sect's senior disciple. In your free time, you liked to wander around the sect, helping your junior brothers and sisters with their difficulties. It must be said that the rewards for being the senior disciple here were far better than those in Yellow Wind Valley. Even the spirit stones awarded started at 10,000. 10 years later, you were sparring sword intent with Mu Shirue. She didn't use her cultivation, as she simply competed with you using pure sword intent. After 10 years of getting along, your relationship gradually warmed up. In her, you felt as though you saw the shadow of Feng Lung, the same ice-attributed spiritual energy, and a similar ice-attributed sword intent. A moment later, as you struck out with both swords simultaneously, your wind and fire sword intent instantly suppressed her extreme ice sword intent. If not for her profound cultivation, she would have already lost. Mu Shirue snorted coldly, releasing the full pressure of her void refinement realm, shattering the sword intent you had sent toward her. Your sword intent isn't bad, but you can't neglect your cultivation. Train well. With that, she turned and left without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, you had no idea how to deal with this thunderous senior sister. Yet you had to admit that what she said made sense. You couldn't let your cultivation fall behind. You resolved to cultivate earnestly and strive to break through to the void refinement realm as soon as possible. After that, your cultivation schedule became very regular. Every 2 months, you would come out to earn system rewards. The rest of the time, you spent entirely in seclusion cultivating. Seasons passed year after year, and your heart grew increasingly peaceful. Until 100 years later, your Tao companion Su Ling's lifespan was exhausted, and she passed away in your cave dwelling. You had thought about extending her life, but Su Ling felt that birth and death were part of the cycle of life. Since she had no talent for cultivation, there was no need to cling to life. In the end, Su Mu and Han Fei bid her farewell together and erected a grave for her. By then, both of them had already reached the void refinement realm, breaking through faster than you. Su Mu was deeply saddened by Su Ling's departure and decided to leave the Nether Gate to cultivate on his own. Shortly after he left, Han Fei also felt it was time to go out and gain experience. Seeing your acquaintances leave one by one, a sense of desolation rose in your heart. So you also went into seclusion, preparing to break through to the void refinement realm. In the year 220, you finally broke through to the void refinement realm. But you didn't feel as joyful as you had imagined, because none of the people you were close to were around. Still, you had to keep striving. You remained the best senior disciple in the eyes of the other disciples. Whenever they had questions or difficulties, you would answer them one by one and help them. But in the dead of night, you would often drink the spiritual wine Han Fei had left for you, reminiscing about the times the four of you had spent together. Just as you were drinking heartily, a sword beam suddenly shot toward you, knocking the wine jar from your hand. What the who's that? A figure in green robes quickly stepped out of the darkness. Focusing your eyes, you saw it was Mu Shirue. She walked up to you, picked up the fallen wine jar with her spiritual sword, and began drinking from it herself. Ah, it's senior sister Mu. How come you're stealing your junior brother's wine? Just as you expected her to remain as cold as ever, her attitude suddenly shifted. She spoke softly to you. Do you know why I don't like to be close to you? You shook your head. It can't be that I've offended you in some way, can it? At that, Mushiurue's gaze turned sorrowful. She looked at you and said, because I'm afraid. I'm afraid you'll end up like those senior brothers and sisters before you, dying on the path of cultivation. If we're destined to part, why bother getting close in the first place? That's why I didn't want to have too much contact with you from the start. She took another long gulp of wine. I heard that your Tao companion passed away, and your two brothers have also left, so I came to see you. Cheer up. At least you'll see your brothers again someday, right? As she spoke, she began to cry. But my senior brothers and sisters. I'll never see them again in this life. Seeing this, you truly didn't know what to say. Isn't this girl supposed to be comforting me? Why is she the one crying? Moreover, you felt you didn't need comfort because you knew you were in a simulated world, just feeling a bit sentimental. Watching Mushiurue's emotions spiral further out of control, you had no choice but to step forward and console her. In the end, you both drank together, consuming more and more. Perhaps due to something in Sumu's wine, you both ended up completely drunk. The next morning, waking up in the cave dwelling, you found Mushiurue lying beside you and realized you had lost your virtue again. Just as you were pondering what to do, Mushiurue woke up from the other side. She was far calmer than you, however. As she walked toward the cave entrance, she said to you, let's treat yesterday as a dream. You forget it too. With that, Mushiurue stepped out of the cave and departed. Watching her leave, you also exited the cave and made your way to the sect square, continuing to use your golden finger to earn rewards. After that incident, although Mushiurue never said anything on the surface, she began seeking you out more and more frequently. In the 300th year, you were still at the early stage of void refinement, but Mushiurue's cultivation had reached the peak of void refinement. According to Kwang Sanlong, once she broke through to the Tao integration realm, he could retire and enjoy his life. Over these decades, your relationship with Mushiurue became subtle, closer than ordinary senior and junior disciples, yet never becoming Tao partners. In the 350th year, Han Fei returned to the sect to find you. By then, he had already broken through to the peak of void refinement and was not far from the Tao integration realm. As soon as he returned, he took out a treasure and handed it to you. Big brother, this is the Yufeng robe. It can withstand any attack below the Tao integration realm. Seeing this, you looked at him with immense satisfaction and accepted the robe. Second brother, you have a good heart. After putting his gift away, you asked him about Sumu's whereabouts. But unfortunately, ever since Sumu had gone out to train alone, he had never sent back any news to you. In the 400th year, the Lianyu sect gave birth to two Tao integration cultivators, your second brother Han Fei and your senior sister Mushiurue. Not long after Mushiurue became the sect leader, she directly revoked your position as Grand Senior Brother and appointed you as an elder. When you heard the news, you were utterly dumbfounded. What? Why did they take away my perfectly good Grand Senior Brother title? You wanted to go ask her for an explanation, but then you realized that at your void refinement cultivation level, it was indeed unsuitable to remain an ordinary disciple. Fortunately, you discovered that any disciple who had once called you Grand Senior Brother could still trigger the system's rewards. A few years later, you finally received news about Sumu. However, the message did not come from him personally, but from a bounty issued by the Bai family. The Bai family offered 3 secret treasures and resources sufficient to cultivate up to the Tao integration realm as a reward for information on Sumu. For a time, the entire Cangzhou was stirred up with everyone investigating who this Sumu was that could provoke such a massive mobilization from the Bai family. Back at the sect, you and Han Fei exchanged glances, both filled with worry for Sumu. Big brother, how did third brother offend the Bai family? You shook your head. Regardless, he is our third brother. Since we can't find him, it means the Bai family can't find him either. No wonder he didn't contact us. He was doing it for our own good. Speaking of the Bai family, you remembered the time you were killed by one of their members. One day, I will annihilate every member of the Bai family. A few months later, Mushiurue found you. She felt you were idling among the disciples without ambition, so she decided to have you move into her cave dwelling to cultivate together. Before you could refuse, she waved her hand, bundled up all the belongings in your cave, and placed them into her storage ring. Come with me. From now on, we'll live together. Seeing her assertiveness, you sighed helplessly. That night, as you sat cross-legged meditating in the cave, the faint fragrance in the air stirred your heart. You glanced at her and found her looking back at you. You swallowed nervously, but before you could say anything, she pressed herself toward you. The night passed without words. When you woke up the next morning, you felt refreshed and invigorated. Because Mushiurue was at the Tao integration level, cultivating the Tianyuan Yin-Yang art together brought you immense benefits. You felt that if you continued this dual cultivation daily, you would break through to the mid-stage of void refinement in just a few years. In the 420th year, while strolling around the sect, a familiar figure caught your attention. You stepped forward slowly and found that it was Song Yi from the Dajin cultivation world. With a sweep of your divine sense, you sensed her cultivation had reached the late nascent soul stage. Just then her peripheral vision caught sight of you. Grand Senior Brother. Grand Senior Brother, what are you doing here? Song Yi exclaimed in shock. At that moment a disciple beside her coughed and nudged her. Don't speak recklessly. This is an elder of our Lianyu Gate at the void refinement level. Hearing this, Song Yi was taken aback, but she still walked over to you. Grand Senior Brother, is it really you? You shook your head helplessly and said calmly, I didn't expect you to end up in Sangzhou too. And your cultivation is already at the late nascent soul stage. Not bad. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Yi asked you why you had left so suddenly back then. You made up a casual excuse to brush it off. In truth, you were quite happy to see Song Yi. After all, she was an old acquaintance from hundreds of years ago. At your request, a decent cave dwelling was arranged for her. 3 years later, just as you were about to enter seclusion, a powerful pressure suddenly swept across the entire sect. At that moment, a familiar feeling surged within you. No way. Is someone coming to annihilate the sect again? That shouldn't be. The Lianyu Gate is a subordinate sect of the Chu He sect. Who would dare offend the Chu He sect? With this thought, you immediately walked out of your cave to see what was happening. As soon as you stepped out, you saw war vessels blotting out the sky, and at the forefront a sedan chair pulled by 9 flood dragons. Sensing the aura emanating from the flood dragons, each was immensely powerful, far surpassing the void refinement realm, at least 7th-rank spirit beasts. Just then Mu Shuerui appeared before the crowd. She stood in the air above the main hall of the sect and bowed to the person inside the sedan chair. Senior, what brings you to our Lianyu Gate? A leg extended from the sedan chair, and a man in blue robes stepped out. He swept his gaze over Mu Shuerui and said in a tone that brooked no refusal, Your sect has 2 people named Chu He and Han Fei. Hand them over. Hearing this, you and Han Fei exchanged glances, instantly sensing danger. Mu Shuerui frowned and said to him, Senior, we are a subordinate sect of the Chu He sect. May I ask your name? The man in blue snorted. I am the young master of the Bai family, Bai Fengrui. The Chu He sect. It's nothing special. It's one of the 9 great powers, but a bottom dweller. Once old Chu He dies, whether the Chu He sect will even exist is questionable. His expression turned cold. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the people. Before Mu Shuerui could respond, Han Fei instantly appeared before you, grabbed you, and teleported 1,000 li away. At the same time, your movement attracted Bai Fengrui's attention. Trying to run. With a thought, the 9 flood dragons beneath his feet transformed into streaks of light, chasing after you. His underlings quickly followed. Seeing this, Mu Shuerui wanted to give chase, but was stopped by your teacher Kuang Sanlong. Shuerui, you are the sect leader now. You must consider the sect, the Bai family. We cannot afford to offend them. Meanwhile, you and Han Fei finally understood that this Bai Fengrui must have found out about Su Mu's relationship with you through some source, and tracked him down to the Lianyu Gate. As they deliberated where to flee, Bai Fengrui's sedan chair had already blocked their path. Before they could retreat, they found Bai family warships closing in from behind. Caught between 2 fronts, Bai Fengrui cast a contemptuous glance at them before coldly commanding, seize them. The instant the order was given, countless figures descended from the warships behind him, surging toward Chu He and Han Fei. These cultivators were formidable, each surpassing the void refinement realm, pressing down on them with overwhelming pressure. Han Fei frowned slightly, instinctively stepping back to shield Chu He. But he quickly remembered that Chu He was his elder brother and halted his retreat. Drawing a deep breath, He circulated his spiritual energy, and 10 black thunder swords materialized around him. Han Fei likewise summoned his black thunder sword and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chu He, forming a sword formation. The void refinement experts surged forward like a tidal wave, unleashing a barrage of interwoven spells upon them. Perhaps intent on capturing them alive, their opponents held back lethal strikes. Despite their desperate defense, Chu He and Han Fei gradually began to falter under the sheer number of enemies. Knowing that capture meant suffering the agony of soul extraction, to reveal Su Mu's location, Chu He glanced at Han Fei, who was still fighting desperately, and resolved that this simulation must end here. He let out a thunderous roar as his spiritual energy surged violently. He's about to self-destruct. Stop him. Chu He looked at Han Fei and said, avenge me. With that, he reached into his body, enduring excruciating pain, to draw out his sword bone, then hurled it toward Han Fei with every ounce of spiritual energy he possessed. Brother. No. A deafening explosion rang out as Chu He's body self-destructed, the released energy momentarily holding back the Bai family members. Meanwhile, the sword bone had successfully fused into Han Fei's body, granting him an immense surge of spiritual power. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Han Fei burned his essence blood and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance before the Bai family could react. 500 years later, Han Fei and Su Mu, bearing Chu He's memorial portrait, descended upon the Bai family and annihilated every last member. Chu He perished. Simulation concluded. Host, please select your reward from this simulation. Option 1, cultivation at the early void refinement realm. Option 2, all rewards from the golden finger. 9 Abyss Netherfire, top grade fire, spiritual root, a flawless aura concealing technique, physique enhancement. 1 minor realm ascension. 2 annihilation, sword, Qi Xian Yuan, Shield 1 Enlightenment Opportunity Earth Escape Technique, tens of millions of spirit stones, and an array of artifacts and spiritual herbs. Option 3 All memories from the simulated world along with insights into various spells and sword intent. Chu He, initially inclined toward the cultivation reward, found himself hesitating as he reviewed the offerings. After all, the golden finger had bestowed far too much this time. After a moment's deliberation, he chose the second option, the golden finger rewards. The enlightenment opportunity was particularly enticing. As long as he didn't use it in the real world, he could enjoy a moment of enlightenment in every future simulation. And the minor realm ascension. If he could use it once per simulation, that would be an incredible windfall. After receiving the system's rewards, Chu He took out his notebook, flipped to the 5th page, and beside the entry on the Bai family, he wrote down Bai Fengrui's name. He paused, then turned to the 3rd page and crossed out Dongwei Yuer's name. I distinguish clearly between gratitude and grudges. I have my principles. Afterward, Chu He initiated the next golden finger draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden finger, innate fortune. Simulation begins. Year 1. Upon entering the simulation, Chu He immediately delved into his mind to study this new golden finger. After a moment, he discovered that this golden finger seemed to have no hidden functions. It was exactly as its name suggested, nothing more. But he knew the simulator never gave useless gifts. It was likely just that he hadn't yet figured out how to use it. After pondering, he decided to head to Dajing first. A month later, just as he arrived at the Dajing cultivation world within the Xi family of Cangzhou, a weathered old woman's face suddenly lit up with joy. It's Xian'er's bloodline. I can sense it. The child still lives. Her gaze turned sorrowful as she murmured to herself, Xian'er, rest assured. I will find the child and bring him back to the clan. With a clap of her hands, mysterious runes rose from the ground, rippling outward in concentric circles around her. Meanwhile, Chu He was in Suifeng City, having just exterminated the Wang Fan family, and was chatting with the young Dongwei Yuer. Just like before, she immediately took a liking to him, trusting him unconditionally. This time, however, he didn't plan on returning home with her. Who knew which of her family members might take a disliking to him and do him in? In the end, he still traveled with her toward Cangzhou, though whether to join the Netherworld sect or the Tianqing Academy remained an open question. On the way, he tried using the minor realm ascension reward from his previous simulation, and his cultivation rose directly from the early nascent soul realm to the mid-nascent soul realm. As for the enlightenment opportunity, he would have to wait until he was settled. Year 2. Upon arriving in Cangzhou, Dongwei Yuer returned to her family. Chu He, meanwhile, was en route to the Tianqing Academy, remembering that he had Feng Linger's goodwill and could once again cultivate the heavenly fire sword art. Mid-flight, the space before him suddenly twisted. What the heck? He watched as a deeply wrinkled old woman stepped out from the distortion. He sensed no aura emanating from her, which was precisely why he felt her terrifying power. Even a void refinement cultivator couldn't simply appear out of thin air. As she walked toward him through the air, he frowned. This can't be. I just started this simulation, and I'm already going to die. Just as he prepared to self-destruct, a tear slowly welled up in the corner of her eye. Child, I've finally found you. Chu He was thoroughly confused. What's going on? Looking for me? She let out a long sigh and asked with a loving gaze, Child, what is your name? Hearing that she didn't even know his name, his curiosity was piqued. Could this old woman have taken a liking to me? Still out of respect for a powerful senior, he replied, I am Chu He. Greetings, senior. She nodded thoughtfully. The surname Chu. That confirms it. She looked up at the sky as if recalling distant memories. Little Chu He, do you know who your mother is? Chu He was taken aback. My mother. She's alive and well back on Blue Star. Why would she ask about that? Nevertheless, he lied. I've been an orphan since I was young. I don't know my mother, nor even my father. Why does the senior ask? The old woman nodded at his words, then said slowly, Your mother's name is Si Zixuan. She was my granddaughter. That makes me your great-grandmother. In that instant, everything clicked. Innate fortune means this. It gave me a powerful new identity. The simulation continued. Just as you were excited, the old woman began to speak of her identity and your background. This old woman is called Si Lanming. Your mother is Si Zixuan, my most beloved child. She was intelligent and exceptionally talented. What a pity. At that time, internal turmoil occurred within the clan. Your mother was framed by members of another branch, had her spiritual roots crippled, and was expelled from the clan. If I had emerged from seclusion earlier, that incident would never have happened. After she spoke at length, you roughly understood the situation. Anyway, your identity is that of the Si clan from Cangzhou, the last bloodline of Si Zixuan and Si Lanming. After a moment, she said to you, Child, return to the clan with me. With great-grandmother here, no one dares to harm you. Although you didn't know how powerful she truly was from her appearance, she was certainly an important figure. After considering for a moment, you respectfully bowed to her. I will follow all of great-grandmother's instructions. Seeing you so obedient, she smiled and nodded. Good child, let us go. With that, she waved her hand, splitting the space before you and creating a spatial passageway. Then she led you inside. Moments later, when you emerged from the passageway again, you had arrived in a room filled with dense spiritual energy. Then Si Lanming introduced you to the situation within the clan. The entire Si clan was built upon a spiritual vein. The family was divided into two groups. Those without spiritual roots would go to the mortal dynasties below and become the imperial family. Only those with spiritual roots could remain in the clan to continue cultivation. The direct bloodline of the entire family consisted of 8 branches, each with nearly 10,000 members. Besides these 8 direct branches, there were also 100,000 collateral branches. Your great-grandmother was from the 3rd branch. However, due to the events of that year, only Si Lanming remained in this branch. Although you did not bear the surname Si, your mother was of the direct bloodline, so you too could join the clan. 1 month later, under Si Lanming's arrangements, you successfully joined the clan. Later you learned that apart from the tribulation transcendence ancestor who had been in closed death seclusion, Si Lanming had the highest cultivation among the clan, reaching the peak of the Mahayana stage. Since you were the only bloodline of this branch, you alone received countless resources. However, what you did not know was that all of this was fought for by Si Lanming on your behalf. At this moment you were in your room, counting the innumerable resources. Then you heard 2 melodious voices coming from outside the door. "Young master, are you here?" You hesitated for a moment, put away the resources, and waved your hand to open the door. Seeing 2 identical female cultivators standing at the entrance, you asked in confusion, "What are you?" They smiled and bowed to you, then said calmly, "Young master, the 3rd elder sent us to attend to you." "3rd elder? Is that great-grandmother?" The 2 smiled and nodded. "Young master, from now on we sisters will serve you in your daily life and needs. I am Si Lily. I am Si Mingming." Seeing them so respectful, you asked curiously, "How old are you? What cultivation level are you at? Why can't I sense your aura?" They exchanged glances and smiled, then said in unison, "We are twin sisters. We have been on the path of immortal cultivation for over 800 years and are now at the peak of the void refinement stage." You were stunned. Goodness, as expected of great-grandmother to actually have twin sisters at the peak of void refinement serve as your maids. After getting to know them, you had them settle down nearby. As for yourself, you began to go into seclusion, preparing to use that one opportunity for enlightenment. In the 3rd year, you went into seclusion. However, you did not rush to seek enlightenment, because you still had one opportunity for physique development and used. With a thought, you instantly felt a change in your body. As your chest felt tight, a sword bone slowly took shape within you. Actually, you had always felt that the power of this sword bone should be more than just nurturing a spiritual sword and comprehending sword intent. With this opportunity for enlightenment, you planned to see if you could develop the true power of the sword bone. In the 4th year, relying on the opportunity for enlightenment, you successfully broke through to the late nascent soul stage. Sensing that your body was still continuously devouring energy, you began to study the sword bone within you. After a long period of research, by stimulating the sword bone with sword intent, you surprisingly discovered circles of mysterious runes on the bone's surface. 10 years later, you finally comprehended those runes. Light of Destruction. The runes were actually a set of keys. As long as you activated them with spiritual energy, you could release the light of destruction from within the sword bone. You could sense that the energy of the light of destruction far surpassed the peak of the nascent soul stage. Anyone struck by it, unless they were a void refinement cultivator, would die upon contact. Moreover, as your cultivation increased, the power of the light of destruction would grow stronger. In the 25th year, you finally ended your seclusion. The gains from this enlightenment were enormous. Not only did you comprehend the light of destruction of the sword bone, but you also broke through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Just as you walked out of your room, Si Lily and Si Mingming appeared before you. "Congratulations, young master, on successfully breaking through to the peak of the nascent soul stage." You smiled and nodded, feeling very excited inwardly. "It seems I chose the right reward from the last simulation. The void refinement stage is nothing. Give me another 100 years, and I will surely break through." At that moment, Si Lily stepped forward and said to you, "Young master, the 3rd elder instructed us to tell you that if you emerged from seclusion, I should take you to see her." Hearing this, you nodded. "All right, lead the way." Soon, under her guidance, you arrived at Si Lanming's residence. Upon seeing you, she became extremely excited. Little Chu He, worthy of being Xian'er's child, you broke through from the mid-nascent soul stage to the peak in just 20 years. You scratched your head sheepishly. "Great-grandmother, it was just luck." Then Si Lanming slowly walked to your side, took out a jade pendant, and handed it to you. "What is this?" You took the jade pendant and looked at Si Lanming in confusion. She smiled faintly. "This contains 3 of my spells. In the future, if you go out to train and encounter danger, you only need to infuse spiritual energy into it to activate them." Hearing this, you looked at her with deep emotion. "Great-grandmother, you are so good to me." With this jade pendant, you suddenly felt that the 2 destruction sword chi within you were no longer appealing. After chatting with Si Lanming for a while, you returned to your own residence. In the days that followed, your life was exceptionally happy. With endless cultivation resources and the company of the twin sisters, you even felt it was somewhat unreal. Later, you accepted the 2 sisters and began cultivating the heaven origin yin-yang art with them. However, what you did not know was that your presence had aroused dissatisfaction among the disciples of other branches. This little bastard doesn't even bear the surname C. Why does he alone get more resources than our entire branch combined? At this moment, a group of C clan members at the Void Refinement and Dao Harmony stages were sitting together venting their discontent. One female cultivator at the early Dao Harmony stage was playing with a spiritual bead in her hand and said helplessly, "Who can blame him? He is the only remaining bloodline of the Third Elder's branch." A burly man beside her sighed. "Sigh, I really can't accept this. If those resources were given to me, I could break through to the late Dao Harmony stage within 1,000 years. For a moment, these clan members felt both envy and jealousy toward you. However, you were completely unaware of all this, merely focused on dual cultivation. Since the clan had given you an overwhelming amount of resources, you gave a portion to C Lily and C Ming Ming. After all, although their talent was decent, they were of collateral bloodline, so the resources they received were limited. Your generous behavior also made the two sisters even more loyal to you. In the 30th year, Si Lanming left the clan and went to the Donghua family. Because she felt that she had failed to save your mother back then and had left you to wander outside, she felt deeply indebted to you in her heart. To compensate you, she decided to arrange a marriage contract for you. In the end, she set her sights on Donghua Yu's daughter Donghua Yuer. At this moment, within the ancestral lands of the Donghua family, your great-grandmother Si Lanming had already reached an agreement with Donghua Yu. Once you break through to the Lianshu realm, you may take Donghua Yuer as your Dao partner. However, Donghua Yuer overheard everything. Clenching her fists tightly, she listened to her father agreeing to the betrothal, her heart filled with unwillingness. At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind: escape the marriage. 5 years later, you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation. Although you were only one step away from the Lianshu realm, you felt that you lacked just a bit of insight. Thinking that staying within the clan was a waste of time, you decided to go out for a spin. You had already decided where to go. You couldn't abandon your second and third sworn brothers. Those two fellows, having cultivated for less than 1,000 years, had managed to annihilate the Bai family. You felt that even if you started counting from now, after 1,000 years, you would only reach the Hedao realm, at most the Deshang realm. You absolutely could not let go of these two powerful allies. Moreover, you had already planned it out. Unlike the last simulation, this time, after befriending them, you would hide in the C family. You didn't believe that Bai Fengrui would come to the C family to cause you trouble. In the 36th year, you left the family riding a palanquin pulled by 12 flood dragons. Indeed, you had specifically asked Si Lanming for this palanquin, because you remembered that in the last simulation Bai Fengrui used a palanquin pulled by 9 dragons, so you wanted to be more extravagant. At the same time, Si Lily and Si Ming Ming also left with you to attend to your needs. To protect your safety, Si Lanming also arranged for 18 guards at the late Hedao realm to accompany you. After all, you couldn't rely on your life-saving jade pendant every time you encountered danger. 2 months later, you arrived at the Blackwater Forest. Because you remembered that Su Mu and Han Fei were going to fight here over the heavenly spirit flower, which they needed to refine the golden core breaking pill. Originally, you didn't know the exact time and planned to wait there first. But no sooner had you set foot in the Blackwater Forest than you sensed 2 auras at the peak of Foundation establishment. Both auras were exceptionally powerful, and the energy fluctuations they emitted even reached the intensity of early golden core. No mistake, at this time it must be them. You gave the order, and the 12 flood dragons immediately set off, carrying you toward the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuations. Before long, you saw 2 Foundation establishment cultivators locked in combat. However, as soon as they saw you, they immediately stopped fighting and stared at you with solemn expressions. Seeing this, you stepped out of the palanquin and slowly descended to the ground. Glancing at the heavenly spirit flower on the ground nearby, you knew you had found the right people. The one on the left holding a blood-red sword was Su Mu. The one on the right wielding a purple lightning sword was undoubtedly Han Fei. Ahem. 2 friends, are you fighting over this heavenly spirit flower? You asked them. They exchanged glances, then immediately cupped their hands respectfully toward you. Greetings, Senior. Greetings, Senior. Han Fei spoke first. If Senior desires this heavenly spirit flower, please take it. Su Mu also added, please accept it, Senior. You smiled helplessly and shook your head at them. Do I look like the kind of person who would forcefully seize a junior's opportunity? I was just passing by and sensed your battle, so I came to have a look. As you spoke, you sighed at them. Both of you are so talented, and your combat prowess is so formidable. If you were to suffer mutual destruction over this tiny heavenly spirit flower, it would be a loss for the human race. Hearing this, the two looked at each other, unsure of what you were driving at. At that moment, you mobilized your spiritual energy and took out over 100 golden core breaking pills from your storage ring, handing them to the two. You were fighting over the heavenly spirit flower to make the golden core breaking pill, weren't you? Here, I'll give you the pills. How about you stop competing? Su Mu and Han Fei looked at you in disbelief, as if they were dreaming. Especially Han Fei, who took a step back. This senior gives out pills without any reason. There must be something wrong. As the saying goes, sudden kindness hides ulterior motives. At the same time, Su Mu also showed a troubled expression, feeling that you had some ulterior motive. Seeing this, you realized that you had been too hasty. Don't worry. I'm just a man who appreciates talent. Before they could respond, you stuffed the pills into their hands. Then you introduced yourself to them. While recounting your tragic childhood, you subtly hinted that you had no friends. 2 hours later, perhaps moved by your story, or perhaps because your cultivation was so high that they felt you couldn't possibly harm them, they both introduced themselves. The more you talked, the more you hit it off. You invited them directly into your palanquin, where Si Lily and Si Ming prepared spiritual wine for you. After a while, you deliberately looked at them with envy. I truly envy you both. You can cultivate to this level by your own efforts with no other choice but to succeed. Unlike me, who can only rely on my family. Apart from a few million spirit stones, each year countless spells and artifacts, and a group of guards, I have nothing. Hearing this, Su Mu and Han Fei felt that you were incredibly annoying, but due to the gap in cultivation and status they held back. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Su Mu smiled at you and said, Senior, different people have different fates. We don't really want to work hard, but we have no choice. Han Fei nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing that the conversation was going well, you stood up and said to them, Both of you, I feel we share a deep affinity. How about we become sworn brothers here today? Hearing your sudden proposal, the two stood frozen in place. Senior, are you serious? You feigned anger, waving your sleeve. If you always mean what I say. Why would I deceive you? Seeing you angry, they quickly waved their hands. No. To become sworn brothers with you is our greatest fortune. Sumu said. Han Fei nodded along. Indeed, but we are unworthy of your status. Hearing this, you interrupted them. Don't overthink it. I want to become sworn brothers with you because I feel we are destined. Just say yes or no. Sumu and Han Fei exchanged glances, then looked back at you. They said in unison, We are willing. Seeing this, you immediately broke into a smile and led them out of the palanquin. Soon after, you all swore an oath together, We three hereby become sworn brothers. I Chu He, I Han Fei, I Sumu. Though we were not born on the same day, we wish to die on the same day. After the oath, as before, you became the eldest brother, Han Fei the second, and Su Mu the youngest. You looked at them excitedly, putting your arms around their necks. Second brother, third brother, come back to the Si family with me. I can provide you with the best resources. Hearing this, Han Fei hesitated, as if weighing the pros and cons. But considering that the Si family was one of the top powers in Sangzhou, and that you were now his sworn brother, he decided to agree to return to the Si family with you. But, big brother, I have some spiritual herbs in my herb garden. Could you let me go back and collect them? You nodded. Of course, you can't waste cultivation resources. Seeing Han Fei agree, you turned to Su Mu. He looked at you with some hesitation, then said, Big brother, there's something I haven't told you yet. My entire family was wiped out by the Red Dust Pavilion. Now I only have a younger sister left. If you are willing to let me bring her. Before he could finish, you interrupted him. Oh, third brother, you're too modest. Your sister is my sister too. She must come with us. After discussing with them, you set off together to return to the family. Before leaving, you first went to Huangfeng Valley to pack up all of Han Fei's belongings. Then together with Su Mu, you picked up his sister Su Ling. Originally, you intended to directly help him take revenge by destroying the Hanshan Pavilion. But he refused your offer, insisting on taking revenge himself. Sensing his conviction for vengeance, you felt that these chosen ones were truly different. They had backbone. If it were you, you would have accepted without hesitation. After returning to the Si family, you brought them to your residence. After all, your place was spacious enough to build 100 caves without issue. After they moved in, feeling the spiritual energy 10 times denser than outside, they expressed their sincere gratitude to you. But you waved your sleeve, indicating it was nothing. Afterwards, you took out many spirit stones and handed them over, since you now had plenty of spirit stones. As for you bringing people back without permission, some members of the clan raised objections. But they were all suppressed by Si Lanming. In her words, it was good to have some friends to accompany you, and as long as you wanted, she would fulfill any request you made. Little Chu He, you must remember, you were born standing at the peak of the mountain. Having everything you desire is your privilege. You are different from them. Do whatever you want. Your grandma has your back. After hearing her words, you looked at her with a face full of emotion. Grandma, I love you to death. Through these years of understanding, you increasingly realized how wealthy you were in this simulation. Within the clan, aside from the ancestor who was in seclusion for life, the entire clan could be said to be led by Si Lanming. Although only she remained in her bloodline, half of the clan's core strength came from the collateral branches. And Si Lanming, besides being the highest in cultivation, was also the leader of all collateral members. At this moment, you calculated in this simulation, you had resources, you had power. Even among the 3 chosen ones that appeared, 2 were your brothers, and the remaining 1 had been killed by you. You really had no idea how you could die in this simulation. In the 37th year, Si Lily and Si Ming went into seclusion, preparing to break through to the He Dao stage. Suddenly, being without maids to attend you, you felt a bit unaccustomed. Just as you were about to return to your room to cultivate, Su Ling arrived outside your residence. Brother Chu, I heard from my brother that Sister Lily and Sister Ming have gone into seclusion, so I came to see you. Brother told me that we are able to cultivate peacefully here, thanks to you, Brother Chu. I don't know if there's anything you need help with. I can clean for you, or I can massage you. Looking at Su Ling's charmingly pitiful and somewhat restrained appearance, you finally understood why in previous simulations you always ended up falling for her. You coughed lightly and said to her calmly, I don't need any massage or anything here. Some other day. If there is anything I need your help with in the future, I won't be polite with you. After sending her away, you turned and returned to your room ready to cultivate seriously, aiming to break through to the void refinement realm first. In the 40th year, although your cultivation level did not break through, you felt yourself growing stronger. Besides sword intent, you also researched a powerful ultimate move, your Fire Lotus. At this time you fused the Sansan Huashing Fire and the Juyohan Fire together. The energy released, though unable to injure a void refinement cultivator, was such that below the void refinement level almost no one could withstand this move. Of course, except for those two fellows Su Mu and Han Fei. In previous simulations you did not collect more flames to fuse into the Fire Lotus. You felt it was because special flames were extremely rare, and if you made finding flames your main pursuit, it would waste a lot of cultivation time. But now with the clan as your backing, you decided to prioritize the fusion of the Fire Lotus. For this you specifically sought out Si Lanming. Upon hearing that you needed special flames, she didn't hesitate and immediately arranged for people to handle it. The very next day she obtained 2 special flames from the clan stock for you. One was the origin flame of a 7th rank demon beast, and the other was a ghost fire that grew on the dried bones of cultivators. Upon obtaining these 2 flames you immediately returned to your room and began seclusion. Fearing that you might not have enough, Si Lanming continued to seek special flames from the outside world. 2 months later you had completely fused and refined those 2 flames. At this point there were 4 flames in front of you. To ensure safety you put away one of them. Initially you only fused 2 flames, and because you had experience everything went relatively smoothly. But as the 3rd flame began to merge, the 2-colored Fire Lotus suddenly emitted a violent tremor. With a loud boom, the Fire Lotus in your hand directly exploded, blasting the entire room to pieces. Cough cough. How could this happen? You struggled to climb out of the rubble, patting the dust off your clothes. If it weren't for the defensive Dharma robe among the resources previously issued by the clan, that blast would have at least given you a moderate injury. You looked at your failed success and couldn't help but sigh. Just adding one more flame makes the fusion difficulty so great. Fortunately, I didn't fuse all 4 flames together, otherwise I might have been seriously injured. After cleaning up here you moved to a sturdier cave dwelling and continued researching how to fuse the 3-colored Fire Lotus. In the following days, every 2 or 3 days a terrifying explosion would sound from your cave, affecting people within a radius of thousands of li. But when everyone learned that the culprit was you, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. 10 years later you looked at the crystal clear 3-colored Fire Lotus in your hand, your heart filled with extraordinary excitement. Haha, 10 years, 10 years. Finally I've made you. Looking at the small group of Fire Lotus in your hand, you knew that the energy contained within far exceeded the full power strike of a peak divine transformation cultivator, and even a void refinement cultivator could not casually block it. Stimulated by the success, you planned to continue and first create the 4-colored Fire Lotus. However, thinking that you had been in seclusion for 10 years, you decided to go out and see how Su Mu and Han Fei were adapting. As soon as you walked out of the cave dwelling, 2 familiar figures immediately appeared before you. Congratulations, young master, on emerging from seclusion. Congratulations, young master, on emerging from seclusion. Looking at Si Lily and Si Mingming appearing before you, you immediately realized that they had broken through. You smiled faintly. It should be me congratulating you. Stepping into the He Dao realm, you have reached a new level on the path of cultivation. The 2 sisters exchanged smiles and stepped forward, standing on your left and right behind you, using their slender fingers to massage your shoulders. This is all thanks to you, young master. If it weren't for the resources you gave us, who knows how long it would have taken to break through. Enjoying their extremely gentle service, your heart was filled with joy. Indeed, no matter what world, it's the rich and powerful who live the most comfortably. After they finished massaging you, you went out to find Han Fei and Su Mu. With your resource support, they were cultivating even faster than in their previous lives. They were now at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and it was estimated that they would break through to the nascent soul stage within a year or 2. Even Su Ling had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. You felt that she had a good chance of breaking through to the Golden Core stage this time. After confirming that their states were all good, you returned to your cave dwelling and began seclusion again. In your view, if you could fuse the Fire Lotus with 4 flames, you could directly kill a void refinement cultivator with your current peak divine transformation cultivation. Moreover, you felt that your own bottleneck was about to break, and you would soon be able to break through to the void refinement realm. At that time, with void refinement cultivation and holding the 4-colored Fire Lotus, you would definitely say, I am the number 1 below the He Dao realm. In the 60th year, you were still studying how to fuse the 4 flames. As the number of flames increased, the difficulty of merging the Fire Lotus multiplied exponentially. Even with your divine sense at the peak of divine transformation, the slightest carelessness would cause the fire lotus to explode directly. After a moment, you extended your palm and gazed at the four-colored fire lotus slowly rotating above it, letting out a long sigh of relief. Finally managed to create it. Sensing the terrifying energy within the fire lotus, you believe that even a cultivator at the early stage of void refinement would be unable to withstand this move. At that moment, you felt it was time to break through. Having accumulated years of cultivation, you were confident in smoothly advancing to the void refinement realm. Meanwhile, Han Fei and Su Mu had cultivated at an astonishing speed, now at the mid-stage of nascent soul. 3 years later, just as you successfully broke through to the void refinement realm, Si Lanming found you. Little Chu He, you haven't disappointed your great-grandmother. You smiled at her and said, I still have to thank grandmother for the resources. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. She looked at you with gratification and then said, since you've already reached the void refinement realm, there's something I must tell you. Hearing this, you suddenly became expectant. Grandmother, do you have some wonderful treasure to give me? She nodded and said, Little Chu He, I have found a Tao companion for you. A Tao companion? When did this happen? You looked at her with some confusion, as you had never mentioned wanting a Tao companion. Seeing your puzzled expression, Si Lanming began to explain the whole story. After a moment, upon learning that your future Tao companion was actually Dong Weiyuer, you were deeply astonished. Is this fate? Si Lanming felt that since you had already broken through to void refinement, it was time to set a wedding date. You were not opposed to this. After all, becoming Dong Weiyuer's Tao companion would connect you with the Dongwa family, which would only benefit you in the future. Thus, after discussing with Si Lanming, you settled the wedding 5 years later. After she left, you stepped out of your cave dwelling to check on your two good brothers. As soon as you arrived at Su Mu's cave dwelling, you ran into his younger sister Su Ling. Though you found her beautiful, the thought of her talent filled you with regret. Brother Chu, are you looking for my brother and second brother Han? Hearing Su Ling's question, you immediately asked, what's wrong? Are they not here? Su Ling softly hummed and said slowly, brother and the others left 2 months ago. They said they wanted to go out and train for a while. Hearing this, you thought it was quite reasonable. The children of destiny always like to roam. Brother Chu, since you're here, why not come in and sit for a while? Seeing Su Ling's invitation, you accepted without hesitation. You felt that she must be lonely here alone, and as her brother's good friend, you had a duty to keep her company. After that, whenever you had free time, you would come here to accompany her. Of course, you were mostly free every day. 5 years later, your great-grandmother Si Lanming found you. She was furious, pounding her walking stick. How dare that girl flee the wedding? She has no respect for me. Hearing this news, you were also stunned. What the hell? I've been jilted. At this moment, you felt both amused and exasperated, because you knew that if that little girl had known she was to become your Tao companion, she would never have run away. Si Lanming came to you and comforted you, saying, child, don't worry. I will go to the Dongwa family and demand an explanation for you. Seeing her want to stand up for you, you quickly stopped her. Grandmother, a forced melon is not sweet. Since she doesn't want to become my Tao companion, why force her? Perhaps one day she will change her mind. Seeing your understanding demeanor, Si Lanming sighed. Child, you are too kind, just like your mother. In the 70th year, Su Mu and Han Fei returned. Their cultivation had reached the peak of nascent soul, not far from divine transformation. After hearing that you had been jilted, both were furious. Big brother, this Dong Weiyuer goes too far. How dare she treat you like this? Han Fei said from the side. Exactly, big brother. With your exceptional talent and handsome appearance, becoming her Tao companion is a blessing she could only dream of in 10 lifetimes. Su Mu added. Su Mu continued, big brother, don't be sad. She will regret it in the future. You looked at Su Mu helplessly, wondering where he got the idea that you were sad. Just then Su Mu suddenly changed his tone. Big brother, when it comes to Tao companions, the most important thing isn't talent, but outstanding appearance, gentle character, and a heart that loves you. What do you think of my sister? After hearing this, you finally understood that he was trying to make Su Ling your Tao companion. You couldn't understand why in every simulation he would push Su Ling toward you. Was your charm truly that irresistible? Nevertheless, you agreed. After all, as a young master, having a few extra Tao companions was not a problem. Thus, half a year later, you formally became Tao companions with Su Ling. Originally, you had wanted to take in Si Lily and Si Ming Ming as well, giving them a proper status. But the two sisters remembered their status as maids and were willing to serve you for life. You were truly fond of this pair of sisters, obedient, highly skilled in cultivation, and beautiful. And so you, Su Ling, and the two sisters lived together, enjoying a happy and blissful life. 100 years later, your cultivation had reached the mid-stage of void refinement, far surpassing the gains of the previous simulation. Over the past century, Su Mu had taken his revenge, and Han Fei had settled into a leisurely life. Both of their cultivations had reached the early stage of void refinement. At this moment, you had just finished cultivating and were enjoying the massages given by Si Lily and Si Ming Ming. Life was so comfortable that your training gradually became neglected. After spending over 100 years in the clan, you felt rather stifled. After thinking for a moment, you expressed to Si Lanming your desire to travel around and have some fun. After hearing you out, she smiled at you. Little Chu He, you've been in the clan too long. Going out for a while is a good idea. She thought for a moment, then produced a token from thin air and handed it to you. This is my token. The top powers in Sangzhou all recognize it. If you encounter any trouble, just show my token. Hearing this, you immediately took the token and thanked her. Thank you, grandmother. You are too good to me. Then you returned to your residence, packed up, and set off. You did not bring Su Ling, as she had just broken through to the Golden Core realm and needed to stabilize her cultivation. In the 171st year, you sat in a sedan chair pulled by 12 flood dragons flying above the Luo sect. On your left and right, Si Lily and Si Ming Ming were massaging your shoulders. The entire sect was a subordinate sect of the Si family, arranged by Si Lanming to serve you. The strongest in the sect was the sect leader, He Yang, who was at the peak of the Unity realm. At that moment, all the disciples of the sect were lined up on both sides of the main hall, respectfully shouting toward your sedan chair, "Welcome, young Master Chu." "Welcome, young Master Chu." A middle-aged man at the front stepped forward, respectfully bowed to you, and said, "I am He Yang, welcoming the young master." You stepped out of the sedan chair, gave a light hum in acknowledgement, and said, "I am merely out for a leisure trip. Don't make a fuss, just go about your usual business." He Yang gave you a knowing look. "Young master, I understand. Everything has been prepared for you." You stared at He Yang, a puzzled expression on your face. Wait, what does he understand? He clapped his hands, and 100 female disciples who had been prepared in the great hall walked toward you. You looked closely and saw that each female disciple wore a thin veil of silk, utterly alluring. Seeing you lost in thought, He Yang chuckled inwardly. These young masters claim they're going out for training, but really all they want is pleasure. You turned your head and cleared your throat at him. Now, sect master He, what is the meaning of this? What kind of person do you take me for? He Yang smiled gently. Young master, you misunderstand. I didn't summon these female disciples. They heard of your arrival at the sect and admired your brilliance, so they volunteered to serve you. They also hope you might grace them with guidance in their cultivation techniques. Hearing this, you feigned reluctance and patted him on the shoulder. Since that's the case, I suppose I cannot disappoint them. Tonight, line up outside my quarters. I'll guide each one of you in cultivation personally. Hearing your words, He Yang turned to the female disciples. Did you hear that? The young master has agreed to guide you. Line up tonight. We thank the young master. The female disciples below responded in unison. At that moment, they were all greatly delighted, each hoping to catch your eye and rise from obscurity to prominence. In their minds, even if they couldn't become your Dao companion, being a maidservant by your side would surely surpass staying in the sect. However, among the female disciples below, one who had just reached the Golden Core stage felt a sense of conflict. But thinking of her family, she decided to follow the sect's arrangement. Nightfall came quickly, and under He Yang's arrangements, you were led to the most luxurious palace in the entire sect for rest. Meanwhile, those female disciples began receiving your guidance in cultivation. At the same time, on a small hilltop within the Luo sect, a young man with tears streaming down his face was pounding his fists against a large tree. "No, senior sister Chun. You are mine, you are mine. No one can take you away." He threw a fierce punch, his fist sinking into the tree trunk. Drops of blood trickled from his knuckles and dripped onto the soil beneath. Moments later, a crimson light suddenly erupted from the soil, radiating a terrifying, devouring force. 10 years later, you grew weary of this place and prepared to return to your family. As for the female disciples, you selected a few with the most talent and beauty to bring back to the family. Upon your return, the first people you encountered were Han Fei and Su Mu. By now, they had both broken through to the void refining realm. With their formidable combat prowess, they could even contend with cultivators at the mid-void refining stage. Seeing you return, they were overjoyed and dragged you into a sparring match. However, you declined, knowing that at mid-void refining yourself a loss would be rather embarrassing. Later, you went to see Si Lanming. Delighted by your return, she had prepared a gift for you. Just as you fantasized about what treasure it might be, she placed 8 clusters of special flames before you. You gulped. Damn, so many flames. It'll take forever to refine them all. Especially the fusion fire lotus, which would take even more time. You already sensed that for a long time to come you'd be spending your days with these flames. 200 years later, your cultivation broke through to the late void refining stage. Meanwhile, Han Fei and Su Mu had both reached the mid-Dao harmony stage. Comparatively, your progress seemed slow, but that was primarily because those two brothers were simply too overpowered. As for Su Ling, with your abundant resources poured into her, she had reached the peak of Golden Core and was now in seclusion, preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage. In the 500th year, you successfully refined 5 types of special flames. Though they didn't greatly enhance your cultivation, your combat power grew increasingly formidable. When the 9-color fire lotus was unleashed, even a cultivator at the early Dao harmony stage would retreat in fear. Only then did you feel that this was the story you deserved. After all, what transmigrator doesn't slay enemies above their own level? During these centuries of cultivation, whenever you felt bored, you would leave the family and wander the outside world. Perhaps because everything was going too smoothly, your attitude toward life grew increasingly relaxed. After all, you didn't think anyone could pose a threat to you. In your leisure time, you'd even bring Han Fei and Su Mu along to enjoy yourselves. Though they'd protest, they never once stayed behind. While you were indulging in pleasure deep within the distant Beast Mountain range, a cultivator at the peak of Tao Harmony was slaughtering spirit beasts on a massive scale. With every beast he killed, a crimson light flashed through his body, devouring the beast's flesh and blood to augment his own cultivation. In the 600th year, Su Mu and Han Fei both reached the peak of the Tao Harmony realm, just a step away from the Mahayana stage. Meanwhile, you continue to spend your days surrounded by beautiful women and fine wine. In your view, this simulation held no danger whatsoever. All you needed to do was wait for your two good brothers to become the strongest. Of course, in your spare time, you still left the sect to unwind. In the 700th year, you reached the peak of void refining, ready to break through to the Tao Harmony stage at any moment. Just as you were preparing for seclusion, a furious roar thundered from the outside. "See, family, give my senior sister back." Hearing the roar, you were quite puzzled. Damn, someone actually dares to cause trouble at the C family. You initially planned to ignore it, assuming the family would handle it. But in an instant, you sensed a massive influx of unfamiliar auras flooding into the C family grounds. Even the weakest of these auras possessed cultivation at the void refining realm. You were startled. Could it be that some force actually dares to wage war against the C family? You immediately gathered your belongings into your storage space and flew outside. You had already decided that if things looked bad, you'd make a run for it. Before long, you saw countless figures hovering in midair, commanding hordes of spirit beasts to attack the clan's territory. Their strength was no less than the C family's, and even your great-grandmother was being held at bay by the enemy. You grabbed a disciple and asked what was happening. It turned out that the Bai family, in alliance with the Wen Xin sect and some powerful rogue cultivators, had launched an assault. Just as you were pondering the situation, the familiar roar came again. "It's you. It's you. Give my senior sister Chen back." You turned sideways and saw a wave of blood energy surging toward you. There was no time to dodge, but you reacted, instantly activating the jade pendant Si Lanming had given you. A blinding white light flashed, and green energy surged from the pendant, blasting the blood energy apart. Only then did you look toward the source of the attack. A man clad in blood-red robes stared at you with fury blazing in his eyes. From him, you sensed danger, an overwhelming, intense feeling. But you were also curious. "What do you mean it's me and senior sister Chun? I don't know any senior sister Chun." Just then a thought struck you. "I remember. There was a maidservant surnamed Chen something or other. But that maidservant Chen supposedly died from cultivation deviation many years ago." You glanced at the blood-robed man, and only one thought crossed your mind. Have I become the villain? As he charged at you again, you could only activate the jade pendant once more to block his attack. This time, however, you clearly felt his power had grown stronger. You were blasted back dozens of miles. As Si Lanming moved to help you, an emaciated old man with a skeletal frame intercepted her. "Old witch, your opponent is me. Don't get distracted." Seeing the situation turn dire, you immediately employed the earth escape technique, burning your essence blood to flee at incredible speed. In an instant, you had covered 10,000 miles. Just as you prepared to continue your escape, a terrifying wave of blood energy forced you out from beneath the earth. Cough, cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of your mouth as you looked up at the blood-robed man in the sky, inwardly screaming that this was the end. But at that very moment, two extraordinarily pleasing voices rang out from far behind you. "Daring to harm our big brother, you have already earned yourself death." Hearing the voices of Han Fei and Su Mu, you felt as if you had found a treasure. "Second brother, third brother, save me," you shouted while swiftly fleeing towards them. The blood-robed man furrowed his brow, trying to run. "Give me back senior sister Chun." With that, he raised his hand and sent a beam of blood light slashing towards you. Just as you were about to activate the jade pendant for the last time, two sword intent-filled beams of sword energy arrived, instantly intercepting the blood light. Han Fei and Su Mu had already appeared before you. "Big brother, are you all right?" You panted heavily, quickly saying. "I'm fine, but this guy is very strong. Be careful." Su Mu and Han Fei nodded at you. "Don't worry, big brother, we have already broken through to the Mahayana stage." Han Fei clenched his fist, showing you a reliable expression. "With me and third brother joining forces, even a tribulation transcendence great power is not unbeatable." With that, he charged forward, first his eyes sharpening, holding the black thunder sword, and coldly glared at the blood-robed man. "You dare hurt my big brother? Have you thought about how you want to die?" Seeing this, Su Mu immediately followed, summoning a dozen secret treasures. The blood-robed man sneered, relying on you. Blood light surged around him, condensing into several blood blades that shot towards the two. Su Mu let out a great shout, sword energy surging from his hand, shattering the blood blades one by one. Han Fei took the opportunity to close in his long sword like lightning, thrusting straight at the man's chest. The blood-robed man sidestepped, easily dodging Han Fei's attack, and then struck back with a palm radiating immense blood power towards Han Fei. Han Fei sidestepped and raised his sword to block, but was forced back several steps by the blood power. Seeing this, Su Mu formed hand seals, and the dozen secret treasures turned into streaks of light attacking the blood-robed man from all directions. He snorted coldly, his blood light surging, forming a blood shield that blocked all the secret treasures. At that moment, Han Fei suddenly spotted a flaw behind the blood-robed man. With a thought, he immediately used his movement technique, teleporting behind him, and thrust his black thunder sword fiercely. The blood-robed man sensed the danger and tried to turn and block, but it was too late. Han Fei's black thunder sword struck his back precisely. The blood-robed man cried out in pain, letting out a furious roar. He spun around, blood light surging wildly. "You forced me to do this." Forbidden blood art. In an instant, the surrounding space was dyed blood red, and you could clearly feel his cultivation rapidly rising. Slowly, you could no longer resist the pressure he exerted and fell to your knees. Han Fei and Su Mu's expressions changed. They quickly gathered around you and raised a spiritual energy barrier blocking the pressure outside. Although you didn't know what technique he was using, you could see from the surface that the flesh on his body was gradually withering, clearly a method akin to burning lifeblood. Seeing the serious expressions on Su Mu and Han Fei's faces, you knew this was a tough situation. Just then, Su Mu thought of something and suddenly pulled a bead from his robes, tossing it directly at you. Before you could react, you were hit by the bead. Your head grew heavy and you slowly lost consciousness. Just before losing consciousness, you heard Su Mu saying something about this being a teleportation treasure, and for your safety, they had to send you away. As for Su Ling, he had already arranged for her, telling you not to worry. With a flash of light, you vanished from the spot. 1 month later, you were lying on a wooden bed made of straw. In front of you, a white-bearded old man was feeding you millet porridge. "Grandpa, do you think he can wake up?" The white-bearded old man sighed, then placed his withered hand on the head of his 8-year-old granddaughter beside him. "Grandpa doesn't know either. We can only let fate decide." He let out a long sigh. "Alas. In this world, even if he survives, what's the use? In a few years, he'll be taken by the government and become a sacrifice to those demon kings." At that moment, you frowned, hearing 2 completely unfamiliar voices, and slowly opened your eyes. "He's awake. He's awake. Grandpa, look, he's awake." Hearing his granddaughter's words, the old man immediately came to your side. "Young man, how are you? Can you speak?" You coughed lightly, feeling the faint spiritual energy in your body, and let out a long breath. "Still alive. I wonder how second brother and third brother are doing." Seeing the old man before you, you forced yourself to sit up on the bed and clasped your hands in salute. "Old sir, did you save me?" He shook his head. "Not me. It was my Xiao Hua who found you lying by the river. Although you were severely injured, you could still mobilize your divine sense." With a light sweep, you discovered that the old man and his granddaughter were both mortals without spiritual roots. "It seems Su Mu's teleportation bead sent me to the mortal world." Then you clasped your hands again. "Regardless, I Chu will remember the life-saving grace. May I ask the old gentleman's name, and where is this place?" Before he could speak, the little girl named Xiao Hua had already answered eagerly. "This is Daniu village. My name is Niu Aihua, you can call me Xiao Hua. My grandpa's name is Niu Tianbao, you can call him Grandpa Niu." Cough, cough. Hearing her name, you almost couldn't hold it together. Such a cute little girl, why is she called Niu Aihua? However, you still pressed on. "Grandpa Niu, which dynasty does Daniu village belong to?" Hearing your question, Grandpa Niu was stunned for a moment, but then fell into thought. "It seems it's called Wei Kingdom or something. I can't recall exactly. I only know that Daniu village belongs to Qi County. Beyond that, I don't know." You thought back. There were no less than 100 mortal dynasties in Sangzhou, but you had never heard of a Wei Kingdom. Could it be? I was teleported into one of those small mortal cave heavens. But sensing the decent spiritual energy in the air, you felt it didn't seem like that. You sighed helplessly. Since your internal injuries were still severe, you decided to stay here for now. Afterwards, you learned about this place from the old man and his granddaughter. The information you obtained also shocked you greatly, because they actually knew about demon beasts. However, they called them demon kings, and every dynasty had to send a large number of humans every so often to become blood food for those demon beasts. You couldn't understand why demon beasts would take humans as blood food. Didn't humans have cultivators? There was spiritual energy in the air. There was no way humans couldn't cultivate immortality. In the 701st year, your injuries had mostly healed, but you still needed to rest for a while to break through. But you felt that with your current cultivation at the peak of the void refinement stage, even comparable to an early stage Tao Harmony cultivator, in combat power, you should encounter no danger. You decided to leave first and explore this world, or rather what had happened in this small cave heaven. Before leaving, you gave them 2 jade pendants that could automatically protect their owner as a token of gratitude for saving your life. After flying for 2 days, you finally arrived at a city that appeared relatively large. Just as you were about to enter the city, a voice suddenly came from beside you. Such lively flesh and blood aura. And it's a blood food with cultivation. This old pig is in for a feast. Hearing the sudden voice, you instantly became alert. Who? But your only response was a giant fanged mouth that suddenly appeared above your head. Terrifying aura instantly engulfed you. Before you could even see who the enemy was, you were swallowed in one gulp. You have died. Simulation ended. Host, please select your rewards from this simulation from the options below. Option 1, the cultivation level of the peak of void refinement. Option 2, all resources brought by the Golden Finger Sisters, C. Lily and C. Muming, over 100 million spirit stones, 10 special flames, and dozens of secret treasures. Option 3, all memories from the simulation world along with various spells, sword intent, and insights on the self-created Fire Lotus. Chu He glanced at option 2 and found it quite intriguing. Can I actually claim these two sisters? If I take them, will there be another pair of them in the C family? After pondering for a moment, Chu He decided to claim the cultivation level instead. After all, these recent simulations had always started from the divine transformation realm, which was too time-consuming. System, I choose option 1, the cultivation level of the peak of void refinement. As Chu He's voice fell, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy instantly swelled within his body. In no time, he broke through to the peak of divine transformation, then reached the void refinement realm, and continued to rise steadily. Middle void refinement, late void refinement, until finally stopping at the peak of void refinement. Feeling the surging power within him, Chu He couldn't help but smile. Peak of void refinement. Next simulation, I should at least reach the Tao integration realm. However, before the simulation, he still summarized the events of the previous simulated world. That person who kept calling out Senior Sister Chun. Could he be another child of fortune of this world? And I was probably killed by an extremely powerful boar demon at the end. That place was definitely not Sangzhou. Could it be that I was directly teleported to another world? Forget it, I'll just explore in the simulation world. System, draw my golden finger. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden finger add point system. Simulation begins. Year 1. After entering the simulation world, you immediately began studying this golden finger. Soon you figured out the system's functions. As the name suggested, allows you to add points. Every day you can obtain 1 energy point from the system, which can be used to add points to any item or creature belonging to you. Of course, each item can only be upgraded once. If the energy points are insufficient, the upgrade cannot proceed. Seeing the 1 energy point displayed on the system interface, you directly picked up the nearby stool and scanned it. Ding, stool upgradable, requires 1 energy point. Upgrade. Hearing the system's prompt, you immediately said, upgrade. As your words fell, the stool in your hand instantly burst into a dazzling light. In no time, the stool transformed completely from an ordinary little stool into a grand armchair. You set down the armchair and sat on it. Both its texture and size had greatly improved. Not bad. Time to lie low for a while and accumulate some energy points. After some deliberation, you once again, as before, arrived at the Great Jin Immortal Realm and wiped out Wang Fan's clan. As for Dongwei, you were same as before, you parted ways, and each headed to Sangzhou. Year 2. You joined the Luo sect, mainly to search for the blood-robed man from the previous simulation, who seemed somewhat like a child of fortune. You decided to observe him for now. If recruitable, you would later help him pursue Senior Sister Chen, thus gaining a subordinate. If he had a bad character and refused to submit, you would find an opportunity to eliminate him early. With your cultivation at the peak of void refinement, you became an elder of the sect. You were assigned a cave dwelling on Cloud Peak Mountain. After joining the sect, you immediately went into seclusion. First, you opened your storage space and used the opportunity to enhance a minor realm. But unfortunately, although your spiritual energy became purer, you still could not break through void refinement. Could it be that this thing can only be used to break through a minor realm, not a major one? But then you dismissed the thought. Since you had already used it, you would remember for future simulations. Seeing that this item couldn't help you break through, you directly took out the Enlightenment Stone and the Physique Development item and used them together. In an instant, countless spiritual energy converged, and a sword bone slowly grew from within your body. With it came a continuous rise in cultivation level, soon beginning to assault the barrier of the Tao integration realm. 30 years later, you finally broke through to the Tao integration realm. Now with a single punch, you could crack the space before you. Your body was hundreds of times stronger than before the breakthrough, and your divine sense now extended over 10,000 li. It wasn't easy. After so many simulations, I finally reached the Tao integration realm. The first thing you did after breaking through was to open the system. Looking at the energy points, which had reached over 12,000, you began to think about how to use them. After some thought, you tried to add points to yourself, but the system didn't respond. Can I add points to myself? Then you're pretty trashy, system. After grumbling for a while, you took out a pile of items from your storage space. First, the secret treasure, Xian Yuan Shield. You used the add point function, consuming 3,000 energy points. A flash of white light passed, and the Xian Yuan Shield underwent a tremendous change. The originally yellow-white shield had turned into a golden color. Besides its defensive capabilities, an additional array was now embedded within the shield. When the array was activated, the Xian Yuan Shield could instantly emit a beam of Xian Yuan Shield light, capable of instantly killing opponents of the same cultivation level. Looking at the remaining 9,000 energy points, you were about to continue when you suddenly thought of the Death Warriors and the 18 Yin Riders. You couldn't use the points on yourself, but you could use them on them. You were also curious about what adding points to a person would do. With a thought, you summoned a Death Warrior. When you used the system, you found that it only required 10 energy points to add points to the Death Warrior. You immediately applied it. Soon a white light flickered over the Death Warrior, but you didn't notice any change. You swept your divine sense and discovered that the Death Warrior now had a spiritual root inside, though it was just an ordinary triple spiritual root of water, wood, and earth. Even so, that was remarkable, for creating something from nothing is the hardest. However, a Death Warrior with a triple spiritual root was of little use to you. You directly summoned the 18 Yin Riders. After testing, you found that adding points to one Yin Rider cost 400 energy points. After adding points, the Yin Riders' spiritual roots upgraded from ordinary double spiritual roots to single spiritual roots. You pressed on and spent over 7,000 energy points to upgrade all 18 Yin Riders to single spiritual roots. Then, looking at the remaining 2,000 energy points, you pondered what to upgrade next. After a moment, you thought of the sword bone within your body. If I can't add points directly to my person, at least I can try on separate parts. With a thought, you said to the system, add points. Instantly, a prompt appeared before you. Ding, sword bone upgradable. Requires 100,000 energy points. Insufficient energy points. It really works. You became excited instantly. The sword bone was already quite powerful. If upgraded, you couldn't imagine how strong it would become. But 100,000 energy points. I'll need to save up for a while. You calculated that it would take at least 273 years to accumulate enough. However, for someone at the Tao integration realm like yourself, that period of time would pass quickly. After emerging from seclusion, the sect leader, He was already waiting outside your cave dwelling. Congratulations, Elder Chu, on breaking through to the Tao integration realm. To reach the Tao integration stage at such a young age, the Mahayana stage is also within reach. Although he didn't know your exact age from the life aura you emitted, he sensed that you were very young, certainly no older than 300. You clasped your hands and said, "Sect leader, you flatter me." Just then a sly grin appeared on his face as he asked, "Elder Chu, I heard you don't have a Tao partner yet." Upon hearing this, you shook your head at him. "Sect master, my heart is set on the Tao. Oh, I have no desire for a Tao partner at the moment." As soon as you finished speaking, he took your hand and said, "Elder Chu, you are being foolish. You don't necessarily need a Tao partner, but there's no harm in enjoying yourself. From now on, don't call me Sect master. Oh, just call me Big Brother, and I'll call you Brother Chu." You were bewildered, wondering what his game was. Could it be that he thinks my talent is exceptional and wants to befriend me, eh? At this, he whispered to you, "There are several female disciples in the sect who have some questions about cultivation. I'll have them come to you for guidance tonight. Be prepared." Seeing his earnest expression, you helplessly rubbed your forehead. He did this exactly in the last simulation. I thought it was just to curry favor with the C family, but now it seems this guy's nature is hard to change. After a moment, you made up a few excuses to send him away. After he left, you began planning for this simulation. To keep abreast of all developments, you dispersed the 18 Yin cavalry, having them join various factions in Sangzhou to gather intelligence for you. As for yourself, you immediately entered seclusion. You were certain that in this simulation, unless you possessed combat power comparable to the Mahayana realm, you would never leave the sect. Unless, of course, the sect was destroyed again. 500 years later, you had broken through to the middle stage of the Tao Harmony realm. During these 500 years, aside from your breakthrough, you had also gained an additional 1800 energy points. After upgrading the sword bone, you acquired a new ability called Light of the Heavens. It was an extremely powerful single-target attack skill, channeling all internal spiritual energy into the sword bone for a strike. The unleashed power was hundreds of times greater than the user's own strength. At your current cultivation level, using the Light of the Heavens, even a Mahayana realm cultivator at the initial stage could only dodge its edge. You let out a long breath. At least now I have the means to protect myself. After all, in Sangzhou at this time, the strongest cultivators visible were only at the Mahayana realm. During these 500 years, you hadn't been in completely closed-door seclusion. Every year you would check on the new female disciples to see if any had the surname Chun. Finally, over 300 years ago, you found the senior sister Chun from the previous simulation. Later, you discovered an outer disciple who had broken through to the divine transformation realm in just 100 years and always wore a set of red clothes. Through investigation, you learned that this disciple was named Ma Liang. He was not some chosen one of fortune. He had merely stumbled upon a demonic treasure called the Bloodthirsty Pearl. It could enhance one's cultivation by devouring life force. You initially thought this item was quite powerful, similar to your own cheat ability of killing to empower, which you had before. But after you killed Ma Liang, you realized the side effects of that thing were too great. It constantly affected the mind. If one kept killing without pause, they would eventually lose their sanity and fall to the demonic path. Thus, after consideration, you did not use it yourself. Instead, you gave the Bloodthirsty Pearl to your upgraded Death Warrior, who had no need for sanity anyway. After 300 years of cultivation, that death warrior had also reached the Tao Harmony realm, its blood energy fierce and formidable. As for the 18 yin cavalry you had deployed earlier, they were still only at the divine transformation realm. As for Han Fei and Su Mu, they had long since disappeared, and you had no idea where they were. At this moment, looking at the over 8,000 energy points remaining in your system, you decided to use them all for enhancement. In the end, you focused on the 2 destructive sword chi strands within your body. You spent 3,000 energy points, enhancing both strands, greatly increasing their power, enough to slay an ordinary Mahayana realm cultivator. Not bad, another trump card added. You stretched lazily and decided to go out for a stroll. After all, staying in the sect day in and day out was far too boring. In the 600th year after spending some time outside, you returned to the sect. You had noticed that the outside world was becoming unsettled again. The Bai family, as before, had put out a wanted notice for Su Mu. The only good news was that this time you and Su Mu were not sworn brothers, so they likely wouldn't be able to find you. But after thinking it over, you still felt that the Loas sect was unreliable. In the previous simulation, the Bai family had made a move against the Si family, and the Loas sect, as a subordinate sect of the Si family, was also in danger. After much deliberation, you decided to leave the sect and join the Star Academy. You figured that with your current strength and status, you could at least secure a position as an elder at the academy. In the 601st year, you successfully enrolled in the academy. With your cultivation at the middle stage of the Tao Harmony realm, you became an elder of the inner court. Now, according to the academy's rules, you were to provide guidance to the inner court students on the heavenly ranking. There were those who guided in sword techniques and sword intent, others who guided in various spiritual root attributes, and still others who guided in alchemy and chi cultivation. Ultimately, you chose to guide in sword intent. Just as you arrived at the Tao transmission hall, the students below were already eagerly waiting, all wanting to see the prowess of your sword intent as the new elder. Thanks to your sword bone, you had long since comprehended and mastered the purest attribute-less sword intent, so teaching them was no problem. What you didn't know, however, was that beneath the stage 2 pairs of fervent eyes were fixed on you. Half a month later, you finally finished addressing all their questions. But just as everyone was leaving, a female disciple approached you alone, her cold expression tinged with a hint of shyness. Elder Chu, my name is Feng Lung. I still have some questions about sword intent that I'd like to ask you. Would you be available? You looked at her a little surprised. Feng Lung, I've met her this time. To be honest, after several hundred years, you had almost forgotten about this Tao partner from the simulation before last. Only upon hearing her name again did it all come rushing back. You smiled gently at her. Alright, I happen to have some free time. Let's go to my cave dwelling. Upon hearing this, an involuntary smile appeared on Feng Lunger's face. After bringing her back to your cave dwelling, you began to personally guide her in refining her sword intent. In truth, your main goal was to obtain the Heavenly Fire Sword Art from her. After all, you still had your enhancement system. If you could upgrade the Heavenly Fire Sword Art, it might become another trump card. In the days that followed, you often gave Feng Lunger extra lessons, providing her with one-on-one guidance. Because she was already favorably disposed towards you, within just a few days, she confessed her feelings and presented you with the Heavenly Fire Sword Art. You were not one to walk away after taking advantage of someone. Since she had given you the Heavenly Fire Sword Art, you decided to reciprocate by becoming her Tao partner. At this point, you placed the Heavenly Fire Sword Art and Feng Lunger's cultivation art, the Heavenly Frost Sword Art, side by side, and began to enhance them with your system. After consuming 5,000 energy points, both sword arts were successfully upgraded, and even their names changed. The Fire Attribute Sword Art was now called the Heavenly Fire Sword Domain, while the Ice Attribute one became the Heavenly Frost Sword Domain. A sword domain sounds much more advanced than a sword art, but I'll only know how good it really is once I've cultivated it. So you immediately found Feng Lunger and began cultivating these two techniques together. 3 years later, you were standing alone in the back mountain of your cave dwelling. You unleashed a single sword strike, and the terrifying Heavenly Fire Sword Intent instantly tore through the space before you. Following that, tens of thousands of giant flaming swords shot out from the rift, floating in the air around you, resembling an endless sea of fire. Although these swords were formed from flames, each one carried a powerful Heavenly Fire Sword Intent. With a mere thought from your divine sense, you could control the tens of thousands of fire swords. As long as the enemy was not a Mahayana realm cultivator, they would be trapped within your fire domain and slain by 1,000 swords piercing through their body. In the year 605, under your guidance, Feng Lunger had also broken through to the late stage of the Void Refinement realm. Just as you had finished teaching your disciples, a mature and elegant female disciple approached you. Just like Feng Lunger had done back, then she wished for you to instruct her in swordsmanship and sword intent. However, the moment you learned her name, you immediately became wary. Good heavens, this woman is actually Chu He. It dawned on you that despite having simulated so many times, you hadn't even recognized a single acquaintance, and you thought that perhaps someday you should try a simulation with memory intact. After guiding her for several hours, you left her without anything further happening between you. Over 300 years later, your cultivation had advanced to the late stage of Dao integration. At that moment, startling news arrived from Cangzhou. The Bai family, one of the three great clans, had been annihilated, and the one who had destroyed them was Su Mu. Hearing this news, you felt both joy and regret. Joyful that the vendetta from your previous simulations had finally been avenged, yet regretful that in this simulation, Su Mu did not know you. At this moment, you looked at the 1100 energy points stored within the system space and immediately began to utilize them. First, you spent 400 energy points to upgrade the flame formed by the fusion of the threefold life-transforming fire and the 9 nether-cold fire, making this combined flame far more powerful. Then, realizing you still had no mount, you ventured into the beast forest and captured a 7th-tier blood crystal turtle. After spending 500 energy points, the blood crystal turtle was directly enhanced into a blood crystal dragon turtle. Except for its shell, its head and limbs had evolved into draconic forms, greatly increasing its might. It could now intimidate most demonic beasts below the 8th tier. And the first thing you did once you had this mount was to begin renovating it. Countless spirit stones were used as building materials, and various spiritual herbs and trees were used to construct grand halls. After 3 months, a magnificent resplendent palace was completed upon its shell. You clapped your hands, admiring your masterpiece with satisfaction. Not bad, this is starting to feel right. This has some real style now. You had already begun to imagine once you ascended to immortality, you would definitely acquire 9 true dragons to pull your palace as your mounts. Afterwards, you used all of your remaining energy points on spirit stones, transforming them into supreme-grade spirit stones containing more spiritual energy and easier to absorb. You then went into seclusion once again. In the year 1500, you reached the pinnacle of the Dao integration stage, not far from the Mahayana stage. Just as you were rejoicing over this, a massive fissure suddenly tore open in the sky above all of Cangzhou. Then a voice dripping with greed echoed forth from within. So much flesh and blood. Ha ha ha. I never imagined this old bull would stumble upon such a lower realm populated by humans. Hearing that voice, you immediately recalled the place you had been transported to in your previous simulation. What the hell? This? What is going on? Before you could even wrap your head around it, a colossal golden bull flew out from the rift in the sky. The golden bull was unimaginably enormous. Its head alone spanned hundreds of miles. The moment it landed in Cangzhou, the entire world seemed to undergo a tectonic shift. Mountains crumbled, the earth split apart, countless rivers and streams shattered, and mortals perished en masse. It opened its maw wide and inhaled. A terrifying force surged forth, and countless humans were devoured into its belly. Ah, truly delicious. A satisfied smile spread across the golden bull's face as it murmured to itself. Humans are all being kept in pens by those fellows. I haven't tasted such delicacy in who knows how many years. Terror gripped your heart. Knowing full well the horror of this golden bull, you did not hesitate for even a moment. You grabbed Feng Linger and fled immediately. As you escaped, your divine sense detected over a dozen figures radiating immense pressure, flying rapidly toward the golden bull. Those figures were the tribulation transcendence cultivators of this world, including Han Fei and Su Mu. The moment they arrived before the golden bull, they felt an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. But they were the strongest humans in the world. Even in fear, they could only summon their respective magical treasures and charge into battle. The golden bull looked at the dozen or so tribulation transcendence cultivators before it. There was no panic in its eyes, only a greedy, hungry gaze. Just as you expected a great battle to erupt, the golden bull merely opened its mouth and a stream of yellow smoke surged forth. Anyone who came into contact with that smoke instantly lost their cultivation and plummeted from the sky, Han Fei and Su Mu being no exception. The golden bull then opened its massive maw and inhaled, drawing them all into its belly. Witnessing this scene, your mind was utterly shaken. Those were Han Fei and Su Mu, the chosen ones of destiny for this world, and they died just like that. You immediately burned your essence blood, cast an earth escape technique, and fled with Feng Linger toward the Dajin cultivation world at breakneck speed. 3 months later, you passed through a teleportation array and went into hiding within a small secret realm in the mortal world. At this moment, you could only pray that the bull would not find this place. So I thought I could just keep laying low this time around. Looks like I was overthinking it. Though you were temporarily out of danger, you had already begun planning for your next simulations. Laying low is no longer an option. I must use every means to increase my strength. Otherwise, every time the clock runs out, that golden bull would come to kill you. 100 years later, you and Feng Linger had long since settled down and established a home here. At this moment, you were living in a country called Daquan, whose predecessor was the Dashun dynasty. After that incident all those years ago, the two of you had lived incognito in this mortal world for 100 years, not using an ounce of spiritual energy, terrified that the golden bull would sense your presence here. You both calculated the time. 100 years had passed, and perhaps the golden bull had already left Cangzhou. The only thing you regretted was that the 18 Yin riders hadn't been able to go into hiding with you in time. For safety's sake, you summoned a death warrior and sent him through the teleportation array to survey the situation in Sangzhou. This death warrior was the very one you had enhanced back then, and he was now at the Golden Core realm. 10 years later, the death warrior teleported back to your side. According to his observations, all of Sangzhou had been devastated. Not a single soul survived, and not even a single bone remained wherever he went. Hearing this news, you breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, it seemed that the Golden Bull had left. But still not entirely reassured, you used the enhancement system to upgrade all 5,000 plus death warriors and dispatch them to Sangzhou to thoroughly explore the region. In the year 1800, you decided to return to the cultivation world. Your outpost death warriors had already scouted the entire cultivation world thoroughly. Aside from a few stragglers who had escaped, there were essentially no powerful cultivators left in the entire world. Under interrogation by the death warriors, those survivors revealed that they had only survived by accidentally entering various small secret realms. So you decided to bring Feng Linger back to the cultivation world. But just as you had made that decision, the entire world began to tremble violently. A familiar rift appeared in the sky. Moments later, two enormous silhouettes surged out from within. One of them was the Golden Bull, and beside it was a colossal green python. Its body was so immense that it could only coil within the small secret realm, unable to stretch out fully. Even a single scale on its body was larger than a city. At this moment, the Golden Bull spoke to the green python beside it. "Good brother, I've specially prepared these humans here for you. Enjoy them to your heart's content." Though you didn't understand what they were saying, it was clear they meant no good. You immediately burned your essence blood, preparing to flee again. But at that very moment, the giant green python in the sky suddenly let out a hissing sound. Boundless pressure flooded the entire secret realm. Under this overwhelming force, all the mortals in the vicinity were literally shaken to death. You and Feng Linger were also gravely wounded, unable to move any further. You have died. Simulation concluded. Host, please select your rewards from this simulation. Option 1, the peak of the Dao integration realm. Option 2, all items enhanced by the system, 18 Yen Cloud Riders, Sword Bone Skyfire Sword Domain, 3 Transformation, Divine Fire. Option 3, all memories from the simulated world, including insights into various spells and sword intents. Chu He merely glanced at the options before choosing the cultivation realm. The peak of the Dao integration realm. So close to breaking through to the Mahayana stage that there was no hesitation whatsoever. Having received his reward, Chu He immediately began summarizing both this simulation and the previous one. Those demonic beasts were far beyond the power of Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. I just wonder what level they truly reached. However, given that those beasts preyed upon humans, it seems the human race in that world is in dire straits. In truth, Chu He had already formed a bold conjecture: the upper realm. Those demonic beasts all hailed from the upper realm the world one ascends to after successfully overcoming tribulation. But if that were truly the case, the pressure on his future simulations would be immense. What if after breaking through to Tribulation Transcendence and ascending, he ran straight into those demonic beasts? He let out a long sigh and decided to just continue simulating for now. After all, the simulator had no usage limit. He would find a solution eventually. System, draw my golden finger and begin the simulation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Golden Finger Prolific Blessings. Simulation begins. Year 1. Upon entering the simulated world, you immediately began researching your new Golden Finger. But the only information it granted you was a single directive: have children. Simply having children would make you stronger. However, the crucial point was this: the better your children's innate talent, the more cultivation realm they would grant you. Of course, since it was called Prolific Blessings, descendants born to your children also counted. Moreover, whenever your descendants broke through in cultivation, you would receive a small portion of their cultivation as feedback. At this moment, you felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on you. 1,500 years, and that demonic beast will arrive. I must hurry. With a few spatial shifts, you arrived at the teleportation array and made your way to the great gene cultivation world. Thinking about having children, you decided to find a place to settle down. As for the grudges and entanglements accumulated in previous simulations, you decided to leave them to Su Mu and Han Fei. As for Wang Fan, you still disposed of him without hesitation. However, this time you did not meet Dong Weiwei, because her family stood too prominently behind her. You wanted no connection with her clan, preferring to simply have children in peaceful solitude. A month later, you arrived at the Yufeng sect, having discovered that its spiritual energy was barely adequate for your needs. Upon arriving, you reasoned with the sect master Feng Sampo and convinced him to cede the sect to you. He then led tens of thousands of disciples away to seek a new home. Meanwhile, you summoned the 18 Yen Cloud Riders and ordered them to begin cultivation. You also had your death warriors spread the word that you were seeking a Dao companion. During this period, you underwent body development and regrew your sword bone. As for the enlightenment opportunity and the direct minor realm breakthrough, you planned to save them until you reached the Mahayana stage. Year 2, you had acquired a total of 200 Dao companions along with 800 mortal women, all aged 18. After all, in your eyes, whether they could cultivate mattered little. What mattered was whether they could bear children. Having settled them all in, you also devised a schedule to manage your time. Year 3, through your tireless efforts day and night, you finally had children of your own, 3 sons and 2 daughters. There was truly no helping it. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to produce offspring. Moreover, these 5 children were all born from women without spiritual roots. You examined them and found that they all possessed spiritual roots, though their talents were rather poor, all 4 or 5 element roots. Still, you felt a small surge of energy course through your body the moment they were born. This only further solidified your determination. You must have many more children. 10 years later, you had already fathered over 50 sons and more than 40 daughters. Among them, your most talented son was Chu Wangle, blessed with a single fire element spiritual root. As for the remaining sons and daughters, over half possessed spiritual roots ranging from dual element to 5 element. At the same time, your cultivation had advanced somewhat. At this rate, you calculated that roughly 500 more children would be needed to break through to the Mahayana stage. In the days that followed, you labored diligently every single day, seeking only to sire more children. As your cultivation was utterly unfathomable to them, countless sects and powers throughout the great gene cultivation world sent female cultivators to you, hoping to forge ties of friendship. 30 years later, your children numbered over 300. Under your urging, they each found their own Tao companions and presented you with over 100 grandchildren. By the 100th year, your children and grandchildren combined exceeded 5,000, making your family the largest cultivation clan in the great gene cultivation world. Among them all, your son Chu Wangle shone the brightest. Already at the peak of the Golden Core realm, he had become the patriarch of the Chu clan. The cultivation feedback from so many descendants had allowed you to touch the threshold of the Mahayana stage, and you decided to enter secluded cultivation to break through. Before going into seclusion, you bestowed 2 annihilating sword chi upon Chu Wangle, each capable of slaying a Tao integration cultivator. After all, the strongest cultivator in the great gene cultivation world was only at the nascent soul realm, so you had no fear of anyone threatening the Chu clan. The moment you entered seclusion, the entire Chu family finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ah, the ancestor has finally gone into seclusion. My kidneys can finally rest. Indeed. I wonder why the ancestor is so fixated on us producing so many offspring. Our clan is already large enough. You were of course aware of these complaints from your descendants. To address this, you had long ago established a rule: those who bore more children would receive more resources. Yet compared to bearing children, most of your descendants preferred cultivation. Of course, save for those among them who lacked spiritual roots entirely. As time flowed onward, the Chu clan expanded ever larger, and the entire great gene cultivation world grew increasingly wary of them. But because of your existence, none of those sects dared to make a move. After all, you were the one who had once forced the entire Yufeng sect to relocate. Another 10 years passed, and your son Chu Wangle finally broke through to the nascent soul realm. At this moment, he was exceedingly elated. Finally, I've broken through to nascent soul. This is all thanks to my father. Since father made me the patriarch, he must have great expectations for me. I must achieve even greater accomplishments. Armed with this ambition, he initiated reforms within the clan and began contacting mid-tier sects, absorbing them into the fold. Chu Wangle hoped to unify the entire great gene cultivation world before you emerged from seclusion, bringing everyone to their knees before the Chu clan. 100 years later, you successfully broke through to the Mahayana stage. However, you did not immediately leave seclusion. You planned to use your enlightenment opportunity to raise your cultivation to the mid-Mahayana stage, then use your realm enhancement to reach the late Mahayana stage in one fell swoop. Before the extended seclusion, however, you swept your divine sense across the clan and found that your descendants now numbered over 30,000. You were extremely satisfied. To ease their worries, you sent a voice transmission to Chu Wangle, informing him that you would continue your seclusion and instructing him to lead the clan well and to keep producing children. As you returned to seclusion, Chu Wangle grew even more aggressive in his ambitions. Having reached the late nascent soul realm and armed with your annihilating sword chi as his trump card, he resolved to conquer the remaining sects of Great Gene, with his subordinate clans consolidating all resources into the hands of the Chu family. And so, without your knowledge, the Chu clan had already begun its reign over Great Gene. At this moment, however, you were deep in enlightenment. With the cultivation feedback from your descendants, you felt that the mid-Mahayana stage was well within reach. In the 300th year, you successfully broke through to the middle stage of Mahayana cultivation and utilized your realm-boosting reward to elevate your cultivation to the late stage of Mahayana. At this moment, you were merely one minor realm away from the tribulation transcendent stage. Once you reached the pinnacle of Mahayana, you planned to enter secluded cultivation and strive for a breakthrough into tribulation transcendence. Upon emerging from your cave dwelling, you immediately proceeded to the main hall of the clan. Seeing your arrival, your sons and daughters swiftly gathered around you. Father, you finally emerged from seclusion. Congratulations, father. You must have broken through. You gazed upon these children, all of them being your descendants with the finest innate talents. With a sweep of your divine, since you perceived that their cultivation bases had all reached the nascent soul stage. Chu Wangle, standing at the forefront, had even attained the mid-stage of spirit transformation. Seeing this, you nodded in approval. Not bad. It seems you haven't been idle during my seclusion. By the way, how many members does the clan have now? Hearing your inquiry, Chu Wangle hurriedly replied, Father, the clan's total population has now surpassed 100,000. Among them there are 30,000 clansmen with spiritual roots, nearly 20,000 at the Chi refining stage, over 8,000 at foundation establishment, and 2,000 at the golden core stage. As for those without spiritual roots, the clan allocates resources and manpower to help them establish dynasties in the mortal world, making them branch families of the clan. As long as their descendants possess spiritual roots, they can be sent back to the clan. Hearing this, you nodded. 100,000 people. That's quite commendable, though their cultivation levels are somewhat lacking. You had already decided that once you broke through to tribulation transcendence, you would lead the clan to Tsangzhou. Only the resources there could accelerate the cultivation progress of your descendants. In the days that followed, everyone learned that you, the patriarch, had emerged from seclusion. Eager to earn your favor, all clansmen began to cultivate with unparalleled fervor. Feeling the vast spiritual energy converging within your body, you grew increasingly delighted. At this rate, I'll reach the pinnacle of Mahayana within, at most, 200 years. To further enhance your own strength, you devised a more precise organizational structure for the clan. First, you established 10 positions of clan sequence within the family. Every 10 years a clan competition would be held, and the top 10 performers would be granted the status of clan sequence. Becoming a clan sequence member granted access to all clan resources, spirit stones, cultivation techniques, pills, and spells, all available without restriction. Subsequently, you dispatched several of your nascent soul stage sons with a small contingent of clansmen to Tsangzhou to scout the territory in preparation for the clan's future relocation. Once your plans were announced, countless young clansmen were driven into a frenzy of zeal, cultivating with even greater devotion. After all, becoming a clan sequence member meant access to boundless resources. Who wouldn't compete for such a prize? Meanwhile, you lounged in your armchair, pondering whether the potential of the sword bone had been fully unlocked. You reasoned that if you could obtain the radiance of heaven through attribute enhancement, then, through deep comprehension, you should also be able to evolve the light of annihilation into the radiance of heaven. However, considering your own aptitude for enlightenment, you decided it wasn't worth the time. But a decade later, an event disrupted your thoughts. One day, while you were still comprehending sword intent, a brilliant golden light suddenly shot into the sky. Within that golden radiance, you detected a faint yet distinct sword intent. With a flicker of your form, you instantaneously appeared at the source of the golden light. A group of clansmen gathered outside a house. Upon seeing you, they immediately knelt. One of them addressed you, "Great-great-great-grandfather, why have you come?" You glanced at him, vaguely recognizing him as one of your great-great-great-grandsons. The golden light emanated from the house behind him. Upon inquiry, you learned that inside that room his wife was giving birth to his child. Seeing this, you could only wait alongside him. For a child to manifest such an auspicious omen before even being born, this descendant of mine is quite extraordinary. Half an hour later, a resounding cry pierced the air, and the child was finally born. Simultaneously, you felt a surge of immense cultivation power well up within you, enough to save you at least a century of cultivation. This realization struck you: the child born within was undoubtedly gifted with extraordinary talent, perhaps even possessing the potential for immortality. After a moment, the newborn infant was brought before you by his father. But immediately a foreboding sensation arose in your heart. A voice echoed persistently in your mind: devour him, refine him. You forcefully suppressed this malevolent impulse and extended your divine sense into the child's body. What you discovered was astonishing. He possessed a sword bone within him, an innate sword bone. No wonder he holds such allure for me. It's because of the sword bone. A newborn infant couldn't possibly conceal his aura, let alone a sword bone. To prevent him from being hunted for his bone, you formed a hand seal and immediately sealed his sword bone away. As for when the seal would be lifted, you decided to address that in the future. Just as you were about to leave, his father spoke up: "Great-great-great-grandfather, would you be so kind as to name my son?" Hearing this, you paused, and after a brief moment of thought, you told him, "From now on, he shall be called Chu He." With that, you teleported away instantly. Shortly after you left, fragments of ancient memories began to surface in Chu He's mind, appearing as if from nowhere, surging relentlessly into his consciousness. Within those visions were methods for refining magical instruments, various spells and cultivation arts, and even different forms of sword intent. But Chu He, still an infant, could not comprehend these images. After absorbing the memories, he slowly drifted into a deep slumber. Time flew by, and 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. By now, the descendants you had sent to Tsangzhou had already carved out a territory there. What's more, they had suffered minimal casualties, a fact that filled you with great satisfaction. Patriarch, I've finally broken through to the nascent soul stage. Isn't it time for my reward? Hearing the voice behind you, you gently nodded. How or has your old patriarch ever broken a promise? Name your reward, and it shall be yours. The speaker was none other than Chu He, who at merely 20 years of age had already reached the nascent soul stage. Even with his sword bone sealed, his genius remained undeniable. Chu He approached you and bowed respectfully. Well, Patriarch, I was hoping to acquire a fifth-order mount. Would that be possible? You smiled slightly at him. As long as you don't ask for the sun in the sky. Go home and pack your things. In a few days we'll head to the Tainan mountain range. Just tell me which beast catches your eye when we get there. Overjoyed at your consent, Chu He turned and hurried off to inform his parents. 3 days later you arrived deep within the Tainan mountain range. Under the overwhelming pressure of your Mahayana stage aura, all the demonic beasts were pinned to the ground, left entirely at Chu He's disposal. Patriarch, I want that one. Following Chu He's gaze, you spotted a fifth-order blood crystal turtle. You couldn't help but frown. Really? What kind of aesthetic is this? He goes through all those beasts and picks a turtle. But he was adamant about the blood crystal turtle, so you had no choice but to acquiesce. After casting your spell, you extracted the turtle's heart blood and placed it under Chu He's control. As you were about to leave with him, you discovered a valley teeming with over 100 blood crystal turtles ranging from first order to fifth order. Did I just stumble right into a blood crystal turtle nest? You initially intended to depart, but then you thought of the many clansmen who still lacked mounts. Stealing your resolve, you captured every single blood crystal turtle and prepared to bring them back to the clan. With both males and females among them, they could breed in the future, ensuring every one of your descendants would eventually have a mount of their own. Upon returning to the family, you sought out a mountain range and placed the blood crystal turtles within it for breeding. To prevent their escape, you also set up a formation outside, trapping them inside. Gazing upon your meticulously prepared breeding grounds, a satisfied smile spread across your face. Considering that blood crystal turtles only go into heat every so often, you decided to introduce some technology in the future by adding aphrodisiacs to their feed. This way they would reproduce more efficiently. In the 350th year, the family expanded once more, with several descendants reaching the spirit transformation stage. The most outstanding among them was none other than your great-great-great-great-grandson, Chu He, who had already reached the late spirit transformation stage and was not far from the void refinement realm. In truth, you believe that if they had found a place with abundant spiritual energy in Sangzhou, to cultivate their realms would be even higher now. For the sake of the family and for yourself, you decided to journey to Sangzhou. After all, time waits for no one. If you didn't elevate your cultivation quickly, that golden ox would be coming soon. 3 years later, you led nearly 200,000 members of your family in a grand migration toward Sangzhou. Of course, you left behind 10,000 descendants in the Dajin cultivation world, as one shouldn't put all eggs in one basket. Along the way, various demonic beasts, sensing your aura, scattered in all directions. Upon arriving in Sangzhou, you began planning where to seize territory. Although you already had a small foothold in Sangzhou, the spiritual energy there was clearly insufficient to support the cultivation of so many descendants. The 9 great powers were certainly out of the question. Although you were at the late Mahayana stage and could match a tribulation transcendence cultivator with the radiance of heaven, that was your trump card, and not to be used lightly. After much deliberation, your gaze fell upon your old rival, the Hongshan Pavilion. You decided to temporarily settle there first, and once you broke through to the tribulation transcendence stage, you would find a new location. 3 days later, you arrived at the Hongshan Pavilion, only to discover that it had undergone a complete transformation and was now a sect called the Wind Sword Sect. It was only then that you remembered. You had simulated this so many times that you almost forgot Su Mu would destroy the Hongshan Pavilion. Gazing at the plaque of the Wind Sword Sect before you, you directly ordered your descendants to annihilate them and re-establish your family there. In the 400th year, your descendants had reached 300,000. Among them, there were nearly 10,000 at the Golden Core stage, over 1,000 at the Nascent Soul stage, and nearly 100 at the Spirit Transformation stage. Thanks to the feedback they provided, you finally broke through to the peak of the Mahayana stage. Among them, your sons Chu Wangle and Chu He had both reached the Void Refinement realm. Especially Chu He, whose talent was terrifyingly formidable. He was already at the Mid-Void Refinement stage. At this moment, you were sitting together with these 2 descendants, instructing them on matters after your seclusion. After all, this place was unlike Dajin. Powerful experts were everywhere. You hoped that during your seclusion, they wouldn't go stirring up trouble. Particularly Chu Wangle, you feared he might want to expand the family and provoke other forces. Chu Wangle scratched his head awkwardly and said to you, "Father, rest assured I know what I'm doing. I won't act recklessly." After receiving his affirmation, you turned your gaze to Chu He. Originally, you thought it was time to unseal his sword bone, but you were worried that he might not be able to control its aura, which could expose it and attract the attention of the major powers. You decided to wait until you broke through to the Tribulation Transcendent stage. However, before entering seclusion, you retrieved the 9 Slaughter sword art from your storage space, a technique you hadn't practiced in a long time, and handed it to him. With his sword bone, practicing the 9 Slaughter sword art would certainly be fitting. Perhaps he could even cultivate a killing sword intent. In the 500th year, as a terrifying pressure surged into the heavens, you finally broke through to the tribulation transcendent stage, becoming part of the world's top echelon. The pressure unleashed by your breakthrough spread across most of Zhangzhou. Countless people stared in the direction of the Chu clan, their brows furrowed. Within the Hellfire sect, Mu Shiwei said to her master Kuang Sanlong, "This aura. Someone has broken through to the tribulation transcendent stage." Alas, it seems the tides of this world are about to shift once more. Within Tianqing Academy, Feng Lenger, Cui Hongyi, and others cast envious glances toward the direction of the pressure. For a moment, the various sects across Zhangzhou were all harboring their own thoughts. Among them, the three strongest families harbored dissatisfaction toward you. After all, every additional tribulation transcendence cultivator meant they would have to share a portion of their resources. The five great sects, however, were quite pleased. They even decided to send envoys to forge an alliance with you, competing with the three families for territory. As for Tianqing Academy, they remained indifferent, unconcerned with the affairs. After you returned to the clan's main hall, Chu Wangle and a group of core descendants stood to report to you. "Father, the Chu clan now has over 500,000 members, and there are hundreds of cultivators at the Void Refinement realm." Hearing the numbers, he reported, you were exceedingly satisfied. "I wonder if I can break through the tribulation transcendent stage within 1,000 years and ascend to the upper realm. Then I could avoid that big golden ox." Not long after your breakthrough, before you could even implement aggressive expansion, dozens of mid-tier sects came seeking your protection. You accepted all of them without refusal. Later, the five great sects invited you to form an alliance with them to jointly oppose the three families, but you directly declined their offer. After all, you were the only one in the entire Chu clan who had reached the tribulation transcendent stage. Among your remaining descendants, only Chu He had broken through to the early Dao integration stage. The overall strength was still too weak. It was better to develop steadily. In the 800th year, your clan's territory continued to expand, and although the clan didn't have many powerful experts, thanks to your presence, the Chu clan was already hailed as the 10th top-tier force in Zhangzhou. Meanwhile, Chu He had broken through to the late Dao integration stage, and you decided to unseal his sword bone. In the clan's main hall, as you pointed out, the seal within Chu He's body was stimulated, began to slowly activate, and then dissipated within him. As the seal vanished, a beam of golden light shot into the sky. Within this golden light was carried an unstoppable sword intent. The moment his seal was released, his body seemed to open its meridians, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. In no time, his cultivation surged from late Dao integration to the peak of Dao integration. Watching him like this, you fell into self-doubt. It's this powerful. Why was there no change when my sword bone awakened? Could it be that my sword bone is a fake? Yet recalling the moment of his birth, the yearning within his own sword bone to devour him remained vividly etched in your memory. This led you to suspect that the bone within him might not be a sword bone at all, but rather something of a higher order. At this moment, you couldn't help but feel that Chu He was extraordinarily fortunate. Had he encountered a demonic patriarch, his bone would have been excavated long ago. Thereafter, you began to expand the family on a grand scale, encouraging your descendants to procreate abundantly and nurture their offspring. Since you had not seized too many territories, the 9 major powers refrained from clashing with you. In the 900th year, Chu He broke through to the late Mahayana stage, overwhelming the entire younger generation of Zhangzhou. One could even say he dominated all cultivators below the tribulation transcendent stage throughout Zhangzhou. Under your meticulous nurturing, coupled with the miraculous bone within him, he could even erupt with power comparable to a tribulation transcendence cultivator in a short time. According to him, this bone was called the Divine King Bone, containing legacies of various ancient secret arts. Regarding your great-great-great-grandson, you were exceedingly satisfied. At this moment, you were eager to allocate all the clan's resources to him, enabling him to undergo tribulation transcendence and ascend to immortality as soon as possible, thereby feeding back his cultivation to you. Of course, if he could bring you along to ascend together, that would be even better. A month later, a figure draped in a black robe, his face concealed, came to find you. Or rather, he sought out the Chu family. Within the great hall, you gazed at the black-robed man before you and instantly swept your divine sense toward him. Yet the moment it touched his body, your divine sense melted like snow meeting molten lava, vanishing instantly. How could this be? How could this man's divine sense be so formidable? He let out a cold snort. Ancestor of the Chu family, it is discourteous to probe others with divine sense at will. Hearing this, you quickly replaced your expression with a smile and spoke cheerfully. "Ha, my friend, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. However, your attire inevitably piques my curiosity. Pray tell, what business brings you to my Chu family?" The black-robed man said in a deep voice, "I wonder if the Chu family has any interest in replacing the current Bai family." Upon hearing this, you felt a flicker of interest. "Oh, how so?" He replied unhurriedly, "I can eliminate the tribulation transcendence ancestor of the Bai family, but the Bai clan members are too numerous. All you need to do is bring your Chu family to strike. Once the Bai family is destroyed, you can seamlessly take over their resources. What do you think?" Listening to his proposal, you couldn't help but nod. But what's in it for you? Why would you help me? Could it be that you were sent by the Bai family to test me? He paused for a moment, then his breathing gradually quickened. To be honest, I share a mortal enmity with the Bai family. It is either their death or mine. In that instant, a name suddenly surfaced in your mind. Su Mu. If I recall correctly, the Bai family was indeed annihilated around this time. You looked at Su Mu hidden beneath the black robe and decided to lend him a hand. After all, you knew he would surely succeed, and wiping out the Bai family would also strengthen your own Chu family. Half a year later, you and Su Mu led 10,000 Chu clan members on a march toward the spiritual vein territory where the Bai family resided. Among these 10,000 clansmen, over 6,000 were at the divine transformation stage, and more than 3,000 were at the void refining stage. Several hundred had reached the Tao merging stage, and 5 had attained the Mahayana stage, including Chu He. You were brimming with confidence for this expedition, even beginning to anticipate the Chu family becoming the foremost power in Songzhou. Along the way, you began to ponder that there were less than 600 years left until the appearance of the Great Golden Ox. Within these 600 years, you planned to plunder the resources of Songzhou on a grand scale to enhance the cultivation of your descendants. In this way, through the feedback from tens of thousands, even millions of descendants, you might be able to break through to the tribulation transcendent stage and ascend to the upper realm. 10 days later, you arrived outside the Tian Mountain spiritual vein where the Bai family resided. You and Su Mu exchanged glances, then nodded, deciding to proceed according to plan. Using your finger as a sword, you instantly appeared above the Bai family and struck the defensive formation below. With a crack, the formation shattered, and you led your descendants directly into the fray. Every person you encountered was slain with a single finger. Just then, the aura of a tribulation transcendence cultivator emanated from the depths of the Bai family. Who dares to act recklessly in my Bai family? An old man with white hair, but a formidable aura flew out from the depths. Precisely the Bai family's tribulation transcendence ancestor. His eyes blazing with fury's spiritual energy surging around him, he directly struck a palm toward you. Su Mu, seeing this, blurred his figure and appeared before the ancestor like a phantom, his black robe rustling. With hands forming seals, he summoned a bronze-colored cauldron and thrust it straight at the Bai family ancestor. Humph, your opponent is me. The Bai family ancestor snorted coldly, raised his hand, and repelled Su Mu's cauldron with a wave. And who are you? Su Mu tore off his black robe in one motion, glaring at him with hatred etched on his face. Old Bai, today is the day your Bai family is annihilated. With that, spiritual energy burst forth from his hands, and one secret treasure after another materialized behind him. Su Mu casually took a green wooden zither and began to play it. As his fingers plucked the strings, streams of invisible energy shot toward the Bai family ancestor. Meanwhile, you directed the Chu clan members to engage the Bai disciples in fierce combat, the cries of battle shaking the heavens. Chu He, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, unleashed his full Mahayana stage power, leaving a trail of fallen Bai disciples wherever he went. As for you, you proceeded to massacre the high-ranking members of the Bai family. 3 days later, the Bai family was awash in blood. Even the Bai family ancestor grew increasingly weary. Just as victory seemed within reach, the Bai family ancestor, as if driven mad, suddenly burst into laughter. I will have you all buried with my Bai family. Hearing this, your instinct kicked in instantly. Your divine sense surged forth, enveloping the Chu clan members in a defensive shield. After all, in every simulation, whenever such a situation arose, the opponent would always self-destruct. Then you summoned the secret treasure, Xian Yuan shield, holding it in front of them. Feeling it was still not safe enough, you conjured the 3-3 life creation fire, forming a massive flame barrier that encased the Xian Yuan shield. Just as you finished setting up the defenses, terrifying spiritual energy exploded from within his body. Since the Bai family ancestor was of the wind, attribute his explosion was exceptionally swift, even tearing the space nearby. Fortunately, you had been well prepared, and the energy from his self-destruction did not harm the Chu clan members. A moment later, a streak of light shot out from the spot where the Bai family ancestor had self-destructed. Su Mu saw it and immediately gave chase. You knew that should be the remnant soul of the Bai family ancestor. However, you knew Su Mu would surely be able to deal with it, so you did not join the pursuit. Instead, you immediately began arranging for your descendants to take over all the Bai family's industries, resources, and affiliated sects. Afterwards, Su Mu completely obliterated the Bai family ancestor. To win over Su Mu, you appointed him as a guest elder of the Chu family, allowing him to freely mobilize any resources. Moreover, you placed no restrictions on his freedom. He could leave the Chu family at any time if he wished. Enticed by these generous benefits, Su Mu finally agreed to join the Chu family. At this moment, you suddenly wondered, since Su Mu had appeared, where on earth had that brat Han Fei been hiding? In the first millennium, Su Mu broke through to the early tribulation transcendent stage. It was then you realized that he had been fighting beyond his cultivation level before. Meanwhile, Chu He also broke through to the early tribulation transcendent stage. Through the feedback from his cultivation and that of the entire Chu family, you successfully advanced to the mid-tribulation transcendent stage. For a time with 3 tribulation transcendents cultivators, the Chu family became the most powerful force in all of Sangzhou. Yet only you knew that despite the current glory, in less than 500 years an incredibly powerful golden ox would cross the realms and arrive. To rapidly enhance his cultivation, he directly ordered everyone to start producing offspring. Anyone who had reached the age of 18 was not allowed to slack off. He also set a rule: if anyone had fewer than 10 children, they would be expelled from the clan. Upon hearing this command, the entire Chu family plunged into a frenzy of baby-making. Even Chu He found it hard to accept, but he patted his shoulder and comforted, "Don't worry, you don't need to bear children. Just focus on your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Chu He finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the days that followed, he began seeking Dao companions again, contributing his own strength to the expansion of the clan. The other major powers were utterly baffled by his actions. Over the next few centuries, the Chu clan developed at an astonishing pace, eventually reaching a population of over 8 million. If not for the lack of talent and insufficient lifespans, his descendants might have numbered in the tens of millions. In the 1500th year, he sat in the great hall of the clan, his brows deeply furrowed. Now, relying on the feedback from his descendants, he had reached the late stage of tribulation transcendence. Su Mu and Chu He had already reached the peak of tribulation transcendence 100 years ago, but they had been unable to break through. At this moment, for his own safety, he decided to come clean with Su Mu. He still remembered that Su Mu possessed a secret treasure bead that could be used for teleportation. The next day, he found Su Mu and said solemnly, "Third brother, there's something I must tell you." Su Mu looked at him with confusion. "Ancestor Chu, what's wrong? What do you mean by that? When did I become your third brother?" He sighed deeply and said slowly, "Actually, I am a reincarnator." Reincarnation? Su Mu exclaimed in shock, still somewhat disbelieving. But he knew that no one would easily believe such a thing. However, he had no choice. He couldn't tell him this was all a simulation. Seeing Su Mu's skeptical gaze, he feigned grief and let out a long sigh. "I know you don't believe me, but you've never told me that you have a younger sister." At the mention of his sister, Su Mu's face showed a look of pain. He continued, "Your sister Su Ling was my Dao companion. But her talent was poor, and she failed to break through to the golden core stage, passing away from this world." Afraid that Su Mu still wouldn't believe him, he also revealed the secret of the white jade palace inside Su Mu's body. "We also had a sworn brother, my second brother, your second elder brother, but I haven't met him in this reincarnation." After he revealed the secret of the white jade palace, and Su Mu's sister Su Mu already believed in his claim of reincarnation. These two matters were known to no outsider. However, Su Mu looked at him with confusion. "Since you are a reincarnator, why didn't you find us earlier?" He sighed helplessly again. "Do you think I don't want to? It's just that this reincarnation came too late. I only awakened my past life memories 100 years ago. It's just that for some reason we did not meet in this life, let alone become sworn brothers." At this moment, Su Mu's expression was indescribably complicated. Although he believed what he said, Su Mu found it hard to accept suddenly having a big brother. He looked at him seriously. "Third brother, do you know why I came to you now?" Su Mu shook his head, his expression unreadable. But he began to fabricate a story about their death in a past life, from the appearance of the golden giant ox to how they narrowly escaped death only to die at the claws of another beast. Finally, he brought up Su Mu's teleportation bead. "So our only way out is that teleportation bead?" Hearing Su Mu's question, he nodded. "Exactly. By the way, how many beads do you have left, and how many people can one carry at a time?" Su Mu naturally understood what he was thinking, wanting to bring more members of the Chu clan along. Su Mu extended his hand, and a bead appeared in his palm. "I only have one teleportation bead. I can directly give it to you. Only one. Give it to me. What about you?" Su Mu gave him a reassuring smile. "I have another secret treasure that can also teleport. Don't worry about me." Just as they were discussing when to teleport away, a tearing sound suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, they saw a crack splitting open in the heavens. He stared at the crack and said slowly, "It's here. That thing is here." He exchanged a glance with Su Mu, and they decided to leave immediately to avoid any mishap. He looked at Su Mu, who summoned a teleportation scroll, infused it with spiritual energy, and leaped inside. Seeing this, he did not dare to delay, directly taking the bead Su Mu had given him and injecting his own spiritual power. In an instant, the teleportation bead blazed with light, sucking him in. After an unknown period of time, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange place. At that moment, a burst of flames suddenly appeared behind him. The flames interwove layer upon layer, forming a grid-like fireball that trapped him inside. "Oh, this human body is so rich in spiritual energy. Truly a rare find." He turned to see that it was a black cat 2 or 3 meters long, but on its rear it had 3 tails. Before he could figure out what was happening, he was swallowed whole by her. But instead of the expected death, he found himself in a very peculiar space. In this space, there were countless spiritual herbs and various heavenly treasures, things he had never even seen before. But his body was still trapped in the fireball, unable to move freely. He suddenly felt that Su Mu's teleportation bead must have been flawed. With such a vast world, why had it teleported him right next to 4 powerful demon beasts? Alas, I hope it doesn't kill me. And so he spent several years and a days in this space. Until today a light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Then he was teleported out of the space. At that moment the 3-tailed cat demon that had captured him was holding him up with her claws, handing him over to a creature with a lion's head and a human body. He wanted to ask them what they planned to do with him, but after a moment's thought he decided to observe the situation first to avoid provoking them. Soon the lion-headed man took him away, looking at him with admiration. Now he could no longer hold back, and asked, "Where exactly are you taking me? Are you going to eat me?" Hearing his question, the lion-headed man lifted him up with a claw and brought him close to its face. "Eat you? I can't bear to. In this era there are so few humans with such cultivation. I'm hoping to sell you for a good price." Then it ignored him, flying directly to a vast island. Upon arriving at the island, he was utterly astonished, because countless demon beasts were gathered on the island as if waiting for something. He could sense that their auras were terrifyingly powerful. If not for the lion-headed man beside him, those auras alone would have been enough to knock him unconscious. He looked carefully, and most of these demon beasts were unfamiliar to him, but he recognized a few. For example, the subwing white tiger, the purple lightning eagle, and the blood crystal turtle, among others. As he was surveying the beasts on the field, the lion-headed man with a few blinks had already brought him to the center of the many demon beasts. Ladies and gentlemen, what I am auctioning today is a male human at the tribulation transcendent stage. What the hell, I'm being auctioned? My goodness, who would ever be auctioned by a group of demon beasts? At this moment your heart was a whirlwind of emotions, for you had no idea what tribulations awaited you in the future. If you were bought to be made into soup, then it would be the end of you. Before you could lament any longer, the auction of you by the demon beasts had already begun. Not bad, a human at the tribulation transcendent stage. I haven't seen one in years. I bid 3,000 blood spirit jade. You looked at the first bidding demon beast, a fire python over 10 meters long. You felt somewhat curious. These demon beasts' strength clearly far exceeds the tribulation transcendent stage. How can their bodies be so small? And what is blood spirit jade? Another type of spirit stone in this world. However, the demon beasts clearly paid no attention to your thoughts, instead beginning to bid one after another. I bid 5,000 blood spirit jade. I'll bid 8,000 blood spirit jade. I want to see what's so special about this tribulation transcendent stage human. Hearing this seductive voice, you turned your head and saw that the owner of the voice was actually a palm-sized crystal toad. The moment you saw it, you shuddered. Damn, if this creature sullies my purity, I'd rather be cooked in a soup by another demon beast. Then the group of demon beasts bid in turn, raising your price to 20,000 blood spirit jade. Just then a lazy voice suddenly came from one direction. I, the king, bid 30,000 blood spirit jade. Beside a stream, a blood crystal turtle was lying comfortably on a large rock, looking at you with interest. After a moment, seeing no other demon beast bid higher, you were announced as sold to that blood crystal turtle for 30,000 blood spirit jade. Then you were delivered to the blood crystal turtle. The blood crystal turtle opened its mouth, trading one crimson crystal after another to the lion-headed man. Now the blood crystal turtle looked at the tiny you before it, then suddenly released a vast divine sense. Little one, hand over your heart blood. Hearing this, you roughly understood what it wanted. It was going to establish a master-servant contract with you. Your heart turned cold. You never expected that in Sangzhou, after capturing so many blood crystal turtles today, you would finally have to pay it back. Is this the so-called karma? Thinking of the blood crystal turtle becoming your master, you immediately wanted to end yourself and conclude this simulation. But thinking that you still didn't know much about this world, you decided to endure humiliation and survive to investigate for future simulations. You cut your finger, and a drop of heart blood was forced out from your fingertip. Just then the blood crystal turtle flicked its tongue and swallowed your heart blood into its belly. At the same time, you felt your life bound to the blood crystal turtle before you. As long as it moved a thought, you would instantly perish. The blood crystal turtle grinned at you with its big mouth and said, "You are my first human mount. Let me give you a name. What should I call you?" Actually, you wanted to tell it that you already had a name, but seeing its excited expression, you decided not to disturb it lest you provoke it. After a moment, the blood crystal turtle slapped its head. "Got it. You'll share my surname. I'm Yuan Dafei, and you shall be Yuan Sango." Hearing this name, you sighed helplessly. After the blood crystal turtle named you, its body instantly shrank hundreds of times, landing steadily on the top of your head. Feeling your soft hair, it nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, lying here is really comfortable." Then you had to carry it around like this. Although it wasn't heavy, you felt very embarrassed. You swore that in future simulations you would definitely capture this blood crystal turtle named Yuan Dafei as your mount to avenge today's humiliation. Time passed slowly, and you and the blood crystal turtle witnessed one auction item after another in this area. Among them, there were many races being auctioned as mounts. There were even humans, but their cultivation levels were pitifully low. After this group of demon beasts auction ended, it immediately rode you away from the island, flying towards the west. However, your flying speed slowed down a lot, because you felt that this world was subtly suppressing the release of spiritual energy. Year 1501, you carried the blood crystal turtle on your head, and arrived at a vast, endless river valley. Along the river valley, countless heavenly treasures and earthly rarities were planted, things you had never seen before. Under the blood crystal turtle's command, you descended on the large mountain beside the river valley. Yuan Sango, from today on you will live with those 2 dog clan members. It suits your name anyway. Following its gaze, you saw a huge cave in the mountain, and inside the cave were exactly 2 big black dogs, both roughly 9th-rank demon beasts comparable to human tribulation transcendent stage cultivators. You nodded at it, then respectfully withdrew. Afterwards, you arrived at the cave where the 2 big black dogs were. They were also very surprised when they saw you. Damn, a human, and at tribulation transcendent stage. A rare find. Right, no wonder the master brought him back. Listening to the 2 dogs' discussion, you put on a smile and asked politely, 2 dog brothers, may I ask what exactly is this place? Are humans very rare? They exchanged glances, then looked at you suspiciously. Kid, you yourself are human. Don't you know about your own race? You shook your head. To be honest, I was actually transported from another world. About this realm, I truly know nothing. Seeing that you didn't seem to be lying, the 2 dogs simply waved their paws, telling you to sit down, and then began to explain to you in detail. Then you introduced yourselves to each other. The 2 big black dogs, the fat one was called Yuan Dagu, the thin one Yuan Ergo. At that moment, you understood why the blood crystal turtle had named you Yuan Sango. The matter had to be traced back to millions of years ago. According to them, this world was once called Qiling Realm, and at that time all races revered humans. Even if all races united, they were no match for the human race. It wasn't until later that several clans among the demon beasts gave birth to several peerless geniuses in succession. Protected by their clans, they all broke through to the king realm, becoming the strongest in this world. Then they led all races in launching an attack against the human race. A great war ensued, lasting for tens of thousands of years. In the end, the human race was defeated, and almost all of their high-level members were wiped out. Along with the human race, their vassal races, the dog clan, the celestial horse clan, and dozens of other clans, were all annihilated by the myriad races. Finally, the myriad races jointly established a rule: humans would be the blood food of all races, and humans were not allowed to continue cultivating. However, as time passed, this decree was gradually relaxed, because they discovered that humans with cultivation had more nourishing flesh and blood. As for the Zhangzhou you came from, the 2 dogs also provided an answer. Those all belong to minor worlds. Any human or demon beast, upon transcending the tribulation and ascending, can come to the Qiling realm. Of course, it is no longer called Qiling realm now. It has been renamed by the myriad races to the Yaoling realm. Here the cultivation of demon beasts is the same as in Zhangzhou, from 1st rank to 9th rank. As long as one breaks through the 9th rank, one can become a great demon realm. Breaking through again from great demon leads to earth demon realm, heaven demon realm, and finally the king realm. However, the human cultivation method is different from that of the myriad races. The 2 big black dogs also didn't know the cultivation realms for humans after breaking through the tribulation transcendent stage. Because ever since humans fell to become blood food, not a single human has been able to break through the tribulation transcendence cultivation. In other words, the human cultivation path has a gap. At this moment, a turbulent storm surged within your heart. No way, the human race's cultivation lineage has been severed. What am I supposed to do? Don't tell me I'm destined to be trapped at the tribulation transcendent stage forever. Gazing at the 2 great yellow dogs before you as they eagerly recounted the history of the human race, you couldn't help but feel a warmth of fondness growing for them. Indeed, dogs truly are humanity's most loyal companions. Subsequently, they went on to describe the intricate power structure of the current monster spirit realm. First and foremost were the most formidable clans: the Wind Thunderbirds, the Star Sword Tigers, the Giant Stone Spirit Clan, and the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. It was said that within each of these clans there were at least 3 demon kings at the king realm, commanding dominion over the most resource-rich territories in the entire monster spirit realm. As for the river valley you currently occupied, it was merely an insignificant corner of the vast monster spirit realm. The blood crystal turtle, named Yuan Dafei, who served as your master, was at the great demon 9th heaven stage. According to Big Dog and Second Dog, a blood crystal turtle of such meager bloodline would never break through to the earth demon realm in its entire lifetime, unless it encountered some heaven-defying celestial treasure. After gaining a rough understanding of this world, you began to grasp the reality of your own predicament. All in all, there was simply no territory belonging to the human race in this realm, nor even any inherited cultivation techniques. Moreover, countless clans regarded humans as prey. Even those that did not devour humans would attempt to capture them as mounts. In hindsight, this blood crystal turtle was relatively merciful. As long as you remained loyal, it did not overly restrict your freedom and permitted you to roam freely in the vicinity. During the following days you continued your cultivation, for you were still at the late stage of tribulation transcendence and needed at least to reach the pinnacle. Unfortunately, the blessing of many descendants was no longer of use, as you had already become someone's mount. You wondered whether your descendants in Sangzhou had perished, or whether the feedback of their cultivation was simply unable to reach you across the barrier of another world. 100 years later, as you concluded a meditation session, the blood crystal turtle perched upon your head, commanding you to set out. After flying for over half a month across millions of kilometers, you brought it to a boundless vast grassland. You were rather curious why a turtle would travel such a great distance to a grassland. Yet you refrained from asking, for a mount must know its place. Much like a chauffeur, one should never initiate questions unless the boss speaks first. After waiting together for several days, perhaps growing bored, the blood crystal turtle initiated a conversation with you. Third dog, do you think a lowly turtle like me with such inferior bloodline can truly break through to the earth demon realm? Hearing this, you looked at it with unwavering certainty. Boss, a distinguished predecessor, once said, there are no useless bloodlines, only useless demons. With enough effort you will surely break through to the earth demon realm. However, the blood crystal turtle merely shook its head at your words. That predecessor of yours truly misled his disciples. Then it suddenly caught on. What did you just call me? Shouldn't you be calling me master? You offered a gentle smile. By all rights I should call you master. But you are the most powerful being I have ever encountered in this life. In my world, only the strongest may be called boss. Hearing your explanation, the blood crystal turtle found it reasonable and ceased its objection. Just then a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the grassland. The sound grew louder and more urgent, and in an instant a billowing cloud of smoke surged forth from within. Just as the smoke was about to envelop you, the blood crystal turtle expanded tens of thousands of times in the blink of an eye, then stomped its foot, scattering all the smoke into nothingness. You dead donkey. This is my newly purchased mount. If you damage it, I'll beat you to death. Following the direction of the blood crystal turtle's gaze, you saw a short, stubby donkey with 8 legs scurrying out from the billowing dust. Of course, short and stubby was merely relative. Its actual size was far from small. The donkey approached the blood crystal turtle and looked you up and down. Not bad, old turtle. Where'd you find a human mount? Give me one too. The two demon beasts then struck up a conversation. From their exchange you learned that the blood crystal turtle had come here to join a sect together with this donkey. That's right, a sect exclusively for demon beasts. Don't think these beasts are incapable of planning their cultivation wisely. Ever since they replaced the human race millions of years ago, these demon clans had studied and replicated human knowledge, including their sect structures and countless magical arts. However, unlike humans, these demon beasts were divided by countless factions and could never achieve unified ideology. Thus, even to this day, the strongest master of the mightiest sect in the monster spirit realm was merely at the heavenly demon stage. None had reached the king realm. But for an ordinary demon beast, like the blood crystal turtle, that was more than sufficient for the sect, could provide celestial treasures capable of refining their bloodlines. Of course, all of this required exchanging contributions to the sect. After consulting with the donkey, they decided to join the myriad demon pavilion nestled deep within the 10,000 Caverns Mountains. As for their previous cave territories, their mounts would be responsible for guarding them. Yet you couldn't fathom why it insisted on bringing you along. And so you flew onward with a donkey atop your head, carrying a turtle toward the distant 10,000 Caverns Mountains. In the year 1620 you finally arrived at the myriad demon pavilion. Contrary to your expectations of a barbaric, uncivilized sect with no palaces or grand structures, the architectural grandeur here surpassed that of Sangzhou by an immeasurable margin. To protect the sect's buildings, a rule was strictly enforced: all demon beasts must shrink their forms to under 3 meters upon entering. With his cultivation at Great Demon Ninth Heaven, the blood crystal turtle successfully joined the myriad demon pavilion and was appointed an elder. After all, there were countless lower-grade demon beasts in need of his guidance. Once he accumulated enough contribution points, he could exchange them for items to enhance his bloodline purity. Decades passed as you remained within the myriad demon pavilion, observing countless bizarre demon beasts. The most intriguing of them all was a species known as the demon flower. The first time you laid eyes on one, you mistook it for a human. You later learned that the innate art of that species was the ability to mimic the forms of all other races. You had often been paraded around by the blood crystal turtle as a display of pride. Because the inheritance of this world had been severed, even the cultivation methods up to the tribulation stage were pitifully scarce, and cultivators among the human race were few and far between. They looked at you the way humans gaze upon monkeys in a zoo. Naturally, some demon beasts wished to devour you, but the blood crystal turtle refused them all. In the year 1700, a new elder moved into the cave dwelling beside the blood crystal turtles. It was also a turtle, but a female one with a body of blue and white and a head resembling that of a flood dragon. Based on your extensive experience in the monster spirit realm, this beast belonged to the Ice Dragon Turtle clan. The moment the two turtles met, it was like dry kindling meeting a roaring flame. They instantly became entangled. In an effort to court the ice turtle, the blood crystal turtle planned to present you as a gift to the ice dragon turtle. 1 month later, blood crystal turtle arrived at ice dragon turtle's dwelling with an exquisite gift box. At this moment, you lay inside the box, utterly devoid of life. You were about to be given away as a gift. Never before had you imagined that you would not only be treated as a mount, but could also be presented as a present. After a brief exchange outside, blood crystal turtle presented you to the female ice dragon turtle. Moments later, the box was opened, and a turtle with a blue and white body appeared before you. The moment she saw you, she hugged you excitedly. Wow, what an adorable human. With that, she pulled you close to her face and kept kissing you. Although your face was now covered in saliva, you dared not resist. Yuan Dafe, just you wait. I will surely repay this humiliation one day. Then, perhaps sensing your discomfort, ice dragon turtle understood. I see, little one. You humans are truly interesting. Do you care so much about appearances? Enough. Since you're so adorable, I'll make an exception. With that, she slowly stepped back and brought her two turtle claws together. Instantly, a surge of demonic energy erupted from her body, enveloping her entire form. Before long, her flesh began to compress and transform. Gradually, her shape started to shift toward a human appearance. This is you. How is this possible? Now a pure and lovely young girl stood before you, completely unclothed. One glance, and you felt as if you were seeing a celestial maiden, though you knew her true form was still a turtle. She casually picked up a piece of silk and draped it over herself. Little one, what's so impossible? It's merely transformation. Did you not know? Transformation. Hearing this new term, you quickly asked, what do you mean by transformation? Seeing your utter ignorance, she smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Transformation is something all demon beasts must undergo. Once we break through to the great demon realm, we can all take human form. I don't know why, but it's something we can do. The duration of the human form depends on the cultivation level. An ordinary great demon can only maintain it for half an hour before failing, while an earth demon can last a full 2 hours. As for the heaven demon realm, it is said they can maintain the human form indefinitely. After speaking for a while, she eagerly pounced on you. Little one, you're just too adorable. Let's cherish the time. I'll change back soon. You never expected her to pounce. After all, she was a turtle. How could she be attracted to you? Could it be? I'm about to become a new kind of hero. You recalled stories of humans with snakes, ghosts, and even caterpillars, but never one with a turtle. You wanted to refuse, but her strength was terrifying, leaving you completely immobilized. The next day, staring at the ice dragon turtle, who had reverted to her original form, beside you, your heart burned with resentment. My innocence. It's gone. I can never show my face again. A moment later, she woke up and pulled you into her embrace with a single claw. Little darling, don't worry. I'll take responsibility for you. Looking at her dragon turtle face, you told yourself to stay calm, not to fight her to the death, and focus on improving your cultivation. In the 1800th year, thanks to the various resources Ice Dragon Turtle gave you, you successfully broke through to the peak of tribulation transcendence. Many of those resources were gifts from Blood Crystal Turtle to her. Even so, she felt nothing for Blood Crystal Turtle. You came to understand that in her eyes, Blood Crystal Turtle was merely a devoted admirer and a walking ATM. In the days that followed, she grew kinder to you, but she remained guarded, never allowing you to leave her cave dwelling without permission. In short, to her, you were just a toy to dote on. In the 1900th year, you remained at the peak of tribulation transcendence. You felt no sign of the so-called tribulation ascension. You began begging her to help you find the path to further cultivation, though she promised there was no news for a long time. In the 2000th year, you stopped obsessing over cultivation and instead began reading all the history of this world, both human and demon beast. You hoped to find some method of human cultivation from these records. At the same time, you studied the overall situation of the Yaoling realm. In truth, although this world was dominated by demon beasts, humans were not all ordinary mortals. In the Yaoling realm, there existed an organization called the Revival Hall. This organization was composed entirely of humans with the mission of revitalizing humanity and hunting demon beasts. However, the strongest among them had only reached the tribulation transcendent stage with no stronger cultivators. It was said that all members of this organization were transported from lower planes. Because they had no fixed sect and operated in single lines, they had never been wiped out. You could only regret not having been transported near that organization from the start. You suddenly wondered, I wonder if that kid Su Mu has joined the Revival Hall. 1,000 years later, you were still under Ice Dragon Turtle's control. By now, her interest in you had waned. Perhaps she had grown tired of you and no longer needed your company as much. Thus, you had more time. Although you still couldn't break through to a new realm, you had developed your sword intent and sword bone to their utmost limits. At the same stage of tribulation transcendence, you were confident you could kill any fellow cultivator with a single strike, though you weren't sure if you could defeat great demon-level beasts. On an ordinary day, Ice Dragon Turtle suddenly came to you. She looked at you with intense warmth, a hint of shyness on her face. You swallowed, nervously unsure what she wanted. Hadn't she lost interest in you? She sat down beside you, took your hand, and placed it on her belly. Little darling, do you feel it? Fear surged within you. It's over, it's over. What does she mean by asking me to touch her belly? Could she be telling me she's hungry and wants to eat me? At the thought, cold sweat poured down your forehead. Ice Dragon Turtle saw your dazed expression and chuckled. Little darling, what are you thinking? Don't you feel anything different about my belly? Hearing this, you cautiously replied, your belly is beautiful and full of energy. If you're hungry, I'll grill some meat for you. Just as you were about to flee, Ice Dragon Turtle grabbed you and snorted coldly. Few human males are just as heartless as the books say. Can't you see I'm pregnant? Your mind went blank. Pregnant? You looked at her belly. Though it appeared unchanged on the surface, you sensed a faint spiritual energy slowly nurturing something within. Can a human and a turtle get pregnant? You slapped yourself, hoping this was a dream. But Ice Dragon Turtle immediately looked at you with concern. Little darling, what are you doing? Even if you know you've done wrong, you don't need to hit yourself. You nodded superficially, but inside you were utterly shocked. What could a human and a turtle possibly produce? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? The thought of a turtle with a human head made you uncomfortable. After all, it would be your own child, and such a form would be disgraceful. You could only pray that she would give birth to a human, or at worst a turtle. Anything but a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Time quickly passed to 3 years later. You gazed at the Ice Dragon Turtle's slightly swollen belly, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This child of yours has been gestating for 3 years. Why isn't it born yet? She rolled her eyes at you and said flatly, do you think we're like your human race, giving birth in a few months? Our Ice Dragon Turtle clan nurtures our young by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Never mind 3 years. Even 300 years is perfectly normal. You sighed helplessly. All right, you're right. After that, perhaps due to the child, your relationship gradually began to change. It was no longer a pure master-servant dynamic, but rather something akin to Tao companions. Meanwhile, not far from your dwelling, the blood crystal turtle, his face streaked with tears, was sobbing to the donkey. Wah wah. How could she be pregnant? I've been chasing her for so many years, and she was defiled by another beast. If I ever find out whose child is in her belly, I'll kill him. And so you spent a long stretch of time within the 10,000 Demon Pavilion. In the meantime, taking advantage of the Ice Dragon Turtle's absence, the blood crystal turtle secretly came to her cave dwelling and found you. He asked you whose child was really in her belly. But obviously you couldn't tell him the truth. With a quick turn of mind, you fabricated a rival out of thin air, thereby sending him away. In the 35th millennium, the Ice Dragon Turtle finally gave birth. You stared at the ice blue egg beneath her, remaining silent for a long time. Damn, I just remembered. Turtles lay eggs. The thought that it took her 500 years just to lay the egg made you wonder how long hatching would take. After laying the egg, she went into seclusion to stabilize her body. The task of incubating the egg fell upon you. Gazing at the egg, which was larger than a house, you couldn't help but frown. How am I supposed to hatch this egg? Though helpless, you still incubated it, diligently thinking it was your own flesh and blood. Lacking experience, you even read several books on hatching eggs. In the 4th millennium, a loud crack echoed as cracks slowly spread across the eggshell surface. You knew that your turtle son was finally about to be born. After a moment, the eggshell shattered completely, and a fiery red dragon turtle sprang out. On its shell, red patterns like molten lava flowed. Moreover, you could sense that your turtle son had already reached the 9th rank upon birth, just as formidable as his father. At this moment, you were a bit curious. Isn't the Ice Dragon Turtle ice attribute? How did it give birth to a fire attribute turtle? Could it be because of me? Just then your golden finger activated. You felt an extraordinarily powerful energy suddenly surge within your body. Soon you sensed a bottleneck within your body. Although spiritual energy was overflowing to the point of bursting, you simply couldn't break through. Just as you were pondering how to break through, a childish voice came from the turtle son before you. Father, hug me. Hearing the voice, you remembered you had a turtle son. You walked toward him step by step, then looked at the turtle son, who was several times larger than yourself, and shook your head helplessly. Son, it's not that your father doesn't want to hug you, but you're just too big. At that moment, the Ice Dragon Turtle also returned to the cave. Seeing her son, her face filled with maternal love, and she directly picked him up. As for you, she ignored you. Then she took you and your turtle son and left the sect. According to her, since the turtle son was only at 9th rank, the only way for him to quickly become a great demon was to return to the ancestral land to cultivate. On the way home, you asked her in confusion, shouldn't we give our son a name? She looked at you puzzled. A name? What use is that? Hearing this, you realized that not all demon beasts had names for themselves. Under your strong insistence, your turtle son was named Chu He. Although you thought the name didn't sound great, since it wasn't for yourself, you didn't mind. On the journey back, countless sword lights suddenly appeared before you, trapping you within. You were almost slain by the sword light, but the Ice Dragon Turtle teleported forward and blocked the sword light with her shell. What's going on? Can demon beasts also use swords? Just as you were wondering, the surrounding space suddenly shifted and giant swords rose from all around. Two beasts and a human traitor. Watch me take your lives. Following the direction of the voice, you focused your gaze and saw that it was actually a human cultivator. Although too far away to make out the features, the aura was far above your own. Holy crap, a fellow human. Before you could explain, millions of sword lights combined with the grand formation came killing toward you. The sword lights were so powerful, coupled with the formation, that even the ice dragon turtle couldn't withstand them. Soon the ice dragon turtle and your turtle son were covered in wounds. As for you, you had already fallen beneath the millions of sword lights. But before death, you vaguely heard the human cultivator say something like, "I Su Mu will surely return this world to the human race." You died. The simulation ends. Host, please choose the reward from this simulation from the following options. Option 1, the cultivation realm of tribulation transcendence peak. Option 2, all the descendants born in the simulation world. Option 3, all memories from the simulation world, as well as insights into various spells and sword intents. Chu He glanced at the rewards from this simulation and decisively chose cultivation. The moment he claimed the cultivation, a terrifying wave of energy instantly spread across the entire world. Within this small cave heaven, everyone thought the apocalypse had arrived. Only after a moment did Chu He gradually bring the cultivation within his body under control. After choosing the cultivation, he also summarized the previous simulation. I never expected to die at the hands of Su Mu in the end. What a wrongful death. At this point, Chu He felt that in the next simulation, he should first go and build a good relationship with Su Mu. After all, his ability to break through to the realm beyond tribulation transcendence and kill a great demon realm ice dragon turtle must be due to the white jade palace within his body. Now Chu He couldn't wait to find out. If Su Mu truly possessed the cultivation inheritance beyond tribulation transcendence, then in the next simulation, he would surely be able to break through as well. System, draw the golden finger, start simulation. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained the golden finger. Reincarnation is a skill. Simulation begins. In the first year, everything before your eyes was pitch black, but a robotic system voice appeared out of nowhere in your mind. Please host, choose the reincarnation family. Option 1, above the masses, under none. Imperial royal family. Option 2, immortal path, severed break through the 9 wastes with martial arts. Martial arts family. Option 3, hegemony of myriad races who will dominate the rise and fall. Random demon clan. You gazed at the 3 options, feeling a pang of emotion. Reincarnation was truly a skill. After a moment's consideration, you dismissed the notion of a mortal dynasty for what use was a mere human kingdom. However, the second option stirred your heart. Breaking the 9 desolates with martial might. Could it be the path of martial cultivation where one punch could open the gates of heaven? But then you reconsidered. If it were merely an ordinary martial family, you would be at a loss. Turning your gaze, you fixed your eyes on the final choice. The demon race. This is a gamble. If I reincarnate as a wind and thunderbird or a star sword tiger, I would be immensely fortunate. Yet you feared becoming a common demon, especially one of low bloodline like the blood crystal turtle. After a moment of hesitation, you steeled your resolve and spoke to the voice within your mind. I choose the third option, random demon race. The moment you uttered the words, consciousness slipped away. An indeterminate time later, you vaguely sensed your own existence surrounded by complete darkness. Your state felt peculiar. Limbs short and feeble, body utterly limp, lacking any strength. You struggled to open your eyes, but still could not control your body. Helpless, you remained in this strange place, gradually sinking back into slumber. The following year, within Suifeng City, Wang Fan stared excitedly at the hatching turtle egg before him. A little turtle is coming out. Father, why is the turtle born from an egg? Does it have no mother? His father Wang Zhan gazed at him with affection and explained, Fanner, all creatures in this world are born from their mothers. This egg is merely a little house gifted by its mother. When it can survive on its own, it will break open the house and crawl out. Hearing this, Wang Fan nodded with a hint of understanding. Father, can I keep it? Wang Zhan looked at him with doting eyes, ruffled his hair, and said, of course you can. But you must take good care of it, for the lives of pets are very fragile. After a brief exchange, the father and son returned to the family compound. Their words fell clearly upon your ears. What? Wang Fan, isn't that my old nemesis? You examined your own body, looking it up and down. Holy crap, this is a disastrous start. Scanning your form with the faint remnants of your spiritual sense, you discovered you were nothing more than an ordinary turtle. Suddenly you felt that being a blood crystal turtle would have been a far better fate. But there was no turning back. You had already reincarnated and could only find a way forward slowly. You attempted to sense the surrounding spiritual energy, yet this body could perceive nothing. Unwilling to accept this, you directly used your spiritual sense to gather energy and draw it into your body. Gradually, a trace of spiritual energy finally took shape within you, though the conversion rate was painfully slow. You let out a long sigh. Alas, at least reincarnation allowed me to retain some spiritual sense, otherwise I would truly have become an ordinary little turtle. The next morning you opened your eyes, sensing the meager spiritual energy within. The pace was far too slow. At this rate, it would take decades to evolve from a pet turtle to a first-order beast. You immersed your mind within, examining the rewards you had previously obtained. Both the Tao Enlightenment and the Realm Breakthrough seemed too extravagant to use now. As for the 9 Nether Cold Flame and the 3 Life Transformation Fire, they had likely fused into your body earlier, for you did not find them here. The only consolation was the space within your mind, which still held 2 Annihilation Sword Chi, along with millions of spirit stones and various magical artifacts and herbs. Just as you were about to retrieve a spirit stone for cultivation, Wang Fan approached. He held a small earthworm in his hand and brought it to your mouth. Eat. Don't be shy, little turtle, eat up. Seeing your refusal, he grew anxious. Little turtle, you can't be picky or you'll go hungry. With that, he forced your mouth open and shoved the earthworm in. As a weak turtle, you could only watch helplessly. After a moment, you suppressed the nausea, glaring at the 6-year-old Wang Fan, and mentally added another tally to his account. Just then a clear voice rang out from outside his room. Wang Fan, are you ready? If we don't leave now, we'll miss today's market. Hearing this, Wang Fan immediately replied, coming. I'll be right there. He tapped your head with his finger. Little turtle, wait for me to return. Then he left the room. You extended your spiritual sense, confirming his departure, and finally relaxed. Immediately after, you summoned the Yin 18 riders and sent them out to cultivate. You decided to stay in the Wang family for now and assess the situation. It was not until evening that you heard Wang Fan's voice from outside. I have a little turtle in my room. Do you want to see it? Dong Weiyuer was initially uninterested, but seeing Wang Fan's eager expression, she nodded. Soon you saw Wang Fan leading a young girl into the room. You didn't need to guess that this girl was Dong Weiyuer. The moment she laid eyes on you, she seemed mesmerized, rushing over to scoop you up from your nest. Little turtle, you're so adorable. She held you fondly, cradling you in her arms, unwilling to let go. At that moment, only one thought crossed your mind. Holy crap, the charm effect is still working. You had thought the charm ability only applied to your original body, but it turned out to work even when you were a turtle. Wang Fan, seeing this, felt a secret joy. Great. Weiyuer likes my turtle too. Now I have more excuses to play with her. While Wang Fan was lost in his fantasies, Dong Weiyuer carried you over to him. She looked at him with a hint of shyness, then said softly, Wang Fan, can you give me this little turtle? Wang Fan hesitated, reluctant. After all, he was still a child. But seeing Dong Weiyuer's pitiful expression, he nodded. No problem, it's just a turtle. Weiyuer, take it. Before he could finish, Dong Weiyuer bowed to him. Thank you, Wang Fan. You're the best. With that, she carried you out of Wang Fan's room. And so you were directly given to Dong Weiyuer. Soon you were brought into her room. She raised her hand, and a figure in gray robes appeared behind her. Miss, what are your orders? Dong Weiyuer gazed at you with adoration and said to the servant, Go get me some demon beast meat. I want to cook for my little turtle. Though puzzled, the servant obeyed. That evening, as you ate the demon beast meat, she provided you felt a faint trickle of spiritual energy gathering within your body. The rate of spiritual energy accumulation was far faster than what you could achieve through spiritual sense cultivation alone. The following year, under Dong Weiyuer's constant feeding, you had grown to a meter in size and successfully reached the first-order beast stage. Only later did you learn that the demon beast meat she fed you came from third-order beasts slain by her servant. The immense energy within the meat allowed you to transform from a pet turtle into a first-order beast in such a short time. Now you lay in the courtyard, basking leisurely in the sun. Hidden beneath your shell were several spirit stones which you used for cultivation. Though you found that this body's utilization of spirit stones was extremely low, it was still better than nothing. Dong Weiyuer had just left with her servant on some unknown errand. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Fan, having confirmed that Dong Weiyuer was gone, stealthily crept toward you. He glared at you with resentment. Damn turtle. If it weren't for you, Weiyuer would be staying home every day and not playing with me. Today I'm going to skin you and make turtle soup. While you lay there quietly, a rustling sound disturbed your rest. Turning your head slightly, you spotted Wang Fan stealthily climbing down from the wall. What is this kid up to? You stared at him with suspicion, sensing a faint hostility directed at you. However, since Dong Weiyuer was away, you had no desire to stir up trouble. So you simply willed at summoning a death warrior outside the room. The moment he appeared, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Wang Fan is stealing. Wang Fan is stealing. Startled by the sudden voice, young Wang Fan panicked. Forgetting you entirely, he scrambled back out and fled at full speed. Only after confirming he was gone did you dismiss the death warrior. 2 months later, Dong Weiyuer finally returned. She produced a collection of jade bottles, selected one, and poured out several pills. Little turtle, these pills are for boosting a beast cultivation. Eat them quickly. Without any hesitation, you gulped down the pills in one mouthful. Within moments, you felt a surge of heat coursing through your body as countless streams of spiritual energy flooded every part of you. As the medicinal power gradually faded, you sensed that your inner spiritual energy had increased by at least 10%. Dong Weiyuer noticed the change in you as well. Smiling, she wrapped her arms around your head and said with a blissful expression, Turtle, I've heard that when demon beasts cultivate to the highest level, they can take human form. You must work hard and reach the day you can transform. In the days that followed, Dongwa Yuer treated you to nothing but the finest, not only spirit pills, but also various spiritual herbs. Under her relentless feeding, your cultivation realm advanced at lightning speed. 10 years later, you had become a third-tier demon beast. Your body was now the size of a small mountain, and the courtyard could no longer contain you. To keep you comfortable, Dongwa Yuer specially constructed a far larger compound beside the Wang family estate. Perhaps because your existence had caused a butterfly effect, Dongwa Yuer still hadn't left the Wang family. Just moments ago, you sensed a group of people arriving at the estate. Their auras weren't particularly formidable, just a few foundation establishment cultivators. Extending your spiritual sense, you discovered that it was Song Yi of Tianshui sect who had come to break off an engagement. Thinking about the broken engagement, you felt a twinge of nostalgia. After all, in several previous simulations you'd killed Wang Fan in the very first year, so the engagement-breaking plot never occurred. Unexpectedly, it had surfaced again, now though it clearly had nothing to do with you. At this moment, Dongwa Yuer was riding on your back, playing happily. Since you were now a third-tier demon beast, you began displaying signs of intelligence. When Dongwa Yuer discovered she could communicate with you, she became even more delighted. Later, at your suggestion, she decided to leave this place and return to the Dongwa family. Only after arriving at her clan did you truly understand what a top-tier power looked like. At her command, you were given an entire valley rich with spiritual energy. Everyday disciples would deliver demon beasts to feed you, the weakest being third tier. Feasting on those demon beasts' flesh and blood, your cultivation skyrocketed. 30 years later, you successfully broke through to the fourth tier, becoming an existence comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. At the same time, your body underwent dramatic transformations. Your shell grew larger with fiery red patterns spreading across its surface. Your limbs became like colossal pillars resembling a type of demon beast known as the fire cloud turtle. The greatest benefit of breaking through to the fourth tier was that you could finally speak. From then on, Dongwa Yuer was constantly pestering you for conversation, while to outsiders you appeared to be merely her mount. But only you knew that what she felt for you was love. 100 years later, you broke through to the fifth tier, greatly increasing your power. Meanwhile, the 18 Yin riders you had dispatched beyond the family had also reached the nascent soul realm. Through them, you received a flood of intelligence from Sangzhou. Among it, a pair of twin stars had emerged, hailed as prodigies unseen in Sangzhou for 10,000 years. They were Su Mu and Wang Fan. For reasons unknown, the two were like mortal enemies, each desperate to eliminate the other. At this, you suddenly thought of Han Fei. Even in the last simulation, there was no trace of that fellow. Where on earth has he gone? In the 2nd century, you began accompanying Dongwa Yuer on journeys of training through Sangzhou. Of course, the truth was that she found the clan too dull and wanted to travel. You thought it would be an ordinary outing, but you never expected your retribution would arrive soon enough. Dongwa Yuer had found a group of people from somewhere who modified your shell in all sorts of ways, and even built a pink palace atop it. And so, carrying that pink palace on your back, you traveled all across Sangzhou with her. 200 years later, you arrived at the Dajin cultivation world. The main reason was that Dongwa Yuer wanted to revisit old places with you. Just then, a terrifying pressure accompanied by a furious roar came from the distance. Su Muai Wang Fan sacrificed the living beings of 1,000,000 li to my sword. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. Instantly, a crimson light shot forth from afar. Every living thing it touched turned into a mist of blood in an instant. But by now you had become a 6th-tier demon beast capable of barely withstanding it. Damn, I almost forgot about this. You recalled that in a previous simulation, Su Mu and Wang Fan did indeed clash. You never thought that after all this time you'd still run into it. Without hesitation, you immediately carried Dongwa Yuer and flew back towards Sangzhou. After returning to the Dongwa family, you devoted yourself to cultivation, hoping to ascend to the demon spirit realm as soon as possible. After all, now that you weren't human, you could hardly be treated as blood food or a pet anymore. In the 5th century, Dongwa Yuer brought you a blood-red crystal. Sensing the powerful energy within it, you immediately began absorbing it. As the energy surged in, your cultivation soared at an incredible pace, quickly breaking through to the 7th tier. At the same time, you felt your bloodline changing under the crystal's influence. 3 months later, as a layer of skin peeled away, you realized you had evolved into a blood crystal turtle. You also received the bloodline inheritance of the blood crystal turtle, blood crystal transfiguration. By activating the blood-red crystals on your body, you could unleash the killing intent within your bloodline, temporarily numbing pain, while greatly amplifying your spiritual power. Good heavens, I thought I was just an ordinary turtle, but now it seems I'm anything but ordinary. You felt that given time you would surely evolve further. Not just a blood crystal turtle, but perhaps even a dragon turtle, or who knows, maybe even a xuanwu. But for now, the priority was increasing your cultivation. At the same time, you felt you should find a way to obtain Su Mu's teleportation pearl. Though you had become a demon beast, you weren't the same species as that golden giant bull. If it descended and devoured you, that would be disastrous. So you cultivated with even greater fervor. However, since your cultivation had reached the 7th tier, the help Dongwu Yuer could provide was growing increasingly limited. In the first millennium, you finally endured your way to becoming an 8th tier demon beast. Though you were already incredibly strong in this world, the thought of the Golden Bull's imminent descent still filled you with dread. What troubled you most was that since the great battle between Su Mu and Wang Fan, there had been no trace of him whatsoever. To survive, you had Dongwu Yuer search through countless ancient texts, hoping to find a way to ascend without breaking through to a higher realm. 500 years passed, and you finally became a 9th tier demon beast. At this moment, you and Dongwu Yuer ventured deep into the Blackwater Forest, where you discovered an ancient teleportation array. Based on your research, this teleportation array dated back to the primordial era, and no one knew where it led. Recalling that the Golden Bull was about to descend, you decided to teleport away first. After all, you were now a demon beast, and the demon spirit realm would offer greater opportunities for growth. As for Dongwu Yuer, she was only at the Mahayana stage, far inferior to you in cultivation. Yet, yielding to her persistent insistence, you resolved to take her along into the teleportation array. You opened your massive maw, and a storm of spiritual energy burst forth from your mouth. Soon the teleportation array was activated, erupting with 2 towering pillars of light. A surge of suction emanated from the center of the light pillars, drawing you and Dongwu Yuer in separately. Damn, this teleportation array sends people off separately. You felt a pang of sorrow as you hadn't anticipated being separated, especially since you were heading to the demon spirit realm. Without your company, Dongwu Yuer, a human might endure a harsh fate. Just as you were pondering this, the teleportation array began to activate, rending the void and preparing to transport you away. The powerful spatial force within the array caused your divine sense to reel, and soon you lost consciousness. At that moment, the Golden Bull also crossed the realms, descending above the teleportation channel. Its sudden appearance shattered the stability of the void channel, causing a new channel to split off from within. And you precisely entered that splintered, empty channel. After an unknown span of time, you opened your eyes and slowly rose to your feet. Sensing the rich spiritual energy around you, you couldn't help but roar, "Demon spirit realm, I've returned." But just then a bracelet suddenly hurtled toward your head. You were dazed, and the entire turtle fell unconscious. When you opened your eyes again, you found a disheveled man standing before you. A human man, no doubt. His body bore no trace of demonic aura, clearly not a transformed beast. You gazed at him tremblingly. Though you had no idea how he could be so powerful, you still forced a fawning smile. "Senior, may I ask what business you have with this humble turtle?" He glanced at you, then lightly pointed a finger. In that instant, you felt your body become uncontrollable, and you collapsed to the ground. How could this be? After you fell, the man spoke slowly. "My name is Li Zhixian. From now on, you are one of the mounts of my sect." Hearing this, you nodded frantically, fearing he might kill you in a fit of displeasure. His words also left you bewildered. "Mount? Is there a human cultivation territory in the demon spirit realm? Has it all gone wrong?" But then he mounted your shell and commanded you to fly south. 3 months later, you arrived at a place of scenic beauty and abundant spiritual energy. 3 golden characters materialized in the sky, suspended in midair. You looked closely and read, "Refining God Hall." You gazed down from the sky, sweeping your divine sense across. Good heavens, this isn't a sect. Its territory rivals the entire Zhangzhou prefecture. Within the range of your divine sense, hundreds of thousands of palaces rose from the ground, resembling a metropolis. Yet you could sense that most of the people here were low-level cultivators, not yet formidable. This piqued your curiosity. Hadn't the human race's Tao tradition been extinguished? How could such a massive sect still exist? Before you could figure it out, Li Zhixian handed you over to a disciple whose cultivation had not even reached the tribulation transcendent stage. Then that disciple housed you in a swampy mountain range. Within this mountain range, you sensed many demon beasts, primarily snakes and turtles. After the disciple left, you struck up a conversation with a nearby rhinoceros horned turtle. "Fellow Taoist, what is this place? Why have you all been captured by humans?" As soon as you spoke, a group of demon beasts crowded around you. "Fellow Taoist, what a strange question. The human race is the strongest among all races. We don't want to be here either." "Indeed, where did you come from, turtle? You have no knowledge at all. Have you just emerged from the world?" Listening to their words, you fell into self-doubt. Could it be? That teleportation array sent me to another world. So you gave them a foolish grin. "I indeed just emerged recently, so I'm not familiar with this world. Would you please enlighten me?" Hearing this, the demon beasts showed expressions of pity. Alas, how pitiful, to be captured by humans right after emerging into the world. The rhinoceros-horned turtle circled you and nodded. "Not bad, reaching the 9th tier at such a young age. Among our turtle clan, you count as a genius." Then it explained this world to you. This realm was called the Starfeather Realm, originally a place where all races coexisted, but none would submit to another. Until millions of years ago, a peerless sword cultivator of the human race emerged wielding a divine sword. He slew 39 demon beasts at the king realm consecutively, making the human race the overlord of all races. They not only claimed the best spiritual vein lands of the Starfeather realm, but also developed the art of beast taming, turning all races into human mounts. Damn, that's incredible. You found it absurd. Weren't you supposed to ascend to the demon spirit realm? How did you end up in this so-called Starfeather realm? You sighed deeply. When I was human, I was a mount. Now that I'm a demon beast, I still have to be a mount. How hard? How hard? Then you chatted for a while longer. From these demon beasts, you learned the cultivation system of this world. First, similar to Tsangzhou, human cultivation ranged from chi refining to tribulation transcendence. After the tribulation transcendence stage, the soul within the body enters the sea of consciousness, transforming into the primordial spirit. All strength and cultivation reside within this primordial spirit. This stage is called the false god realm. Beyond the false god realm lay the true god realm, the heavenly god realm, and finally the divine king realm. Each realm had 9 levels. As for how powerful these realms were, these demon beasts had no idea, as they themselves were not high in cultivation, not even reaching the great demon realm. The sect you were in was called Refining God Hall. Its disciples ranged from the chi refining stage to the tribulation transcendence stage. The strongest person in the sect was Li Zhixian at the 9th level of the false god realm. Besides him, there were a few elders at the false god realm. After receiving this information, you felt both joy and sorrow. Joy because you had finally found the subsequent cultivation heritage of the human race. Sorrow because you were now just a demon beast. The only consolation was that you had stored the 18 yen cavalry in your spatial artifact during the teleportation. Now that the 18 yen cavalry had reached the unity stage, you decided to release them when the time was right. 3 years later, you had fully understood this sect. The reason Li Zhixian captured you was purely because the millennium-old genius disciple competition was about to begin and you were the prize. The competition had restrictions. Only disciples under 1,000 years old could participate. But a cultivator under 1,000 years, no matter how talented, would at most be at the unity stage. Thus a 9th-tier demon beast as a prize could serve not only as a mount, but also as a protector. In the year 1560, the genius disciple competition of the Lianshan sect began. At this moment, you were controlled by Li Zhixian and walked out, arriving beside the main hall of the sect. Your body was extremely colossal, your feet planted on the ground while your head had already surpassed the entire main hall. You must know that the peak where the main hall stood was thousands of li in height, far above the clouds. At this moment, the disciples who were about to compete looked at you and revealed excited expressions. For they all knew that as long as one could become the champion of the competition, they would obtain you a 9th-grade demon beast. However, you looked at them with a helpless expression, feeling as if you were looking at a group of little ants. Whenever you thought about having to serve as someone's mount again, your face showed anguish. As Li Zhixian waved his hand, the ground of the entire main hall instantly split into countless runes. These runes erupted with dazzling light, then split the mountain peak into thousands of massive platforms floating in the air all around. Then you saw tens of thousands of disciples flying one by one onto the platforms and beginning to fight. You observed that their cultivation levels were all at the Tao integration realm, with the strongest merely at the peak of Tao integration. However, you discovered a special disciple among them, the only cultivator at the void refining realm in the entire arena. From the information on the field, you learned that this person was named Chu He at the peak of the void refining realm, a sword cultivator. However, you could tell that he was very poor, for the sword in his hand was not even a high-grade magic artifact. Even so, you still felt that he was extraordinary. After all, anyone named Chu He must have an extraordinary background. As time passed, countless disciples were defeated and countless others emerged victorious. Among them was the one named Chu He. The competition lasted a long time. 3 months passed in this contest. At this moment, only the final 10 contestants remained, 9 of whom were at the peak of Tao integration, with only Chu He at the peak of the void refining realm. After 5 days of fierce battle, only 2 remained, Chu He and 1 named Gu Qingfeng. The final match was about to begin. Chu He stood on the platform, his gaze firm. Despite Gu Qingfeng being at the peak of Tao integration, he showed no fear. As soon as the match began, Gu Qingfeng attacked Chu He. He held a long whip, and the fierce whip in his hand bore powerful spiritual energy, transforming into countless wind blades that converged on Chu He. Chu He wielded that sword, which was not of high grade, his figure darting among them like a phantom, each time precisely dodging Gu Qingfeng's whip techniques. Although his movements were somewhat ungraceful, he was not injured at all. Gradually, he raised his spiritual sword and swung out streams of sword chi, blasting them toward his opponent. However, due to the disparity in cultivation realms, those sword chi did not cause any substantial damage to Gu Qingfeng. Just as Gu Qingfeng relaxed his vigilance, his eyes turned cold, and he directly abandoned his spiritual sword, teleporting behind Gu Qingfeng. Heaven collapsing fist. With a roar, a golden fist imprint shot out from his fist. The golden fist imprint grew larger and larger, as if blotting out the sky, with the fist intent within it far surpassing the full force strike of a Tao integration peak cultivator. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng directly took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. In that instant you sensed that Gu Qingfeng's spiritual energy surged dramatically. With an angry shout, he clapped his palms together, and the whip in his hand transformed into a fire attribute energy flood dragon, hurtling toward Chu Outyan's fist imprint to clash head-on. With a thunderous roar, the fist imprint and the flood dragon collided violently, erupting in blinding light. A powerful energy storm swept out, causing the surrounding platforms to tremble. As the dust cleared, Chu Outyan was knocked back several steps by the impact, but was not injured. On the contrary, Gu Qingfeng, due to the backlash of the pill's medicinal power, his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Chu Outyan seized this perfect opportunity. He formed hand seals, and a sword formation appeared beneath his feet. Countless flying swords shot out from the formation, streaking toward Gu Qingfeng like meteors. Gu Qingfeng could only watch helplessly as the flying swords approached, powerless to resist. He looked at Chu Outyan with reluctance, then slowly said, "I concede." As his words fell, Chu Outyan finally withdrew the sword formation. A moment later, Li Zhixian appeared and publicly announced that the champion of this competition was Chu Outyan. In addition to you, the 9th grade demon beast, he also awarded Chu Outyan tens of millions of spirit stones and a top-grade magical art. After the crowd dispersed, Li Zhixian led Chu Outyan step by step to where you stood. His eyes turned cold, and he looked at you and said, "Since you see we are here, you know what I want, don't you?" You cast a helpless glance at the two of them, then handed over your heart blood to Chu Outyan. Seeing this, Li Zhixian nodded in satisfaction, then said to Chu Outyan, "This demon beast was previously placed under a restriction by me, which can still last for a few years. As long as you go back and refine its heart blood, you will be able to successfully control it." With that, he turned and left, leaving you and Chu Outyan staring at each other. Chu Outyan scratched his head, then said to you, "Senior, how about we go back to my cave dwelling first?" "Huh, Senior." You looked at Chu Outyan, never expecting that he was not arrogant at all. In fact, he could be called courteous. Even though you had become his mount, he still addressed you as Senior. Not bad as expected of someone surnamed Chu, truly well-mannered. You nodded to him and said softly, "All right then, come up and guide the way." After receiving your permission, Chu Outyan leaped onto your shell, and then together you returned to his cave dwelling. Upon arriving at his cave dwelling, you looked around and saw a valley of moderate size with a small palace in the middle of the valley. Perhaps for Chu Outyan this place was spacious enough, but for you with your enormous body, it was clearly a bit small. Resigned, you could only lie down at the edge of the valley, quietly watching him. At this moment, with a thought, he took out your heart blood. Just as you thought he would refine your heart blood unexpectedly, he simply reached out and returned the heart blood to you. What? What is the meaning of this? Chu Outyan smiled slightly at you, then said calmly, "Senior, a powerful being like you surely does not wish to become a mount for a weak human like me, right? Moreover, my mother said that no one, whether mortal or cultivator, should force others. How about we become friends instead?" With that, he raised his fist toward you, wanting to fist bump you, and you were stunned on the spot. No way are there really such good people in the cultivation world. But for some reason I feel a warmth in my heart. You put on a mischievous smirk and said, "Are you not afraid that I will run away now that you've returned the heart blood to me?" Chu Outyan still wore that harmless expression, saying calmly to you, "If Senior truly wishes to leave, then it means that you and I have no fate. But rest assured, if you ever truly want to leave, I will respectfully see you off." Seeing his extended fist, you sighed helplessly, then extended a pinky finger and gently touched it. "Chu Outyan, is it? Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure you never die." At that moment, the bond between you was forged,